In a small tavern in East Blue Lobe Town, Shanks looked at the guy who used to be a trainee crew on the One Piece ship just like himself, with some regrets on his face. Giotto, to be honest, I don't want to see this end. Shanks clenched his fists subconsciously, and his expression became solemn at this moment, but since the captain made the decision himself, then I think I will accept this fact. One Piece King Golder Roger, to be precise, it should be Gold Roger. He was not captured by Marine, but he ran to Marine and surrendered himself. Its purpose is to open a new era that can change the world in his own eyes. Of course, there is also the reason why he himself was seriously ill and died soon. Therefore, he can only bet everything on the future, just like Shanks will leave East Blue in the future. Shanks, the captain's decision is not just to surrender, you are still too naive now. Hearing this sentence, Shanks was stunned, and looked at this friend who had been on a boat with him with a pair of eyes with a little puzzlement. Does the captain's surrender have other deeper meanings? After all, the current Shanks is not the red-haired four emperors of the future, but just a young pirate who has just left the One Piece ship. At this moment, the young man with short golden-orange hair, a black and white plaid suit, a black cloak behind him, and black leather shoes on his feet slowly got up. His name is vongola Giotto. The crew of the original One Piece Gold Roger, like Shanks and Buggy, are all at the level of trainee crew. After all, these young people are now strong like Rayleigh and Jabba. In comparison, the gap is quite large. However, Giotto was the strongest among the trainee crew a long time ago. He exudes a special breath, as if it is all-inclusive, but it also gives people a special sense of oppression. Although I don't understand the specific meaning, listening to your tone, I will definitely understand in the future, right? Shanks grinned suddenly, his innocent look like young Roger and the future King Luffy. By the way, after today, are you going to go to sea with me, Giotto? Ah! Seeing Shanks like this, Giotto couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Sure enough, it's still so naive. To be honest, you seem to be born with leadership skills, and can attract a lot of companions who really belong to you, right? I'll forget it. After all, I don't plan to be a pirate anymore. If you go to sea with Shanks, with your current abilities and the future that Shanks would have, you will be able to be the emperor of the four emperors. Normally speaking, this is actually a good choice. But this was not Giotto's choice. When he appeared in the world of pirates as a traverser, and the moment he appeared under the name and appearance of vongola Giotto, he already had his own goal. The so-called vongola Giotto is the name he has in this world today, but this name has another meaning. In another world, this name is called vongola I. It's just the current Giotto, although it can be said to be vongola I, but it's not exactly. Well, okay, I'll invite Buggy in a while, he should be with me. At that time, he will have to meet on the sea, Giotto. Shanks seems quite confident about inviting Buggy on board. Seeing his expression, Giotto didn't know who gave him the confidence. Didn't he find out that Buggy is the one who annoys him the most on the boat? Although in the eyes of Giotto and others, these two guys have a feeling of beating or cursing or loving. I wish you well. As for the future, I will talk about it later. However, if you need help, you can come to me at any time. Anyway, it's someone who came out of a boat. Finally. Giotto paused suddenly, then waved his hand and walked directly to the outside of the tavern to go and see the captain for the last time. Anyway, he has taken care of him a lot in the past few years. After speaking, Giotto walked directly in the direction of the execution table, counting the time, and it will start One Piece, the swan song of Gold Roger. Just after he left the tavern, a baby wearing a black suit and black jazz hat suddenly jumped off the roof of the tavern, landed directly on Giotto's shoulder, and sat down very naturally. Farewell to the previous friend is over. What are your plans, Giotto? The baby sat on Giotto's shoulder and said softly, did you arrange things for me in the future, Reborn? And, for some reason, I really want to do it. Giotto walked step by step in the direction of the execution platform, and at the same time his expression became a little firm. The opening of the era of the great pirates will indeed bring earth-shaking changes to the world, but for most people, the beginning of this era is painful and cruel. So at the beginning of the times, the first thing we need to do is to protect our homeland. Counting out, I haven't been back in years. Giotto just came into this world not on Roger's boat, but on a special island. For him, that island is in this world, like a home. The era of the great pirates can indeed be said to be magnificent, but for ordinary people, those who only know how to burn, kill, and pillage are a great disaster. Many heroes were born in this era, but it also gave birth to many tragedies that shouldn't have happened. For example, everything that Nami experienced when he was young is the product of evil born in this era of great pirates. Giotto is not a saint with the idea of saving the world, nor is he a pioneer who changes the world, nor is he a naive idiot like Juan Luffy. He doesn't object, but he doesn't approve of Roger's method of starting the era of the great pirate, so naturally he will not pursue Roger's footsteps. It doesn't matter how chaotic this era is, but it belongs to me, and I can't be messed up by those idiot pirates. As the voice fell, Giotto slowly raised his head, and there was also a crisp sound of footsteps in his ears. The legend on the sea, the One Piece Gold Roger, is stepping onto the execution stand. Asterisk a few years ago, Vongola Giotto boarded Roger's ship and became a trainee crew member of Roger One Piece, a young man like Shanks and Buggy. Originally born in New World, coupled with his own deliberate training from childhood, and talent beyond his imagination, Giotto itself has not weak strength. But what really allowed him to determine the strongest position among the trainees on the One Piece ship was the system he had when he traveled into this world. Even if you walk toward death step by step, you still look like a king? Probably, the only thing you can't let go of is your wife and children, Captain. Giotto looked at the walk towards the high platform, but still had a smile on his face. Roger couldn't help but speak. After real contact with Roger, he finally understood why top powerhouses such as Rayleigh and Jabba would be willing to pursue this somewhat stupid guy. There is indeed something different from ordinary people's courage and charm in Roger's body. With each step Roger walked on the steps leading up to the execution platform, his voice seemed to sound in everyone's heart. That was what he said to everyone during the last parting: "Who will inherit it from generation to generation, times change, people's dreams. As long as people continue to pursue the only answer, all this will never stop." Even though his hands have been bound by chains, even though Marine's high-end combat power is all around, and even the naval headquarters Marshal Kong is sitting in town, the soldier in charge of execution still oozes cold sweat when he sees Roger approaching step by step. A moment later, when he knelt on the execution platform, "Hey, One Piece!" At this moment, the crowd suddenly shouted, "Where did you hide the treasure you found? Is it in the Grand Line? Did you get it, the legendary big secret treasure? You fellow, silence me!" When the execution soldier heard this, his face changed in an instant. At this time, Kong, who was sitting here, also stood up abruptly, shouting loudly, "Leave the others alone, execute the torture immediately." The crowd didn't even pay attention to the soldier's shouts. His eyes were greedy, and he stared at Roger, who was about to be executed, the unique big secret treasure. One Piece. One Piece. The legendary treasure on the sea. No one knows exactly what it is, but everyone recognizes one thing, that is, those who get One Piece can get wealth, fame, and rights. Ha 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 ha. Roger directly ignored the two soldiers around him who were ready to execute his sentence. His unique smile appeared on his face. He slowly said the most famous words, "Want my treasure?" When Roger spoke, the two execution soldiers panicked instantly. "Don't speak without permission. Execute the torture immediately, don't you hear what the old man said?" Kong stood up abruptly at this moment, and his powerful aura broke out in an instant. Not only him, but Sengoku and others were extremely serious at this moment. They all had a foreboding, what exactly the surrendered One Piece wanted to do. Hearing Kong's yelling, the two execution soldiers immediately raised the sharp blades in their hands, and immediately stabbed Roger directly, but their movements failed to stop One Piece from speaking. "If you want, I can give it all to you. Go and find it. I put all the treasures there." The voice fell, and the sharp blade pierced his body. At this moment, the One Piece King Gold Roger ended his legendary life. However, he used the key to open the era of great pirates. Complete the novice mission and witness the opening of the Great Pirate Era. Give host vongola the Ring de Kine, unopened. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in Giotto's mind, and then, his left hand essentially showed a deadly orange flame, black and blue, with a silver rim, and a ring with the vongola family emblem engraved on the center. Along with this flame emerges. At the same time, the 6 colors of red, blue, purple, yellow, green and indigo flashed in his jacket pocket. As the flame on the ring dissipated, the light of the 6 rings in the pocket dimmed. At the next moment, a transparent panel appeared in front of Giotto. The strongest Mafia system host, vongola Giotto. Personal abilities: Flame of Death Dekon, Flame of Softness, Super Intuition, Elementary, Armament Haki, Elementary, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened. Personal equipment: vongola Ring Dairy, unopened, vongola Eye Gloves. First family, vongola family, 10% unlock, family member, Sunny Rainbow 7 Sons. Reborn. Main task: gather the 6 guardians to complete 0% completion of the creation of the vongola family. When the family unlock rate exceeds 50%, the system of the next Mafia family will be unlocked. And every time a part of the main task is completed, Giotto will be rewarded by the system, just like his current ability, and the Reborn who is next to him, are the gains from completing the 2 main tasks before. The first task he got was a crew member called One Piece, and the second main task was to witness the opening of the era of the Big Pirate. As for Conqueror's Haki and his current physical fitness, it is the return of years of training. After all, he is also a crew member of One Piece. Even if it is a trainee, Conqueror's Haki is still taught. When he was on the ship, the one who was in charge of teaching him Armed S*X and Observation Haki was also a legend on the sea, Pluton Rayleigh. It won't be long before everything that happens here will spread throughout the world, and the sea will be in chaos. Before the chaos of the new era reaches Saiken Island, we have to rush back first. Giotto turned around, his cloak moving with the wind. Although he was also a participant at this moment, he was completely different from everyone else. He didn't shed tears for Roger's death like Shanks and Buggy, nor was he excited about the coming age like Doflamingo and Moria. Compared with these people, he was extremely calm. It's affirmative to go back first, but Giotto, now New World is probably a mess. At that time, you'll have to face not only the pirates born because of the opening of the Great Pirate Era, but also the present just those guys who mingled in New World. Reborn's eyes became serious at this time, and he reminded him. Hearing this, Giotto sighed lightly, stepped directly on his own boat, and took out a permanent pointer from his arms. The direction indicated by this permanent pointer was his hometown, the New World. Saiken Island is an island in Daxia famous for its hot springs. 3 months later. Giotto slowly opened his eyes. During these 3 months, he and Reborn had been sailing except for the necessary food. Because of the opening of the Great Pirate Era, there were a lot of troubles along the way, and of course it was just trouble. Those ordinary little pirates could easily be solved. It can even be said that their appearance, in a sense, is to give resources to Giotto and Reborn sailing on the sea. Sailing to the present, Giotto has accumulated a fortune of 315 million on this simple boat, which was contributed to him by the pirates. I'm still homecoming, right? Reborn. Giotto made a rare joke and said to the baby in a suit lying flat beside him, blowing bubbles through his nose. It's not the time to talk about this, Giotto. Those guys, they are unkind. As soon as his nose burst, Reborn jumped directly onto Giotto's shoulder and pointed to the front of Saiken Island. There was a medium-sized pirate boat. A group of Jayaki zombie-like pirates were walking away from the homes of the people on Saiken Island, moving things. Moreover, the methods are quite rude, and it can be seen that many houses have been severely destroyed, and some people, probably because of resistance, have lost their lives. I will take care of these guys. Giotto furrowed his brows deeply, and the flames of death on his forehead instantly ignited, and the vongola eye gloves on his hands also ignited orange flames. When the flames were burning, his whole aura became completely different from before. The next moment, the flame jets on Giotto's hands, the whole person quickly flew towards the Saiken Island pier. Hey, you damn guys, stop me. On Saiken Island, a young man suddenly rushed out with a pistol. He stood in front of the pirates without fear, pointed at a guy who was looting with the muzzle, and stopped the opponent loudly. Ha, brat, who do you think that gun can scare you? Laozi doesn't know how many bullets he has suffered, but do you know what happened to the guys who left bullet holes in Laozi? The 5 big and 3 thick pirate tore off his shirt, and there were more than a dozen bullets on his body. Those guys were finally screwed off by Laozi, and Laozi's movements are very slow, so I can hear it clearly. To their wailing and begging for mercy. But your little head is a little troublesome, after all, with a little effort, it will fall off and roll under Laozi's feet, ha ha ha. Crazed laughter spread all around, and then continued to drag the stolen things back to the pirate boat. As for the red-haired young man holding the gun, oh, let him be bold, would he dare to shoot? These cowards, who can only be bullied, don't have the courage to shoot. Shot. Giotto didn't know when, he had already appeared behind the young man, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he watched the pirate slowly speak. Since I have the courage to stand up, why don't you dare to use what you have in your hand? Weapons, to protect your homeland? You have already taken the first step, why don't you go on? The young man trembled and turned his head slowly. The moment he saw Giotto, his eyes widened and his face was full of surprise and joy. Brother Giotto, boy, do you want to be nosy? The 5 big and 3 thick pirate turned around at once. Although Giotto's appearance surprised him, his eyes still had contempt, and he didn't mean to put it in his eyes. Giotto nodded to the young man, then walked 2 steps forward and stood in front of the pirate. There will indeed be many strong men worthy of attention in this era of great pirates, but you are not among them. Also, I don't like to be nosy, but Saiken Island is my hometown, even Whitebeard can't be presumptuous here. As a traverser, this is a place that can give him a sense of belonging. Therefore, no matter who it is, even Whitebeard, who is now recognized as the strongest in the sea, must not make trouble here. Ha ha ha, what are you idiot talking about? Whitebeard? Listen to the idiot, even if it's the One Piece Roger, Laozi doesn't take it seriously. Not only this pirate, but the other pirates are also laughing at it. Can't even Whitebeard be presumptuous here? If it was really Whitebeard, it would have wiped out the island with one punch, right? This aristocratic young man in front of him is somewhat problematic in his mind. Then, at this moment, everyone only saw the afterimage flashing by, and the palm of the burning flame of death suddenly grabbed the pirate's head, and, boom! With the powerful force, coupled with the impact of the flames of death, the pirate's head was directly hit on the ground. The ground was cracked because of this, and even the people around could feel the vibration at this moment. Everyone around, the pirates and the people of Saiken Island were stunned. They hadn't seen Giotto's movements just now, but they are very clear that this is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Brothers, kill him. Dare to provoke our skeleton pirates and take him away. Although they are a little frightened by Giotto's strength, after all, their skeleton pirates are crowded and powerful, and they can be courageous. In their opinion, even if Giotto has some strength, it can't match their so many people. But soon, they will know how wrong their actions are. In Jato's eyes, these pirates are not even capable of fighting. In New World, even Haki is a miscellaneous soldier, even if they are several times more, they can't pose any threat to him. The talents of the skeleton pirates rushed out a few steps. Jato waved his right hand burning with the flame of death, and the flames of the sky attribute instantly filled the surroundings. All the pirates approaching him were covered by the flames, and only one figure could be seen moving through the flames. In just a few breaths, dozens of pirates fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Jato raised his left hand to his chest and collected all the flames of death, and his eyes fell on the pirate ship not far away. "Are you planning to hide on the boat?" When the words fell, a burly man about 3 meters tall walked off the pirate ship step by step, holding a serrated knife made of bone in his left hand, with a cold smile on his face. His eyes were fixed on Jato, and he didn't look at his men all the way down, as if he didn't care about the life and death of these men. "Boy, you are good, do you want to be my subordinate?" The strong man stood not more than 10 meters away from Jato, grinning. The aura that radiated from his body was worlds apart from those pirates of miscellaneous soldiers. It was a creepy aura. This brawny man looked like a pirate who could mix in New World. "All of your subordinates have been dealt with by me. Under such circumstances, can you still accept me?" Jato's face was extremely calm, and his tone of voice was considered normal, but there was an unnoticeable sneer in the depths of his eyes. "Goo ha ha ha. It's just a bunch of rubbish that can be thrown away at any time. What's worth paying attention to? Only men with strong enough strength can really walk in the ocean, so, your value is more than the rubbish on the ground. Being tall together, of course I can accept a strong like you." The brawny man didn't even think about it, he just belittled his subordinates to nothing. When he heard these words, Jato frowned subconsciously. He hated such a guy very much. "Heh, is there rubbish all over the floor? Consider it according to your statement. What makes you think that you are not rubbish?" To that brawny man, the pirates on the ground are rubbish. For Jato, the guy in front of him who treats his companions as rubbish is inferior to rubbish. "Boy, it's better to be respectful when you talk to me. I'm the leader of the skeleton pirates, Lord Daimo, with a bounty of 57 million. And the rubbish you just knocked down, in essence it's completely different." Daimo let out a loud yell, and came out violently, holding a bone knife and slashing at Jato. The smile on his face also became more and more mad. This kind of battle made him extremely excited, and then in his expectation, the blood that would be sprayed everywhere was even more exciting. At the moment his bone knife fell, the afterimage left by Jato was directly cut away from it. That's right, the only thing that was cut off was the afterimage. A reward of 57 million? It seems that this bounty has nothing to do with your strength. The sound came from behind Daimo, and at that moment, Jato used the jet of death flame to move at high speed and appeared directly behind him. The next moment, his right hand clenched into a fist, and then quickly became pitch black, and the flames of death became extremely condensed. Dead armed bone break. The combination of the flame of death and armament haki, the power that erupted was quite terrifying. At that time, when he was on the Roger's ship, this move combined two powers to create the broken bones, which was taught to him by a senior on the ship. The skills taught by Douglas Bullet. Asterisk, and one of the reasons why he has this title is that he merged his ghost energy with haki, and his speed and power have been greatly improved, just like a devil from hell. Based on this technique of fusion of ghost and haki, when he was on the ship, he instructed Jato to combine death with haki to create a death weapon. "What?" A harsh scream came from Daimo, and the scream only lasted less than 2 seconds. The back of his head was severely damaged by Jato's punch, and it was directly broken. It can be clearly seen with the naked eye that his head has been deformed obviously. The body of about 3 meters fell straight forward, and his pale eyes were still unbelievable. "I can be regarded as a pirate who has been in the sea for a while, but was knocked down by a young man easily." Everything happened so fast that even the people around did not react. After Daimo bone knife fell, all the people cheered with excitement. "Jato, your kid is amazing. It was really timely to come back, Jato." Among them are some people who have known Jato before. After all, Jato grew up on the island of Sikan. It was only a few years ago that he left his hometown and sailed on the sea because of the arrival of the Roger pirates. So he hasn't left for a long time. Of course, the people of Sikan didn't forget him. After all, when he was on Sikan before, Jato was very conspicuous. Not only his golden orange hair, but also the unsurprising way he grew up, and persistence impressed the people of Sikan. Many people may not know that his name is Jato, but when it comes to the blonde boy who often exercises by the sea, more than 60% of the residents of Sikan Island will suddenly realize, "Oh, it turned out to be that kid." Issues such as sigh. "Brother Jato, I'm sorry, The young man who had stood up before quickly ran to Jato's side, his face down with his head down. His face was very ugly, with unwillingness and guilt on him. Although he stood up just now, he didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. The flames of death on Jato's body at this moment have all been put away, and his expression has become gentle. "Crowley, it's good to be able to take the first step, and in the situation just now, if you shoot rashly, it will cause more trouble. Hearing that, Crowley was taken aback, and then nodded fiercely. He is only 2 years younger than Giotto and has been training with Giotto since he was a child, but he didn't have the opportunity to board the Shanghai pirate ship. I see. By the way, brother Giotto, how long can I stay here this time? If I go to sea then, can you take me with you? Crowley spoke expectantly. To be honest, he also wants to be like Giotto, with enough strength to protect his hometown. The scenes of pirates raging in their homeland, he never wanted to see again in his life, especially after seeing the helpless appearance. It made him feel abhorrent to his powerless self. I don't plan to go to sea anymore. Giotto smiled, then patted Crowley on the shoulder, and said slowly, my things and my companions are in the boat over there. If I remember correctly, your sailing skills are very good, right? Crowley was sluggish for a few seconds, and then his expression immediately became excited. I see. After answering one sentence, he jumped directly into the sea, and then quickly swam towards the boat where Reborn was. Seeing his reaction like this, Giotto couldn't help covering his forehead. He was planning to ask Crowley to help sail the boat, but who would have thought that this kid would jump into the sea and swim directly? Although the distance is indeed not far, this behavior is more or less ill. Saikin Island. The island famous for its hot springs is also one of the New World EED point magma reservoirs. It is rumored that there are 3 EED points in New World. If all are destroyed, then the entire New World will be destroyed. Under the operation of the world government, everyone except the high-level government and Marine thought that EED point was just a legend that lied to children, but Giotto knew that EED point was real. But this is not what he needs to care about now. Anyway, for now, no one will go to EED point's idea. But this aspect needs to be paid attention to. After all, this is his hometown for Giotto. After Crowley brought back the things on the boat and Reborn, Giotto directly used Bailey to buy a large villa near the volcano on Saikin Island. This will be his home and the starting point of a family. Brother Giotto, I brought everyone here. At this moment, Crowley came here with a dozen young people who were about the same age. These young people were gathered on Saikin Island. Those who wanted to protect the island with their own strength. People. The era of the great pirate has begun. Now it is time for him to return to Saikin Island to start his own business, which is the task given to him by the system. The first step is to create the vongola family. In the earliest days of the vongola family, it was a self-police group to protect the local residents. So after Giotto bought the big villa, he asked Crowley to gather some people who wanted to take up arms and protect Saikin in this chaotic era. Young people. Seeing these young people, Giotto stood up slowly, his eyes swept over everyone. I think on the way here, Crowley has told you what we are going to do when we are together. Everyone knows what happened before, but at that time there was no one who stood up and resisted. If this continues in this day and age, Saikin Island can only be a mermaid, and I don't want to see such a thing happen. And if we want to put an end to such things, there is only one way we can go, and that is to become strong enough ourselves. One of the young people stared at Giotto, and suddenly asked, then Giotto, are we pirates when we gather together? The sea is either a marine or a pirate. Hearing this question, Giotto shook his head and said, no, we are very different from the pirates. If we have to say, we should probably be regarded as a special mafia. If you are willing to join, then stay here. If you don't, it's okay to be willing, just turn around and leave. After a while, none of the young people, including Crowley, left, and they didn't know if they had thought of the skeleton pirates before, and their eyes became more determined. Seeing such a scene, Giotto also showed a smile of relief on his face. Very good, so from now on, the vongola family is established. Asterisk main task, create the vongola family, increase the completion rate, the current completion rate is 5%. Unlock the family member, Fran. Hint, the unlocked family members will appear by host within 3 months. The establishment of the vongola family has improved the completion of the main mission, and also unlocked a family member. This is of great help to the current Giotto, except for another mission, which is the extremely 6 Guardians. The mission did not make any progress. And this time the unlocked family member Fran, Giotto is influential. Fran is the Fog Guardian of Vongola's strongest assassination unit and the apprentice of 6 Paths. He is very good at illusion and possesses a Ring of Hell. In terms of strength alone, the Ring of Hell is not much weaker than the Ring of Vongola. It's just that the Ring of Hell used the contract with the user to enhance the user's strength before the Death Flames were discovered. Those who use the Ring of Hell will greatly increase their combat effectiveness, but they must use their own spirit as a contract. The user may also change from a good-natured person to a vicious dictator. In other words, only people with strong enough mental power can fully manipulate the power of the Ring of Hell. And Fran, as one of the top illusionists, he does have the powerful mental power of the Master Hell Ring. In summary, in terms of combat effectiveness, Fran is at least equivalent to Marine Vice Admiral in the world of pirates, but it is not clear whether Giotto can reach the level of Vice Admiral in the headquarters. But anyway, with Fran's help, Saikin Island will be safer. Nowadays, the Vongola family's available combat power, apart from Giotto himself, is only Reborn. One more Frank is very important. After all, the location of Saiken Island is New World, and in the future, it will inevitably experience a lot of turbulence. Now, Giotto. Suddenly, Reborn walked over with a smile, his gaze swept over Crowley and others, then turned to look at Giotto, and said softly, "These are all young people in the family? Leave the training to me. Come in charge, what do you think, boss? Since you have all taken the initiative, of course there is no problem." "Oh, Master Reborn, please teach us well." Crowley's eyes were firm and he let out a roar full of passion. At this time, he estimated that he would never be able to think about their miserable appearance a few months later, and the psychological shadow of not wanting to receive Reborn training again. Of course, the later facts will prove that Reborn is indeed the strongest tutor, and the person trained by him will not be weaker no matter how weak it is. With Reborn in charge of training young people who joined the family, Giotto instantly felt that he didn't have much to do. The only thing that bothered him a bit was the family's financial issues. "Although I brought a lot of Pele when I returned to Saiken Island, there will be more and more family members in the future, and the expenses will naturally increase." The vongola family he established exists as a mafia, but he does not intend to collect protection fees from the people of Saiken Island. After all, this is his hometown. Regarding the wealth income such as protection fees, it will wait until the territory of the vongola family expands. "I'll talk about it later." After considering various circumstances, Giotto made a decision. For now, the best way to collect funds is to rob. Of course, it wasn't the stupid thing of robbing the house, but against the pirates who are now rioting in the New World. After making this decision, Giotto went to sea alone, handing over the family matters and the safety of Saiken Island to Reborn and Crowley, who was undergoing training. In fact, there is Reborn, and ordinary pirates don't want to do things on Saiken Island. On the sea of New World, a single-man boat is sailing slowly. The flag hung on the ship is not the flag of world government and marine, nor is it the skull and crossbones flag used by pirates. It is a very special pattern, with two spears crossing each other, and in the center is a shield and a bullet. This is the badge of the vongola family group. The reason why Giotto chose to make this badge into a flag to hang on the ship was mainly considering that improving the family's reputation should also help increase the completion of the main task. But now Giotto is alone on the boat, his face is obviously depressed. By the way, are these pirates so poor? It's been 2 months, and it can be considered that they have robbed 5 or 6 pirate groups, and they have just made up 100 million Baileys? On the way back to Saiken Island, he managed to solve a few pirate groups and got more than 300 million Baileys. Now he can put down his figure and make a special trip to rob the pirates. It took 2 months, and he was exhausted. Barely enough to make up 100 million Baileys. When this continues, when will he be the leader? Of course, there are hundreds of millions of Baileys in exchange for the heads of these pirates. It's just that the marine branch of New World is just like a joke in this chaotic era. Except for the G1 branch at the entrance of New World, there is only one G5 branch left, and the distance is quite far. Generally, New World bounty hunters want to exchange bounty. The most direct way is to find some middlemen in the dark world. This process will be charged a large fee, but this is already the best choice for bounty hunters. Therefore, Giotto, who is forced by life, now has 5 or 6 heads with high rewards in completely sealed boxes on the ship. Just when Giotto sighed and was about to continue looking for the next target, a pirate ship suddenly appeared in front of him and approached his location. Looking at the pirate flag hanging on it, Giotto took out a note and began to search for information about the pirate group. After confirming that the other party belonged to that kind of evildoer, there was also a smile on his face. In this way, there is no need to go everywhere to find the next target. I just hope that this pirate group can give his family more development and provide some help. Blue brew, blue brew. Just as Giotto was about to do it, the phone worm he had placed on the boat rang suddenly. Who will look for me at this time? Reborn? Giotto froze for a moment, then picked up the phone worm. Immediately afterwards, the phone worm turned into blonde hair and a rough face, and at this time, a familiar voice sounded. He, my disciple, you shouldn't be weak now, right? The moment Giotto heard this sound, his brows frowned. First of all, I am not your disciple. You have only taught me the technique of combining 2 powers. Secondly, what do you care about my weakness and strength? Douglas Bullet. Asterisk. Descendants of the devil, the successor of the ghost. The strength of this guy is so powerful that even the companions of the Roger pirate group call him a monster. Even the deputy captain Pluton Rayleigh can only tie him. But later, Bullet was greatly impacted when he learned that Roger was terminally ill, because he knew Roger's death date and worried that he would defeat Roger and become the world's strongest vow that could not be fulfilled. This made him feel very anxious, and it was this anxiety that gave Bullet all kinds of confusion, and gradually developed a consciousness of, you must protect your companions. Because of this feeling, his battles were not decisive enough at the beginning, which caused him think of yourself as weak. At the same time, Bullet also began to doubt Roger's strength. After failing to challenge Roger for the last time, he withdrew from the pirates and became famous as a newcomer. At that time, there was one thing that made Giotto feel very incomprehensible. It was Bullet, who was clearly able to fight Rayleigh. After leaving the Roger pirates and encountering the young crocodile, the battle between the two turned out to be undivided. Victory? If the battle was not over at all, Giotto can still understand it, but if the two are quite capable of winning or losing, could it be that Crocodile is a hidden boss? Or is Bullet going back more and more alive? The guy who can compete with Bullet will not even know Haki in the future, but he can still be defeated by the newly debuted King Luffy? Having said that, from the time Roger was executed, Bullet has been upset on the ocean, and wherever he went, there was almost no grass. I don't know how many people want to eat their meat, drink their blood, and sleep with their skin. In such a time period, he suddenly contacted himself. Giotto guessed there would be nothing good. Haha, at that time, on the boat, your kid was the most powerful one among the others. That kind of special power is called Death Spirit, right? Compared with my Ghost Spirit, it's not weak. Speak straight, Bullet, what can you do with me? Giotto turned his head to look at the pirate group getting closer and closer, and frowned and said with a deep voice. He didn't care about the pirate group that was close. After all, he was not a powerful guy, but the guy on the other end of the phone had to frown. Hunting other pirates in the sea, you boy is very short of money right now? Laozi has a lot of useless treasures, and it's about 1 billion Baileys. So, make a deal, Giotto. The seductive voice of Bullet came. He did collect a lot of wealth. After all, he killed many pirates and marines during this period, and also destroyed some islands. It is not a strange thing to have 1 billion Baileys. Let's talk about your deal later, I have to solve the immediate trouble first. Giotto put the phone worm down slowly. The pirate ship was less than 10 meters away from him, and he could clearly hear the conversation and grinning of the pirate ship at this moment. Trouble? Bullet asked subconsciously. It's just a group of idiots who have never seen the world before, and it will be resolved soon. You don't even have this patience, do you? The moment the voice fell, the flame of death on Giotto's forehead was directly ignited, and the aura of the whole person changed accordingly. Observation Haki also covered the surroundings in an instant, plus the super straight feeling unique to the vongola bloodline. Dedu couldn't escape his perception. With the help of the flame on his hands, he disappeared from his boat in the blink of an eye. Ha! Captain, that guy just disappeared. On the pirate boat, the pirate who was gearing up just now was suddenly surprised. He rubbed his eyes and looked forward carefully to confirm that the boat in front of him was empty. You are looking in the wrong direction. Suddenly, Giotto appeared behind the pirate without warning, and then blasted forward with a punch. Boom! After a loud noise, the pirate was blasted out directly, smashing a human-shaped hollow out of the bow of the pirate ship. Damn, when did this guy show up? Orange Flame? Devil Fruit's capable person. The other pirates on the pirate ship were all focused on Giotto at the moment, but they were not in Giotto's eyes, so the ordinary pirates everywhere in the New World did not have the strength to pose a threat to him. Whole guy, shoot Lao Z's crew, do you think about how to die? A guy who was obviously the captain of the pirate group, with a huge warhammer in his hand, stepped towards Giotto. Sorry. Giotto sighed. Ha ha ha, Lao Z won't forgive you for confessing it this time. The pirate captain thought that Giotto was scared by himself and confessed, so he laughed very wildly. Hearing this, Giotto was stunned for a moment. I don't have time to play with you. If you leave Bullet aside for a long time, he might do something that I think is extremely troublesome. The sentence he was sorry just meant to express that he had no time to waste, but depending on the situation, the other party should have misunderstood what he meant. If it's normal, he doesn't mind solving these pirates slowly, anyway, he's not in a hurry. But now it's different. Bullet didn't hang up the phone worm. If he kept the lunatic aside, he wouldn't know what crazy things the lunatic would do. Although there is a bit of friendship between himself and Bullet, this does not rule out the possibility that Bullet will suddenly be angry and attack Seekin Island. Because of this, Giotto didn't have any thoughts of keeping his hands. The moment the voice fell, the flames of death on his hands exploded like crazy, so fast that they could not be caught by the naked eye. For a few breaths, apart from Giotto himself, only the pirate captain remained on the ship. Guru. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the throat of the pirate captain slid, his eyes were full of terror, and his face was full of disbelief. What happened just now? Why did all his crew fall down? What kind of monster is this guy with his hands and forehead burning with orange flames? Before he stabilized his emotions, Giotto's hand was placed on his shoulder. Your pirate career is over, a breakthrough of lifelessness. Ultimate's cold air completely froze the pirate captain, and his vitality would only dissipate over time in this ice. Hey, is it solved? Bullet's impatient voice came from the phone worm. Tell me your deal, Bullet. Giotto returned to his boat, picked up the phone again, and spoke slowly. It's very simple. I heard that Marine is building a branch called G5 in New World. New World is not where they can take charge. The corners of Douglas Bullet's mouth rose, and the eyes flashed with a light called madness. Come with me to destroy that place. As for the reward, it is the 1 billion Baileys in my hand. It should be of great help to you. 1 billion Baileys is indeed a great help to the development of the vongola family. After all, the vongola family group is in its infancy, and many places need to spend money. Before they develop their own business and form a fixed capital income, they don't know how much money they need to spend. But join Bullet to attack the G5 branch that Marine is building. To be honest, Giotto didn't want to get involved with this. After all, he knew that Bullet would be raging on the sea this year. Whether it was a pirate or Marine, he would provoke him all the time until he forced Marine to use Buster Call. Go against him. If he has something to do with Bullet now, he is not sure that Marine will list himself as a key focus in the future. Why? Don't you guys want to go with me? Don't forget Giotto, you owe me a favor, don't you plan to pay it back? When Giotto was silent, Bullet continued to speak. And when he heard this, Giotto's face also changed. He did owe him a favor. That was when he was still in the Roger Pirates. Because of an encounter with Marine, his strength has not really grown. He almost became a prisoner of Marine. At an important juncture, it was Bullet who broke into the siege alone and saved himself. This is a life-saving grace. Favorites plus 1 billion Baileys. Relative to this time I will try my best, and I will definitely not let you down. How about it? After thinking for a long time, Giotto made the decision. 1 billion Baileys can be ignored, but since the other party mentioned this favor, he has to pay it back. As for what Marine thinks about the relationship between himself and Bullet, please do as they please. Although Giotto is afraid of Marine, he will not be afraid of it if the critical moment is reached. That's it. Your boy's favor is not worth it anyway. Let's meet at the Marine G5 branch in a month, and hope that, as you said, your current strength will not let me down. After saying this, Bullet directly hung up the phone. He himself is not a person who likes nonsense. As long as he is sure that Giotto has agreed to his transaction, that is enough. At this time, Giotto put down the phone worm in his hand, and his expression was a little dignified. Marine was building the G5 branch in New World. He didn't think that G5 would be the gangsters and wastes in the future during this time period. In this chaotic new world, if you want to deter the surrounding pirates, and then build a Marine branch on a large scale, it will take a long time for the strong to be in charge. For today's new world, the general headquarters of Vice Admiral cannot deter the big pirates, so either the G5 branch under construction has Marine Admiral in charge, or the 3 in Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral. The guy called the monster. Based on the analysis of the situation, Giotto feels that it is unlikely that Admiral will be in charge. Because the current Marine 3 Admiral did not collect, only the resourceful General Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr 2 people. After all, the Marine hero directly refused to be promoted to Admiral. Among these 2 Admiral, the resourceful General Sengoku was mainly responsible for things related to the Whitebeard pirates. As for the Black Arm Zephyr, because his family was killed by a pirate, he began to hate the pirate and offered to resign, but he was retained by his boss, and he still had expectations of Marine. Therefore, although Zephyr retains the rank of Admiral, he has already been transferred to Instructor and is unlikely to appear in the G5 branch. In other words, this time it is basically certain that the people guarding the G5 branch should be the 3 Marines called monsters. 2 of them are Vice Admiral and the other is Rear Admiral, but whether 1 or 2 of them, or all 3 are there, is uncertain. A month later? Although it is a very troublesome thing, but taking advantage of this opportunity, it also happened to really test my current strength and fight against the future Marine Admiral. I have to say that I still have some expectations. After Giotto moved all the financial reports on the pirate ship to his own boat, he sailed directly towards the range that Bullet told him. During this time, he didn't plan to continue to find the pirates to rob him. Take a good rest and prepare. Let's fight a month later. At the same time, vongola Villa, Seacon Island. Reborn was sitting on a soft cushion, holding a few photos in his hands, and watching with interest. Do you stretch out your hands and feet to Seacon Island so soon? It seems that the world government will not give up on the Rogers ship. The crew, especially the boss in New World. In the photos in his hands, everyone is a guy in a black suit, and that kind of behavior and look are not something ordinary people can do. As a top killer, Reborn can clearly see from the body movements of these people standing and walking. These people are always on guard at all times, and they are in a natural appearance, not being discovered by others. To be alert to everything around you. The person who can make this kind of action is either a killer or an agent. Obviously, if the killer is not necessary, they will not appear on Seacon Island. Even if they do, they will not stay for a long time. They will only use the fastest and safest method to solve the target and leave. Therefore, these guys wearing black suits on Seacon Island must be agents of the world government and members of the CP, but that's not bad, it just happens to set an exam for Crowley and the others. Reborn played with his sideburns and smiled at the corners of his mouth. It's so decided. As the first member of the vongola family, I have to grow up quickly. Thinking of this, he jumped up directly, and then went to the training room to find Crowley and others. For him, those world government agents who came to Seacon Island did not pose any threat, and he could easily eliminate those agents if he wanted to. It is precisely because of such strength and self-confidence that he is qualified to use these agents to test his students. But at this moment, Crowley and others, who were working hard to complete the training goal set by Reborn in the training room, suddenly felt a chill. New World, Marine G5 branch. In the future, this place will become the branch of Marine in New World just like the G1 branch, but now, the construction of this place has just begun. On the beach of this island, a guy with a bowler hat, a monochrome suit, a coat of justice, and a newspaper with coffee beside him, said slowly, "No need to be so serious, Sakazuki. Me. I don't think someone will come to do things at this time. Ordinary pirates don't have such courage. This is the New World. Don't take it lightly at any time. Even if ordinary pirates don't have the guts, don't forget Polusalino. Monsters like Whitebeard can exist in this sea. Sakazuki always has a straight face. What he insists on is absolute justice, will not let any pirates off, and will not relax his vigilance at any time. Even if this is exactly the same as Polusalino said, no pirate would dare to approach, but he will do his duty faithfully and concentrate on doing what he should do. For example, monitoring the movement on the surrounding sea." Regarding Sakazuki's words, Kizaru felt disapproved for a while, and there are pirates like Whitebeard in this sea area. Ha ha. If it was the Whitebeard pirates who came, only the few of us were able to fight before there would be ghosts. Anyway, if Whitebeard came, I would definitely become light without saying a word, and then run as fast as you can. Sakazuki Vice Admiral. A pirate ship was found on the sea, and it quickly approached us. Suddenly, a marine soldier ran over quickly, and after a military salute, the information was revealed. Hearing that, the expressions of Sakazuki and Polusalino were one-sided. Sakazuki's eyes were filled with anger, and Polusalino obviously couldn't believe that there were stupid pirates who really dared to come and they were building. The G5 branch is doing things. Wait a moment. Isn't it Whitebeard that the lava idiot said? Should I prepare to escape? Assemble the army, force them to land, and be prepared to annihilate all the pirates approaching. Sakazuki doesn't think so much. For him, as long as he is sure that the other party is a pirate, there is only one choice for so long, which is to get rid of those stupid guys. As for grabbing it and sending it to impel down, haha, this kind of heinous guy who clearly came to attack the Marine branch is not qualified to enter impel down at all. It is the best redemption for their crimes to go to nothing in the lava. Polusalino didn't call it that way. He waved to the Marine soldier who had just come to report, and then asked, "Brother, do you see clearly what pirate is here?" Returned to Polusalino Vice Admiral, "The other party does not have an obvious pirate banner, and the distance is a little far away. There is no way to tell where it came from." Put down the newspaper in his hand, then stood up and walked in a specific direction. "Let's go and see. I also want to know what kind of brave guy will be at this time, dare to come to G5 to find something. Just make sure it's not Whitebeard." In this era, Roger has been executed by their marines, and Golden Lion has also been imprisoned in Impel Down. There were 3 great pirates, but now only one Whitebeard is still active in the sea. Because of this, in the eyes of many people, Whitebeard is now the owner of New World, and no one can provoke it. However, in addition to Whitebeard, although there are some small famous pirates, but it is not enough to let Polusalino, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, escape. Boom! Just when Polusalino was about to follow the marine soldier to see what happened, a terrifying wave of air surged, and in a flash, it madly impacted all the lives on this island. The marine soldier who was about to lead the way, under the impact of the air wave, his eyes whitened and fell to the ground, losing meaning. Ah, what a terrible conqueror's haki! It looks like an amazing character has arrived. His eyes were taken aback, and his expression became solemn, and he was able to release such a terrifying conqueror's haki. He is by no means an unfamiliar little person in this sea. After all, not many people can do such a thing. Boom, boom, boom. Successive explosions resounded throughout the island. Bullet, who is tall and strong, with long blonde hair and wearing a military uniform, is almost pressing Sakazuki in the fight. As the descendant of the devil who can tie Pluton Rayleigh to Pluton Rayleigh, the young Sakazuki can support under his attack, which is already very good. Damn it! Bullet, how dare you challenge Marine? Sakazuki blocked Bullet's heavy attack with a punch. Although he is still young now, he is the future Admiral Akainu after all. Even Bullet cannot easily defeat him. Logia Lava Fruit is also a very powerful and dangerous force. Even if armament haki is used, it is not good to withstand the terrible high-temperature erosion. Marine? Ha 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 ha. Bullet's attack was like a squally storm, without stopping for a moment. Sengoku, Garp, and Kong are the Marines in my eyes. As for you, you are just a puppy who is about to be killed by me. He didn't put Sakazuki in his eyes at all. A young Marine Vice Admiral, even if he ate Logia's devil fruit, couldn't match him. It's terrible, Bullet of the devil. But the G5 branch is not a place where you can go wild. The golden light flashed, and Polusalino appeared directly in the air. He stretched out his index finger to aim at the position of Bullet, his fingertips dazzling light laser. When the voice fell, the beam of light flew out instantly. However, Bullet didn't care about this attack at all at this time. He focused on his own battle and continued to suppress Sakazuki. The reason for this is that in addition to his absolute confidence in his own strength, it is also because this time, another person has come to Marine's G5 branch. Boom! The light beam only shot out about half of the distance, and it exploded directly in the air. Polosolino was slightly confused. I heard that the descendants of the devil are generally alone, so who are you? As the light gradually dissipated, another figure appeared in the sky, with orange flames burning on his hands and forehead. There is no doubt that only Giotto has this characteristic. The reason why the beam exploded when it was halfway out was because he directly blocked the laser beam with one hand. Can I choose not to say it? I only come here for some special reasons, so as long as you don't take action, I can't help Bullet. After all, to stop you, it should be considered as fulfilling what I promised. Giotto's face was calm, but looking at the other person's appearance, it seemed that he didn't intend to let him just fool around like this. Polosolino at this time is still working hard to get promoted, probably. Thanks. Lao Z is getting old. Shura, Virgil 0 monthly pass asterisk. New World Marine Branch G5, the ordinary Marine soldiers have basically all fainted. Bullet's Conqueror's haki is not a joke. These miscellaneous soldiers have no right to resist at all. And those general-level Marines who kept their luck could hardly intervene in the two battles in front of them. The battle between Sakazuki and Bullet has broken the ground. What's more terrifying is that there are almost no wounds on Bullet's body. His powerful body and the armament haki all over his body have made Sakazuki, the marine monster, a little bit in his heart. Powerlessness. But even if he is a little weak, he will not give up at all. His eyes are burning with a strong killing intent. Maybe he doesn't know what fear is when facing the evil pirate in his eyes. Bullet! A frantic roar burst out of Sakazuki's mouth. He forcibly withstood Bullet's fist. He was knocked back for only half a step and his whole body began to move forward. At this time, his right hand had completely turned into magma. Dark Hound. The lava arm was stretched out quickly to approach Bullet. This is one of his tricks to press the bottom of the box. In the future, as Admiral, he will use this trick to knock Whitebeard off half of his face. It is a pity that he is still young now, and neither his strength nor his experience can reach the level of the war era. Bullet grinned and his expression became more and more ferocious. Just as Dark Hound rushed towards him, he simply raised his hand, and armament haki quickly emerged, just like this, grabbing Sakazuki's fist. Marine monster? Ha ha ha, good skills. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Bullet pulled Sakazuki in front of him with his force, staring at the opponent like a devil. Your consciousness is enough, but the strength is not enough, and it is far behind the uncle of Rayleigh. What? As soon as the voice fell, his body quickly turned dark blue, and an extremely powerful aura soared into the sky, setting off waves of aura sweeping in all directions. Until just now, he hadn't used his true power. Now, the descendants of the devil are beginning to show off their tip of the iceberg. Devil form. Combining his ghost energy with haki greatly improves speed and power. In this form, Bullet is like a devil from hell. Without using the integral fruit ability, this is his most powerful form. It's terrible. Bullet. Porosalino also felt the extremely skyrocketing breath of Bullet, and couldn't help but let out a surprise. This is not the kind of joke, but really surprised the terrifying power of Bullet even compared to Admiral. I guess there is nothing wrong with it, right? When you fight with me, you get distracted, but it will cause problems. Relying on the propelling force of the Flame of Death, Giotto's speed is also quite fast. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction of the other party, his whole person is quickly approaching Kizaru, and the distance between the two people is less than 1 meter. Death-armed broken bones. Bullet has the power to fuse Devil May Cry and haki, and Giotto, under his guidance, learned the trick to fuse death with haki. And at this time, Polosolino had no time to dodge. He could only react instinctively with his body, cross his hands in front of him, and then use armament haki to block the punch. However, he was not a good student when he was in school. He concentrated on honing his fruit ability. The Marine 6 styles Zephyr taught him at the time, and the armed and knowledgeable haki, he did not have much high attainments. This can be regarded as one of his weaknesses. Boom! A muffled sound erupted in the air, and then a figure that turned into a beam of light fell violently and smashed into the ground. At this moment, a light flashed in Giotto's eyes, and without any warning, his body quickly leaned a little to the right. At the same time he made this action, a laser shot directly passed through the position where his left shoulder was just now, and then flew towards the sky. It seems that you are not a simple opponent, so you can avoid it. Observation haki seems quite accomplished. When the dust cleared, Kizaru still kept raising his right hand. He just wanted to take advantage of the fact that the opponent couldn't see him, and at the same time, he attacked carelessly at the moment after the attack was successful, but he didn't expect that even then the opponent would easily avoid it. In fact, this kind of evasion is impossible with Giotto's observation haki alone, but as a vongola, he also has a superintuitive sense. The so-called superintuition is vongola's unique ability to see the truth of things. Extraordinary intuition, able to judge the authenticity of things, able to expose the disguise of the enemy, detect the malice of others, and also be able to decipher the illusions of the illusionist. In battle, you can even react instinctively and take the most ideal action. He just relied on his super intuition to evade the other party's laser attack. Giotto didn't talk to him at this time. He turned his head and said directly to Bullet, "Bullet, do you need so long to deal with a vice admiral?" He doesn't want to delay time here. After all, this is the Marine branch. He accompanied Bullet to make a big fuss because of that favor. More importantly, just now, there was a sense of danger in his heart. This feeling will not be faked. Unless there is a problem with his super intuition, something troublesome will surely be coming. He, what are you afraid of? Giotto. Bullet laughed and punched Sakazuki frantically. If he said that the opponent still had the power to parry just now, then after he entered the devil form, he had completely suppressed the opponent. If it weren't for the power of the lava fruit, Sakazuki would have been cold. Now, even if he is still in front of Bullet, he will be embarrassed countless times in comparison. Bullet, don't you want to put justice to shame? Sakazuki panted heavily, completely ignoring that he was covered in blood, and pounced like a mad dog at Bullet. Great Eruption. The two of them were fighting in close hands, and using the Great Eruption frontal attack at such a distance, he believed that even with Bullet, there was no way to fully defend it. At the same time, a warship on the sea is approaching the G5 branch at the fastest speed, and on that ship is a marine wearing an admiral coat. The whole army. Bullet must be arrested this time, do you understand? Yes, Sengoku Admiral, *. Because Giotto is in the air, his field of vision is wider than that of Bullet, and his observation haki is also good, so he has discovered the marine warship that is not far from the G5 branch at this moment, and he clearly knows that it is above. That guy is Admiral of Headquarters, Sengoku of Buddha. He hadn't expected that the resourceful general, who should stay at Naval Headquarters, would appear here. Bullet. Marine Admiral is here, do you want to continue? At this time, Giotto frowned, and he sighed in his heart. It is not easy to pay for a bad favor, and it is not easy to make a billion Pele. The Sengoku guy? Finally, a suitable opponent came. How could he lead like this? Even if Garp came, I have to destroy this branch today. I want to be called the strongest in the world. How could I shrink because of a Marine Admiral? Hearing that Sengoku was coming, Bullet, instead of leaving the intention to leave, became even more excited and crazy. These two rubbish Vice Admiral will be handed over to you. Don't think that my favor is so good, let alone there are 10. You Bailey's compensation. I remember you said before, will you not disappoint me, will you? Giotto. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, he punched Sakazuki directly back, then turned around and rushed out in the direction of Sengoku Admiral like a cannonball. After Roger's death, Bullet was completely crazy. Unless he was completely defeated, no one could stop him from rioting. Call. Taking a sigh of relief, Giotto is somewhat helpless. I will never agree to your deal again in the future. The price of these two monsters, Vice Admiral, is far more than 1 billion. Indeed, if Sakazuki and Polusolino are pirates, the sum of their bounties is definitely more than 1 billion. Even if they have not fully grown up yet, they can reach this level. After all, how to be a top Logia fruit ability person? If they are defeated so easily, then in the future, they will not be called Admiral of Headquarters. But then again, take the manpower short. Even if you don't want to continue entangled with Marine here, Giotto must abide by the previous agreement and promise. Then your opponent will be me next, 2 Vice Admiral. Giotto slowly fell from the air and stood 10 meters away from Sakazuki. The flame of death was almost exploded by him. After all, he is not the reckless Bullet, facing 2 monsters. Vice Admiral, no matter what, will not be taken lightly. Speaking of brother, I just heard that your deal with Bullet is 1 billion Baileys, right? If you help us catch him at this time, the bounty one will not be less than this. Polusolino fell by Sakazuki's side, and then thought of the dialogue between the other two, and started to induce. How about it? Do you want to think about it? I can vouch for your innocence. Stop talking nonsense, Polusolino. Before Giotto could say anything, Sakazuki stood up and shouted angrily, how can you let such a heinous be ********* D pirate help? Your behavior just now tarnished justice. Look, your partner has already rejected this possibility, and for vongola, kindness is also a very important kind of persistence, so I will not betray my promise. Of course, if you don't want to fight, you can just stand where you are, and I won't. Shut up your stinky mouth, pirate. Akaina's arm melted directly, and the front end turned into a hideous dog's head, which quickly stretched out to bite Giotto. Dog bite Gurren. In that case, I'd better ask you to leave the game first. Bhe Kaien Guyu. At the same time, Polusolino didn't have any hesitation. After the photon flew into the air, his hands crossed in a special movement, and countless dazzling light bullets fell to the ground like rain. The attack jointly launched by these two men must be taken seriously even for the top pirates in the sea. Giotto, of course, is no exception. Facing the attack from both the sky and the ground quickly approached, the flames of death in his hands suddenly disappeared, and a breath of ultimate coldness spread from his body. Relying on the super intuition to judge the location of the opponent's attack, and the simple movement of his footsteps, it happened to avoid the light bullets falling from the sky. As for the dog-biting Gurren, he passed by. All the movements are so smooth that people can't find any flaws in them. In the rain of light, Giotto dodges ghostly, and at the same time backhanded the dog-biting Gurren who was passing by. You know, this move is Sakazuki extending his arm and launching it. S attack. To clasp the dog's head is no different from grabbing his fist. Breakthrough at 0 point of death. A flat voice came from Giotto's mouth, and the cold air transformed into death air spread crazily at this moment, and layers of ice followed the dog-biting red lotus and quickly covered the hot magma, which is Sakazuki's body. How is this possible? Isn't the frozen fruit capable person Kyuzen? My lava can't melt the ice. You guy, what kind of monster is it? Unparalleled anger, deafening roar. At that moment, his entire right arm was completely frozen. If you know that his arm is lava, something that even Kyuzen can't do is easy for this guy in front of him. Moreover, no matter how he tries, he can't melt this damn ice. After all, the ice formed by the breakthrough of Death Chi 0 point cannot be melted by ordinary forces. In the world of family education, only the fire of Death Chi can melt such ice. And now in this world, apart from the death fire belonging to vongola, only Haki can melt this frost. It's just that the current Sakazuki is not the future Akainu, and his Haki strength is not enough to fight the 0 point breakthrough. Good job, Sakazuki. Suddenly, Polusolino uttered a loud shout, and then the entire light transformation rushed to an empty location, condensing the photons in his hands to form a sword of light, aiming at the air and cutting it down with one sword. That's it, brother. Sakazuki and Giotto were a little startled by this scene. Polusolino, even if he was fishing in the water, wouldn't it be so obvious? Fighting wits and courage with air? But at this time, Sakazuki suddenly smiled and said, "Good job, Polusolino, finally this kid is dealt with." Giotto was even more confused. What's that? I'm standing right in front of you, the monkey is playing with the air, why are you also involved? Is it because you two are sick, or is there something wrong with my head? Boss, that strange maniac uncle is probably not the opponent of the local tyrant uncle. At this moment, a frog's head appeared in Giotto's field of vision, and his voice rang along with it. Asterisk. Uncle Manic is easy to understand as Bullet, but Sengoku, is he actually a local tyrant in this guy's eyes? However, the Sengoku Buddha is indeed golden and looks very rich. It seems that there is nothing wrong with being a local tyrant. This talker has cyan hair and grandmother green eyes, with indigo inverted triangles under the eyes, and a frog hat on his head. Coupled with this expressionless spit, and the unique way of speaking that lengthens the pronunciation, this guy who doesn't know when to appear here, who else is Fran? And his appearance also made Giotto understand why Polusolino would fight against the air, and why Sakazuki felt that he had been dealt with. Not surprisingly, the two future Marine Admiral, Akainu and Kizaru, have now fallen into the illusion created by Fran. Fran's presence here is undoubtedly good news for Giotto. His illusion ability is extremely powerful. From the moment when no one noticed it, the future Kizaru Admiral fell into an illusion. It can be seen that the average powerhouse did not even have a chance to resist in front of his illusion. After all, Fran himself said that even his master, Six Paths, would be scared of his existence. One of the strongest illusionists, it's not a joke. And he still has a ring of hell, the emblem of Satan, in his hand. Fran, can you confuse Sengoku with illusions? If you can confuse Sengoku with illusion, then things here are much easier to solve. Anyway, now Giotto has no plans to go crazy with Bullet. A Sengoku Admiral has already arrived. If it continues, God knows how much power Marine will deploy. Bullet is a lunatic, but he is not. Can't the boss freeze the local tyrant directly? Or is it that even the boss can't match the power of money? Fran continued to spit incomparably, but after a pause, he was a little more serious, and said, "The willpower and perception of that local tyrant is very strong. My illusion can't affect him too much for the time being. It works. Anyway, we can't do the same with these two uncles. So, what are we going to do next?" Ugh. Giotto sighed. To tell the truth, he didn't want to pay attention to the current Bullet. It's just that the 1 billion Bailey hadn't given it to himself, and because of the kindness before, he couldn't just give this lunatic to him. "Leave it, I'll go there first, I'll leave it to you here, remember to pick us up later." Is the boss going to leave me and run away? You will die if you stop complaining. Regarding Fran's behavior, Giotto said he was very helpless. After all, this guy can be said to be complaining all the time. Fran raised his head at the moment, watching his boss have exploded with a deadly fire, flying towards the location of Bullet and Sengoku. He immediately sighed, then looked at Akainu with a triumphant smile, and looked at that Giotto corpse Kizaru. So, what should these two guys do? Look like this. It seems that after a while, they will break free from the illusion. So troublesome. While complaining to himself, Fran walked to the place where the marine warship was docked not far away. To pick up his boss, there must be a boat. The boat of his own boss is about to retire. "Uncle Magma, can you help move the things from the boss ship to that warship?" Oh, by the way, the boss ship is hidden by the sea behind the hill over there. Fran took 2 steps, putting his hands on his mouth, and shouting to Sakazuki and Polo Salino, Uncle Flash, you help replace the marine flag of that warship with our families. Thank you. Even Admiral and the Marshal of Naval Headquarters would not give orders to the 2 monsters Vice Admiral in this way, and it would not be their turn to move things and change flags. But now, these 2 guys can't refuse Fran, and don't know what they are going through in the illusion. Anyway, both of them are obediently moving things and changing banners. Bang! Huge waves continued to rise above the sea. On the deck of the warship, Bullet fought back and forth with Sengoku, who had turned into a giant Buddha. And every time the 2 of them collided with the palms of their fists, there would be a terrifying aftermath. In the battle between these 2 monsters, the warship had become dilapidated, as if it would sink at any time. And the collision of these 2 guys, Conqueror's Haki, also caused most of the marine soldiers on the ship to faint. That's right. Sengoku Admiral is one of the few marines who has Conqueror's Haki, because what he believes in is justice to the world. Damn it. I must throw you guy into impel down today. You don't need a damn B*************** D like you on the sea. Sengoku Admiral directly suppressed Bullet with a severe palm. However, if he wants to defeat Bullet in a short time, he himself knows that it is impossible. After all, the lunatic in front of me is a monster who can draw with Pluton Rayleigh. If you can do it, try it. If you throw into impel down, it will prove that I am just such a man. As Bullet's roar erupted, the ghostly spirit on his body became more and more intense. Obviously, he had been suppressed by the opponent, but his strength was still rising. Should I say, this guy deserves to be called the descendant of the devil? At this moment, Jado was already close to this warship. He frowned when he watched the collision between Bullet and Sengoku. These 2 guys are the top ones on the sea. If you continue to fight like this, I don't know how long it will take. Able to tell the winner. Bullet, this battle is over now. It won't do us any good to continue fighting. If you are constrained by Marine here, you can't surpass Roger. Jato now landed on the deck of the warship and shouted to Bullet. He knows that Bullet is a pure lunatic, and ordinary persuasion has no effect at all, and the only person who can touch this lunatic is the former captain, Gold Roger. Don't mention that guy's name with me, since you want to end here, then leave it to you. Ha ha ha, I have sent 1 billion Baileys to your site, so the favor will be paid back. Suddenly, Bullet blasted Sengoku away with a punch, then jumped up without hesitation, and rushed towards the boat he had prepared with a powerful jump. But his move made Jato's face extremely gloomy, because the direction he blasted Sengoku away was exactly where he was. Sengoku also reacted immediately. It is not easy to stop Bullet, but no matter what, a damn pirate must be left behind. Even though Jato had a good temper, he couldn't help but cursed at the moment. He didn't expect that Bullet actually blasted Sengoku at him, and what did he say as a favor? Let Lao Z see you again, you have to peel off this B************ D skin. But I don't think about it now. Looking at Sengoku's angry look, it is absolutely impossible to let himself go away casually. Abandoned by my own captain, and then thrown into impel down by me, this tragic ending is quite suitable for you pirates. Sengoku's breath at the moment had completely locked Jato, and the cold voice came from his mouth. Ha! Jato took a deep breath, then his expression became serious, his eyes fixed on Sengoku. First of all, that guy is not my captain. Second, I am not a pirate now. Although I know this is impossible, but I still want to say, since the 2 points do not meet, can I leave directly? To be honest, he really doesn't want to fight Sengoku here. If he can't fight or not, it will definitely be troublesome anyway. Anyway, there is no doubt that you and Bullet attacked the Marine branch together. How could it be possible to let you leave like this? The impact of the Buddha. At this moment, Sengoku approached Jato directly, and then pressed it down with a condescending palm. The huge impact instantly enveloped this area. Facing this palm, Jato's expression was extremely serious. The lifelessness on his body began to burn crazily at this moment, especially the lifeless fire on his hands is now more and more vigorous, and his pair of vongola gloves are in armament hakis. It becomes extremely dark under the action. Sengoku's Buddha palm, no one dare to be careless. Ha! This flame? Sengoku raised his brows, and he felt a little familiar with the flame, as if he had seen it before, but he didn't have much impression. However, he could clearly perceive the power contained in the opponent's punch. Dead-armed, earthquake. The move created by the combination of death chi and armament haki. The broken bones are direct contact with the opponent's attack, while the earthquake uses the soft flame to affect the space in front of it, eliminating the resistance that should have when the fist is thrown, and fully reducing the power. The move that broke out. For the current Jato, Genkong can be regarded as his most powerful attack. Suddenly, the dead air swayed through the space in front of him like ripples, and it turned out to be part of Sengoku's shock wave. At the same time, relying on his superintuitiveness and observation haki, he chose the weakest position of the shock wave, and his dark fist fiercely met the palm of the Buddha. Boom! A huge sound exploded, and the two tyrannical forces collided frantically at this moment. The damaged warship simply couldn't withstand such a devastation, and the process of disintegration began immediately. However, Sengoku's attack was not so easy to block. Jado, who was facing him head-on, almost heard his bones creaking. Should I say, is it worthy of being admiral with the highest combat capability of naval headquarters? At the next moment, Jado's body was knocked into the air by the power of the shock wave, but this was exactly what he wanted. With the help of the power of the shock wave, the deadly fire on his hands burst out, making his body anxious in midair. After turning, he immediately rushed to the warship that had just set sail. But at this time, Sengoku felt that his spirit suddenly became blurred, and subconsciously blasted a palm of the Buddha in the opposite direction where Jado had left. At the same time, Fran, standing on another warship, stared solemnly at the golden Buddha, and the ring of hell on his finger, the emblem of Satan, was burning with an indigo flame. This is the deadly fire of mist attribute, and it is also the standard equipment of the illusionist. The highest combat power of naval headquarters is really great, but the next time we meet, everything will be different. Sengoku Admiral. Jado landed on the bow of the warship, his eyes fixed on the Buddha. Sengoku standing on the deck in the distance, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and a low voice came slowly from his mouth. This time he lost to the opponent in the confrontation, and just taking the next move made him very uncomfortable, but this is also of course, because he still has a lot of room for growth. And to put it another way, being able to withstand the impact of Sengoku's Buddha is already very powerful, isn't it? Boss, don't you plan to continue doing something? Looking at the look of that local tyrant, it seems that you can't wait to eat us alive, and our physique is small, he should be able to eat one in one bite? Fran raised his head, and didn't know if he used illusion. The frog head on his head seemed to blink very vividly. An atmosphere that was originally very serious has become embarrassing in an instant. Can we pay attention to the occasion if we complain about it? Although Sengoku was eager to arrest the two of us, as Marine Admiral, people don't eat people. Moreover, still thinking about doing things in this situation? Are you afraid that nothing happened? Go back to Saiken Island. Marine's real goal is Bullet, and New World is not within their sphere of influence. They can only act in a targeted manner, and there is no extra power to take care of us. The flames on Jado's body subsided, and after taking a breath, his expression returned to his usual calm. But if such a big incident comes out, it is estimated that a reward is inevitable. Obviously I am not a pirate. I think it seems normal for the Mafia to be offered a reward, right? Fran answered the question like a good student, and only slowly spoke after raising his hand. Although, what he said is not a problem at all, but when it comes out of his mouth, it's still complaining. The world's top illusionist, why is this virtue? But then again, it seems that besides Fran, the other illusionists are not normal people. If you offer a reward, let's offer a reward. I hope that Marine can increase the bounty for me, so that at least not many people will dare to trouble me. There are still a lot of things we have to be busy in the next time. New World will definitely riot, and that is trouble for us, but it is also a good time for family development. Jado knows exactly what the sea will look like next. The pirates who crazily flooded into the New World, and the powerhouses themselves based in the sea area, will upset this era. Until the top guys stand up, and there is a wonderful balance between each other, the sea will be a little stable. In this process, the vongola family is either called one of the top existences in the balanced sea, or it can only be submerged by the waves of the times. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Sengoku looked at the two guys in front of him, his eyebrows were already frowning. You two mean, in your consciousness, that guy has been beheaded by Polusalino? And the battle between me and Bullet, you also know effect? Well, that's the truth. The other party should have hallucinations. Sakazuki's face was extremely cold at this time. For him, it is undoubtedly a shame to be defeated by Jado. No, that guy is not an illusion type ability. The frog head with him should be the one who actually illusioned you. When they finally escaped, I also felt a trance. Sengoku didn't blame the two people in front of him. After all, even he was in a trance due to the influence of the frog's head. It was normal for the young Akainu and Kizaru to be unable to resist. After a pause, he put his gaze on Akainu's arm. Sakazuki, how does your arm feel? It's okay, but the guy's ability is very strange. Similar to Kuzan's freezing, my lava can't melt. Only Haki can deal with it. But my Haki is not good enough to fight against that ice. It is Zephyr's help. I broke it open. Sakazuki was very jealous of this, but he didn't feel that his strength was not enough. He just felt that he needed to strengthen his training on Haki. During this time, he paid too much attention to the development of fruit abilities, thus neglecting Haki. He doesn't specialize in Haki, but he is not weak in armed S*X and seeing S*X. Even he can't break it. Now in Marine, those who can break the ice can count it with just 2 hands. Sengoku Admiral. At this moment, a Marine soldier walked up to Sengoku and handed a pile of information to the opponent. This is the information you wanted for Admiral before. After receiving the information and nodding, Sengoku started to read it carefully, and his expression was also more and more ugly because of the information. In the end, he slammed the pile of information on the table and said in a deep voice, "Immediately offer a reward of vongola Giotto, a reward of 560 million Pele." At the same time, a reward of Fran, the froghead capable of following him, is offered, offering a bounty of 330 million Pele. The first time the bounty was over 500 million? Sengoku Admiral, is this bounty a little bit? Poor Salino was surprised. He didn't expect that Sengoku would offer such a high reward to that kid. Even the great pirates of New World didn't have such a high reward when they were offered the reward for the first time. In his opinion, although Giotto has good strength and strong ability, it should not be such a high first reward. 560 million is not a small number. If he remembers correctly, many of the captains on the big pirate ship and Whitebeard have not reached this amount. Although Giotto is considered to have attacked the G5 branch, the leader is Bullet. From this point of view, there shouldn't be such a high first reward, right? Poor Salino is not as simple as you think. Take a good look at the information about that guy. I'll just say that his flame was a bit familiar before. Grabbing the information on the table, Sengoku just stuffed it directly into Kizaru's hand, and continued. Vongola Giotto, born on Seiken Island, established a mafia family on Seiken Island, but we don't need to go to these. The real key point is that this guy was a pirate not too long ago. One Piece, crew on Gold Roger. Hearing that, Kizaru and Akaina's eyes changed accordingly. In this way, it made sense. Although Roger had already been executed, the guy who had a relationship with him, no matter how much he valued, especially those like Giotto, who are still active in the sea. If it weren't for the vongola family in New World, and there are many more dangerous guys in the ocean now, Sengoku even plans to lead Marine out directly and catch that guy and impel down and lock it up. So, what should we do next, Sengoku Admiral? Sakazuki was suffocating the fire now. Marshal Sora has already issued an order. Next, the first thing we have to solve is the lunatic Bullet. As for this vongola, wait until the Bullet is solved. Douglas Bullet. He is the trickiest guy. Roger has been walking violently on the sea since his death. This time he and others attacked the G5 branch that is being established. If he is not arrested quickly, God knows how much craziness he will do. And this time, Marine is ready. Even Marshal Sora has issued an order to use Buster Call when necessary. It can be seen that what Bullet has done has already touched the bottom line of Marine. Seiken Island, vongola Villa. Giotto sat in his room, looking at the updated template in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a little satisfaction. Because of the rewards offered by Marine, he and the vongola family are already well known in this sea. Coupled with the flying vongola flag, many people have noticed this mafia family that appeared in New World. The increase in reputation has a significant effect on one of the main tasks, the creation of the vongola family. Now the completion of this task has increased by 5% to 10%. In addition to unlocking a family member again, the rewards gained this time gave Giotto his own fire. So, the template becomes what it is now. The strongest mafia system host, vongola Giotto. Personal abilities: Flame of Death Dekkan, Flame of Softness, Flame of Death Dekkan, Fire of Rigidity, Super Intuition, Beginner, Armament Haki, Beginner, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened, Personal Equipment, vongola Ringdairy, Unopened, vongola Eye Gloves. First Family, vongola Family, 15% unlock, Family Members, Reborn, the 7 Rainbow Sons of the Sunny, Fran, the Guardian of the Varian Fog, and Naker, the Guardian of the Sunny, appears in March. Main task: gather 6 Guardians to complete 16.5%. 10% completion of the creation of the vongola family compared with the previous Giotto, although it is only one more flame, but the combat effectiveness is completely different. After all, the power of the Flame of Rigidity is countless times more powerful than the Flame of Gentleness, and with the Flame of Rigidity, some of the moves he wanted to try for a long time can now be used. Among them, the most powerful one is X Burner, which was often used by vongola X. Since returning to Seiken Island, Giotto has been exercising his control of Gang Zion, and will continue to temper his haki when he has free time. Through the previous battle, he also knew that his current strength was far from enough to move horizontally on the sea, and even defending his own 1/3 of acres was slightly insufficient. So he has to get stronger quickly. Fortunately, Reborn is a very top teacher from all levels. To be honest, in the entire vongola family, the most accomplished in armament haki and observation haki is the seemingly harmless baby. It can only be said that he is worthy of the world's #1 killer, and his talent is so powerful that it makes people envy, and hate. If Reborn can return to his original body shape, Giotto estimates that he can all play against Admiral of Headquarters. Boom! It exploded like a thunderstorm, erupting in the back mountain of vongola base camp. There were dust and gravel everywhere. Giotto was very embarrassed at this time. There were also many scars on his body, and the corners of his mouth still had unerased blood. In order to apply X Burner proficiently, he has suffered a lot during this period. It turns out that even with the help of super intuition and observation haki, it is difficult to grasp the balance of this trick. From having Gang Zion to the present, he can count the number of times he has successfully used X-Burner with both hands. Most of the time, either the power is not enough, or the power is too large, the reaction force directly blows himself up. Just like just now, I directly came into close contact with the mountain at a negative distance. Taking a breath, Giotto could still feel the pain coming from all over his body. Although it is difficult to master, this power is definitely enough. Anyone who takes such a hit will definitely be overwhelmed. Powerful, difficult to control. At the same time, he has done a lot of his own consumption. He estimated that with his current strength, he can almost only support the release of X-Burner twice in a row, and then he almost has no strength. Therefore, this trick can only be used as a whole card now, and Giotto still has a long way to go before those big tricks are equal to a Brother Giotto. At this moment, Crowley rushed to Giotto's body. The current Crowley and the previous one can be said to be completely two people. After receiving Reborn's training, he is no longer the cowardly young man. Now he, wearing a straight suit, can see a hint of heroism between his brows. In addition, in terms of strength, Crowley is not too strong, but at least he is no longer a weak person to be slaughtered. As one of the first members to join the vongola family, his talent is considered to be the best, and he is also the hardest among all people. Under Reborn's teachings, he can already use both the armed color and the seeing and hearing color haki. As for Conqueror's haki, it is estimated that he has no such talent. What's the matter? I haven't seen you panic like this for a while. Giotto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth casually, and after standing up straight, he asked slowly. Crowley's expression is very serious now. It's Big Mom. The members of their pirate group have just landed on Sycan Island, and they propose that we offer them the specialties of Sycan Island every month, otherwise they will have to destroy this island. It's literally, we didn't put vongola in our eyes. Hearing this, Giotto's brows were also frowned instantly. He didn't expect to be spotted by the troublesome guy. The reason was the food of Sycan Island? I have to say that in this new world, Big Mom, that is Charlotte Linlin, is one of Giotto's least want to fight against, and the other is Kaido. Both of these guys have extremely strong physical qualities, and they are exactly the kind of immune to death Xiaoqiang. In addition, these two are still pure neuropathy, not different from the bullet guy. This type of enemy will either not provoke. If you get involved, you must get rid of the opponent, otherwise they may suddenly rush out to bite you at any time. Even if the injured is more serious, it will be themselves. It's just that Giotto still doesn't know whether the other party really liked the food of Sycan Island, or because of the 500 million bounty that Marine gave him, he wanted to try it out. Who is here? Giotto put on the cloak he had placed next to him, and stepped directly in the direction of the dock. It's the brothers Charlotte Deifuku and Charlotte Owen, both of whom have a bounty of 87 million Baileys. Teacher Reborn and Senior Fran have already gone to the dock, and they wouldn't be able to do anything with each other. Excessive things, Crowley replied immediately. Both Deifuku and Owen now guessed that they are a little over 20 years old. In today's new world, it is very good that there are more than 80 million rewards, but given the current strength of the two brothers, facing Reborn and Fran, there is only a dead end. After all, even Taefuk and Irving in their heydays are probably not the opponents of Reborn and Fran, let alone them who have not fully grown up yet. In the Charlotte family at this time, the real fighting power is not bad, except for the monster Charlotte Linlin, that is, the long-bred, Kata Kuri, and Perospero. Sycan Island, Pier. Deifuku and Owen, who had just set foot on this island, have now confronted one person. Both eyes flashed with killing intent, but neither side did it lightly. Ms. Reborn, don't we go to help? The other party is a cotter of the Big Mom pirate group, and the priest looks just an ordinary person. A member of the vongola family said with some worry at the moment. Their responsibility is to guard this place. Although their strength may not be equal to the people of the Charlotte family, they can't do it if they let them sit on the sidelines like this. But at this time, Reborn stretched out his small hand to signal everyone not to come forward. The other hand was playing with his sideburns, and a black-bellied smile appeared on his face. We don't need to act here anymore, and with your current strength, it can't help the priest at all. It is rare for Fran to use that playful tone at this time, and said with a serious face, after all, that priest has the title of the strongest fist, the guardian of vongola Ching. Naker, Naker, the guardian of the son of vongola I. An invincible boxer with the strongest name as the target, but too strong, which caused him to kill his opponent in a boxing match. From then on, he sealed his fist and became a priest, and never returned to the boxing ring. But this is the world of pirates, and there is no need for him to constrict his fists. Here, he can once again pursue his goal, the strongest name. It doesn't make any sense to stand up like this. If you don't take back the vilification of vongola just now, I can only knock you down. Naker looked a little ugly at this time. He didn't intend to care too much, but I kept hearing these two guys in front of him slander vongola, which made him a little unbearable. As the guardian of the family, he can tolerate himself being underestimated and slandered by others, but he cannot allow the other party to insult his family. Because the vongola family, he who exists as a guardian like this, places his faith in it. I can understand that what you said just now represented vongola and declared war on our Charlotte family? Owen, with golden orange hair and a three-blade haircut, showed a fierce look at this moment, staring at the priest's dressed nacre, and a cold voice came from his mouth. As the fourth son of the Charlotte family, although he was only in his 20s, the number of pirates killed by him was already hundreds of thousands, and he was also very famous in New World. If faced with vongola Giotto, who was offered a reward of 500 million and was once a crew member on the One Piece ship, he would have some fear. As for the others, not to mention the seemingly weak, unknown rat, even the Fran who was offered a reward of 330 million Baileys, he did not pay attention to it at all. Declare war or something. The moment you set foot on Sycan Island and asked us to hand in food every month, you were already declaring war on our vongola family. Suddenly, with the sound of this sound, Giotto also appeared in everyone's field of vision. His footsteps were steady and strong, and he did not show any fear or panic because of the arrival of the Charlotte family. He just doesn't want to face Big Mom directly at this time. But if he really wants to face it, it's no big deal. Vongola. Our arrival represents the mother's will. As the original One Piece crew member, you should be very clear about the strength of your mother. If you go to war with our Charlotte family, then your vongola family and this island will sink to the bottom of the sea. Deifuku's hands are close to his belt, he is ready to fight, and his words are full of threats. We can ignore the offense of your subordinates, but I suggest that you still consider carefully the request made by your mother. Otherwise, even if you have 500 million rewards, you will be crushed by your mother. He hasn't seen Giotto take a shot, and he doesn't know how strong Giotto is. However, he is very clear that even if the other party has good strength, it is absolutely impossible to compare with his own mother. In today's ocean, the pirates who are equivalent to their own mother are just the familiar ones. As for the 500 million reward, haha, the guy called the Green Pepper of Cone also has a reward of 500 million. Can you see if he dares to be presumptuous in front of his mother? What if I refuse? A cold light flashed in Giotto's eyes, and his mighty aura was like a mountain whistling at tsunami, and he directly pressed towards Deifuku and Owen. At the same time, the surrounding vongola members in suits raised their spears in unison. After Reborn training, they don't care if the other party is a big pirate Big Mom. They only need to follow their own boss actions. Oppose your own boss and oppose the vongola family, that's the enemy. The only thing facing the enemy is the sword and the muzzle, no matter what the background of the opponent is, this is the case. Although I want to vomit at this time, it doesn't seem appropriate. The Blue Machi and Orange Flame Man on the opposite side, if they want to fight, my boss can accompany you to the end. Fran was also standing next to Giotto at this time. Although there was laziness in his voice, his eyes, like a cobra, locked the two of the Charlotte family. As long as the opponent moves slightly, he will shoot without hesitation. I believe that under his illusion, the young Deifu and Owen have no ability to resist at all. You guys are looking down on. Owen's temper came up all at once. Just when he was about to take an angry shot at vongola, Defuk stopped him as soon as he stretched out his hand. Compared with Owen's fierce temper, Defuk was obviously more sensible. He carries the pride of the Charlotte family, but he also knows the current situation. Together, he and Owen are by no means an opponent of the vongola family. Just now when Giotto exuded the momentum of the mountain whistling like a tsunami, he already felt an extraordinary pressure, and that kind of pressure only appeared when he faced Katakuri and his mother. Although aura does not completely represent strength, the oppressiveness is enough to explain a lot. Vongola, you have more time to consider the proposal just now. After a moment of silence, Deifuku stared at Giotto and said, this time we are not here to declare war. In addition to the proposal just now, there are more important things. With that said, he took out an invitation letter and threw it to Giotto, and at the same time said, I believe vongola should be very clear about what this invitation letter represents. Mom's tea party is different from what we just proposed. You can refuse us here. Propose, but no matter where you are, you can't refuse the invitation to the tea party. Farewell. When the words fell, Typhook turned and left with an angry Owen. After all, it would be unwise to fight vongola here anyway. As they left, Giotto's eyes changed slightly, because just now, a voice sounded directly in his soul. Activation mission, Ants Tea Party. Participate in the Ants Tea Party, and refuse the Ants' solicitation, to get a completion reward. Giotto, who didn't intend to take care of the other party, raised his brows at this time, and said softly, a month later? Well, it's okay to leave it to you, Reborn. I'll go with Naker and Fran. Go, I hope that monster can be a little more interesting, otherwise, I'll leave it to you, Naker. If someone else was suddenly hit by a pot that was thrown out, he would definitely spit out frantically, and he couldn't tell that there was an alpaca galloping in his heart, but Naker was no ordinary person, so his reaction was, oh, if that's the case, then do it. Asterisk. Today's new world is not as clearly divided as it was more than a decade later. All big pirates compete for their own territory. Big Mom's IWC is just a rudiment now, with only 4 islands under the rule of that desert monster. But the power of Big Mom is indeed different from that of the heyday, but her strength is not much different from that of the 4 emperors in the future. After all, this guy is a natural monster, and he does not need any training to have a terrifying combat power. It's not an exaggeration to say that among the big pirates active in New World, she has her place as the most powerful person. And the island of Saiken where the vongola family is now is not far from the nations of Big Mom, so the two parties will have contact sooner or later, and this contact will inevitably be accompanied by contradictions. After all, vongola will never depend on the survival of the nations. In addition to the two of them, there are also Kaido who is fighting in Wanakuni and Whitebeard who is in the same era as Roger. As for Douglas Bullet, which is equally powerful, it is estimated that it will be thrown into impelled down by Marine soon. That guy is too crazy, neither Marine nor many pirates can tolerate him. A month later, Giotto also landed on Cake Island, which is the core of Big Mom's current master island. Welcome to the vongola family, I don't know what you should call your excellency. Young vongola. At the gate of the huge Cake Island castle, Pero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, has been waiting here for a long time. Basically every tea party of the ant, he is the one who is responsible for welcoming guests. It is said that this can make the guests feel that the ant attaches importance to them. But in fact, everyone knows that the monster-like big pirate can't pay attention to something that is like an ant to her. As for the current vongola, in her eyes, it should be a slightly larger ant that can pay more attention to it. There is no need to fiddle with extra etiquette, just take us to see Big Mom. After all, I didn't come here for desserts and drinks. Giotto maintained his Furui Nobo look, without any emotional voice. It came out of the mouth. If that's the case, then come with me. Mom is also very interested in you. Pero narrowed his eyes, and a ray of light flashed through them. After that, I didn't make any extra stops. After the contracting door was opened, they took the three of Giotto directly toward the innermost place, where Charlotte Linlin was. Before long, a tall, slightly obese woman, wearing thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, appeared in the vision of a woman wearing a pirate hat. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was not as fat and ugly as it was during the Four Emperors period, but because of the relationship between many children, the figure has begun to be obviously out of shape, but it can still be seen how sassy and heroic when he was young. Well, isn't this the kid on Roger's ship? After Roger was executed, you can still stand in the New World. It seems that you have grown a lot compared to that time. Charlotte Linlin, the ant, looked down at Giotto and others like this, and smiled happily. Since you have come to my tea party, it means that you have made a decision? If this is the case, I will give it to you first. Introduce someone. After all, in the days to come, you will have to get along for a long time. Come here, Castad. As the ant's voice spread, a slender, young, fair-skinned woman walked over. She has brown eyes and short violet hair decorated with a flower. Wearing a purple-pink catsuit with elbow-length gloves and belt. Among the ant's daughters, the existence of Castad can be said to be very special. After all, most of the Charlotte family are no different from crooked melons, and Castad can be regarded as a serious beauty. N.S. Big Mom, what do you mean? Giotto frowned, looked up at the other person in front of him, and said flatly, "Of course I want you to be a member of the nations, vongola." The ant said without concealment, "I hope Totoland will become a perfect United States that unifies all races in the world, so you are an indispensable piece of the puzzle. To be honest, when you were on Roger's ship before, I already fell in love with you. Now, the flames that you call lifelessness are simply not the power that ordinary races can possess, so this matter is settled like this. Your wife, I have already decided for you, and Castad is worthy of you." Fran looked at Castad at this time, then looked at Giotto again, and said thoughtfully, "Ah, it turns out that the boss came here to get married. This is really unexpected. I forgot to prepare the red envelope. I won't be targeted by the boss because of this in the future, right?" Facts have proved that people who are not tuned, no matter what the circumstances, will maintain their maverick thinking. But having said that, Giotto himself didn't even think that Big Mom had an idea of death, and wanted to make himself a member of the Charlotte family. After a moment of silence, Giotto suddenly took a step forward and faced the behemoth without fear. "I'm very sorry, please forgive me for rejecting your proposal, Big Mom. Our purpose here is not to surrender to you, but to announce to you the existence of the vongola family. From this moment on, the waters around Saiken Island will be included in the protection of our vongola family. If you cross the border, vongola doesn't mind the relationship with Totoland. Go to war. If there is a real war, vongola must be at a disadvantage today, but the momentum must be sufficient. Retract what you just said, vongola. This way I can assume that nothing has happened. Today is my tea party. If you really intend to reject my kindness, then you and the two people around you will probably only last forever. Stay here." The ant's eyes gradually became dangerous. "This involves our second purpose here." Giotto raised his head, his eyes sharpened. "If you want to go to war, choose the battlefield in your territory, so we can let go of our fists." Hearing this, the ant's forehead burst into blue veins, and her expression instantly became savage. The tyrannical conqueror's haki swept all around in an instant. Then she stood up abruptly, stepped forward, and shouted, "Napoleon! Napoleon!" "Yes, mother." Hearing a big shout from the ant, the cocked hat on her head immediately turned into a huge sharp knife, which she held tightly in her hand. In the next moment, she didn't hesitate to face Giotto's location with a slash. Even if this knife didn't use any special tricks, her natural powerful body also gave this blow an extraordinary power. Seeing the swift slash, Giotto stood motionless, his eyes were as tough as ever, and his face remained flat, as if he firmly believed that the knife would never fall on him. At this time, the figure dressed as a priest blinked and rushed directly in front of Giotto. His bandaged fist was immediately covered by the pitch-black armament haki. In just 1 month, Naker's armament haki has become the strongest among the vongola family today, and even in the entire sea, his armament haki can be called the top. It should be said that it is indeed the guardian of vongola first generation. Boom! The fist collided with the broad knife, and the violent vigor instantly lifted many people from the Charlotte family around. Various things around were also swayed at this moment, and some were even directly destroyed. Ha! Just use your fist and armament haki to block the beheading of the old lady? When did you have a character on the seat? The ant looked at Naker with a little surprise. She was not someone who had just made the knife. Can be blocked. Guardian of Sunshine of vongola Naker. Naker looked serious. Although he blocked the ant slash, he also felt the monster's power of the opponent. If you want to go to war, then I will accompany you to have a good time. Anyway, if you want to take action against you have to pass my level first. The vongola in his mouth is undoubtedly the current vongola Giotto. As a guardian, he has the responsibility to stand in front of his own boss, especially he knows very well that his own boss has not really grown up yet. Do you think you have the qualifications to fight against my old lady? The ant's face became more gloomy, and the whole person's momentum became more and more violent. I have to try it out before I know if I am qualified, and I just need to do it to the extreme. Suddenly, Nakel also burst out with a fierce aura, and the deadly flame of the sunny attribute circulated in his body, stimulating the vitality of his cells. Boss, senior, is he really okay? That fat woman seems to be very powerful. Fran started to complain with no expression on her face. Hearing this, the originally angry ant became even more savage. Napoleon held high in her hands gripped the hilt of the knife, and the powerful force caused the ground under her feet to crack. El Baf Waiguo. This is her truly powerful slash. Even the huge island can't bear the terrible attack of the Prestige. After all, this is a move belonging to the giant clan. And Charlotte Linlin, her monster-like body, used this trick to show great power, capable of exerting even more terrifying power than a giant warrior. With such an attack, the castle will collapse. Mother, we will also be affected. Please stop, mother. Many of the members of the Charlotte family turned pale and uttered horrified calls. But the ant, who had already entered a state of anger, naturally couldn't hear a word. However, before her prestige was completely cut down, one after another glutinous rice protected everyone in the Charlotte family present. There is no doubt that it is the strongest of the Charlotte family besides the ant, Charlotte Katakuri. Only he can protect those who do not have the ability to protect themselves at this critical moment. In the next instant, an extremely powerful sword aura rushed out, the earth was torn apart, and even the space seemed to be cut directly by this knife. In the face of such an attack, Giotto still stood in place, without any intention of avoiding. Even Fran did not intend to escape, because both of them believed that no matter how powerful the other's attack is, Naker can crush it. Use your own body to crush the adversity that attacked the family and turn into the sun shining all over the earth. This is the meaning of the guardian of the vongola family. It's a terrible attack, but it has already reached this point, and it can only be defeated extremely. The power of Naker's whole body was concentrated on his fist, and armament haki was also fully used by him, and the rising momentum was not weaker than that of the ant. Immediately after that, he made the punches he had repeated countless times. In the boxing ring, he could end the game with such punches and win. At this moment, he believed that he could smash all the adversity in front of him by punching like this. Ultimate Fist of Radiance. Boom! Under the Napoleon's broad knife, Naker, who looked like an ant, threw a punch with all his strength, and the whole world quieted down in an instant, followed by a thunderous explosion. The aftermath of the power impacted in all directions, setting off an unstoppable storm. The entire castle began to shake, and then collapsed, and even the ground under his feet could not withstand the terrifying collision. Giotto was also burning his own deadly flames at this moment, and his naturally drooping hands were spraying soft flames intermittently. Otherwise, even he would not be able to stand tall in the whistling storm of power. Just a moment. The original gorgeous castle was turned into ruins, and Naker and the ant maintained their actions, but the tyrannical power of the two has begun to dissipate. Boom! Suddenly, another sound erupted. Giotto, who was standing on the ground, urged his own flames and flew directly into the air. Those eyes were staring at the ant, and he said coldly, "I'll stop here, or continue to fight. It's up to you, Big Mom. If he continues to fight, then he will be ready to fight." Well, the aunt's gaze shifted to Giotto for an instant, and she said coldly, destroyed the tea party I carefully prepared, and declared war on the old lady. After committing this stupid crime, do you still want to leave alive? Vongola, I don't think I should take my aging mother seriously. Go on, is this your decision, Big Mom? If that's the case, then I can only learn. As soon as the voice fell, Giotto's two hands stretched out, the soft flame on the right hand burned and sprayed, and the rigid flame on the left hand began to condense crazily, and an ultimate coercion came here instantly. After Giotto made that specific posture, the aunt's face changed slightly. Her observation Haki felt a hint of danger, and the source of this danger was the fire released and condensed on Giotto's hands. Seeing the same scene, Katakuri and Pero looked at each other, and then both of them had plans to shoot. I said, if you are to disturb the boss at this time, I will be deducted the bonus when I go back. So, can I ask you to stand still? In this way, it will be much easier for you or me. Fran spoke lazily, but there was a dangerous atmosphere in his slightly dull eyes at the moment. There is no doubt that if Katakuri and Pero are really going to make a move, then he will never stand idly by. A bounty of 330 million Bailey, Fran the Frog. Katakuri's face also became difficult to look. He knew very well that this guy who looked very funny was not the kind of existence that was easy to deal with. At this moment, the aunt's face changed again. It was obvious that there were only 3 people in the other party, but as it was now, it seemed as if her side was suppressed. The thing that worries her the most is the priest who locks herself into a sigh of relief. Being able to block the prestige unharmed is enough to show that this guy is extremely powerful. Looking at the guy dressed up by the priest, she seemed to have seen the old guy called the Marine Hero, with such tyrannical power just by fist. It doesn't matter if you want to fight it down, but here is the Cake Island. If you continue the battle like just now, the island you have worked so hard on will probably all become ruins in the battle. This made the aunt a little harder to accept, and now she fully understood what the other party had said before, and the second purpose of coming here was to choose the battlefield in her territory. Even if a strong man like them fights against each other, the islands can hardly bear that powerful force. Under this premise, naturally they don't want to destroy their territory. Stop it, vongola. The aunt's face was extremely gloomy, but at least at the moment she had no idea of continuing to fight. One is because she probably had to finish playing the Cake Island if she hit it. The other is that the flames burning on Giotto's hands and the Naker, who has been locking himself with his breath, all pose a certain threat. In the aunt's mind, she thought she had absolute certainty to kill the 3 guys in front of her, but in this way, the Charlotte family would also pay a certain price. For a big pirate like her, the word benefit is very important, and killing the Vongola 3 is not good for her. Occupy a Seiken island? The price you get is not directly proportional to the price you might pay. It looks like you have a new decision. Giotto didn't stop his movements. Make a deal, vongola. Although there is nothing wrong with saying that the old lady is going to kill you, it will be of no benefit to us if we continue to fight like this. Isn't this unquestionable? The aunt suddenly became very sensible. This made the people around her a little bit ignorant of her. After all, she rarely had a sense of reason. So, Giotto didn't quite understand what the other party meant. After a moment of silence, the aunt continued, what you want is the territory of your family near Seiken Island, right? And what I want is only what you have, that special race bloodline. So, I think we can make a deal. As long as you are willing to marry Castad, then we are not only enemies, but I can help you protect Vongola's territory. How about? I think this proposal is good. Boss. Fran looked up at his boss at this time, and at the same time stretched out his finger to point to Castad not far away. Actually, the other party is also quite beautiful. I think it is worthy of the boss. Moreover, as a qualified boss. At this moment, I think even if the opponent is a terrifying person, the boss should pay for the family. Hearing this, Giotto couldn't help but pull out the corner of his mouth twice, and then hung a dangerous smile on his face. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Fran coldly. Oh, is that so? I remember you can also use lifeless breath. Fire of it, Fran? If that's the case, how about you sacrifice yourself for the sake of your family? I don't want it. Fran didn't even think about it, so she chose to reject it, and she didn't have the meaning of thinking that the other party was beautiful just now. Listening to the conversation between Giotto and Fran, the aunt, who had finally recovered her calm, looked more and more terrifying at this moment. You too, do you look down on my old lady? It's not that I look down on it, but the transaction itself is not within our consideration. The corner of Giotto's mouth raised. Be honest, now your kingdom is expanding. There should be a lot of enemies to deal with. I don't think it is necessary to add Vongola's name to the list of enemies. I can admit it, yours. The power is above us, but if we really want to start a full-scale war, it will not benefit anyone. Vongola boy, are you threatening my old lady? The aunt said in a dangerous tone. There is nothing wrong with saying that it is a threat. After all, in this sea, everything must be spoken with strength. And now, I think there is enough strength to threaten you. Giotto didn't save face for the aunt, just to the threat was on the lips. As he said, the Vongola family may not be as strong as the IWC, but it will be no good for anyone to fight. The scene became silent for an instant, and the ant's face was uncertain. She wanted to get rid of all three of Giotto here, but at the same time, she also knew that this was by no means the most correct choice. After a long period of time, the ant cursed, "Get out. This time I won't care about you, but you'd better remember today's things clearly. Whenever there is a chance, my old lady will definitely let you do what you are today. I decided to regret it, vongola." "A wise choice. Since that's the case, then we won't stay here anymore. I hope your tea party can be held smoothly, but looking at it now, it's estimated that it will be postponed for a while." When the voice fell, Giotto had no intention of staying at all. He turned around and walked outside, followed by Naker and Fran. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly in Giotto's mind. Mission completed. Reward the main task, 10% completion of the creation of the vongola family. Asterisk the improvement of the degree of completion is also the change that has made Giotto's current panel. The strongest Mafia system host, vongola Giotto personal abilities, Flame of Death Dekang, Flame of Softness, Flame of Death Dekang, Fire of Rigidity, Super Intuition, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened, Personal Equipment, vongola Ring Dairy, Unopened, vongola Eye Gloves First Family, vongola Family, 20% Unlock, Family Members, Reborn, 7 Rainbows of Sunny, Fran, Guardian of Varian Mist, Naker, Guardian of Sunny. Belphegor, Guardian of Varian Land, appears in March. Main task, gather 6 Guardians to complete 16.5% 20% completion of the creation of the vongola family. Super Intuitiveness and Armament Haki's level improvement undoubtedly have a huge impression on Giotto's strength. The mid-level Super Intuition, coupled with the mid-level Observation Haki, can allow him to take the lead in most battles. The improvement of Armament Haki's level can strengthen his offensiveness. After all, Haki's practice is the mainstream in this world. As for the newly joined family member Belphegor, although like Fran, he is a member of the strongest assassination unit Varia, but in terms of strength, Giotto believes that he is inferior to Fran. But in this world, if you practice armed color and observation haki, Bel can reach the level of Marine Vice Admiral. It shouldn't be a problem. It's a pity that there is no second Guardian. If there are 2 Guardians, then Giotto doesn't need to worry about the Big Mom pirates. On the ruins of the Cake Castle, the ant gazed at the few figures who were leaving with a gloomy face. For the sake of interest, she did not want to go to war with vongola completely. This is the right choice, yes, she herself knows this, but she feels very upset in her heart, and the more she thinks about it, she gets more angry. "Mom, are we really letting them leave like this?" Katakuri seemed to see through his mother's mind, and asked immediately. He is now full of hostility towards the vongola clan, not because the opponent is opposed to his mother, but because the opponent hurt his brothers and sisters just now. He is a person who values the family very much. Perhaps for this twisted Charlotte family, Katakuri is more like a bond to maintain the family than a powerful ant. Well, if they can leave, then let them go. There is no need to let the battle cause further damage to Cake Island. At this time, the ant stepped forward and walked toward the coast. There was a cold smile on her face. There is no doubt that although she chose not to fight vongola, it would be impossible for her to just swallow her mouthparts. After all, she is now the #1 big pirate in the sea, Big Mom. From the Cake Castle to the pier, there was no one to stop them. After all, even the ant let them leave. Those Hamits and ordinary members of the pirate group did not have the guts to stop the Giotto trio. Of course, they did not have the strength to stop these 3 people. Did the other party just let us leave like this? Why, I always feel something is wrong. After boarding the ship, Naker looked at the direction of the Cake Castle with some worry. The person who fought head-on with the ant just now is the person who can most appreciate the monster-like power of the other party. Would that kind of monster simply let them leave because of profit? It can only be said that you can become a big pirate. No matter how tyrannical and brutal in the eyes of outsiders, it is definitely not an idiot that simply follows your own preferences. The current Big Mom wants to annex dozens of islands around Cake Island and build its own the Kingdom of Tato Land. This is a very huge project. At this time, we will forge feuds with us. It will not be a good thing for their future actions. Giotto analyzed the situation seriously. Roger was executed, and Golden Lion was arrested and impelled down, which means that the 3 great pirates of the old age only left Whitebeard, the strongest man who could not be shaken. After a period of great chaos, many of the guys who were previously suppressed by the 3 great pirates came out to occupy part of their own territory. Just like near the territory of Big Mom, there are a dozen pirates of different strengths, and that is what she needs to deal with now. Saiken Island, where vongola is located, was actually not considered by the ant from the beginning. It was only because of the special flames of death that Giotto had that the ant sent someone to Saiken Island and sent an invitation letter to vongola for the tea party. "Boss, actually I think we should also expand our territory." At this moment, Friend suddenly raised his head and said with rare seriousness, "Although our family was born to protect, as a mafia, it is impossible to justify being confined to the island of Saiken. In the future, we will definitely be. Encountered a lot of enemies, so every time we fight, we will not be in our own base camp, right? Giotto looked at Fran with a look of surprise. He couldn't even think that this Tuco master could even say such constructive words. I have to say that what Fran said just now is very correct. Vongola is to protect, but the territory is also indispensable. Whether it is to expand one's own power, or to complete the main task of the system. I understand. After I go back, I will draw up a plan and start preparing for expansion. Giotto nodded and made a decision directly. It was also at this moment, his eyes changed suddenly, and he immediately turned to look at Cake Island. At that moment, he felt danger. Sure enough, when he turned his head like this, he saw a huge body with a fierce flame burning in his hand and a grinning smile on his hand at the pier of Cake Island. Well, since there is a tea party for my mother, if there is no gift, others will say that my mother is not entertained. So, take this trick well, Vongola's kid. The ant laughed a little frantically. She shook her fist violently. With the punch she blasted, the scorching flame directly turned into a pillar of fire that could completely swallow all the ships and rushed out. Prometheus, flame jet. If hit by this pillar of fire, Giotto estimated that he would have to fly back with Naker and Fran. Of course, swimming back to Seacon is also one of the options. But you want to destroy your ship like this? Wishful thinking. At this point, Giotto flew out and rushed out. The whole person was suspended in the air, and the flames of softness and rigidity were all running. The direction that his palm was aimed at was the rushing pillar of fire, which was also a Cake Island. Spurnarare, Spurnarare. The skills used in the face of lack of ground support are also supported by the soft flame of the right hand, and the rigid flame of the left hand launches an attack, which is the spurner released in the air. Boom! The violent Gang Zion broke out frantically at this moment, and directly withstood the flames of the ant's punch. Moreover, the flames of Gang have already had a tendency to suppress the opponent, and the energy purity of the dead gas flame is much stronger than the flames displayed by the ant using Prometheus. However, Giotto at this time said he was a little panicked, because from the perspective of the spectator, he is now on the left. There is a well-known saying that has lost against Poland since ancient times, except for the pig that Dina. So according to the rules of the big world in this sentence, I can't stand it anymore? Or is it that Big Mom, which will become 4 emperors in the future, will be at the same level as Dinadio in the matchup session? It has to be said that as the future 4 emperors, now offering a reward of more than 2 billion Baileys, the ant's strength is really very powerful, and the flame impact formed by Prometheus is completely enough to destroy most things. However, the power of Spurner should not be underestimated. The deadly fire that bursts crazily has extraordinary ghost lamp impact and destructive power. It only takes a few breaths. The orange flame impact has begun to gradually devour Prometheus. The flames completely prevailed. The situation is a bit bad. Naker frowned suddenly at this time and said in a deep voice, is there any problem? It seems that the boss has perfectly suppressed the opponent. Fran did not see any problem at this time. After all, he is an illusionist. Naker, the strongest boxer, is far behind. In terms of attack strength, I have indeed taken advantage of it. It will not take long for Spurner's attack to penetrate the opponent's flames and fall on the Cake Island. However, I is far from enough for the master of this trick. This is especially true in the air. His own body has already begun to move back, which means that the buffering power of the soft flame is weaker than the impact of the rigid flame. Naker frowned slightly, and his face was slightly serious. In simple terms, it won't take long for him to explode the flames of the opponent, but he himself will be flew out by the powerful recoil of Spurner. I'm still going to get him out of the sea. Hearing that, Fran's mouth Kakuzu couldn't help but twitch twice. He really didn't expect that his boss' big move would have this side effect. At this moment, Giotto, who is trying his best to motivate Spurner, is also aware of this, but he can't help it. The accuracy required by Spurner is too high. Even if he has intermediate superintuitiveness and observation haki, he simply cannot grasp that point. Alas, I wish I could summon Spainer. If I really didn't have this luck, I wouldn't be able to feel wronged. It would be acceptable to come to Verdi. Boom! At this moment, the thunderous sound erupted again. Giotto's body had already moved back obviously, but the deadly fire also completely crushed the ant's flames, and the orange flames were unstoppable and swept toward the Cake Island. Go! Boom! As the explosion resounded through the sky, the ant and the Cake Island wharf area were completely swallowed by the orange flame of death, and the screams of the ant's mouth could be faintly heard. It is estimated that even she herself did not expect that Giotto would have the power to break her through the attack, but it is not a simple matter to injure this monster. Steel Balloon, this title is not for nothing. A few days later, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku Admiral, there is news about New World. The Marine soldier stood straight in Sengoku's office and said with a serious face, "Well, bring the files." Sengoku nodded, then said, "His job is called a conscientious work. It has been like this since he was called Marine, and he has been working as an admiral until now. Even if he becomes a marshal in the future, nothing has changed. After the Marine soldier sent the documents forward, Sengoku temporarily put down the things he was dealing with, picked up the documents and read them carefully. After all, New World has become a mess now, and any useful news may become them. Marine's breakthrough into New World. I said, Sengoku, your two eyebrows are about to squeeze together. What is the news? Garp, who was sitting while eating senbei and drinking tea, also found something wrong with Sengoku at this time and couldn't help it. Asked. Of course, he just asked casually. Sengoku usually didn't bother to pay attention to him. After all, his purpose in this office was to steal senbei and drink tea, but nothing else. Especially now, after the fellow Roger has been executed, he has become more relaxed. Garp, are you familiar with Big Mom? Sengoku raised his head, looked at his old friend, and said seriously. Ah, the guy on the rocks before, the woman with too strong physical fitness. The old man still has this in my memory, but why did you mention her suddenly? Garp digs his nose with one hand and said indifferently. If you are so silly, get out of the old man. After an angry curse, Sengoku continued. On the sea after Roger was executed, Big Mom was definitely one of the most difficult pirates, but some time ago, someone fought against her on Cake Island, her base camp. After retiring, he destroyed part of its Cake Island. Hearing this, Garp was also a little interested. He put down half of the senbei in his hand and said, there are not many pirates who can do this. Let the old man think about it. Is it Whitebeard or with her? Same, the monster imps on the rocks ship before. The monster imp on the rocks is the big pirate who is also in the New World now, Kaido. In Garp's impression, now New World has the strength, and it is possible to play against Big Mom, that is, these two guys. But at this moment, Sengoku shook his head, then picked up one of the files and placed it in front of Garp. Vongola Jado, the guy who attacked the G5 branch before, the guy on Roger. Asterisk. This time it's up to me and Reborn to go out. Seacon Island will be handed over to you and Fran. Jado, who had just returned to Seacon Island, said to Naker with a gloomy expression. I thought that after I came back this time I could take a good rest for a while, and then start the plan to expand the territory, but who would have thought that when he came back, both the system and Reborn told him the same bad news. That is a member of their vongola family, who is now in a state of being pursued and killed, and he is still the most terrifying big pirate in New World who is chasing him. Known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Activation mission, rescue Belphegor. When learning about this task, Jado was a little helpless. After all, the uncle, he had dealt with each other when he was on Roger's boat before, so he knew very well how strong Whitebeard is now at the peak, let alone be. Now he was himself. Even Naker estimated that it would be difficult to withstand the terrifying destructive power of Whitebeard Shockfruit. Coupled with the fact that they have just had an antagonism with Big Mom, Naker staying on Seacon Island is the safest choice now. Otherwise, once Jado takes Naker out to rescue the troubled prince, he will not be allowed to point Big Mom will bring people directly to Seacon Island. It's true that Reborn's strength is not weak, but it is difficult to play a role against that monster like Steel Balloon. Oh, leave it to me. Naker patted his chest and said confidently. To be honest, it seems that he is so confident in any situation. Is it true that he is the guardian of Vongola? Nodded. Jado didn't say much, just boarded the ship with Reborn and sailed in the direction of the B************ D prince. In addition to the two of them this time, there are Crowley and two newcomers from the Vongola family. Originally, Jado didn't plan to take them together. After all, it was Whitebeard who was going to face him, and he was not sure about it himself. However, Reborn agreed to let Crowley follow along, saying that it would allow young people to see the world or something. So, how did that idiot provoke Whitebeard? Jado asked with a gloomy look after sitting on the boat. How could he not understand this? Reborn sat on Jado's shoulders, holding information appropriate to his size in his hand, and said slowly, it is said that on the way to Seacon Island, I met a prince of the country who mocked him, and he was very unhappy. In this case, he killed the opponent directly. But what he didn't consider was that the country had the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Although, Jado felt that Belphegor was making trouble for himself, but from the analysis of the actual situation, he also had to admit that the prince who provoked Bell was largely suspicious of death. Why do you say that? First of all, Bell himself has royal blood, his personality is arrogant and proud. Secondly, Bell likes to kill. As a prince of a country, to taunt Bell, in addition to his own pride, he will not be able to bear it. Your prince's identity will also have a hatred bonus. Therefore, the prince who didn't know what country died also asked for it. It's really troublesome. Jado sighed, and then asked, however, the prince of a country under the pirate group has been killed. It shouldn't be the old guy Whitebeard who can do it himself, right? Whitebeard shouldn't be so idle all day long, right? I don't know how many countries are holding his pirate flag. Anyway, the biggest power in the New World is their Whitebeard pirates. In the intelligence obtained from the Dark World, it is true that Whitebeard is not the one who chased Bell, but is Captain Diamondjaws. However, the Whitebeard pirate ship seems to be nearby, so if we are going to rescue Bell, yes, there is a 70% chance of meeting Whitebeard directly. Reborn lost the information in his hand. After all, these things had no value anymore. They currently do not have their own intelligence organization in the vongola family, so the way to obtain intelligence is to buy it from the dark world. Forget it, the details will only be known after arrival. Vongola has never abandoned the tradition of his companions, even if he really wants to face Whitebeard. Giotto's eyes condensed, and a firm light flashed. He knows very well that the current vongola family is by no means an opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. Neither he nor Naker have the strength to contend with the strongest man in the world. But so what? If you have to give up your companions and family because you are not an opponent, then vongola will have no meaning. Furthermore, now is not an opponent. What about the future? His vongola family has 6 guardians, and there are many things belonging to them that have not yet been unlocked. If you really want to die, Giotto will not necessarily be afraid of Whitebeard. He can't fight the wretched development for a period of time. After he has enough strength, he will collect debts from the other party. Go at full speed, that guy Bell can't last too long. At this point, Giotto immediately gave instructions. He didn't want to see Bell's body when he arrived. On the west side of the island. This is just an unknown island in New World. The only peculiar thing is that the wind is raging for a long time here. After all, the weather in New World is always strange. In the forest on this island, a young man is walking fast, his right arm has been injured, and he will have severe pain even when he lifts it up. That damn diamond B********************* D, defense is too perverted. If it wasn't for that guy's whole body of diamonds, I would have killed him. Damn it. While speeding up his pace, Bell couldn't help but scolded. To be honest, Ja's ability is indeed very restraining Bell. Even if the dead fire of the Lan attribute has the characteristic of decomposition, it is difficult to hurt Jaws, who can become a diamond. After moving forward for about 5 minutes, Bell suddenly stopped his footsteps. He felt the raging wind in this special terrain, and he showed an excited and crazy smile on his face. He. That's it, even if it is resolved. If you don't lose the diamond B************************************ D, the others will not escape the prince's hunt. He didn't just ran away and came to this island. In the process of escaping from the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, he found this island where the wind was raging. For him as the guardian of Varian Land, this is the most suitable venue for him to perform that artistic battle. Soon after Bell boarded the westward island, the 3rd Division led by Jaws landed immediately. However, at this time, Jaws hadn't realized that the island had become a trap against them the moment Bell set foot on it. Find that guy right away, and dare to make trouble in our Whitebeard pirate group. He must pay the price. Jaws' face was stern, and his mood was quite unhappy now. As the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, he hadn't caught the blonde guy for so long. Moreover, in the process of pursuing the opponent, he suffered several times. The opponent was a guy with no bottom line, and he always attacked his men to contain himself. If it wasn't for protecting his own people, he would have been able to catch each other long ago. He. Chasing me for so long without results, what good is it for you to be so persistent? At this moment, Bell took the initiative to walk out of the forest and stood at the entrance of the road into the forest with a crazy smile on his face. To be honest, if you don't have that diamond, I can kill you easily. If you fight head-on, I can also crush you directly. Jaws clenched his fists, but didn't rush forward directly. Through the previous fights in the chase, he also had a certain understanding of Bell. If he rushed forward at this time, the opponent would definitely choose to attack his own people to force him to retreat. Very scary. Suddenly, Bell threw a flying knife, and the deadly fire of the Lan attribute attached to it, and it swept toward a pirate at lightning speed. Seeing this scene, Jaws reacted immediately. His sturdy body disappeared in place, and the next moment he stood directly in front of his own hands. His arms turned into brilliant diamonds at this moment. There was a crisp sound, and the flying knife hit the diamond's arm and landed on the ground. If you want to be clever, let's save time. Don't you know who you are facing? Didn't you see that your captain is always vigilant? The idea of shooting a sneak attack, it's best to start thinking about it now. Erase the inside. Even in the situation of being surrounded by enemies, Bell still has his new crazy smile on his face, as if this situation is not dangerous for him, but an ultimate enjoyment. Enjoy the killing of the Prince of the Ripper. This is the true face of the guardian of Varian Land. You be ************* D. At this moment, Jaws let out a roar, then stepped on the ground with both feet and rushed towards Bell. His whole body has been turned into diamonds at this moment. In this way, he doesn't need to worry about the opponent's attacks on him from various tricky angles. Because the knife can't break through his own defenses, in the future, even the world's largest swordsman Slash will not be able to break his diamond body. According to the situation of the previous encounters, Bell will definitely avoid or flee quickly at this time, but this time, he is standing in place without any extra actions. Although Jaws was a little strange, he didn't care too much, because he was confident in his defense. But when the distance between the two was less than 5 meters, Bell suddenly moved a step to the right, just one step, and a very violent wind rushed out from behind where he stood just now. This gust of wind impacted Jaws' body, although there was no way to break his diamond, but it also made him retreat one after another. This is the hurricane weather on the island. Jaws was surprised. He knew the peculiarities of this island, but he didn't expect that the other party would use the hurricane weather to fight against him. I am very sensitive to the flow of air. After all, I am the guardian of Varian's land, he. Bell said proudly that this island is his home court, although there is still no way to break the opponent. The defense, but in other areas, he has occupied an absolute advantage. But it's just luck. The weather changes on the New World Island. How could it be possible for a guy like you to be a master? Jaws' face grew gloomy. At the next moment, Bell just took out his flue, and at the same time, the ring in his hand burned the flames of death with the Lan attribute. This time he had no plans to retreat and escape. Even if there is no way to break through the defense of Jaws, he can still enjoy this battle and killing. After all, on this island, it is not just Diamond Jaws alone. The Prince's dictionary does not have the word fluke. With that said, Bell just threw the flying knife in the direction of no one. Everyone in the room couldn't understand what he was doing. Is it self-defeating? Just as they thought about the significance of Bell's actions, a violent wind appeared without warning. With the flow of the violent wind, the direction of the flying knife immediately changed, and it shot directly at a sea with an extremely tricky orbit. Thief's vest. At this moment, Jaws finally understood the meaning of Bell's actions, and at the same time his eyes became extremely solemn, and now he finally knew what the other party said that being sensitive to airflow meant. This island is the battlefield exclusive to each other. An exclusive venue that can maximize the opponent's strength. In the face of this situation, Jaws has no other choice. He can only move quickly to help his men withstand the throwing knives, but Bell's is one after another, using the howling wind to throw the throwing knives. Every time he attacks they are all tricky to the extreme. Suddenly, neither Jaws nor the other pirates in the 3rd Division could attack Bell, and could only continue to resist the throwing knife that could take the life of his companion at any time. This is simply that Bell alone suppressed the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Jaws once again blocked the flying knife with his arm, but this time, his face became very ugly, because the flying knife was actually on his diamond arm, leaving behind track. Even if this trace is very shallow, it actually happened. The other party's attack started to have a tendency to destroy his defense. How can this be? Have you started to notice it? But what can you do even if you find it? Either give up your companion's life and attack me, or you can only resist my attack as before. Bell caressed his hand that hadn't been thrown out and flew, sneered, so, what are you going to do? Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jaws. I have to say that Bell is indeed a genius. As a killer, his talent has reached a level that can be called terrifying. If his opponent is not a guy like Diamond Jaws, with almost full defensive power, under the blessing of such a venue, he can completely destroy the opponent easily. But even if he was at a disadvantage, he was still using his extraordinary talents, just like the flying knife left a mark on Jaws' arm just now. Utilizing the decomposing ability of the Flame of Death of the Lan attribute, plus his calculations every time he throws the knife, it perfectly landed on the same spot on Jaws' arm. A strong defense will also begin to fall apart under this continuous impact. The so-called dripping through rocks is such a truth. Moreover, this art of gradually eroding and hunting opponents can bring Bell an extraordinary enjoyment and pleasure. At the moment, Jaws' face was already gloomy, and water was about to drip. He himself clearly had the strength to crush the opponent, but because of various restrictions, there was no way to directly attack the opponent, and he could only passively defend. This kind of battle is not only frustrated, but also makes people very angry. Looking at your expression, you should be dissatisfied with the current situation, right? If that is the case, let us make this battle more intense. Let me remind you of the action of the reaction. It must be faster, otherwise your subordinates will be dead. Bell seems to be a person who dominates the game, looking at Jaws with an arrogant face, the cold voice that makes people such an ice cave. From his mouth, by the way, I heard that everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates they exist just like your family, so you won't abandon them? When the voice fell, Bell threw a dozen flying knives one after another. These flying knives were all attached to the Flames of Death of the Lan attribute, and the natural and then born gust of wind on this island seemed to know Bell's thoughts. Screaming wildly at this moment, under the guidance of the strong wind, dozens of flying knives immediately flew from various tricky directions to the members of the Whitebeard pirate group. Seeing such a scene, Jaws could no longer think about any tactics. He immediately kicked his feet on the ground, and his body flew out like a cannonball. He didn't even care about raising his arms to resist those throwing knives, directly covering his whole body. Be diamondized, let your body become a strong shield to protect your companions. This is his only choice now. Damn. Jaws couldn't help yelling at this moment. After all, he really had no choice but to vent his anger with a few curses. but at the same time, he was amazed at the horrible fighting talent of the opponent. It was very clear how difficult the weather in New World was to control him. The opponent could even predict the squalls of the wind without a single mistake. "You can't stop this now, Diamond Idiot." At this moment, Bell suddenly sneered. The whistling wind suddenly shifted in completely opposite directions, and the three flying along the wind also flew to another position together. Jaws didn't know the moonwalk of Marine 6 styles. He was already in the air. He didn't have the ability to change direction at all. He could only watch the three flying knives and flew towards his men. "Hurry up!" Jaws shouted anxiously, but how can Bell's throwing knife be avoided by ordinary pirates? Seeing those flying knives rushing towards his subordinates, Jaws' teeth were crushed, but at this time he was powerless. "Does it make you even more angry to watch your subordinates spurting blood? He. Bell's face became more and more ferocious and mad. "How come?" Suddenly, a voice sounded, and a cyan flame appeared in everyone's vision. "Make you so simple, kill my family." The flame swallowed all the three flying knives, and then the pair of flaming wings converged, and then in the flames appeared a golden punk head with a slightly fierce face on his face. Sneer. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 1st Division, Marco the Phoenix. Captain Marco. "It's so timely, you deserve to be the captain." The pirates who had escaped from the dead couldn't help shouting in excitement at this moment. At the same time, they also knew that since Captain Marco appeared here, then this farce-like battle could be brought to an end. The opponent can contain Captain Jaws through this disgusting method, but there is no way to contain Captain Marco at the same time. With the combat power of the two captains, it can be said that apart from a handful of large pirates, there is no opponent that they can't solve. It's troublesome now. Seeing Marco's appearance, Belphegor's brows frowned instantly, although his golden hair had completely covered his eyes, so no one could see whether he frowned. However, the appearance of Marco did make him feel dangerous. A Diamond Jaws is enough trouble. Now with a stronger Phoenix Marco, he can say that he has no chance of winning at all. It would be okay if he could use the box weapon, but I don't know why. His box weapon is now in an unusable state. No matter how he injects the dead energy into it, there is no response. "Oh, it's not too much trouble in fact. Since you are dealing with my family, then you should pay the corresponding price." In an instant, Marco rushed in front of Bell. The cyan flame burned again, his feet turned into claws. Using the inertia of the high-speed flight, he quickly kicked him towards Bell. At this time, Bell has no time to dodge. Although he has a strong fighting talent, his ability to fight in close combat is not that strong. Boom! A loud noise broke out, but at this moment, Marco's eyes were one side, and Jaws' face, who had thought everything settled, became difficult to look again. At that moment, the orange flame flew from a distance, blocking the middle of Marco and Bell. Just like when Marco played just now, Giotto also appeared from the deadly fire of Ozra attribute. His right hand grabbed the paw raised by Marco, making it impossible to deposit. "We haven't seen each other for a long time, right, Marco?" Giotto raised his head and looked at the figure with the cyan flame burning in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Is this thing that can be seen in my face? You can't just rely on your words so far." Hearing Marco's refusal, Giotto also sighed in his heart. As expected, he was different from Shanks, and he was not a person with the ability to save face. Giotto and Marco knew each other. He had dealt with the members of the Whitebeard Pirates when he was a trainee on the Roger ship. As the first person to be a trainee on Roger's ship at that time, the other party also had an impression of him. In fact, no matter what, his special lifeless fire will be remembered by those who know him. "Are you going to intervene in our Whitebeard Pirates, Giotto? I heard about the vongola family that you established. Even Marine and Big Mom are at a disadvantage in your hands, but you will not forget the old man. How strong is your strength, right?" Marco stopped the attack temporarily. He stood in front of Giotto and said with a serious face, "We are the Whitebeard Pirates. Like this kind of stupid who provoked us and shot our family, no one can keep it. What is the most impossible thing to do on the sea? That's hurting Whitebeard's family, which is actually a member of the Whitebeard pirate group, because behind them is the strongest man in the world as a backer, and at the same time the strength of their pirate group is firmly at the top of the current sea. There used to be Roger Pirates and Golden Lions flying pirates who could contend with them, but now, there is only one Whitebeard left among the three big pirates. Although it is said that New World is still in chaos, everyone knows that Whitebeard is the real master of the sea today, an unrivaled existence. Not to mention the emerging vongola family, even the veteran Big Mom, Kaido, and others will never be so stupid to provoke Whitebeard, who is at the peak. There is no way, after all, this fool prince is also my family." Giotto pressed his right hand on Bell's head, and said solemnly, "So, can you spare him for the time being? After all, you members of the Whitebeard Pirates have not been substantially harmed. The only problem is that only the prince who took the initiative to provoke Bell, isn't it? If there are members of the Whitebeard Pirates in the list of victims, then Giotto will not talk nonsense to Marco, because he knows very well that if the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are hurt, unless they give their lives, the other party will never do anything for anything. compromise with things. But the current situation is that Bell did not really kill any of the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, this matter has room for maneuver. As for the hapless prince, how could something happen if he didn't taunt Bell himself? In the final analysis, this matter is not Bell's fault. Step back 10,000 steps and said, even if it was Bell's fault, Giotto would not do anything stupid, righteousness and extermination. Just as Whitebeard protects the members of his pirate group, Giotto, as the leader of the vongola family, also has the obligation to protect his family members. Even for this, if you want to fight with the strongest pirate group in the sea today, there will never be a slight change. You are too light, Giotto. Marco shook his head, but he didn't mean to do it right away. This matter is about the face of our Whitebeard pirates. That kingdom has the flag of Daddy. If that's the case, Daddy's majesty will be lost. At this moment, Reborn walked over step by step. He was holding the pistol that Leon had turned into in one hand, and playing with his sideburns in the other hand. So how about taking a step back? This is something the fool prince does. That's not right, but at the same time, as Giotto said, his actions did not cause substantial damage to the Whitebeard pirates. So, if we can stop here, it will be considered that our vongola family owes the Whitebeard pirates a favor. If there is any need for help in the future, the vongola family is obliged. I don't know if you think this result can be regarded as an explanation. Reborn is very aware of the current situation of the vongola family. It is definitely unwise to stand on the opposite side of the Whitebeard pirates in the current situation. And just now, the three of them will not be the opponents of the Whitebeard pirates. Although Giotto can deal with Marco and Bell can hold jaws, it is extremely difficult to retreat. One more thing, their current location is already within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Who knows when Whitebeard will suddenly appear? In the current vongola family, the only person who can play against Whitebeard is Naker, who is responsible for guarding Seekin Island and guarding Big Mom. If they had a head-to-head fight with Whitebeard here, it's likely that everyone would stay here. Is it the favor of the vongola family? Mal's subject flickered, obviously considering Reborn's proposal. He pays attention to the changes in the situation on the sea every day, so he also knows that the current vongola family has a certain level of strength. It is already possible to retreat under the command of Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku and face Big Mom on Cake Island. Can explain a lot. And he could see that this guy named Vongola Giotto had an extraordinary talent. Comprehensive judgment, the favor of the vongola family is very valuable. The Whitebeard pirate group is indeed standing at the top now, and Dad is indeed the strongest man in the sea, but this does not prevent them from having a reliable ally. Goo la 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 la. Just as Marco thought about it, the familiar laughter came over, and after looking along the voice, you could immediately see the Moby D ***** K that had docked. There is no doubt that the strongest man in the world has arrived. Giotto's face was extremely solemn at this time. Just now, if Marco did not agree to take a step back, he could also choose to force Bell to escape. Although it is not that easy, it is also possible to succeed. But now it was different. Whitebeard arrived. With the strength of himself, Reborn and Bell, it was simply not enough to retreat under Whitebeard's hands. As for the people on the vongola ship, faced with the Whitebeard pirates, it's not a combat power. Boom, boom, boom. The dull footsteps sounded like a heartbeat. Giotto's eyes were completely locked on the Moby D ***** K at this time, and his spirit was unprecedentedly focused. The man who was about to appear in the field of vision cannot be overestimated. In the next moment, the 6-meter-high body appeared in the eyes of everyone. He held Kongyun, one of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp knife, and his face was his symbol, a crescent like Whitebeard. Is it here? The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, whose name resounds all over the world, and even the songs sung by children from all over the world describe him as terrifying than monsters. It exerts the power of shock fruit unparalleled, and is believed to have the power to destroy the world. Like Big Mom and Kaido, he was once a member of Rock's Pirate. At that time, his strength was already extremely powerful. After the collapse of Rock's Pirate, he formed his own Whitebeard pirate group. In the previous era, he was called the Three Big Pirates together with the One Piece King Gold Roger and the Pirate Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. At that time, Whitebeard and Roger also became friends, so the members of the pirate groups on both sides knew each other. Who I thought was, it turned out to be the kid on Roger's boat. Standing on the bow of the mobile, Whitebeard looked down at Giotto in the distance. I remember a red-haired kid and a red-nosed kid. Are they with you now? Although his tone was not in his eyes at the moment, the prestige that naturally radiated from him still made Giotto have to be cautious. Shanks and Buggy had their own journey, and I am not a pirate anymore. After the captain disbanded the pirate group, I have abandoned my identity as a pirate. Giotto took a deep breath and stabilized his current state of mind. It doesn't matter whether it is a pirate or not. As long as you are born in this ocean, everyone is a child of the ocean, and you are no exception. Whitebeard smiled, and then changed his voice. Gu la la la, your purpose of coming here today is to save the kid who made trouble in Lao Zi's sight? He is indeed a troublesome idiot, but he is also my family. Giotto nodded and answered without hesitation. Family? It seems that you kid has also grown up. With such a belief, you shouldn't get on Roger's boat at the beginning. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly stretched out his hand to Giotto, and then said with a serious face, come to be my son. If this happens, then I can no longer pursue everything that happened before. After all, my family and there is no conflict between the family members. Hearing this, Giotto was instantly Spartan in his heart. He thought of everything that could happen to Whitebeard, but he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly come to himself. Whitebeard is a well-known recognizing mad demon, he knows this. Who would have thought that this could happen to him? So what should I do in this scene now? It seems to say Daddy, everything can be solved, and there will be the Whitebeard pirates as its backer in the future, and the development of the vongola family will definitely go smoothly. However, vongola doesn't seem to have the habit of admitting a foster father, right? Ding, start a special mission, please choose host. Suddenly, the voice of the system rang in Giotto's mind. 1. Recognize Whitebeard as the daddy, and reward Fang Tian for painting a halberd. Special effects, specifically to kill the foster father, the success rate can be increased to 100%. 2. Reject Whitebeard and reward the vongola ring for unblocking. Hearing this mission choice, Giotto was a little hysterical. He was obviously vongola I, but if he chose the first one, it seemed that he could directly evolve into the first fierce general of the three kingdoms, Lu Fengxian. Fang Tian's painted halberd even has special effects for killing foster fathers. Does this mean that if you get this weapon, you will call your father when you encounter an enemy, and then you can instantly kill others? And the success rate is still 100%. In other words, if you call Whitebeard, the world's strongest man is no different from the paper under Fang Tian's halberd? But this is too. I'm sorry, as the leader of the vongola family, I will not surrender to anyone, even you. Giotto's eyes became firm in an instant. He is vongola I, the leader of the vongola family. If even he surrenders to others, what choice should the members of his family make? The moment he made this decision, the large empty ring he wore on his hand emitted an orange light. Soon the ring changed. The words vongola famiglia, vongola family, were engraved in the center, and the surroundings inlaid with 6 gems of various colors. As the ring changes, Giotto also feels that the deadly fire in his body has become much stronger than before, and his strength has undergone a qualitative change from the previous second. At the same time, in Nacre on the island of Sikan, the injured ring of Sunny was also turned into a yellow hexagonal gemstone, with a golden rim. The gemstone was engraved with the emblem of the vongola family and the pattern of the sun. The unblocking of the ring also symbolizes the change in the strength of Giotto and his guardian. The only pity is that now he only has Nacre, the guardian of sunshine. Nice look, it really is the kid on Roger that guy's boat. The future of this sea belongs to you. But, the cloud in Whitebeard's hand slammed on the ground, and the violent conqueror's haki whizzed out, instantly impacting the spirits of Giotto's people. But now, it's the age of Lao Zi. Since you refuse Lao Zi's kindness, then this matter is it can't be over simply. The one favor in your mouth is far from enough. Whitebeard's conqueror's haki was extremely terrifying. Even the bloodthirsty Prince Belphegor felt a dizziness at the moment, but he quickly recovered. As for Giotto and Reborn, there is no change in their expressions, as if they have not been affected by the other's conquerors. Seeing that the other party's appearance became calmer, Whitebeard appreciated it more, but it was a pity that the other party didn't want to recognize himself as a dad, so naturally he couldn't force it. Whitebeard. At this moment, Giotto suddenly took a step forward, and his body was suddenly violent. Since he directly resisted Whitebeard's conqueror's haki, according to you, we are all children of the sea. Then follow the sea. Come on. I don't mean to fight with the Whitebeard pirates, but Belphegor definitely wants to protect it. Since you want to maintain your majesty and vent your anger, let me be your opponent. Hearing that, Marco and the others changed their faces and looked at Giotto with a weird look. They couldn't think that this guy would say such words to the old man. Is this a challenge to the strongest man in the world? Asterisk. Giotto versus Whitebeard? This is a battle without suspense at all, at least that's what Marco and others are thinking. As a crew member on Roger's ship, Giotto's talent can be affirmed by everyone, but it is only a talent, and it is still unknown how far this talent can support him, let alone meet their father at this moment. To put it ugly, it is not clear whether Giotto can block their father's punch. Most likely, with a punch from Whitebeard, the Giotto was gone. Even Belphegor's face is hard to see the extreme at this moment. He doesn't know what the strength of his own boss is now, but he has a certain understanding of the strength of Whitebeard. After all, he has been chased by the captain for so long. Even if he didn't understand the news of the other party, he didn't deserve to be a member of Varian. However, Reborn is still not surprised as usual. He also knows that this matter can only be handled by Giotto, because Giotto is the leader of the vongola family. Gula la la la, do you say you will be Lao Zi's opponent? The kid on Roger's boat. Whitebeard's eyes condensed at this moment, and his power became more fierce than before. Who do you think of, Lao Zi? Lao Zi is Whitebeard. Then give it a try. No matter what the result is, I hope this matter can be revealed. Giotto was also unwilling to show weakness at this time. The death flames burning on his forehead became more and more vigorous. The strength has also been further improved. He is now stronger than before. At least, he thinks that he still has the power to fight. Even if the opponent is now at the peak and is the strongest man in the world, it is impossible to crush him. Interestingly, do you think you can block Lao Zi? Then stop and watch. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard waved Kong Yunkai in his hand, and slashed at Giotto with a domineering knife. Although he is not a swordsman, his powerful physical strength and the sharp edge of the supreme sword still don't. Several people were able to withstand such a simple attack. He swayed. Without the blessing of shock fruit, he is also a top powerhouse who can cross the sea. Dead armed, earthquake. There is no hesitation, no reservation. Shot is one of his strongest moves now. In this world, no one can dare to keep his whole cards when facing Whitebeard. Suddenly, death air swayed through the space ahead like ripples, and Armament Haki's wrapped fist directly blasted towards the extremely sharp supreme sharp knife. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky, and the powerful impact directly shook everyone around him back. The terrifying force fell on Giotto's fist, causing his whole body to sink a lot, and his feet directly fell into the ground. Then the ground he was on cracked directly. Giotto's arms were shaking right now, and he could even hear the sound of his bones overwhelmed. Too strong. Whitebeard at its peak is simply a monster among monsters. Ha! You can block Lao Zi's blow. You deserve to be the most talented kid on Roger's ship. It seems that many people on the sea are blind. Vongola kid, your talent is probably more terrifying than the kid that bullet. Seeing that his own blow was blocked, Whitebeard couldn't help but be surprised. Although he didn't use the power of shock fruit, the power of his previous blow was already strong enough. There are not many people who can withstand his previous blow on the ocean today. At this moment, Giotto's figure swayed like a ghost, and suddenly flashed to the left. The flames of death in his right hand burst out. With the help of the propelling force, it turned into a few after-images, and appeared in the back right of Whitebeard in a flash. Moreover, his position is exactly the angle of view of Whitebeard's line of sight. Shooting in this position can make it difficult for the opponent to make an effective response. Since he is going to fight, he will naturally not be the slightest carelessness, holding the determination to die, only to be able to display all his strength. Giotto, who usually looks extremely calm, has this kind of madness when he fights, putting life and death out of his mind. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he will spare his life every time and do his best. Dead armed bone break. A punch that was as fast as lightning hit Whitebeard's waist directly. But just when his punch seemed to be about to succeed, Whitebeard's body spun suddenly, and in an extremely unreasonable motion, he slammed his fist from the side with a transparent halo on it. Kaka. Crack. The cracking sound sounded, a punch containing shock fruit's power, directly aimed at Giotto's head, which was almost an injury for life style of play. Giotto's punch will land on his waist, and his punch can directly shatter the opponent's head. If it is a normal person, even a powerful person with amazing strength, at this time, there is no time to make other reactions, and can only force Whitebeard's punch. As for the end. For reference, in the future, Akaina Sakazuki, who suffered a punch from Whitebeard in the war, would basically be half-life. It was also at this moment that everyone watching the game was nervous, but there was one exception. Reborn played with his sideburns, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, showing a smile, and only he could really see the situation at the moment. Giotto, who was attacking, suddenly disappeared and then appeared in the air. His punch did not stop, but the target was from Whitebeard's waist to Whitebeard's right shoulder. At this moment, Whitebeard's eyes couldn't help but widen. He didn't expect Giotto to react at such a critical moment. Could it be that the little devil on Roger's ship, Observation Haki, has reached such a terrifying point? In fact, with the exception of the Observation Haki that Karamika possesses and sees through the future, it is difficult for other insights to respond to Giotto's reaction at this moment. Giotto's sights and colors naturally did not reach that level. It was not his mid-level Observation Haki that supported him to react quickly in this battle, but his superintuition. Next moment. Boom! The dull sound erupted, and the armament Haki entangled and hit Whitebeard's shoulder with an impartial punch that burned with deathfire. Even if it was stronger than Whitebeard, after being hit by this blow, the body couldn't help it. Stagnant, frowned. Daddy was actually hit. At the same time, the faces of Marco and others were all in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that Giotto had hit his father in a frontal battle. After a hit, Giotto immediately pushed his body with the flame of death, and quickly opened a distance from Whitebeard. It is not easy to make two consecutive attacks. He knows that the opponent is Whitebeard, so he has to wait until he has a chance before he can make the next attack. Otherwise, being hit by Whitebeard would be troublesome. Goo la 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 la. Very good, kid, it's no wonder that you can retreat from that guy Linland's hands. Your strength is already very good. Whitebeard didn't get angry because of the punch. Instead, he laughed, turned around, and looked at Giotto appreciatively. "But you are still too young, and you are not Lao Zi's opponent now." Still the same sentence, "Come and be my son, bear the name of Whitebeard, and you can still lead your own family on the ocean." "Excuse me to refuse." Giotto paused for a moment before answering. His pause is not to think about Whitebeard's proposal, but to see if the system will trigger a special task. If it can be triggered repeatedly, he feels that he can do the task in Whitebeard. "System, what about the card bug you and me?" Sure enough, this is the answer? If that's the case, Lao Zi won't keep his hands anymore. Now Lao Zi will treat you as a real enemy. If you can block the blow, today's things will stop here for the time being. Stop it. Whitebeard plunged Kong Yunkai into the ground, and then squeezed his right fist sharply. The muscles bulged and veins appeared, and the sense of ultimate strength was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The power of the real fruit converged on his right fist, forming a ball cover. Around his fist, the atmosphere was shattered by this force, and a spider web-like crack appeared. Daddy is getting serious. I really didn't expect that the young kid on Roger's boat could be taken seriously by Daddy. Marco couldn't help but say seriously when he looked at the scene at the moment. He has dealt with Giotto, and when the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates met, he knew each other. At that time, he felt that Giotto had extraordinary talents, and he would definitely be able to make a name for himself in this sea in the future. But he didn't expect that the opponent would grow so fast. The last time he met, Giotto was just a good rookie, let alone making the old man serious, even inferior to the other captains on their ship. This guy's fighting talent is also terrifying. In the situation just now, he can also dodge his father's attack and launch a counterattack. Jaws also didn't expect things to develop into what it is now, and at the same time he couldn't help thinking about it. What would be the result if he and Giotto were confronted? The probability is a tie. Although he admits that Giotto has terrible fighting talents, the opponent's attack obviously can't break his diamond defense, but this time, he should not be able to stop it. The power erupted from the old shock fruit. At least it must be a strong person of the level of Marine Admiral to be able to resist. That's not necessarily true. After all, Giotto is the leader of our vongola family. He is not just such a man. Reborn calmly observed what was happening now, his eyes full of trust in Giotto. It seems that there is no way to dodge this blow. Giotto sighed, his super instinct told him that this blow can only be resisted head-on, and there is no room for evasion. The opponent has completely locked himself in with observation haki. With Whitebeard haki's knowledge, it is irrational to choose to avoid it at this time, so that instead of being able to avoid the attack, it will make him unable to resist with all his strength. Immediately, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, and the look of incomparable determination was clearly telling everyone. He, vongola Giotto, face Whitebeard's attack with shock fruit. Very courageous kid, but didn't that fellow Roger teach you? Meaningless courage will only be called stupid more often. With the last two words out loud, Whitebeard finally slammed a punch he had stored for a long time. In a short time, the atmosphere in front of him was completely shattered, the powerful vibration brought the impact, and the mountain swept out like a tsunami. This terrifying destructive power can be felt without touching it at all. Even Belphegor, who enjoys killing so much, couldn't help frowning at this time. If he faced this blow, he would have to lose half his life if he didn't die. Watching the attack towards him, Giotto's right fist was also clenched. He concentrated all his lifeless fire on his fist. At this moment, an unspeakable violent momentum rose into the sky, covering all directions. Anyone can feel that the attack that Giotto is about to issue at this moment is equally extraordinary. It is said that when vongola concentrated the flames of his whole body on his fist and threw his own ultimate punch, the shape of the gloves of the first generation would also change. The power of this punch was equal to Spurner, but both existed before. The difference. Because all the flames are concentrated on the fist, the power of this fist is more concentrated and solid than Spurner. However, the name of this trick is a bit rustic, and it's called the super burst of the universe, as if it is the second disease. Never fall down here. Pure belief came to mind, and then throw a punch. The orange flames of death with the big sky attribute have completely condensed on the right fist at this moment. With this power, he will completely blast from the front to defeat Whitebeard's attack. Even if this does not mean that he really has the strength to defeat Whitebeard, but it at least symbolizes that he has indeed taken an important step. Facing the sea, the top powerhouse. Boom! The deafening explosion, the shock of death and vibration spread all around in the blink of an eye, and the entire island trembled at this moment, as if it was about to collapse and sink in the next moment. The location where the forces of Giotto and Whitebeard collided, centered on this, the earth shattered in a huge range, and everything that could be seen in the field of vision was destroyed under the violent force. The rising dust blocked the view. No one knew what was going on inside. Did Giotto block the blow? Goo la 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 la. Suddenly, Whitebeard's laughter reached everyone's ears. Vongola kid, Lao Zi recognizes you. As his words came out of his mouth, the dust settled, and the figures of the two people once again caught everyone's eyes. Giotto and Whitebeard were both in their place, standing proudly. Exiting the death mode, facing Whitebeard, Giotto was able to block the shock of shock fruit, which was enough to prove his strength. You know, the current Whitebeard is at the pinnacle. He is impeccable in terms of strength and physical fitness. If he wants to, he can even defeat Big Mom and Kaido directly and become the only master of the New World Sea. It's just that he doesn't have such thoughts. For Whitebeard, his power is used to protect his family. The ambition to contend for the hegemony of the sea? Maybe he didn't have this thing from the beginning. Go back to Marco, Jaws. It's really nostalgic to see the kid on Rogers be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** anymore. While speaking with emotion, he stepped forward towards the Moby D***K. As he passed by Giotto, he whispered, "Have a hard time, Vongola's kid, there will be sooner or later. One day the future will belong to your young people, and Roger must have the same idea. But this era is still the era of Lao Tzu and Whitebeard. That's right, this era is called Whitebeard. Without the appearance of Giotto, Whitebeard would be the only name that could be written before the era until the appearance of the four emperors side by side. But now with the change of Giotto, with the vongola family standing above the sea, what the future will look like, no one will know." Jaws glared at Belphegor, and immediately followed his father's pace without saying much. Although he was very upset with this blonde D who couldn't see his eyes, since his dad didn't pursue it anymore, then he didn't have to worry about it. Soon, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group returned to the mobile and set sail. "Father, that kid is very interesting. The last time I met Roger pirates in the ocean, I thought that kid was very good. It's a pity, if he wants to be called our family, it would be fine." Marco leaned on the spread, looking at the smaller and smaller Zylandeo, and said with a faint smile, "The determination and will to protect his family really suits us, but it was a pity that Roger was robbed in the first place. Gone. Goo la la la. Vongola kid is indeed very suitable to be Lao Tzu's son, but now, that kid is already a hero who can carry a banner on his own. Whitebeard also really thinks Giotto is good. Speaking of Marco, if you don't work hard, you might be surpassed by that kid in the future." Seeing the expression of their father, Marco, Jaws and others were also slightly embarrassed. They knew very well that their father was not joking, because they could also see that Giotto did have terrible talent. The future will inevitably be one of the top powerhouses in this sea. But as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, they won't admit defeat. However, I am more concerned about that kid's companion. Whitebeard's voice suddenly changed at this time, and then he said with a strange look, "It's obviously a baby, but it can withstand Lao Tzu's haki. That vongola kid has also found a good family member, hell la la la." Hearing this, Marco and others suddenly reacted. They had always looked at Giotto's body before, and they had neglected subconsciously. The little thing that appeared on the west side island with Giotto, now in retrospect, is exactly the same as his father said. That little bit looked like a baby, but he was wearing a neat suit, and he was very calm from the beginning. Even under the deterrence of his father's terrifying conquerors, his expression did not change at all. Is this something a baby can do? Is it right? Someone with special devil fruit ability. Jaws shook his head and threw out what he thought was unrealistic. And this sentence of his was also recognized by other people. After all, no matter how pervert a baby is, it won't be able to resist the conquerors of the old man. It must be a capable person of devil fruit. There are no surprises in the sea, and there is a devil fruit that can turn people into babies, and it is not a rare thing. On the west side of the island. "Are you okay, Giotto?" Reborn leaped on Giotto's shoulder. He was just a baby and didn't weigh much, but when he fell on his shoulder, Giotto staggered and almost fell to the ground. Just now he resisted Whitebeard's air shock, and now his muscles and bones are all protesting, and the severe pain makes it difficult for him to stand. At the same time he woke him up. When he played against Big Mom on Cake Island before, he felt that his current strength was not bad, but now he knows that there is still a big gap between himself and the real powerhouse on the sea. He wants to become stronger. Special mission, Rescue Belphegor has been completed. Reward the completion of the creation of the vongola family 2%. Unlock new characters. Johnny 2 appears in March. Yes, when the task was completed in the past, the degree of completion was increased by 5% or even 10%, but this time it was only increased by 2%. As for the family members who have appeared, how should you describe it? Johnny 2 is an excellent mechanic. Yes, he often makes some strange malfunctions. Of course, his ability is undoubtedly undoubted, and it is also of great help to the development of the vongola family at this stage. But then there is a problem in front of Giotto once again. If you want to play the role of Johnny 2, you naturally need to set up a technical department, but it takes a lot of funds to click on the science and technology tree. And now in the family, that is, the billion Baileys Giotto got from Bullet last time. It sounds pretty good, but if you invest in the technical department, it will be a drop in the bucket. Activation task: set up the technical department of the vongola family and prepare to invest 2 billion Baileys in the early stage. Completion reward: Masaichi Irie, consultant of the vongola family's technical department. Giotto, who didn't know if he should set up a technical department immediately, made a decision as soon as he heard the system's prompt: make money. Must make money. Just to Johnny, he might have to think about the current development of the family, but adding an Ire Masaichi is not the same. This guy is a rare genius. It is a pity that Spainer did not appear in the quest reward, * on the way back to Second Island. Giotto basically stayed alone in the cabin. He needed to be stronger than he is now. As the leader of the vongola family, his strength must not only be at this level. The most straightforward way to get in front of him is to increase the unlocking degree of the family, so that his lifelessness, haki, superintuitiveness and various abilities can be improved. However, it is not an easy task to improve the unlocking degree of the family. Either develop the vongola family or only complete related tasks that appear from time to time in the system. So he had another idea, which is a native product of Pirate World: devil fruit. Known as the secret treasure of the sea, the market price is at least 100 million Baileys. It is the incarnation of the demon of the sea, and it will gain different abilities after eating, but as a price, the eater will be disgusted by the sea and become a land duck. Devil fruit is divided into 3 categories: paramecia, logia, and zoan. Of course, devil fruit of any kind of ability may be very strong. After all, the extent of devil fruit's ability depends on the strength of the capable person's own strength. For example, Whitebeard's shock fruit is called the strongest paramecia, but in Giotto's eyes, it is because Whitebeard got shock fruit that it can be called the strongest paramecia. If you change someone to be shock fruit's capable person, that's not necessarily true. But having said that, eating devil fruit can indeed significantly improve one's own strength, especially those rare ancient species and phantom beast species in Logia or Zoan. Since you are in the pirate world, you should naturally use the power that this world can use. Devil fruit is a very good choice. Because of this thing, not only can you improve your own strength, but also the strength of other members of the family. Take Naker, for example, as the strongest boxer. His physical fitness itself is extremely tyrannical, and he also possesses superb physical skills. Coupled with the vitality provided by the sunny attribute of the flame of death, his strength is already at a world-class level. From the previous fights between him and the ant on Cake Island, it can be seen that he already has admiral-level strength. If he can eat some strong paramecia or Zoan's devil fruit, then his strength will surely be further improved. It's just that Giotto himself is still hesitating whether to use devil fruit's power, because demon fruit power is afraid of the side effects of sea stone and seawater, and in some cases may reduce its own combat power. No, my thoughts have entered a misunderstanding. The truly powerful people on the sea will not be affected by the side effects of devil fruit. Giotto frowned, and whispered to himself: Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, these people are capable people, but sea water and sea stone can't threaten their strength. In the final analysis, it depends on their own strength. People who have developed a lot can naturally avoid the trivial side effects. It looks like you finally figured it out, Giotto. I don't know when. Reborn has already arrived in this cabin, standing in front of Giotto. I had this idea some time ago. Devil fruit can indeed greatly enhance the strength of the family. However, I want to find a suitable one for myself. The devil fruit is not an easy task. In order to avoid some unnecessary mistakes, I specially asked Crowley to find something. Picture book of devil fruit. With that said, he just handed a book to Giotto's hand. This book of illustrations records a lot of devil fruit shapes and abilities. With this book, you can avoid eating the wrong devil fruit to a certain extent. Reliable, Reborn. Giotto smiled at the result book. He did not expect that he had been struggling with the problem for such a long time. Reborn had already considered it and put it into action. After a slightly proud smile, Reborn continued: according to my research during this period, I have selected some devil fruits, which are very suitable for you and the Guardians. Although the Guardians only have NAK you're here, but starting from now to prepare, I don't think there is a problem at all. First of all, let's talk about the devil fruit that suits you, Giotto. In my opinion, the most suitable devil fruit for you should be Logia's Maramara fruit. The flame-type fruit can strengthen your own strength, and the deadly fire should also. Is it a kind of flame, right? Hearing this, Giotto's eyes also changed slightly. Dead fire is also a flame? This seems to be true. Even if this is aside, Maramara fruit itself has huge potential, especially the ability to develop flame temperature. What lava can burn out the flames? In Giotto's view, it is entirely due to Ace's insufficient development of Maramara fruit, which led to this situation. Moreover, Giotto himself has good control over the flames. If he consumes Maramara fruit, he will definitely be handy to use it. In this way, Maramara fruit is indeed your best choice, but it is not easy to get this fruit. After returning to Seacon Island, I will find a way to see if I can get Maramara fruit. Giotto nodded in agreement, and made a decision in his heart. After a pause, Reborn continued: well, if that's the case, let's talk about Naker. As the guardian of the sun, he has the ultimate in physical skills, so I think it is the most suitable. His should be Paramecia or Zoan's devil fruit. After reading this picture book, he also summed up a few choices. Paramecia shock fruit, Paramecia shining fruit, Paramecia hot fruit, Zoan bird fruit, eudemons, undead forms and other eudemons or ancient devil fruit. Listening to these devil fruits mentioned by Reborn, Jato's mouth Kakuzu could not help but drew it twice, and then looked at Reborn in front of him with an expression of, "Are you kidding me? Did you kill the white-beard pirates? Or go to Cake Island and kill the Big Mom pirates?" "I'm not kidding you, Jato," Reborn said with an idiot look. "You joked with me first." In an instant, Jato became hysterical. Just listen to this as human talk? The name of the series of devil fruit just now was not eaten by the people of the White-Beard Pirates, but owned by the Big Mom Pirates. Although it is quite suitable for Naker, it's impossible to get it. *B. After discussing with Reborn, Jato is basically sure that he can get devil fruits that are suitable for him and the Guardian, but even so, it is a big project to obtain these devil fruits. Of course, these devil fruits are not necessary. After all, those guys who are the guardians of the vongola family are extremely powerful in their own right, and whether they are willing to use devil fruit, then they need to ask their opinions. Because Agrel Chow Li Yu with his guardian, in all likelihood, he has no interest in devil fruit. For the moment, the devil fruit that needs to be obtained is only the Maramara fruit that you need. Obtaining this devil fruit will greatly improve your strength. And if you want to get Maramara fruit, then you have to consider it according to the original plot. At least now there is no Maramara fruit ability in this sea, that is to say, the fruit has always been in East Blue called Sixus on the extremely beautiful desert island, waiting for the appearance of Ace. But now, Jato is going to cut the beard. The only difficulty now is, where is the desert island called Sixus in East Blue? He didn't have the luck of Ace, and he was able to find such an island by wandering around, so he needed information about this island. Regarding information, Jato has a good consulting partner, and that is the old friend of Senior Rayleigh, Shucky. Sabayati Archipelago, number 13. This island is the only way from the first half of the Grand Line to New World. So many pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters gather here, but most of the people here still follow the rules, even if they are extremely evil. This is also true for many pirates. After all, this island is not far from naval headquarters, and celestial dragons often appear. Unless you are confident that you can fight against the existence of Admiral of Headquarters, it is more reliable to be stable on this island. The whole island of Sabayati Archipelago is composed of 79 trees. Each tree has towns and facilities, so the area is very clear. The islands from 1 to 29 are completely unlawful areas. Any human trade, slave auctions, and hired assassins can be found in this place. Many people in the dark world have their own businesses in this area. At this moment, Jato was walking on the 13th island of Sabayati Archipelago. After bringing Belphegor back to Second Island, he set out on his own to Sabayati Archipelago, in order to come here to find the seniors who used to be on the ship. As for Second Island, now that Naker, Reborn, Fran and Bell are sitting in town, it can be said that it is very safe, and he does not need to worry about it. The thing he needs to worry about this time, besides the Maramara fruit he wants to get, is Pele. Bailey is needed for family expansion, Bailey is needed to establish a technical department, and Bailey is needed to cultivate talents. Anyway, if you have money, you can talk about anything, but if you don't have money, you can't say anything. That's it. I hope I can convince Senior Rayleigh to get the news I want. Jato looked up at the small bar named Shucky's Ripped-Off Bar not far ahead, and muttered to himself softly. After that, he just opened the door and walked in. Ah, isn't this little Jato? A big man with a bounty of 970 million Bailey. How could he come to me? Let's talk about what you want to drink first, like your current status. Drinking won't be cheapo. Standing at the bar, the black-haired woman saw Jato opening the door and said with a smile on her face. She and Jato knew each other themselves. To be precise, she knew all the people on Roger's boat before. As for the reason, just 2 words. Rayleigh. It's been a long time since I saw Senior Shucky. I'm not a big man, and I'm a really poor man. But then again, when do I have a bounty of 970 million? Jato nodded slightly to Shucky, and then slightly. Obviously puzzled. He remembers that his reward should be 560 million Baileys. He hasn't had any conflict with Marine recently, and it hasn't been long since his last reward was announced. How could it become 970 million? Leaving his subordinates to retreat after fighting against Big Mom on Cake Island, and then for their subordinates to be safe and sound after fighting against the White-Beard Pirates on West Coast Island. These 2 things alone will give you 970 million. I think I'm underestimating you for the reward, but this reward was indeed updated only 2 days ago. You don't have the habit of following the news at any time, so naturally you don't know. While talking, Shucky poured a glass of wine for Jato, Shengui 10 million Baileys. Jato, who had just raised his wine glass, stopped his movements instantly when he heard this, and looked at the wine in the glass. He didn't drink it for a while, and it didn't seem good not to drink it. That's 10 million Baileys. It's even more than Ming grabbing. How about finding a place in the Sabayati Archipelago and opening a ripped-off bar? Okay, just drink if you want. It's just a joke with you. No matter how you are also a friend of Rayleigh, the money for the drink will be credited to his account. Shucky saw Jato's reaction at the moment, forbearance. I couldn't help but just laughed. Hearing this, Jato also drank his glass of drink in peace, but felt a little sorry Senior Rayleigh, thinking of the old man in the original plot who often sold himself for the sake of drinking money, and now he carried 10 million Baileys on his back. External debt. Forget it, anyway, it's the matter between the two of them. Why do you want so much? Senior Shucky, this time I came here to inquire about an island. Hey, isn't this Jato? You guy has done a lot of big things recently. Why did you suddenly think of coming to Sabayati Archipelago? Before he finished speaking, Rayleigh, who had just walked into the bar, found Jato, put his arm around Jato's shoulder, and said with a big smile, "Could it be that you kid finally got the hang of it, knowing to come over and invite me to drink? Rayleigh, I have counted the money for little Jato's wine just now on your account, 10 million Bailey." Hearing Shucky's words, Rayleigh's joy of seeing Jato disappeared instantly, and his face couldn't help convulsing. After being silent for a while, he whispered to Jato beside him, "Jato, you have established a family by yourself now, right? 10 million Baileys or something, for you, it shouldn't be a big deal. The amount is right." Asterisk. Seeing that Pluton, who was crisscrossing the ocean for a while, turned out to be like this now, Jato couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Rayleigh can sell himself again and again. With his current temperament, he is no different from the street gangsters. If you didn't know him, how many people would know that such a guy would be the Pluton Rayleigh who made countless people feel terrified? Time really is a pig-killing knife. Okay, Rayleigh, let little Jato talk about business first. He came here to buy information. When it comes to business, Xia Qi's face shows a taste of conspiracy. Even if you are an acquaintance, ripping off is essential. Otherwise, why would her bar take such a name? Do you need information? Ha ha ha, I thought it was a big deal. Since Jato needs information, it's just for the sake of my face. Before Rayleigh's proud words were finished, Shucky interrupted him. "If you want to sell your face, please change the money you owe for the wine and let it be clear. Besides, the little Jato is now the leader of a family power. Buying a piece of information is just for him to spend a small amount of money. Do you need you to swell your face here to fill up a fat man?" This? Jato didn't know how to get back when he said that. Shucky was going to take himself to the sky, and after a while, he would offer a price. I was afraid that he would be embarrassed to bargain. To be slaughtered is probably something that is about to happen. That Jato, you should have some understanding of my situation, so I can't help you, sorry. After saying this, Rayleigh immediately distanced himself from Jato, then sat down and posed. It seems that the things here have nothing to do with him. So, is Senior Rayleigh really useless in front of Shucky? After sighing helplessly, Jato asked with a straight face about a desert island in East Blue, the specific location of Sixus. I am among the people I know. If anyone can know the specific information of such a small place, then you will only be Senior Shucky. East Blue, the weakest sea. People in the dark world don't pay much attention to it, and East Blue's intelligence can't be sold for a price, so naturally no one will collect it. But Shucky is different. No one knows how she got her information, but many people in the industry agree with one thing, that is, except for some extremely special information, as long as you can withstand being ripped off by her, you can get the news you want. East Blue's intelligence. Shucky thought for a while, and then said, "Well, I don't have any impression of that sea area. After all, few people buy East Blue information. Even if they do, they are nothing more than Roger, Garp, etc. from East Blue is a great person who came out, but I can check it for you. As long as there is an island, I can find it 80%. Thank you. So how much does the intelligence cost?" Jato asked this key question a little nervously. He is in a state of lack of money, and even now he is a little doubtful whether he can afford the intelligence fee. This is the topic. We have friendship, and business still has to follow the rules. Although East Blue's intelligence is of little value, it is necessary to accurately find an island that is completely unfamiliar from such a large sea area, but it's very troublesome, so the price, just set 100 million Baileys. Hearing this, Jato swallowed hard, and started roaring directly in his heart, "Is this money so easy to make? I helped Bullet stop the two monsters in Marine Vice Admiral, and he could grow into a strong admiral in the future. And then I played against Admiral of Headquarters, the Sengoku of the Buddha for a short time, and I made 1 billion Baileys just so desperately. And now it's an island location, it will cost 100 million Baileys. My heart is so tired, I feel like I'm going to collapse. Otherwise, Belle or Fran will come to Sabayati and open a shop selling information, so you can grab business with Shucky. As long as you can grab 3 or 5 deals, you won't just pay for it, there will be more. However, the money that should be given is still to be given, and the value of this piece of information is far more than 100 million Baileys. After all, there may be Maramara fruit on Sixus that has not been eaten by anyone. The price of a Logia devil fruit is far more than 100 million Baileys. Thinking of this, Jato felt a lot better in his heart. He put a box he was carrying directly on the bar counter. It happens to be 100 million Baileys inside. I don't know how long it will take Senior Shucky to find me information about sixes. It won't be long before you have a drink with Rayleigh and chat with me to find out the information, as long as it exists. After receiving 100 million Baileys, Shucky was obviously happy. I don't have to pay for the wine today. If I ask you, you can contact me directly if there is such a business, and I will call you later. 20% off. As for Shucky's 20% discount, the price is less than several times that of others, but there is no way. She has a lot of news here that can't be bought elsewhere. So many people are willing to be ripped off by her, plus her own strength is not weak. There is also an Admiral-level Pluton Rayleigh here. Even if those who are pitted are upset, there is nothing to do with her. After the business talks here, Giotto also sat down next to Rayleigh and drank the free drink. The two people also chatted about some things during this period. After all, Giotto and Rayleigh have not seen each other for a long time since the disbandment of the pirates. When he was on the ship, Rayleigh, as a senior, took good care of Giotto, and the relationship between the two was pretty good. By the way, Senior Rayleigh, there is one thing I want to ask. Giotto came to Sabayati Archipelago. In addition to buying information from Shucky, he also wanted to consult Rayleigh. When I went to Sky Island before, did you have an impression of a place called Birka? Sky Island is the place that Giotto must go this trip, for two reasons. The first is that there is a golden township on Sky Island. After taking the gold there, the financial crisis of the vongola family can be resolved. Another reason is that there is a devil fruit known as the strongest logia on Sky Island during this time period, but I don't know if Enel has eaten that one. Thunder fruit. Birka, the hometown of Enel, was completely destroyed by Enel in the 16th year of the Great Pirate Era. But it is still very early to that time, that is to say, there is a high possibility that thunder fruit is still in Birka and has not been eaten by Enel. Otherwise, with that self-proclaimed God's second disease character, can it wait more than 10 years to destroy Birka? Well, Birka? It seems that there is a little impression, but it doesn't seem to be. No one will remember that time. Suddenly mentioning this, are you planning to go to Sky Island? Rayleigh searched his memory carefully. There is really no useful information. Giotto didn't pay too much attention to this. He just asked by the way. If there is relevant news, it would be best. If not, he will find it by himself. Anyway, the Aborigines of Sky Island should have some knowledge of Birka, and they have to go to Sky Island by themselves, which is not as troublesome as others. Just fly up with the deadly fire. There is no need for rising ocean currents or something. That thing is terribly dangerous. Except for those who are sheltered by the protagonist's halo like Wang Luffy, everyone else rides the rising ocean current to Sky Island. That means 100 to 100 deaths, and only 101 can be safe and sound. Arrival. Yes, there are the actions I need, so I can only take a trip by myself. After all, Senior Rayleigh should have some understanding of the situation in New World now. There is chaos everywhere, and even a peaceful place may be the next day. I will be involved in the fight. For the safety of the base camp, it is myself that can go out in the family. Giotto's words are not exaggerated at all, and now New World is really a mess. The powerful big pirates are expanding frantically, and some other little people are also doing things under the eyes of these big pirates with the idea of getting a piece of the pie. Except for those who are particularly strong and almost no one is willing to provoke them, other people can't enjoy the piece of time for more time. The general rules for the opening of the new era have experienced chaos, but I believe it will not be long before all this will calm down. After all, every era will have its own master. Just like us, there will always be someone who will come forward, and then become the master of this era, and finally stand tall. Rayleigh smiled, the color of memories appeared in his eyes, obviously thinking of the era of the three great pirates. But he was just reminiscing, because he knew very well that that era has passed. After his own captain surrendered and was executed, Golden Lion was caught and held down, and only the seemingly uncontested Whitebeard continued his legend on the sea. My own Pluton is already old. Little Giotto, your luck is good, the information has been found, and the specific charts are available. You are not a loss for this billion Baileys. At this moment, Shucky walked over with a pile of intelligence and placed it directly in front of Giotto. This island is a little bit dangerous, but it's definitely not a problem for you. Thank you. Giotto picked up the information and got up. Then I will leave, and have a good bar at the next meeting, Senior Rayleigh. When Giotto was about to walk out of the pub, Rayleigh suddenly showed a deep smile on his face. His eyes became sharp in an instant, as if a light flashed from it. Giotto, in the future, I believe you will be carved on it. Your own name, after all, your kid walked from our boat. Giotto pushed the door of the bar with one hand, stayed there for a few seconds, and then shook his head. It's a pity, Senior Rayleigh, I'm no longer a pirate. When the voice fell, he stepped away. Seeing the figure of his younger generation leaving, Rayleigh laughed while sitting in his seat, with a lot of emotion on his face. Ha ha ha. You are wrong, Giotto. Pirates or mafia, in you from the moment you stand in New World, you have already penetrated into the vortex of this era. Others don't care if you are a pirate or not, they only care about, you and your family are considered powerful. Shucky on the side also nodded, expressing his agreement with Rayleigh's words. In fact, little Giotto has entered the field of vision of countless people. In less than a year, he has been rewarded by 960 million people by Marine, which is rare. I don't even know who else is. Yes, but I'm not surprised at all. When I was on the boat, I thought he was different from everyone else. Locked up, it's not easy to think of someone who can be recognized by the guy bullet. Moreover, I always feel that he and Roger have similarities, the kind of charisma that seems to be innate as a leader. Rayleigh drank the drink in his glass. For such a guy, there will be young people standing next to him, following in his footsteps. Is the vongola family? It's good to be young. I don't know Shanks. And the little guys like Buggy. What's the situation now? After leaving Shucky's ripped-off bar, Giotto didn't stop at any time. He just found a merchant ship and set off for East Blue. The matter of Sky Island will be dealt with after I get Maramara fruit. Now the highest priority is Maramara fruit. After all, you can greatly improve your strength. For the development of Maramara fruit, Giotto already has mature ideas in his heart, except for those capabilities developed by Ace. In addition, he will focus on increasing the temperature of the flame, and at the same time find a way to combine the flame of Maramara fruit with the flame of his death. If the two can be combined, it is definitely 1 + 1 greater than 2. And he is bound to win this trip. The East Blue Sea area is called the weakest sea, because the quality of the pirates inside is far worse than the other 3 of the 4 sea areas. Of course, this is probably because the marine hero likes to go home and wander around from time to time. He suddenly appeared in East Blue, and then suddenly appeared below. How many powerful pirates can develop? But at this time period, Garp shouldn't have time to return to East Blue. He is now trying to find a way to help Rouge. After all, Roger entrusted it to him, the marine hero, before he died. After all, my child is following Garp, but it is much safer than following Rayleigh and others. East Blue, the weakest sea. I don't know if it is because of the appearance of Garp that this sea area has become the so-called weakest. Of course, the word weakest refers to the overall strength. After all, there are too many ineffective guys in East Blue. In fact, East Blue at this time is weak, but it is still pretty good. It will take 20 years for East Blue to be weak enough to make people feel pitiful. A creek with a bounty of 17 million and the pirate group formed can be called the largest pirate group in East Blue. A Murloc who escaped from the Grand Line can be the most powerful pirate in the entire East Blue. If you say it, it can only be regarded as a joke. Although East Blue is not strong right now, there are still 40 to 50 million pirates offering a reward. It is estimated that in the future, they will be often going home and have a look. Garp, who takes care of his grandson, will be thrown into the drive one by one. NS. But then again, although the overall strength of East Blue is called the weakest sea, in Giotto's view, this sea area can also be called a legendary sea area, because the number of top powerhouses coming out of the sea area is not enough. Phew. In addition to the protagonists Halo, Luffy, there are also many strong men who cross the sea. For example, the One Piece King Gold Roger, Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp are the top powerhouses from East Blue, and the revolutionary leader Durag who will appear in the future, the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, the world's #1 sniper Yasop Etal. Of course, the most one born in New World. Giotto didn't take the comparison between these 4 seas seriously. Anyway, you all will enter New World in the end, right? At this moment, Giotto was lying in the room of a merchant ship, living a life of boring sailing on the sea. This time he came out on his own. Of course, he couldn't sail by himself, so he took the merchant ships along the way. Boom! Suddenly, a gunshot made Giotto sit up suddenly, frowning slightly. His observation hacky had already sensed that more than a dozen people were approaching his merchant ship. It's not surprising that things like this happen on the sea. Pirates are accustomed to plundering by many merchants, but it's not far from Logue Town. Pirates who rob merchant ships here. Are you not afraid to attract Marine who is stationed in Logue Town? You know, less than a year after Roger was executed, the number of Marines stationed in Logue Town is quite large, and there may be Marines of general rank among them. In such a situation, robbing a merchant ship near Logue Town is either a bold person or a pit in his head. Hand over all the treasures to this uncle, and don't do anything irrational. You know, it is a rare honor for you to be able to rob the great Captain Buggy. Ha ha ha. Just as Giotto was thinking about what kind of situation the pirate belonged to, the familiar voice reached his ears. The moment he heard this sound, he was sure that the pirate who came to rob was definitely the latter. The man was in East Blue and formed a pirate group, calling himself Captain Buggy, plus that sharp voice. Except for the red-nosed clown who was on the same boat with him before, there will be no second person. Since it is this guy, then the matter will be resolved easily. But having said that, Buggy now seems to be only 15 years old, right? Did this guy form his own pirate group at the age of 15? Moreover, this guy's strength hasn't improved a bit from the age of 15 to his later 30s? At this point, Giotto pushed open the door of the room, and at a glance he saw the buggy dressed as a clown with a pistol, and a dozen or so people who were just like passers-by. It seems that the current buggy hasn't met his later companions, and even the pirate ship didn't know what junk ship was used to change it. In other words, although the current buggy can be regarded as forming a pirate group, but only with a dozen miscellaneous soldiers, it is estimated that they are not even qualified to offer a reward. Just like this, a group of people dared to rob a location close to Logue Town, and it turned out that they had brain holes. "Hey Buggy, haven't we seen each other for a while?" Giotto leaned against the door and looked at the old acquaintance with a smile. "I took this ship and finally came to East Blue. How about this for my face? I'm also a friend for many years. Don't you plan to give me this little face?" Following the familiar voice, the moment Buggy raised his head, Giotto's figure was completely reflected in his eyes, and then his expression changed dramatically, let alone cover up his surprise. Even if he was 3 years old, the child could see how shocked he was at the moment. Joe! Giotto! The scream came from Buggy's mouth, and then he stepped back subconsciously, and looked at Giotto carefully. Didn't you go to New World? Why did you suddenly appear here?" Uncle, there is no treasure map." Completely instinctive, Buggy directly covered his back waist. There is no doubt that he must have found a new treasure map, and this thing is now placed in his back waist position. As a 15-year-old young man, this guy is still good. After all, he is a devil fruit capable person, and he has also been on the ship of One Piece. Just this courage, it's hard to describe in words. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your treasure map, but since you are here, it happens that I borrowed your boat." With that said, Giotto threw the chart that he had previously obtained from Shucky to Buggy, and then said, "I'm going to the island marked on this chart. If you have time, please send me over, thank you." Throwing this sentence down, Giotto jumped up and landed directly on the boat of the Buggy group, and then found a spot to sit down. Captain, the crew shouted twice in a row. Buggy suddenly reacted, then glanced at the businessmen who were scared in front of him, then looked back at Giotto on his boat, struggled for a while before making a decision. "Today, fortunately for you guys, this uncle will not rob you by giving face to your friends. Little ones, let's go." He didn't dare not to give Giotto face. Actually, Buggy was scared of Giotto when he was on Roger's boat. It's not because of Giotto itself, but in Buggy's eyes, people who can get along with Bullet normally, then it is definitely abnormal. That Giotto, don't I remember you are back to New World? Why did you suddenly come to East Blue? Buggy sat next to Giotto with a flattering look. Although he was an old acquaintance with Giotto, he couldn't do it like facing Shanks. In addition to being able to get along well with people like Bullet, Giotto is also because he has recently seen news about the vongola family in the news. It can be said that there is a big gap between him and Giotto now, and Giotto's frowning brow gives people a feeling of self-prestige. You have something to deal with here, but you guy, it's still quite powerful to pull up your own pirate group so quickly. Giotto smiled. Facing this old acquaintance he also behaved more casually, but it is said that, no matter how you are capable of devil fruit, in East Blue this 1/3 of acres, as long as you do not encounter lazy homegarb, basically no one can do anything to you. Although Buggy is really a clown, don't underestimate him. This guy will be very weak in the future, but for now, the 15-year-old is already very powerful. And Buggy also has a certain talent, but he has always been in a place like East Blue, and his growth has been completely restricted. Coupled with his interest in treasure maps and other things, he didn't care so much about the improvement of strength. If he has been fighting in New World for the next 20 years from now on, he might become a big thief. Of course, it is also possible to be buried in the sea. Ha ha ha. Of course, this uncle is very powerful, and the little East Blue is simply this uncle's palm toy. When Buggy heard Giotto compliment himself, he immediately became a little overwhelmed. Well, there is nothing wrong with this, but I still suggest that you have time to strengthen your own strength. Anyway, you have been a person who followed the captain. If even Hacky can't use it, it's a bit unreasonable. An interesting idea suddenly appeared in Giotto's heart, so he specifically mentioned Buggy. Although I know you are not interested in this improvement, you shouldn't want to be compared to Shanks in the future. Imagine what would happen if the future King Luffy just went to sea and met a clown Buggy who would be armed and observation Hacky. In that way, Luffy, the protagonist of the world, might even have to get out of East Blue. What? Will this uncle be compared to that B******************* D Shanks? When I heard Shanks's name, Buggy instantly exploded his hair. I know, if I have time, I will practice hard. Shanks that B************ D wants to compare my uncle. There is definitely no hope in this life. Seeing Buggy's current reaction, Giotto also showed a scheming smile. He knew that as long as Buggy mentioned Shanks, this guy would definitely take this aggressive approach. But even if Buggy will make a little effort to improve his own strength, it is certain that Shanks will compare it to him in the future. Anyhow, the red-haired owner has the Emperor's qualifications, and in the future will become the top powerhouse on the sea. Without saying anything, Giotto chose to close his eyes and rest. As for Buggy, he certainly wouldn't disturb Giotto while he was resting. He turned around and bragged directly with his group of younger brothers. Knowing that the captain of his own knows the big person who is offering a bounty of 970 million, the younger brothers also feel that their future is bright. After all, the strong will be in the company of the strong. The friends of the captain of his own have such a high bounty, which is to be counted. The captain of his own will definitely not be weak. With this idea, all the little brothers look at Buggy with admiring eyes. This 15-year-old young man is their chosen future. After almost half a month of sailing, Buggy finally found this extremely beautiful desert island called Sixus based on the sea chart. However, the boat did not approach, because Giotto told him before that the climate around the island is extremely unstable. If the Buggy boat approaches, then there is no need to think about leaving. So after developing this island, Giotto flew over with lifelessness and set foot on the place where Maramara fruit was buried. This changing climate is not bad even when compared to many New World islands. It is hard to imagine that there is such an island in East Blue. After setting foot on the island, Giotto said softly, "In this way, the island exists in East Blue, and it does make it impossible for those who enter it to leave, but for the people of New World, there is no problem." In the second half of the Grand Line, all kinds of weird weather can be said to be endless. Although Giotto is not an excellent navigator, his strength is enough to make him ignore this climate change. Without any stay, Giotto began a carpet search of the island, because he was alone, so the search speed was not fast. But even so, Buggy still took the boat and waited for him outside the island, not because of how good the relationship between him and Giotto is, but in his mind, if he abandons Giotto and leaves at this time, when the other party comes out, he will definitely come to trouble him, and maybe he will have to beg for mercy or something. So, it might as well just wait here for a while. Anyway, there is plenty of food and water on board. After searching the island for 5 days, Giotto finally found the fruit buried in it on the beach. The flame-lined devil fruit is Maramara fruit. That's right. Who would have thought that such a powerful Logia fruit would be hidden in an uninhabited island in East Blue? Giotto looked at the Maramara fruit in his hand with a serious face. If I remember correctly, devil fruit tastes very disgusting, and many people think it is no different from eating shit. Having said that, you can't stop eating because it's unpalatable, right? After a long pause, Giotto took a deep breath, a look of death appeared on his face, and then he bit on the Maramara fruit with one bite. Resisting the disgusting feeling, he said, "Delicious, the flesh is swallowed." Immediately after, vomit. The leader of vongola, who resisted Whitebeard's attack, was directly defeated by devil fruit at the moment, lying on the beach and retching constantly. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten much in the past few days, otherwise he would have to vomit all of it. Just when he was disgusting, Giotto also felt the changes in his body. His body was burning at the moment. Logia devil fruit is recognized as the strongest of the 3 devil fruits. The biggest feature of Logia is that it can element the body and invalidate physical attacks. Except for special restraint that can hit certain Logia entities, only armament haki, seastone, and dark fruit can hit Logia entities. Within a few days after consuming Maramara fruit, Giotto has completely mastered the elemental skills. Now he can turn any part of his body into flames, and even if his body is destroyed by a pure physical attack, he can instantly regroup with flames. But if you want to combine the flame of Maramara fruit with your own deadly fire, you have to spend a lot of time and energy to develop it. After all, the flame of death is not a real flame. It is reasonable to say that this kind of development is not scientific, but can you make sense with devil fruit if you talk about science? The next goal is Sky Island, Golden Town, and Thunder Fruit. The former is definitely still in the Apayadu, and the latter is not known whether it was eaten by Enel. If it is not eaten, it will naturally be the best. Good, but if you have been eaten, you can only fool Enel. As a Thunder Fruit ability person, as long as you can get enough training, it will definitely be no problem to have Admiral level strength in the future. Giotto has now thought about Sky Island, and now East Blue has no need to stay. Giotto. Suddenly, Buggy pushed open the door with a panic expression, and said anxiously, "We are surrounded by people. You must help me. That B************** D actually wants me to surrender all the treasure." Who? East Blue's most powerful pirate, Spooky Huggesman. That guy has a bounty of 59 million, and I am definitely not his opponent. Buggy now said that he was terribly scared, and he felt very unlucky at the same time. How could such a big East Blue meet himself with the ghost pirates? Giotto glanced at Buggy weirdly, not knowing where to start complaining. This is just East Blue. You are a chop fruit capable person who is afraid of a ghost, so even if the ghost Huggesman is stronger than you, what can he do to you as a capable person? Besides, if you are sitting here with a reward of 970 million, you will be frightened by a bounty of less than 100 million? I said, Buggy, you have changed a lot this time. Giotto shook his head helplessly, and stood up. When I was on the ship, the people from the Whitebeard Pirates didn't see you have such a big reaction. I remember that you seemed to be very excited about the battle. Now, why are you so timid? Or in your eyes, what kind of ghost pirate group is more terrifying than Whitebeard? Hearing that, Buggy was stunned for a moment, and then scratched his head with embarrassment on his face. This is not because the captain and Mr. Rayleigh used to support them. Now I am alone. The situation is different. Yeah, feelings, you are a fake guy. Should you call it a clown? Okay, leave this to me to settle this matter. After all, thanks to your pirate group, the island can be found, so it's just to pay back your favor during this time. After the voice fell, Giotto walked directly to the deck. Seeing that Giotto was willing to support himself, Buggy's walking posture immediately turned his head up and chest up again, and his eyes were raised above his head. After walking to the deck, Giotto also saw that there were 5 pirate boats on the surrounding sea, which completely surrounded Buggy's boats, and using observation haki, he could also perceive that there were almost 500 people on the other side. Individual. In other words, there are about 100 people on each pirate ship, so the scale is not small. But for Giotto, these 500 people are all miscellaneous soldiers. In the future, the Crick Pirates group that will appear in East Blue. Although the Captain Crick has only 17 million in bounty, the group has 5,000 people and 50 pirate ships. What a fierce ghost. The pirate group is much larger. But the result? Hawkeye didn't even count as a warm-up, so he wiped them out. Tell them, it's still too late to leave. Giotto glanced around before speaking to Buggy beside him. As soon as he heard this, Buggy walked forward a few times, and then shouted arrogantly, all the stupid ghosts of the ghost pirates have listened to this uncle. Today this uncle is in a good mood. Give it to you. A chance to survive. Get out of my uncle's sight immediately, otherwise, all of you will have to be buried in this sea. Good guy. Now Giotto has a deep understanding of why Buggy can still fight each other so kindly when he faced the white-beard pirates on the boat. Sure enough, after someone supported him, the state was different. People who didn't know thought he was surrounded by 500 people. This situation should probably be called doomed. Kuhaha, the red-nosed clown, are you planning to laugh Lao Zi to death and inherit my fleet? Just a dozen of you want to bury Lao Zi in the sea. The brawny man, shirtless and full of scarlet tattoos, couldn't help laughing at this moment. He is the pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue today, the Ghost Hugesman. Who is your red nose? Believe it or not, this uncle will take your head off and use it as a urinal. A stupid muscular man with lipstick all over his body, a domineering idiot who can only hide in East Blue. What do you have? Qualifications to be arrogant in front of my uncle. Buggy's most taboo is that others talk about his nose, and every time he hears similar words, he will go crazy. His words directly made Hugesman's face, who was still laughing just now, extremely gloomy. As the overlord of East Blue, who would dare call him an idiot and an idiot in front of him? Damn, it's kid. Hugesman's anger is already on the table at this time. Little ones, kill all these guys for Lao Zi. If anyone gets that kid's red nose, Lao Zi immediately promotes him to a cotter. If the cotter gets it first, directly reward 5 million Baileys. For a while, everyone in the Ghost Pirate group became excited. They didn't expect that Buggy's words could bring them such good benefits. Some people even decided in their hearts at this moment that they would definitely go to Buggy's grave in the future to thank them after the red nose was cut off. Are the pirates in East Blue making such noise? At this moment, Giotto stepped forward slowly, his right arm was completely burnt, and a powerful momentum was like a storm, sweeping and spreading in all directions. I gave you a chance before, so now I want to leave but it's too late. There are a total of 537 people, just to try the ability I just acquired. As soon as the voice fell, Giotto jumped up in the air and locked all the ships of the Vice Admiral Ghost Pirates, then clenched his right fist and swung it fiercely in the next moment. At the same time, a low drink followed, fire punch. Asterisk. The flames burned above the sea, and the 5 pirate ships were all defeated in an instant. A 1-to-1 battle of 500 ended so simple. Looking at the flames still burning on his fist, Giotto couldn't help but sigh in his heart for the powerful power of the Logia fruit. No wonder this thing is called the first of the 3 devil fruits. Just this large-scale attack ability is enough to make the value of this thing rise to a very high level. From this moment on, the East Blue Overlord Stinghan Pirates group ceased to exist. Under the blow by Giotto just now, not many of these 500 people survived. The Stinghan Hugesman was the key point. The Carer is now probably dead. It seems like there is an ace, a private boat that uses flames as propulsion to sail on the sea. It will be very convenient no matter where you go. Well, after you go back, let Johnny 2 develop one. It couldn't have been better that Irie Masaichi was there at the time, but Johnny 2 alone made me feel a little worried. Giotto said to himself what others didn't understand, and walked straight back to the cabin. When Buggy docked next time, he should also leave. From just now until Giotto returned to the room, Buggy and his little brothers remained stunned, especially his little brothers, who had never been out of East Blue, and had never seen the power of the Logia-capable person explode. Strength. In addition, when Maramara Fruit's ability exploded, the terrible flame that enveloped everything would really shock people. After finishing the East Blue journey, Giotto got on a merchant ship just like before, and set off to his next destination, Gaia Island. Although he does not intend to use the rising ocean currents, but if he wants to find the location of Sky Island, Gaia Island is naturally the best choice. When that time comes, he can directly fly up in the dead air mode, saving time and effort. In other words, the average person would not dare to do this. After all, to reach the sky island above 10,000 meters in the sky, one would have to pass through a sea of clouds. Haiyan is very similar to the seawater in Qinghai, and it will naturally affect the capable, but Giotto doesn't care about this effect. As long as the speed is fast enough, it's okay to rush over in one breath. A lot of big things have happened recently. Standing on the deck of a merchant ship, Giotto took the newspaper sent by Newsbird and read these recent events carefully. The Golden Lion is indeed a big pirate who was as famous as the Captain of the Year. He has the courage to be imprisoned and impelled down, cut off his legs and complete the escape from prison. In countless years, this guy is the first criminal to escape from impel down, and he doesn't know how the future will be crushed by King Luffy's foot. If Golden Lion knew that he would be defeated by a hairy boy in the future, he might draw his sword and kill himself with his full name. But this Red Earl is interesting. Just as Golden Lion escaped from impel down, he was thrown in. The two people went one after the other. I didn't know if they thought it was a deal. As for this new reward order, Giotto took out the newly issued reward order from the newspaper. The first one was a reward worth 79 million yuan. The first time the reward can have such a high amount, it means that this person is very dangerous. However, at this time, he did not consider himself at all, because he had attacked the G5 branch with bullet before, so he offered a reward of up to 560 million for the first time. This is unique in the sea and is a special achievement. When I was only 8 years old, I personally destroyed 6 marine battleships and survived Buster Call. Haha, if I didn't know everything about it, I would think that this little girl is really the daughter of the devil. Giotto shook his head and muttered to himself softly. Then he threw the newspaper and the reward order into the ocean. These things have nothing to do with him, just eat melon. Guest, Gaia Island has arrived. Did you disembark here? Hearing the voice of the crew, Giotto nodded, and immediately landed on the land of Gaia Island. There are not so many nasty voices in Gaia Island. Most of them are ordinary residents and pirates. There are also many people with dreams who want to try to go to Sky Island. In the mouth of the older generation here, there are islands in the sky, and that is the legendary Sky Island. Giotto did not enjoy this kind of peaceful division on Gaia Island. After almost determining the location, he directly entered the death mode, and the flames of death with both hands erupted, flying towards the sky like a rocket. After simply passing through Haiyan, he appeared above the White Sea. Even if he had seen the original anime, he couldn't help but be surprised by the magical and beautiful scenery in front of him. The feeling of clouds and mist was no different from Wonderland. However, the people living on this area are not immortals, they are just ordinary humans with small wings. Because they have no contact with Qinghai, the people on this area are not aware of the existence of Haki and Devil Fruit. In their eyes inside, those special abilities are bestowed by gods, so guys like gods and priests appear. For those so-called strong men on Sky Island, the only thing that is fairly good is the heart network in their mouths. In fact, they are Haki. First go to Birka to find Thunder Fruit, and then go to the Island of Gods to find gold. If possible, it would be nice to bring Enel back to the family, but Thunder Fruit can't give him, but his own talent is actually not bad. As long as someone teaches him well, he can be alone in the future. After making this decision, Giotto started looking for a way to Birka. Enel's talent is really good, but he focused on developing Thunder Fruit's abilities and neglected to exercise himself. Of course, it can also be said that he thinks he is a god, and being a god naturally does not need to exercise his body or something. But at this time, Enel is just a teenager and still in a state of being bullied. Because he has no wings and his earlobes are too long, in the eyes of the aboriginals of Sky Island, he is a monster. Many times in this world, whether you are a real monster or not, as long as you are different from other people, you will be targeted and regarded as a monster. The aversion of Sky Island people to Enel is no less than the aversion of ordinary humans to Murlocs. In a corner of Birka, a child looked resentful at the world around him, and cursed in a low voice, "You all wait for me, one day I will become a god. I will become the god who dominates you and destroys you." The resentment in his eyes shouldn't have appeared on such a child, but from this it can also be seen how Enel's childhood lived. Everyone only knows that the villain who claims to be a god in the future, and a few people know how he, who was once bullied by everyone, survived so hard. If he didn't have that good luck and didn't get the power of Thunder Fruit, then he might choose to end his life for a certain period of time because he couldn't bear the peculiar treatment and bullying of others. Enel? Suddenly hearing someone call his name, Enel shrank subconsciously, and then carefully raised his head. This time he didn't see the Sky Island people who were bullying him. Instead, he saw a man with short golden-orange hair, golden-orange pupils and eyebrows, and a flame burning on his forehead, dressed like a nobleman. "You, who are you?" Enel was obviously afraid of strangers. It was because he was always bullied that he would react like this. Just as Giotto was about to introduce himself, Enel suddenly stared at the burning flame on his forehead with bright eyes, and then surprised, "I see, you are a god. The god who is burning with flames must be the god of fire." "My lord, Vulcan?" If you follow Enel's thinking, there is nothing wrong with it. In the original plot, Enel is Thor as the capable person of thunder fruit, so now as the capable person of Maramara fruit, he is also worthy of the god of fire name. It's just that Giotto will not be like Enel in the second. In this world, the idiots who call themselves gods are the only pigs like celestial dragons besides Enel in the original plot. I am not the god you imagined, I am the leader of the vongola family, vongola Giotto. I came from Qinghai below, looking for something I need. Giotto smiled. He did not intend to use the name of a god to deceive the little guy in front of him, not to mention that he doesn't have such a second-degree idea. Is the Lord Vulcan of Qinghai? Enel has already determined that Giotto is a god, regardless of whether the other person is a real god, but at least for himself at this moment, the other person is the god in his heart, who is here to save himself. This kind of thinking is like desperately seeking a gleam of light. And now, Giotto is the light he wants to capture. Whatever you call it, I'm just here to find something. With that, Giotto just started to leave here. Before I met Enel, Thunder Fruit had already got it. This devil fruit, known as the strongest elemental system in the world, was prepared by him for the Thunder Guardian who has not yet appeared in this world. When the Thunder Guardian is paired with Thunder Fruit, that strength can burst in minutes. At this moment, Enel stood up and said nothing, just behind Giotto, but he deliberately kept a distance from Giotto to avoid being hated by the other party. Little guy, do you want to be my family? Giotto saw that the boy Enel had been following him, so he stopped in place, turned his head and spoke lightly. But even with such a plain tone, he still carried a sense of majesty, making Enel's face instantly dignified and serious. Family? Isn't it a priest? But it seems that family members are closer to Lord God than priests, right? Thinking of this, little Enel nodded immediately, and his eyes were full of hope. Can I be the family of Lord God? I am just a monster without wings and long ears. Do you think I have wings? Giotto said calmly. After being reminded this way, Enel discovered that the Lord God in front of him was different from the Sky Island people he had previously come into contact with. He also had no wings behind him, just like himself. In other words, is it not a monster without wings, but an existence like the Lord God? Of course, I am definitely not as noble as Lord God, but at least I am not a monster. If you want, then go to Qinghai with me, where you can bear the name of vongola, and you can also have the strength not to be bullied by others. Giotto held a deep hand at Enel in front of him. Think clearly and give me the answer. I will only ask you this time, do you want to be my family and a member of the vongola family? The darkness is broken. When he saw that hand stretched out towards him, the darkness in front of Enel was dissipated. For him, that hand was the first time in the world that anyone recognized his existence and brought him a hand of hope ray. No matter what the existence of this person is, at least for myself, vongola Giotto is a real god. Almost subconsciously, Enel held Giotto's outstretched hand tightly. He hadn't held anything so hard in his life, because he was afraid that if he didn't try his best, this rare hope would disappear. Let's go. After a simple word came out of Giotto, he took Enel directly towards Appayadu. Now he has the Thunder Fruit. All he needs is the gold from Appayadu. After all, the development of the family requires a lot of funds. In addition to improving his strength, he came out this trip to make money. The golden city Sandora that was washed up on Sky Island is incalculable in value, and only a part of the gold needs to be taken away to support the development of the vongola family at this stage. In the future, he can also let other people come here to continue to take the gold away. At the same time, the vongola family will also have their own means of making money. After all, can't move the gold every time, right? Although there is a lot of gold here, it will be emptied sooner or later. Giotto did not encounter any obstacles on his way to gold. Now the so-called god Gonfor on Sky Island is too weak, and the Shandia people are not much worse. A simple demonstration of his strength is enough to deter everyone on Sky Island. People. After collecting the gold he needed, Giotto also asked someone to help prepare a big ship and planned to leave Sky Island. There was nothing worthy of his attention. Along the way, Enel looked at everything that happened before his eyes, and even the gods of Sky Island showed respect to Giotto. The worship he looked at Giotto had already reached the limit. At the same time, there was a desire to become stronger in his heart. He didn't want to follow Giotto like this. He wanted to stand beside Giotto one day, even fight in front of him. After finishing his trip to Sky Island, Giotto returned directly to Saiken Island. After all, there was nothing else to do. He traveled from New World all the way to East Blue, then from East Blue to Sky Island, and finally came back. Although there was no delay in the middle, it was a long journey. The gold he brought back from Sky Island in this wave was worth 1.7 billion, but the actual financial report he brought back to Saiken Island was worth 2.2 billion Baileys, because on his way back to Saiken Island, he encountered some short-term-eyed pirate. Or should the eyes of those pirates look good? After all, they all saw the gleam of wealth on the Giotto ship, so they chose to rob Giotto, but the pirates miscalculated their own strength. The guy who can take a child like Enel in such a big boat to sail on the sea either has a lack of IQ, or is a strong man with enough strength. Obviously Giotto belongs to the latter, so instead of the pirates who robbed him, instead of getting his gold, they got their own savings and rewards. At this moment, the vongola family of Seekin Island. In the family meeting room, Giotto sits in the first seat. On either side of him sits the core members of the vongola family. Reborn, Naker, Fran, Belphegor and Irie Masaichi. That's right, because after meeting the conditions for establishing a technology research and development department and investing 2 billion Baileys, Masaichi Irie unlocked it directly and appeared in Seiken Island. As for Johnny 2, why didn't he appear here? Because he only needs to study weapons, this kind of occasion is not suitable for him. According to the chart obtained from the Dark World, the 2 islands that are most suitable for family expansion to occupy are Kingtideo and Beishideo. These 2 islands are rich in mineral resources, which can help the family's future development. Masaichi Irie put the information on the 2 islands in front of everyone present, and continued, but now the 2 islands are occupied by the Warspear Pirates and the Thorns Pirates. The former is worthy of the captain, Blood Spear Cook, with a bounty of 320 million Baileys, and the deputy captain, Silver Spear, Levin, with a bounty of 91 million Baileys. The latter is only the captain Blackvine Tyros who deserves special attention. The bounty is 410 million Baileys, although it is only 90 million Baileys higher than the previous Cook. However, Tyros' bounty is almost all because of his strength, and Cook has some crimes of killing civilians added to it, he will have a high reward. In short, this time our opponents are almost all miscellaneous soldiers, he. Belphegor did not look at the intelligence at all. He never took the pirates in his eyes. To make the decision directly to the leader of the first generation, to occupy the 2 islands, there is no challenge for us at all. Just need. Let Fran and I go to one place, and soon the 2 pirate groups who don't know what they are can be solved soon. Ha! Can't Senior Bell run 2 places alone? This kind of thing is very troublesome, please don't take me. Puff. When Fran was talking, a throwing knife was directly inserted into his frog head hat, but he didn't care about Fran at all. Anyway, he has become accustomed to it. On average, he will be thrown into it by Bell every day. Throwing knife. Often, it is not impossible to lose a dozen or even dozens of throwing knives a day. I think it's better to be cautious. The pirates of New World are different from other places. Being able to establish a foothold in this sea area and have their own territory already means that they are not an existence that anyone can underestimate. After all, in this place, without enough strength to survive, let alone occupy an island, Reborn said with a serious face at this time, he still has a certain degree of majesty among the people. I suggest that Bell and Fran go to Kingdi Island to deal with the Warspear Pirates. As for the side of Beishi Island, I will take it. Crowley and Enel went to solve it, and it happened during this time that Len had made the death bomb. You can take this opportunity to try it out. Death bullet, a special bullet passed down from the vongola family. People who are shot to the head will die if they have nothing to regret, and if they do, they will be resurrected and die desperately to complete. After the resurrection, a deadly flame will appear on the head, and the use time is 5 minutes. Giotto knows very well that Reborn wants to test whether people in this world can use the power of lifelessness. Judging from the previous situation, it is estimated that there is not much hope for natural awakening of death energy, but using death energy bombs or death energy pills to stimulate it may allow those new members of the family to also have the power to control death energy. If the trial of the Death Kiss bomb is successful this time, Reborn also intends to let Johnny 2 and Irie Masaru make a Death Kiss pill, which can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the vongola family. Imagine that a group of family members in suits and leather shoes suddenly took out a Death Chi pill and took it down during a large-scale battle, and then all burst into Death Chi flames. That scene, don't be too beautiful. Mr. Reborn, you are just taking some newcomers. Wouldn't it be too risky? Masayoshi Iryu said slowly. Do you think I am not strong enough? Reborn smiled slightly, and a terrifying murderous aura broke out at this moment. Feeling his murderous aura, Iryu immediately felt like an ice cave. He seemed to see a huge Shura emerging behind Reborn. You know, Reborn is the #1 killer in the world. His strength when he is serious is quite terrifying. Even if he is only a baby now, most people are really not his opponents. The next moment, Irie Zhang felt that even his breathing was becoming difficult, and then he clutched his stomach and lay on the table. Although he is a rare genius, he also has a small shortcoming, that is, when he is nervous, his stomach will suddenly ache. This problem has not improved even if he is now a consultant of Vongola's technical department. Is there any problem, Reborn? Giotto turned to look at Reborn and asked slowly. After condensing his terrible murderous aura, Reborn smiled, with a flash of war intent in his eyes. This world makes my hands itchy, so let me move my muscles and bones a bit. And, Crow. Lee and Enel also need real combat to grow up quickly. It was me who came to be your guardian again, which is really troublesome, he. On the boat heading to Kingti Island, Belphegor said with an uncomfortable expression. I am also unwilling for thousands of times. After all, Senior Bell is the type I hate the most. I used to talk about things because I was Mamoon's successor and forced me to wear this kind of thing. Although it seems that I have gotten used to it now, it is still very annoying after all. Fran looked at the sea blankly at this time, frantically testing Belle's bottom line with words, by the way, I don't hate frog hats, I just simply hate Senior Belle, above. Mosi, is he the first leader? Suddenly, Belle took out the phone worm and called Giotto, and then said with a dangerous face, when I arrive at Kingdom Island in a while, the frog next to me may die, and I killed it. Yes. As far as the family is concerned, there shouldn't be any impact if you lose a frog in a college? Don't bother me because of this kind of thing, Belle. Giotto looked at the mountains of documents in front of him. He didn't know why the vongola family, which had only one island territory, had so many documents. It is said that they were all sorted out by Masaichi Airi, about the future development plans of the family in various directions, the protection and development plan of the island, etc. He doesn't need to go out during this time, but the workload is too much. He is more willing to go out to fight than sitting in an office to deal with documents. Cooperate well, and then come back safely together. I don't have any special requirements in other places. However, don't bother me with this kind of idiot thing in the future. After all, I am also very busy. After saying this, Giotto just hung up the phone and looked at the files piled up in front of him unlovably. Just when he raised the pen and was about to work, the door was opened again, and Masaichi Airi walked in with a stack of documents. Here are the documents on the development and research projects of the technical department in the next 3 years, for a while. After you read it, remember to tell me when you decide. I have to go to other things first. Seeing Masaichi Airi leaving, Giotto's face started to twitch. No, you must find a guy who can handle documents to join the family, otherwise, you will definitely be buried under the mountain of countless documents and papers. So the question is, who is suitable for this kind of file processing work, and is there any hope of becoming a member of the vongola family? To be honest, Giotto really has a suitable candidate in his heart, but he is only 8 years old now. That's right, the right person is Nico Robin. With that temperament and knowledge, he can definitely handle these files perfectly. It's just that Robin is the future. Robin, who is only 8 years old, it seems that Robin, who is 8 years old, has already become a historian, right? So, how about finding time to rescue this little girl from the pain of being offered a reward, betrayed, and hunted down? Master Bell, Lord Fran, above the mine in the southeast of Kingdom Island, is the base camp of the Warspair pirates. According to the news we got some time ago, all the opponents have just returned to Kingdom Island. Of people are in their base camp. An ordinary member of the vongola family stood behind Bell at the moment, and said respectfully, what should we do next? Please also Lord Bell and Lord Fran for instructions. He. There is no need for this. Just keep guarding around the island. If you find anyone who has escaped, you can solve it. The rest only needs to be handed over to me and this frog. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Bell's eyes, and he didn't put those people from the Warspair pirates in his eyes from the beginning. It was just a group of miscellaneous soldiers, and both himself and Fran were enough. Bringing these ordinary members would not have much effect, and it would also affect his enjoyment of killing. Set off the dead frog, hurry up and get rid of it and go back. When the voice fell, Bell and Fran were quickly approaching the enemy base camp, but Bell deliberately slowed down and let Fran walk in front of him. Then, in front of the ordinary members, he directly began to throwing knives at Fran's back. It's also because Fran has a good temper, plus Bell didn't really want to kill him. I haven't seen it for a long time. As expected, Senior Bell's character is still as bad as before. Although you are a prince, you are a fallen prince at all. Who do you say is the fallen prince? Without hesitation, he threw the knife and directly stuck it on Bell's back. At this time, the ordinary members' mouths Kakuzu couldn't help but pull out. They somewhat understood why Mr. Bell would still wear such thick clothes in this weather. Because, if you wear it thinly, you will be dead if you don't know how to do it. It hurts so much that my tears are coming out. When I go back after the mission is over, I must file a complaint with the boss. I want to apply to let the seniors go and kiss the people of the ant pirates. To be honest, there is a good country. I feel that the daughter of Big Mom is worthy of the identity of the senior prince. This sentence is a bit too cruel, and it's because Bell doesn't know what crooked melons are in Big Mom. If he had been to IWC, even if he really killed Fran, Giotto wouldn't feel strange. After almost 10 minutes of advancing, Bell and Fran stopped at the same time. Their position was just enough to avoid the sight of the guard post. Should they be regarded as the cotters of the strongest assassination unit variant? The chaotic layout is indeed a group of mixed soldiers. It is not even a battle to solve these guys, but the number is not bad. The 221 pirates can enjoy the killing for a while, Bell used observation haki to perceive the enemy's situation in an instant. Speaking of which, Senior Bell, you are really a genius. It hasn't been a long time since you have been in contact with observation haki master to this level. Fran couldn't help but sigh. Bell did not come into contact with Hackey until the end of the incident in the West Side Island incident, and now his observation Hackey is already regarded as a grandmaster. He. Of course I am a genius. There is no doubt about this, because I am a prince. Are you ready, Fran? If something goes wrong halfway, I'll really kill you. I believe that in that case, even the leader of the First World won't blame me. The crimson flame of the ring burner in his hand, Bell also exudes a bloodthirsty aura, but no one has noticed the aura yet, but he has constrained it all. As a cadre of the assassination unit, how can it be so simple to expose yourself to the enemy's detection range? It's very troublesome, but then again, if the mission fails because of the fault of the senior, such as not the opponent of the blood spear, I will complain to the boss. So, please be more serious, senior. Don't discredit our vongola family. Thank you very much for completing the task well. Fran also raised his hand at this time, and Varian's ring burned with the flame of death of mist, but his aura did not change due to the burning of flame of death. It still looked lazy. Stop talking nonsense, the prince will never fail. But if it wasn't for Boss and Senior Reborn, Senior Bell would have been besieged by members of the Whitebeard Pirates. If I remember correctly, it seems like that. Puff. Fran had just finished voicing, and a bell-type knife was inserted in the middle of the two eyes of his frog's head. But he didn't care at all. He stretched out his ringed hand and aimed it at the base camp of the battle spear pirates in front. Then the flames of death indigo burned more and more violently, and a strange force was moving at this moment. It spreads ahead, and when no one notices it, that area is completely covered in it. The killing has begun, he. Belphegor was playing with his own throwing knife at this time, without any intention of hiding, and walked out in this way, exposing his body to everyone's vision. What's strange is that he walked forward so grandly, but no one saw his existence at all. Those people kept the same as before, and some people were still chatting with each other, and the whole atmosphere was extremely relaxed. The illusionist is really very useful in such a situation, so next is the time for the prince to perform. When the voice fell, 3 flying knives flew out of his hands, piercing the hearts of the 3 pirates standing above the sentry with extremely precise accuracy. The deadly fire of the Arashi attribute has the property of decomposing the matter it encounters, not to mention that the hit is originally a vital part of the heart. The 3 pirates did not have time to make a scream, and fell directly on it. On the ground, the breath of life is completely lost. As for the other members of the Warspair Pirates group, they are already doing what they were doing just now, because in their vision, their companions are abiding by their posts, and there is no intruder or anything. They are in a world created by Fran for them. The world is formed by illusion. The world is very quiet and peaceful. Even the moment they welcome death, they still enjoy the peace of that world and will not do it. Any response? In the following time, every breath will have a pirate lose his life, and Bell is constantly in the courtyard near the center of the base camp, where they are the real target of this action, the captain of the Warspair Pirates, Spear Cook and Deputy Captain Silver Spear Levine. Although in the eyes of Bell, those 2 guys are also weak to kill easily, but after all, they are the captain and the deputy captain, and they also have a high bounty. How can they be different from the current miscellaneous soldiers who have fallen without resistance? A little bit of time passed, and the moment Bell walked into the courtyard, he also saw the 2 main goals this time. However, these 2 guys didn't have the slightest sense of crisis, and they were still drinking and eating meat there, enjoying their happy life on this island. It's kind of boring, this kind of killing doesn't make me excited at all. Bell looked at the 2 guys in front, and seemed to be dissatisfied with such killings. Forget it, now that this is done, I will go back and return to life, anyway. Such an obvious killing intent, brat, what on earth do you want to do? Suddenly, the blood spear cook slammed the spear beside him in his hand, then slowly got up, his eyes were shining bright red, and he stared at Bell like this. Lao Zi's observation Hackey is very intent on killing. Sensitive, and with such a strong smell of blood, Lao Z just wants to ignore it but can't do it. In the distance, Fran frowned slightly at this moment, and he also noticed the change in the situation inside. Hackey, it doesn't matter anymore. Senior Bell should be able to solve the opponent alone. Even if it doesn't, it is easy to get that kind of guy into illusion again. This is not my mistake. I blame Senior Bell's killing intent for too obvious. He did not expect that the other party would actually use Bell's killing intent as a breakthrough, and then escape the influence of his illusion. However, the illusion he used this time is not only large in scope, but also mediocre. It is far worse than the illusion that he used to deal with Sakazuki and Polo Salino in the G5 branch. Unacceptable things. Moreover, in this situation, what would happen even if he escaped from his illusion? In the entire Warspair Pirates group, there were only 221 members, and only the Captain Cook and the Deputy Captain Levin, who could not break free from the illusion, were left. The other 219 members were in that period of time. Inside, all fell under Bell's throwing knife. The killing, in fact, is already nearing its end. How long can the Blood Spear Cook, who has a bounty of 320 million, withstand Bell's throwing knives and steel wire? You know, even a master like Diamond Jaws will deflate in the hands of Belphegor, an unknown Blood Spear Cook. That's the gift to Belle. After lying flat on the spot for about 10 minutes, Fran stretched out and walked towards the enemy base camp. There were corpses everywhere, and the hearts of those corpses were accurately inserted with a throwing knife. If you measure carefully, you will even find that the position of each flying knife is almost the same position, no difference. It can be seen how terrible Belle's accuracy is. Walking to the courtyard inside, Fran raised his head to see that a 3-meter-high man was dropped into the air by a steel wire. The blood stained his body completely red and dripped onto the ground below. There is no doubt that this is Belle's masterpiece. Asterisk. Baishi Island, just like its name, has more than 60% pure white stones here. This kind of stone is very strange. After some special attack processing, it can be made into gunpowder. Because of this, Irie Masaichi listed this island as one of the most suitable islands for Vongola's expansion at this stage. Gunpowder is the hard currency of trading. As long as there is enough technology to refine it, the reserves of gunpowder on this island will bring enough profits for the development of the vongola family for a long time. So, the vongola family, who have recently gained fame, are coming to rob my island? A middle-aged man whose skin is so dark that he can be invisible at night. At this moment, his eyes are staring at the baby in front of him like Lion Majesty. If you want my sight, then let the boss of your family come over and talk to him in person. If the conditions are satisfactory, I can give up this island. But, is the vongola family humiliating me by bringing a baby like you over? Although it's not as good as vongola Jato's mission, but at any rate I am also a person who has a reward of 410 million Bailey. And those gangsters are killing me everywhere. The reward is different, my reward is pure strength. Tyros, the Black Vine, is now the master of White Rock Island and the captain of the Thorns Pirates. Even in New World, he is a powerful pirate. Moreover, he went to sea very early. In the era of the 3 great pirates, New World had his presence. From that era, he was able to live to the present without being attached to anyone. Whether it is strength or other aspects, this guy is definitely not a weak one. You guy, dare to look down on Master Reborn. Crowley stepped forward at this time, looking straight at Tyros without fear, and let out a low drink. In the entire vongola family, the person he respects most is Jato, followed by Reborn, who taught himself. Seeing this guy in front of him look down on Reborn, even if he knows that he is a big pirate with a reward of 410 million, he can't hold back his heart. Anger. And he knew that although Master Reborn was the same as a baby, he was quite powerful. People from the world government appeared on Saiken Island before, and there were some strong men with good physical skills, and the few newcomers of them simply couldn't deal with the existence. But those guys, under Master Reborn's hands, can't support even one move. Don't worry about this little thing at all, Crowley. Reborn waved his hand and signaled that Crowley need not be so excited. Then he smiled, looked at Tyros and said, I can understand your mood. It feels really bad to be underestimated. But, I'm here to do it. Instead of underestimating you, it's Vongola's high regard for you. Otherwise, a pirate like you would not be qualified to see me at all. What are you talking about? Telos, who was still smiling, was exposed for an instant. A thick and thorny vine appeared on his hands, which meant he wanted to kill Reborn and others. It's just a statement of facts. By the way, if Jato is here, you have no chance to speak now. Reborn deeply knows what the art of language is, and he gives Tyros a little bit of face when speaking. As for what you say, the conditions that satisfy you, I can give you an answer. Anyway, in my opinion, this condition will definitely satisfy you. To be precise, no one can refuse this condition. Oh, gold, treasure, or devil fruit. As long as the price is sufficient, everything is negotiable. Hearing that there were conditions that he could not refuse, Tyros suddenly became interested. He was a very orthodox pirate, and no dream and persistence existed in him. In his eyes, only the benefit is eternal, so as long as the other party can really give something good, it is acceptable even if he is looked down upon. Your life, this condition should not allow anyone to refuse, right? You are now giving up White Rock Island. The vongola family will give you a way out, otherwise. Reborn's face suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes flashed fierce, terrible murderous aura burst from his baby-sized body, and instantly overwhelmed the people in the Thorns Pirates group. They knew they can only be buried on this island forever. Where is the proper condition given? It is a threat from Chikuakuo. Ha ha ha. Tyros was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Use my life to make a deal with me? Who taught you to say this kind of joke? Haha, it's going to make my stomach hurt. The vongola family isn't that great either. Go home and have some milk, little baby. If you roll slowly, I'll screw your head off. Master Reborn, even if you can bear the rudeness of this guy, I will never let him go. On the way you came before, you said that this battle is for me and Enel, so please retire. Take a good look at the fruits of our practice during this time. Crowley's face was already ugly at this time. He couldn't tolerate the other party's repeated insults to Master Reborn. Enel on the side, holding a silver-white long stick in his hand, walked slowly to Crowley's side. He didn't care about the other party's Reborn or something, but he doesn't allow anyone to defile the vongola family. For him, the vongola family is the light that illuminates his life, and Giotto is the god in his heart. And the other party's sentence, the vongola family is not so good, just now touched Enel's bottom line. Ha! You can't let me go? Two little ghosts, do you know who you are talking to? No matter how bad you are, I will make you regret coming to this world. The reason why Tyros would keep Reborn and the others with it was not because the two young men in front of him were threatening him, it's that he is scrupulous about the vongola family. From the last era to the present, he understands better than many young pirates that only by being cautious enough can he survive in this chaotic era. Vongola Giotto was offered a reward of 970 million pele, which is by no means an easy character. At this moment, Reborn's eyes swept across Crowley and Enel. Have a good job, two boys, you have Vongola's name behind your back, do you understand? Hearing Reborn's words, Enel and Crowley looked at each other, without hesitation anymore, they rushed towards Tyros one by one. But Tyros obviously didn't have the idea of directly interacting with the two children. He simply waved his hand, and the dozens of pirates behind him immediately came out. The number of his pirate group is not large, but compared to many other pirate groups, his subordinates are worthy of the word elite. If nothing else, the dozens of his subordinates absolutely want more powerful than the 200th and the battle spear pirates. But the elite is the elite, and it's just better than the ordinary pirate. Enel and Crowley have experienced Reborn hell training. The strength of the two of them is not an ordinary pirate comparable. Enel held the long stick in his hand and pressed hard. The long stick that was taller than others was instantly covered by armament haki and became extremely black. I have to say that Enel's talent is indeed not trivial. Reborn discovered this when he was teaching him. It didn't take long before he was able to use both the armed color and the seeing and hearing color haki, especially observation haki, who can use it freely just after awakening. It is no wonder that Giotto will specially bring him back to the family from Sky Island. Enel, who can develop Thunder Fruit's abilities to the point of the original, has a strong talent in itself. What he lacks is vision and a teacher who can teach him, and Reborn is undoubtedly the top teacher. Under his teaching, Enel's talent was completely liberated. Judging from his current growth rate, even if he does not have any fruiting ability, he can at least become a strong player comparable to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral in the future. Although Crowley's talent is not better than that of Enel, he has been trained in Reborn for longer. Although he complained every time, he never chose to give up. He was able to stick to his current strength, and the boy who did not dare to shoot. There have been earth-shaking changes. With a finger tiger on his right fist, armament haki instantly turned it into pure black. He is not better than Enel in observation haki's attainments, but armament haki is better than him. In the next moment, the two people rushed into the crowd. When facing the attack of the Thorns pirates, both Enel and Crowley seemed to be able to do well, and every time they attacked two people, they seized each other's flaws. The former throws a stick and the latter throws a punch, both easily causing a pirate to fall. Tyro's face also changed slightly at this moment. He didn't expect that his subordinates would not even be able to deal with the two children, and the smile on the baby's face at this moment seemed to him to be no different from ridicule. Retire all to Lao Zi. The two kids can't solve it, you are so weak at home. Tyros grabbed his hand and threw it out fiercely, his eyes fixed on Enel and Crowley like wild beasts, and a low voice filled with anger came out from his mouth slowly. Kneel and admit defeat, look at Vongola's face. Go to Lao Zi and spare you one, otherwise you will be completely strangled by Lao Zi. Do you have the strength and qualifications? And, even if we really kneel down for you, you dare not stand here anymore. The name of the vongola family can't tolerate your miscellaneous taint. Crowley took a deep breath, and he faced Tyros, without fear in his eyes. If that's the case, then you all die for Lao Zi. New World is so huge, Lao Zi doesn't believe that vongola can chase Lao Zi all over the world for you guys. Angrily burst out, Tyros' hand showed emerald green light, and his hands immediately turned into two huge vines, and dozens of vines squeezed out of the ground under his control. Lao Zi is the vine man of vine fruit, all vines will be controlled by Lao Zi, wait to be strangled, stinky kid. As his voice fell, the vines rushed towards Enel and Crowley as if they were giant pythons. Both of them knew very well that if they were really entangled in this vine, then they wouldn't be dead enough to have a few more lives. After using observation haki to detect the attacking path of the opponent, Enel made a small back jump, and after avoiding a vine that crashed down by a few centimeters, he grabbed his long stick with both hands and knocked it out hard. Boom! With a muffled noise, Enel's face immediately changed. Whoa ha ha ha! Lao Zi's vines are as tough as steel, and you guys, armament haki, can't affect Lao Zi's vines at all. Tyros laughed, his haki is not strong, and he has been focusing on the development of his fruit abilities for so many years, so under his control, the vines will be strengthened to a certain extent. Even a sharp blade can hardly cut the vines under his control, not to mention that Enel uses a blunt tool like a long stick. While Enel was surprised by the hardness of the vine, a vine under the control of Tyros appeared behind Enel at a very fast speed, and then went straight to Enel. Enel, Be careful. With an exclamation, Crowley immediately rushed behind Enel. He strenuously punched the vine, but even with his current armament haki, there was no way to repel the vine. On the contrary, after the vine had withstood his blow, it entangled his body directly, as if a python was strangling its prey, and gradually tightened. What? With a scream of pain, Crowley only felt that the bones all over his body were protesting, as if he would be crushed by the tightening power of the vine in the next moment. Damn it! Enel cursed in a low voice, and immediately attacked the vines entwining Crowley with a long stick, but his attack had no effect at all. He could only watch the pain on Crowley's face grow stronger. Baby kid, now we can talk about this White Rock Island. Of course, I have to warn you to be careful, otherwise I can't help pinching that kid to death. Tyros looked at Reborn with the win at the moment. He could see that although the opponent was a baby, this baby was the leader of the vongola family who came to White Rock Island. Vongola is not so easily threatened, and do you really think you have defeated both of them? Reborn said with a smile. Isn't it? Tyros took a closer look at Enel and Crowley, and didn't think the two brats had any room for resistance. Of course, after all, the two little ghosts are also candidates for the cotters of our vongola family. With that, Len turned into a pistol and fell into Reborn's hands. He raised the pistol and pointed it directly at Crowley, who was entangled in the vines, fight with the belief in death. As soon as the voice fell, I pulled the trigger and the bullet came out. What Reborn did made Tyros bewildered. Shoot your subordinates? Is this in order not to be threatened by oneself, and to directly choose to give up the lives of his subordinates? Indeed, this practice is still very common in the world of pirates. After all, not every pirate will value his companions. In the eyes of most pirates, those companions who are no longer useful will die if they die. But he can be regarded as an old pirate, and he has met many people. In his eyes, Vongola's little ghost should not be the kind of cold-blooded pirate. How should we explain this situation now? Boom! Before Tyros could react, Reborn shot Enel too. Now Tyros was even more confused. If Crowley was killed by shooting, it was because he had been entangled in his own vines and was difficult to rescue. But the kid named Enel can obviously be saved. Why should this kid be shot? Moreover, shooting at two of his subordinates one after another, this baby is too cold-blooded. But at this moment, the bullet that flew out of the distance lost its momentum, but a ray of light burst out of it, and it shot into the foreheads of Crowley and Enel. In this way, are you going to bid farewell to this world? What a pity! At the same time, this thought appeared in the minds of Crowley and Enel, as if they were the last sigh of their lives. If you hold the belief that you will die, you will be able to defeat the damn vine pirate. If you hold it, just fight with the mortal belief. Boom! An inexplicable sound suddenly came out. The vines that originally entangled Crowley actually began to collapse at this moment, and Crowley also slowly fell to the ground. A deadly flame burned on his forehead, and the difference for Giotto is that his deadly fire is red, which is the deadly fire of the Lan attribute. And the reason why those vines will collapse directly is precisely because of the special nature of the dead fire of the Lan attribute, decomposition. Decompose the material you encounter. Even if this vine is as hard as steel, it can't withstand the power of the deadly fire. But the only thing that is not suitable is that Crowley no longer has that stiff suit. At the moment when he enters the death mode by relying on the death bullet, his suit is also destroyed. Now he just wearing a pair of underwear. The person who had the same experience as him was Enel, but Enel himself did not have the habit of wearing a shirt or shoes, so even if only a pair of underwear is left, it looks not much different from before. Unlike Crowley, Enel is full of green thunders at this moment. Is it true that he is the thunder fruit capable person in the original plot? Even the fire of awakening death energy is also the fire of death energy of thunder attribute. But speaking of it, the deadly fire of the thunder attribute really suits him. Enel has the talent of observation haki, but armament haki's practice is relatively slow, which also led to his lack of attack and defense. The thunder attributed dead gas fire is hardened in nature, is the hardest in the flame, has the strongest defense, and is easy to break through the opponent's defense. In this way, the shortcomings of his attack and defense can be perfectly compensated by the deadly fire of the thunder attribute. Senior Crowley. Enel turned his head at this moment, and there seemed to be green thunder in those eyes. You must get rid of that guy anyway. Of course. Crowley's eyes were completely locked on Tyros at this moment. The finger tiger clenched on his right fist was also burning with the deadly fire of the Lan attribute. At this moment, he was confident that he would be proud of the opponent. All the vines are destroyed. Damn kid, although I don't know what happened just now, but I want to solve Lao Z? Stop joking here. Tyros yelled angrily. He didn't know why, he could easily defeat it since just now. The two little ghosts felt a dangerous breath. And the flames and thunder that suddenly appeared on the opponent, are these two little ghosts also capable of devil fruit? If so, why didn't you use your abilities just now? Or is it that this special ability was given by the baby? Attacking his subordinates with a gun, and then allowing his subordinates to have special abilities, he has never heard of such a devil fruit. But now is not the time to delve into the specific situation. He has to beat the two little ghosts in front of him first. As soon as he thought of this, Tyros began to urge his fruit abilities, and the thick vines began to rush towards Enel and Crowley one after another. But this time his attack was obviously not as effective as before. The moment the vine approached, Crowley punched without hesitation. The decomposing nature of the Lan attribute plus armament haki directly shattered the vine, and then a scornful smile appeared on his face as he mocked, "This is a vine that is as hard as steel? I didn't expect it to be so unbeatable. That is, if you met Mr. Naker, he could kill you with a single blow." Although this is a bit arrogant, it is a fact. After coming to this world, Naker's strength has continued to grow. After all, he has more haki to cultivate. With Naker's current power, it is true that a pirate like Tyros can be destroyed directly with just one punch. A vine as hard as steel? Naker said that even if he is a castle made of steel, he can blast it open with his fist. That kind of guy is also worthy of letting Senior Naker take the shot? It's not like this is a joke. At this moment, Enel was already standing in front of Tyros with the deadly fire of thunder and the long stick wrapped by armament haki. He didn't hesitate to raise the long stick in his hand and smashed it down. A strong wind roared at this moment. Although his strength was not great, after the thunder attribute dead fire and armament haki blessed, the attack power of this long stick was not bad at all. But his movements were not fast. Tyros reacted immediately, but at the moment he waved the vines at Enel, a sense of ultimate crisis suddenly rose in his heart, as if Shinigami had already put the sickle down on his neck. Because Crowley had already waved his fist at the completely opposite position to Enel, the lifeless fire of the Lan attribute was burning violently at this moment. At the same time, not far away, Len turned into a sniper rifle. The muzzle was aimed at the key of Tyros, attacking in all three directions, but the key was the gun in Reborn's hand. Although Enel and Crowley have become a lot stronger than before, the attack is still within the tolerable range, but the gun in Reborn's hand makes him feel that he can't resist it anyway. Is that so? In an instant, Tyros finally understood that Crowley and Enel's attacks were never to defeat him, but to contain himself in place. The only real attack to kill yourself is the baby with the gun in the distance. Okay, thank you for your hard work. In the vongola family office on Saiken Island, Giotto hung up the phone worm. Just now, he had received the news that Belphegor and Fran had taken Qing Iron Island. Reborn also solved the Thorns pirate perfectly. Mission, hung the flag of the vongola family on the island. From this moment on, those two islands have been officially included in the territory of the vongola family. Opening the system panel, Giotto also saw the changes in various data. The strongest Mafia system host, vongola Giotto personal abilities, Flame of Death Dekong, Flame of Softness, Flame of Death Dekong, Fire of Rigidity, Super Intuition, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Unawakened, Personal Equipment, vongola Ring Osaka, Original Version, vongola Eye Gloves First Family, vongola Family, 30% Unlock, Family Members, Reborn, 7 Rainbow Sons of Sunny, Fran, Guardian of Varian Fog, Naker, Guardian of Sunny, Belphegor, Guardian of Varian Land, Mechanic Johnny 2, Technical Department Consultant Masaichi Airi, the 7th Son of Thunder, Verdi, appears within 3 months, Luslia, the Guardian of Varian Sun, appears within 3 months, main task, gather 6 Guardians to complete 16.5% 35% completion of the creation of the vongola family. Because of the expansion of the family territory, the completion of the mission has been improved, and the degree of family unlocking has also been improved accordingly. After this expansion, the upcoming member will be Wildy in Rainbow 7. The appearance of this guy was unexpected by Giotto. After all, he is not a member of the vongola family, but according to the meaning of the system, it seems that the Rainbow 7 sons are all included in the vongola family. Of course, Giotto doesn't mind including the Rainbow 7s as vongola. After all, the Rainbow 7s are all top quests. Everyone except Skuru is very powerful. Verdi is one of the world's top scientists, especially good at optical camouflage technology, but in Giotto's view, his greatest achievement is to invent the box weapon with 2 other scientists. Hint, due to the appearance of Verdi, the family member's box weapon is unlocked. At the moment this reminder appeared, Belphegor, who was returning to Saiken Island, immediately noticed that his box weapon exudes a special atmosphere. He didn't even have to try to know that his box weapon was already ready to use. However, the only people in the vongola family who have box weapons are Bell, Fran, and Airi Masaichi, and Airi Masaichi still doesn't know how to use the box weapons. It is estimated that he will have to build the base himself. System, what should I do if the first generation family does not have box weapons? Is there any idea to reward us with box weapons of the 10th generation family? Giotto suddenly thought of this, and immediately asked, please host to create it yourself. Yes, just don't give rewards? However, the idea of self-creating made Giotto very interested. Airi Masaichi is also a top scientist. If he and Verdi work together, plus Spainer, which may appear at any time in the future, he may be able to create his own and the box weapon of the first generation Guardians. You know, the strength of the Guardians of the first generation is already extraordinary. If you add a box weapon that is exclusive to them, the improvement is simply not too cool. But this is definitely a big project, and the funds that need to be consumed during the period are definitely not a few. Giotto once again felt how important money is. It seems that it is time to form a fleet and go to Sky Island to get some gold down, otherwise the current economic situation of the vongola family will definitely not last long. As for Luslia, Varian's guardian of the sun, a master of Muay Thai, definitely does not need to worry about his strength. Being able to be called the coder of the strongest assassination unit is enough to show that his strength is also quite good. Moreover, the activity of the Qing attribute is also very well used by him, and he has a strong healing ability. Whether he is the main combat force or auxiliary, he can do it well. The only problem is the character of this guy, which is completely pervert. If such a pervert appears in his own family, he will not ruin the family atmosphere, right? It's also time to inform Irie and Johnny that they are going to make Death Pill. After all, Reborn's experiment has been successful, and people in this world can also use the Death Fire. However, they can't do it independently, they can only do it relying on the Death Chi bomb and the Death Chi pill. Can the power of the Death Chi fire erupt? Thinking of this, Giotto immediately picked up the phone worm and handed the matter over to Irie Masaichi. If the Death Pill is made, it will definitely improve the family's overall combat power by leaps and bounds. However, this thing must be used by people who are completely loyal to the family, such as Crowley and Enel. After all, if the Death Chi pill were to flow outside, it would definitely cause an uproar, and it would also cause him unnecessary trouble. Then there will be a period of stable development. After Verdi arrives on Seacon Island, he can start to study ships that can safely reach Sky Island and transport the gold on it. At the same time, some trading routes need to be opened. After all, the development of the family cannot always rely on the gold of Sky Island. Although Shandora is a golden city, it is not inexhaustible. If you simply maintain a family, the gold backer Dora must be enough, even more. But now the key is to have a technical department, who can say exactly how much scientific research will cost. After Spana comes, he will have to spend a lot of money to study the special machine of Mosca. According to Giotto's calculation, the cost of a Mosca will never be cheaper than the future Vegapunk PX series. So now he is full of ideas about how to make money. In fact, it is not particularly difficult to get money in this world, but there are some things Giotto will not do, and neither will the vongola family. Speaking of it, I heard Zhang Genji say this morning that the kind of personal ship that I want using flame as the propulsion has been made. Would you like to try it and go out for a day or two to rest? I've been shut in the room to deal with documents these days, and I feel like I'm going crazy. Decided, go out and play. Just in time I thought of someone who can be recruited into the family. At this point, Giotto opened the door directly. Asterisk huh? Eerie, why are the Giotto people missing? Reborn, who had just returned to Seacon Island, walked directly into the chief's office, but what he saw was Masaichi Irie, who was immersed in processing documents, and did not see Giotto. Putting down the pen in his hand, Masaru Irie raised his head and sighed, then he lay down on the chair as if he was so tired and paralyzed, and said helplessly, I clearly said that I just tested the empty fire number and it disappeared. After leaving such a large pile of documents, I guess I won't be able to rest until tomorrow afternoon. Airfire is a ship made by him and Johnny 2 for their leader. It can accommodate about 3 people in size. It is fully propelled by flames, allowing Giotto to navigate the sea easily and quickly. I know, but you should be able to think of this. Giotto itself is not good at handling so many documents. It is normal for him to be unable to hold him in this room for a few days. Since I've already run out, so you can help me deal with it, and I'll find someone to manage these things in the future. Reborn understands Giotto very well. By the way, what is the current progress of the development of the death gas pill? With your and Johnny's abilities, it shouldn't take much time to come up with the finished product? Hearing the research on the above matter, Masaichi Irie also raised a little bit of spirit. Yes, the development of the death chi pill has started a few days ago, and the finished product can be made in 10 days at the earliest and half a month at the latest. However, due to manpower and confidentiality, there is no way to mass-produce the Death Chi pill, and at most 10 can be developed at a time. 10 Death Breath pills, if given to Enel and Crowley, means that each person has 5 chances to enter Death Breath mode, which is quite good. Well, it's enough for the time being. After the finished product comes out, it will be divided into 2 and handed directly to Enel and Crowley. Then recruit some more new members, and leave the assessment to Fran to handle it, and separate the trustworthy people. Sending to Kingi Island and White Rock Island, it is best to develop some machines that can quickly mine minerals and speed up the development of the family. Reborn arranged some things, then turned and left. The rest will wait until Giotto comes back. I'll go to train those little ghosts first. Hell training can't be stopped for a moment, otherwise, how can those little ghosts grow into strong people on their own? At this time, Enel, Crowley and others, who had just returned to Seacon Island, felt a deep chill. At the same time, the days without documents are so beautiful, I would rather fight than deal with those documents. Giotto jumped down from his boat and landed on the ground of the pier. He then summoned a peer manager and put a pile of Bailey in the opponent's hand and said, "Take care of me during this time." Boat, thanks. After that, he walked directly to the city ahead, which was peaceful, because their king was a benevolent and wise Kun lord, and he was deeply loved by the people in this country. Even in this chaotic era of great pirates, he still upholds his benevolent governance without any change. Not only this country, but even the surrounding countries respect the king very much. After all, he often assists many countries caught in war. Its name is Liku Dole III. That is to say, King Liku, who was taken away from the country by Doflamingo in the future. Yes, the place where Giotto is now is Dressrosa, but now Dressrosa is still a relatively ordinary country, but there is no famous name of the toy capital. Hurry up, if you go late, there will be no seats. Today is Cyrus's game. I know, but now the past is definitely full. When Giotto was walking on the street, the surrounding crowds were all moving in the same direction. The place they were going was the bullfighting arena. Before Doflamingo ruled the country, the bullfighting arena was a sword fighter who competed in swordsmanship. The place. And now there is a legend in this arena. From entering the arena for murder a few years ago, to the present, the legendary sword fighter, Cyrus, has never failed again. Giotto came to this country, on the one hand to relax, on the other hand, he also valued Cyrus, and wanted to try whether he could include this legendary sword fighter into the family. With Cyrus' sword skills and strength, if coupled with the flames of death, it would definitely be a good combat effectiveness. Everyone around was on his way, but Giotto didn't mean to speed up his pace. After all, it didn't make any sense for him to watch Cyrus duel. When he just walked to the bullfighting arena, the crowds who came to watch the game had already begun to disperse. After all, Cyrus knocked out his opponent in just a few seconds. Sorry, today's game is over. If you want to watch it, you can come back tomorrow. Cyrus will play the game these days. Seeing Giotto walking in this direction, a guard responsible for the safety of the arena just reminded him. You misunderstood, I didn't come to watch the game, I just wanted to meet the legendary sword fighter. Giotto smiled and said slowly. This may disappoint you, Cyrus will not see anyone. It doesn't matter if it's other sword fighters, but Cyrus, the guards can't help it. In the past, there were people who wanted to see Cyrus, but they were rejected without exception. The legendary sword fighter was just a person who kept himself in a cage and did not want to contact the outside world. Can you accommodate a little bit? Or you can arrange a game between me and Cyrus. I just want to meet him. Giotto didn't care about the opponent's rejection, he just continued, don't look at me like this, in fact I am still very strong, even Cyrus is not necessarily my opponent. Hearing this, the guard didn't know how to answer. He could see that Giotto had an extraordinary temperament, but he could defeat Cyrus. It is estimated that anyone in the country will hear it as a joke, right? Do you want to see Cyrus? Can you tell me any special reasons? At this moment, a voice rang behind Giotto, and the strong man in the blue cloak said this. Walked to Giotto's side. And seeing the appearance of this man, the guard immediately saluted respectfully, Your Majesty King Liku. King Liku, as a king, his strength is fair, but it is just ordinary when placed on the sea. He walked to Giotto's side and looked at the young man in front of him carefully. He always felt a familiar feeling, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen him. There is no special reason. I just don't want to see a person with extraordinary talents isolate himself from the world like this. I hope I can take him to see the outside world, so that he is not only a sword fighter, but as a sword fighter, a real person to enjoy his time in the future. Giotto expressed his thoughts, and when he said this, he also had an inexplicable influence. If you can do it, give it a try. I really want Cyrus to live, not just as a sword fighter who binds his feet. So, if you can do it, I will also thank you. Yes. Guards, take him to Cyrus. Obviously it was only the first time we met, but King Liku felt that he could trust the young man in front of him. Even he himself couldn't tell why he had such trust in a stranger. After nodding to King Liku, Giotto just stepped forward and followed the guard just now towards where Cyrus was. Suddenly, King Liku asked, Young man, what is your name? Vongola Giotto. After a simple response, Giotto disappeared from King Liku's vision together with the guards. At this moment, King Liku was standing in place, constantly remembering the name, very familiar, but where did he see this name? The appearance of that young man seems to have been seen. Orange hair, aristocratic dress, black cloak, Vongola Giotto. What? An exclamation broke out from King Liku's mouth instantly. He stared at the direction where there was no figure, his eyes widened to ultimate, and his chin felt like he was about to fall to the ground. If it didn't seem to be the case, there would be no way to show how surprised he was now, because he finally remembered where he had seen that young man. His Majesty King Liku, is there any problem with that young man's name? The guard on the side asked puzzled. It was the first time that he saw his king so surprised. Even Cyrus, who had killed people many years ago, was hit in the head with a stick. His king was as calm as water. Now, just hearing a name, how did you become like this? Could it be that the young man is the illegitimate son of His Majesty King Liku? But if it is true, it seems not bad, so that their kingdom will have a successor. Just as the soldier was madly replenishing his brain, King Liku immediately waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and bring me the reward order issued by Marine." Vongola Jato, did you see this young man in the reward order? The existence of Pele with a bounty of 970 million actually appeared in Dressrosa like this? However, it seems that through the brief contact just now, the other party is not a sinful person. On the contrary, it makes him feel good. But no matter what, people who can be rewarded with such a high amount by Marine must not be ignored. This kind of guy who offers a reward of almost 1 billion, it is estimated that one person can destroy Dressrosa. In the bullfighting arena, under the leadership of the guards, Jato quickly saw the fierce-looking guy, and he could feel a good aura. Has it grown to this point just by relying on talent and fighting in the bullfighting arena? There is no doubt that Cyrus' talent is very strong. His physical fitness and reflexes are far beyond that of ordinary people. With just the same instinctive response, he has won more than 2,000 victories in this arena. 3,000 consecutive victories are not far away. I have never heard of anyone else coming to me besides King Liku. Cyrus raised his head and glanced up. He stayed in the arena and didn't care about the news outside, so naturally he didn't. Meet Jato. Is it fun to keep yourself in a cage? Jato didn't care about Cyrus' attitude either. He sat directly on the ground outside the cage, clinging to the iron railing. Up to now, do you still think that you are a beast that is only placed in a cage? One is outside. A murderer who has no place to shelter? What do you understand? When he touched the pain in his heart, Cyrus instantly roared, "My hands are full of blood. No matter where I go, I am a beast who only knows to kill. From that day on, it can only be like this. It's a fact of me that can't be changed anyway." After roaring, he seemed to have lost all his strength. A legendary sword fighter who had never failed in the arena just slumped on the ground like this, looking stupidly at his hands, as if he could still see it. The same as blood that cannot be wiped. A beast? Jato turned his head, his calm gaze fell on Cyrus like this. "Why did you commit the murder, Cyrus?" "It's because the gangsters killed you because of the crowds." "Good friend, that's why you brought up the weapon to avenge. If I remember correctly, this is what you believed in your heart back then." "What then? What do you want to say here?" "The *******D. It's just to reveal my damn past. That's why you came here to humiliate me." Cyrus grabbed the cage with both hands, because mentioning these things made his body tremble, not because of anger, but because of regret. He regretted what he had done back then, shouting in his heart, "It would be great if people could forget themselves. I don't have such a bad interest in humiliating others. As for the reason for coming here, it's just because of your recognition." Jato stood up slowly, and reached out to Cyrus in the cage. "For so many years, you have kept your life in this cage called the arena. What's the point? Instead of always doing it for yourself, it's better to wield a sword to protect your past regrets. The outside world is wonderful, and your life shouldn't end here. So, let go of your shackles. Do you recognize me?" Cyrus raised his head and looked at Jato, his voice trembling. After so many years, it was the first time he heard that someone recognized him. But would someone recognize him? "Yeah, I recognize you. So, do you want to be my family, Cyrus?" Recognized? Family? This is a very unfamiliar word for Cyrus. "Thank you." Cyrus grabbed Jato's hand and stood up, then he bowed deeply, and then said, "If there is such an honor, I would be your family, but can you give me some more time?" "Why, still feel that I shouldn't leave this cage?" Jato quipped. "No, it is to repay the kindness. His Majesty Liku is kind to me. He taught me what kindness is, so after I repay his kindness, I will definitely come and find you. Then, please let me be well take a look at the outside world." The look in Cyrus' eyes at this moment is completely different from before, and there is already a kind of light called hope in his eyes. "I see." Without saying much, Jato patted Cyrus on the shoulder, turned around and planned to leave. "Please wait a moment, I don't know my family's name." A smile appeared on Cyrus's face. He hadn't smiled for a long time, and this smile felt uglier than crying. The main reason is that he looks too vicious, and it's only a matter of whether he smiles or not. It's better to keep serious. "Vongola Jato, when you come out, go to see me on Sikon Island. The hot springs there are very good. You must try it when you go." After waving his hand, Jato left. His purpose of coming here has been achieved. I believe Cyrus will go to Sikon Island to find him afterwards. Let's talk about the future things later. Anyway, in a short time, Cyrus should not leave this arena. As he himself said, he needs to repay King Liku's kindness. But in this way, maybe Vongola will face the Don Quixote family in the future. After all, that bad character clown will definitely not let the country of Dressrosa, and if Cyrus eventually becomes a member of the Vongola family, then Jato will certainly not abandon his family. Therefore, the Vongola family will inevitably make a move when Doflamingo takes action on Dressrosa. It's just that Giotto is skeptical, that is, if the vongola family badge flashes on Dressrosa in the future, does that clown still have the guts to attack this country? When he walked out of the arena, Giotto saw King Liku, who had been waiting here, and looking at the other's expression, he already knew his identity. It's normal. After all, the reward is 970 million. As long as you pay a little attention to the news, you can see yourself on the reward. Your Excellency vongola, thank you for unlocking Cyrus's heart knot. To be honest, I'm really worried that he will keep himself imprisoned in a cage. It's all right now. It won't be long before I can find an opportunity to get him back here. World. The moment he saw Giotto, King Liku expressed his gratitude. Over the years, he and Cyrus have actually become very good friends. The story of these two elders in the original plot can be perfectly summed up in one sentence: I treat you as a brother, but you want to be my son-in-law? Aren't you afraid of me? Lord Liku. Giotto looked at the king in front of him strangely. It stands to reason that he would be somewhat afraid of facing a person with a bounty of up to 970 million. But he didn't find such emotion in King Liku, as if the other party regarded himself as a non-threatening person. Ha ha ha, I'm not a king who doesn't know the truth. Although the vongola family has been rewarded by Marine, they are completely different from the evil pirates. I have a certain understanding of the situation on Saiken Island. The people live and work in peace and contentment. Those pirates who wanted to plunder were all dealt with by the vongola family. For the people of Saiken Island, your family is like a patron saint. King Liku laughed. He was really shocked when he first discovered Giotto's identity, but after thinking about it, he didn't think there was anything. To be honest, even I am very envious of the people of Saiken Island. You guard, after all, the current sea is very chaotic. Even Dressrosa has encountered several blatant attacks. If you need it, I don't mind lending you the vongola badge, Giotto said with a smile. Forgive me, no matter how Dressrosa is also a member of the world government, if you blatantly seek your help, there will be more or less justifications. Dressrosa is a rare world government franchise country in New World. Why is it rare? Because New World is a paradise for pirates. It is the pirates who are really powerful here, not the Marine under the command of the world government. So even if there are pirates looting countries here, it is difficult for Marine to support those countries. Even support is very risky. If Marine's dispatched combat power is insufficient, it is very likely that it will not be able to deal with the pirates in New World. But if they send too much combat power, it will attract the eyes of big pirates such as Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, etc. Who knows whether Marine is here to support those countries or to deal with itself? Especially at this juncture, the internal fights of the New World pirates are extremely frequent, and no one can guarantee that Marine will take this opportunity to get in. Therefore, many countries in New World know that seeking the help of the world government to become one of the participating countries is not as good as seeking the asylum of a big pirate. I plan to spend a few days in Dressrosa. It won't affect it, right? Giotto didn't forget that he came out to be lazy this time. Although the matter has been done, he wouldn't go back to face the mountain of documents so soon. Although Dressrosa is not the toy capital of later generations, it also has its own style. As a leisure and entertainment, it can still stay for a while. Of course it's okay, you can tell me at any time if you need anything. After all. Boom! Before I finished speaking, the sound of a shell exploding entered my ears. Obviously there was another pirate who was asking for trouble, but it was not a powerful guy. It could be solved by the army of Dressrosa itself, but some appeared. Casualties. Suddenly, Giotto's eyes lit up and he turned to look at King Liku. His Lord Liku, you said that the hero who helped Dressrosa defeat the pirates, is it free of charge for food, clothing, housing, and transportation these days? It must be no problem, but no problem is enough. Let me solve these pirates. Asterisk with just one punch, the pirate ships that attacked Dressrosa were destroyed, and the burning flames above the sea proved the traces of their existence. I have to say that the ability of this maramara fruit is really easy to use. If you don't eat maramara fruit, and if you want to quickly get rid of these pirate ships, Giotto estimates that you will have to use Spurner's big tricks. It's convenient now. A fire fist goes over and clears out the miscellaneous soldiers directly. If there are any remaining, just fill up another fire fist. And besides being quick and easy, it's also very handsome. Just now, Giotto leaped into the air for a lifetime, and then swallowed all the pirates with a violent flame. It is not an exaggeration to use the words "God descends to the earth." Of course, this is also because the pirates who came to attack were too weak. Giotto was really wondering, how did a pirate group like this survive a new world? It doesn't matter if you survive, but you still have the courage to attack a country? Really never died. But then again, these pirates are really nothing to him, but for ordinary people, these pirates can easily take everything from them. After the pirates were dealt with, the next thing was a matter of course. As a hero who protects the people of Dressrosa, Giotto can be said to have spent the money of King Liku and enjoyed a leisurely life in this country. He does not need to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He couldn't help but sigh, the life of the rich is really good. Blue brew, blue brew. While Giotto was enjoying his leisurely life, the phone worm in his arms rang. When he took out the phone worm became like reborn. Giotto, you are in Dressrosa right now? Yes, what's wrong? Giotto's expression suddenly became serious, and Reborn suddenly called himself. There must be something serious. Verdi has arrived on Sycan Island, but his research requires a lot of money. Simply put, the family funds are still very scarce. Although the minerals of Kingti Island and White Rock Island have begun to be mined, they want to make a profit. It will take a while. At the mention of money, Giotto's face looks ugly. At this time, Reborn also continued. Additionally, the family has newly recruited a group of members. If all the investments and expenses are counted together, the remaining funds of the family can support up to 7 months, so we need a large amount of money. Funds, and the best way to obtain these funds is Sky Island's gold is the easiest way to obtain funds, but there is a problem. There is not much gold that can be brought from Sky Island every time, at most 1 billion Baileys like before. Normally support the family, there is no problem if you want to invest in Verdi's research. After a pause, Giotto asked, speaking of which, how much money does Verdi's research need? The initial basic investment is conservatively estimated to require 5 billion Baileys, and there is no way to determine the follow-up investment, but Verdi said that if there is not even 5 billion Baileys, he will not even be able to start his own research. What the hell is he going to study? There are 5 billion Baileys at all times. He doesn't know how much money this is. Giotto roared at the restaurant. He would never have thought of it before. He broke the defense for the first time. It turned out to be because of money. I want to study the optical camouflage technology that can be used in this world, the ring that can replace the death pill to inspire death mode, and the box weapons suitable for you and the Guardians. The first two alone require a lot of financial support. 5 billion Baileys did not include the Xiao weapon research. If it is also included, at least 10 billion startup funds will be required. Verdi's voice came from the phone worm. Giotto almost collapsed because of his remarks. Although the things he studied are indeed very useful, it goes without saying that the optical camouflage technology is very useful in many ways. The ring that can replace the Death Chi pill to inspire the Death Chi mode can be said to be crucial to the improvement of the family's overall strength, and it is estimated that this kind of ring can also be used to use box weapons. The last box weapon suitable for oneself and the Guardian is the most important thing, which can directly enhance the strength of oneself and the Guardian. But 10 billion. Where can I find you 10 billion Baileys? After breathing several times in a row, Giotto calmed down his feelings. You call me this call, isn't it just to tell me that I need funds? Oh? I thought you would be frightened by 10 billion, but I didn't expect to listen to it rationally. Reborn was slightly surprised, and then continued, in fact, we have already figured out how to obtain these funds, but the specific things still need to be decided by you as the leader. Someone who wants to do business with us is about to arrive. Dressrosa is now, so let's discuss this directly with him then. Hearing this, Giotto was taken aback. Doing business with the vongola family? Is there still such a person on the sea? Okay, but you have to tell me first, who is the guy who wants to do business? Giotto didn't care about so many details. If there is a business that can get a lot of money, it can naturally be done. That guy also took the initiative to contact us, because he found out about the gold you shipped from Sky Island before. He called himself Umut, a person from the dark world, based on what he asked Bell to investigate in the past 2 days. News, this guy in the dark world has a huge amount of energy. Ocean King Umut. One of the emperors of the dark world, but I don't know if there is such a title now, but what is certain is that Umut does have a huge power, can gain a foothold in the dark world, and create his own power. It is shown that this person is not simple. Maybe he doesn't have any powerful combat power, but in other respects, it is enough to make anyone unable to underestimate it. I know, since it's him, then this business really needs to be discussed. In addition to obtaining funds, maybe you can also let the family really set foot in the dark world through him, and have a certain right to speak in it. It will also be of great help to the future development. Giotto's expression immediately became serious. In a luxurious restaurant in Dressrosa, Giotto sits alone in a chair. The table in front of him is full of food and wine. It is obvious that he is here waiting for someone to arrive. This restaurant has been completely packaged by Giotto. During the day today, not even a waiter will be here. The chef left after preparing the food. After all, the meeting that is about to take place here does not allow ordinary people to be present, and people in the dark world are not so easy to contact. What's more, this time Giotto wants to come into contact with an extraordinary mission in the dark world, the Sea King, Deep Ocean Current Umut. It's an honor to meet here for the first time, the big figures of the famous New World, the leader of the vongola family. At this moment, a bearded man with a captain's hat slammed the door open, and when he walked in, he sat directly opposite Giotto. Then, I shouldn't need to talk nonsense. Your Excellency vongola, I should already know me very well. The purpose of coming here, right? My family just told me that you are coming to talk about a business, and they didn't tell me the specific situation. So, even if it is nonsense, please make it clear. Why do you specialize in transportation business in the morning with the vongola family? Giotto looked at Omid calmly. Doing business with people in the dark world, no matter what it is, he needs to be careful. These guys are no better to deal with than cunning demons. Especially a person like Omid who has reached a high position. If he is a little careless, he might even eat you with bones and skin. If this is the case, then I will say it straightforwardly. Not long ago, His Excellency vongola, I sold a large amount of gold with a total value of 1.7 billion Baileys. This is not a small fortune, and according to the information I got, the origin of gold is a mystery. After many speculations, the place where you are most likely to get this gold is actually related to a fairy tale book. Umut spoke confidently about what he thought in his heart, the King Rolando, a story about the expedition admiral and botanist of the North Blue Lubnir Kingdom 400 years ago. In it mentioned an interesting city, the golden town of Sandora. In the book, it is mentioned that the golden town is located on Gaia Island, and the place where Lord vongola I last appeared before he obtained that batch of gold. It's Gaia Island. I am a very realistic person and never believe in fairy tales, but when many coincidences point to the same place, even I cannot believe that it is really just a coincidence. So, Your Excellency vongola when I was on Gaia Island, I did discover the disappearing golden town in the fairy tale, right? This passage made Giotto couldn't help but glance at the man in front of him. It seemed that he could rise to a high position in the dark world. It was indeed not a simple task. Through such a few seemingly unrelated pieces of information, it is possible to infer the truth, and also believe in fairy tales that no one can believe. You said it's a fairy tale, so why bother to believe in that kind of illusory thing? Giotto looked at the man in front of him strangely, and asked softly, "It's a fairy tale, but it's also history. There is not much difference between the two. Anyway, it's something we only heard and never saw, didn't it? By the way, Lord vongola I did not deny the existence of the Golden Country. In other words, the vongola family is indeed the master of the coordinates of the golden town of Shandola, right?" Umut kept speculating about Giotto's psychology. His eyes were fixed on the opponent's face, and he judged the thoughts of the opponent through changes in some facial details. "So what? Is it possible that you want to snatch Vice Admiral Golden Country from my hand?" Giotto suddenly exuded pressure, his expression remained flat, his eyes locked on Umut. "Of course I don't have such dangerous thoughts. I still know the strength of the vongola family very well. It is not a wise choice to provoke a strong enemy to myself for no reason. Moreover, in business, harmony can be a win-win situation, right?" Umut smiled. "Let's get to the point. Recently, the vongola family has just taken over the two islands of Quintideo and Baishideo. Development and expansion obviously require a lot of funds. It is precisely because of this that Your Excellency will part of the gold is taken out and sold. But in this process two problems will arise. First, the amount of transportation is limited, and it is difficult to fill the vacancy of your family's development funds in a short time. Second, if such a large amount of gold is discovered, it will also cause unnecessary trouble to your family. You know, money can easily make some people crazy. Even the reputation of the vongola family may not deter everyone." Hearing this, Giotto couldn't help but nodded. He had to admit that both of what Umut said were very reasonable. Shandora, the Golden Township, is on Sky Island. Every time he transports it is quite troublesome, time-consuming, and laborious, and if people notice that the vongola family has a large source of gold, it will indeed attract the attention of many greedy people. More importantly, the development of the family now requires a lot of funds, and Verdi alone needs to invest at least 5 billion Baileys. Straightforward. Umut, what do you want to do? Giotto didn't intend to bend the guy in front of him. It's very simple. I can help the vongola family transport and sell gold, but I need to take half of it. Umut, this is exactly the lion's open mouth, wanting to get half of the gold in the gold town in one breath. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Giotto's eyes, and the icy breath enveloped Umut in an instant, and then a low voice slowly came from his mouth. "Umut, do you know? Although you have arranged more than 60 people outside the restaurant, I can completely eliminate them with you." "I believe it. People who can retreat under the hands of Whitebeard and Big Mom certainly have such strength, but at the same time I also believe that Your Excellency will not do this, will you?" Umut is very confident in his judgment, but also because he has grasped the fact that the vongola family now needs funds, and he is definitely the best choice for this business. Because he is in charge of numerous shipping businesses. 30%, this is my bottom line, if. Deal. I hope we can cooperate happily. Before Giotto could finish, Umut just agreed. And seeing that he promised so readily, Giotto always felt that he was still asking for a higher price. Although it was reduced from 50% to 30%, why did he always feel at a disadvantage? Once the business with Umut was negotiated, it was only necessary to wait for the Sky Island gold to be shipped down, and then the family funding problem could be resolved to a certain extent. At the same time, Giotto also used part of Umut's power to make the vongola family officially step into the dark world, but it was just stepping into it. After reaching an agreement on business with Omid, Giotto also left Dressrosa and returned to Sikon Island. The main development direction of the family now is the minerals of Kingdi Island and Shiraishi Island, and then the technical department in charge of Verdi and Irie Masaichi. There is no extra effort to manage the dark world. Because of this situation, Giotto felt that the family had insufficient manpower. To have enough development in this world, it is obviously unrealistic to rely solely on the system to unlock people. Therefore, he also began to consider some people who are local in this world and can be included in the family, similar to Enel and Cyrus who have enough talent. The leader of the first generation, is there anything important to come to me suddenly? He. Belphegor pushed open the door of Giotto's office and walked in slowly. After seeing this guy, Giotto put down the pen in his hand, then handed the full paper to Bell, and then said, "You are in charge of the intelligence recently, right? Except for the normal intelligence collection. Also, pay attention to the people on this list, and report it to me as soon as there is news." Belphegor took the list and looked carefully at the names on it, and then he found, almost no one knows. That's right, he almost didn't know any of the guys on this list, and he had never heard of it. What Rob Lucci, Boa Hancock, Jinbei, Trafalgar Law, Gilder Tizalos, I don't even know which gutter the rats are hiding in. Why do my chiefs pay attention to such people? The only name he has ever seen on the list is Nico Robin, the daughter of a demon who was offered a reward of 79 million when he was only 8 years old. Such a person is worthy of attention in Bell's eyes. He destroyed 6 marine battleships at such a young age. It is very likely that he was a genius for killing at a glance. If cultivated well, he should be able to become a good combat force. It is also unclear if Robin knows what Bell thinks of him. Will there be a creature called alpaca flying back and forth in his heart? If I have free time, I will pay attention to the news of some of these people a little bit. Are there other things I need to explain? Bell closed the list. Although he didn't understand his own leader's approach, it was the leader's decision after all. He just needs to execute it. Well, this is enough. By the way, you can help me to inform Fran. When Omid's side is ready, he and Luslia will go to Sky Island to fetch gold. If Omid does it what should not be done, they should know how to deal with it. Although Omid is still very reputable in the dark world, when dealing with such a guy, if he can completely trust him, Giotto probably feels that his brain is flooded. That's why he decided to let Fran and Luslia go together at that time, and with the strength of the two of them, even if there was an accident in the middle, it could be resolved. Especially Fran, his illusion is very practical in the face of some unexpected situations. After dealing with these things, Giotto also started his own training to develop the capabilities of Maramara fruit. If you want to survive in this sea, strength is the most fundamental, especially in this chaotic time. If there is not enough time, it may be replaced by others at any time. Fortunately, the current vongola family has a certain reputation in New World, and ordinary pirates dare not provoke them, so that Giotto and the others can enjoy a period of peace. During this period of time, Giotto lived a life of training and processing files every day. It was also because Irie Masaichi specially reduced the number of files that needed to be processed for him. Otherwise, let alone develop fruit ability, he can directly died in his own office. There is nothing special about Naker every day, except for practicing the two-color haki of this world, which is to further exercise his physical strength. After playing against Big Mom before, he also felt that his strength could be further improved, and his own leaders were training to become stronger. As the guardian of the sun, how could he not work hard? Reborn is now the general instructor of the vongola family. Those members of the vongola family must receive his hellish training. Only those who can resist are qualified to become the core members of the family. Although his training has caused countless people to complain, but this kind of ultra-high-intensity training combined with Reborn's education, as long as you can persist for a period of time, you can clearly find that your strength has become stronger. The most prominent of these are Enel and Crowley. Their talents are not bad. Under Reborn's teaching, they have grown at an amazing speed. As for Verdi, Irie Masaichi, and Johnny too, they are naturally focused on their own research. Although they have achieved results visible to the naked eye, every time they are mentioned, Giotto can't help his mouth twitching. Because there is not much difference between the speed at which they spend money and directly burn them with fire, more than half of the family's funds are invested in their technical department. The vongola family is also developing steadily in this way. After more than a year, the family members have expanded to 300 people, but the number of core members is very scarce. Less than 1/10 of the total number of people. Giotto put down the file in his hand, turned his head to look at the calendar next to him, and couldn't help but sigh that time flies so fast. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded in his mind for a long time. Create the vongola family and increase the completion rate by 5%. Unlocked character, Kliuu, the Guardian of the Rain. Activation task, Shaoli Yu's help letter. The flash of light flickered, and a letter appeared in front of Giotto. This system is very costly. Are the ways to unlock characters so advanced? Have you even made things like letters of help? However, it seems that in the world of homeschooling, Asari Yuyu heard that his friend vongola I was in a crisis in a foreign country, so he did not hesitate to sell the musical instrument that is more precious to him than life, and replace it with weapons and travel expenses. Go and help vongola. The meaning of this task now is that Chaoli Yuyu is in trouble. Do I need to help him? Asterisk. It is not clear how the system can be so expensive, but this is not necessarily a good thing for Jado. After all, such tasks will have good rewards. It's like unlocking Belphegor. The hapless prince provokes the White-Beard pirates, which inspires the task of rescuing him. After that mission was completed, the unlock rate of the family was increased by 2% and Johnny 2 was unlocked. So, although Chaoli Yuyu's special way of appearing is quite painful, what kind of return will he get after completing this task? To be honest, Jado is still more interested in this. Moreover, I haven't been out for a walk in Saiken Island for more than a year. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can just go out for a walk thinking of this. Jado just picked up the help letter in front of him, opened it, and muttered the words above in his heart, and his face suddenly became serious. I thought I could go out and relax while taking advantage of this task, but now it seems that leisure is impossible at all, and a big battle is needed. Let all family cotters gather in the meeting room immediately. Even Verdi can't be an exception. After giving an order to an ordinary member of the family outside the door, Jado immediately stood up and walked towards the meeting room. After receiving his order, it didn't take long for all the cotters of the vongola family to gather in the conference room. When they saw Jado's solemn expression, they knew something must have happened. After seeing the last person coming in and sitting down, Jado said, Verdi, how is the progress of the research on optical camouflage technology now? Can the previous experimental ship be put into use? Of course there is no problem, but the size of the ship can only accommodate 10 people. Is it going to be put into use now? Verdi said with a confident expression. He is a real genius in science. Even he thinks the world there is no research he can't complete, no problems he can't overcome. It's enough to accommodate 10 people. Can you be ready in a few days? Jado nodded. A boat that can use optical camouflage technology, then the first step that needs to be done is solved. If you are in a hurry, it only takes a day to use it. Verdi thought for a moment and then gave an answer. After understanding the current situation of the optical camouflage technology ship, Jado took a deep breath, then looked at the people present with a solemn expression, and said in a deep voice, then first I will tell you a decision. Kaido of Wanakuni and Kurozumai are fighting until they are completely suppressed. Hearing this, the expressions of many people at the scene suddenly changed. Only Belphegor's expression showed excitement, because if the war started, he could enjoy the killing as much as possible. But other people are not crazy like Bell. In their view, the vongola family is now in a period of stable development. As time goes by, the family's strength will become stronger and stronger. There is no need to fight another force at this time. In addition, Wanakuni's Kaido group is very powerful and is definitely one of the top pirates in the sea. If you go to war with him, the vongola family has no absolute chance of winning. Even if it is to win, it will pay a corresponding price, which is obviously not cost-effective for vongola now. And Kurozumai Orakai is Wanakuni's current general. If he wants to suppress him together, doesn't it mean that the vongola family needs to fight against a huge country like Wanakuni alone? This is simply not realistic. Iri Masaru slapped the table and stood up abruptly, staring at Jado in a loud voice. Now the power of the family still needs to protect the 3 islands of Saiken Island, Kingi Island, and Shiraishi Island. In addition to these powers, the combat power that can be used is about 100 people. What is the difference between taking 100 people to fight against a country and a big pirate and self-destruction? It sounds like this. 100 people against a country is crazy enough. You have to add a Kaido who is famous in New World. If you say it, it will make people laugh, right? Genji, don't worry. Since Jado made such a decision, there must be his reasons, right? Reborn also looked at Jado at this time, and he believed that his leader would definitely not do the kind of whim and irrational things. Yuyu is now facing difficulties in Wanakuni. The letter he entrusted to him mentioned what happened in Wanakuni during this period. As a member of Wanakuni, he now uses his own power to guard the people in that country that needs to be protected. Now, he needs our help to help him save Wanakuni. Jado took out Chaoli Yuyu's letter and placed it on the conference table in front of him. The vongola family will not abandon any family member. When the family encounters difficulties, we will do our best to lend a helping hand, even if we go. Doing it seems to be tantamount to self-destruction. Having said that, he does not think that fighting Kaido and Kurozumai is self-defeating. Although Kaido is indeed strong, the vongola family is definitely not weak. Especially in Wanakuni, there is a Chaoli Yuyu now. As the guardian of vongola reign, he is quite powerful. Even if there is no deadly fire, Chaoli Yuyu is a real top swordsman. One more thing, according to Asari Uzuki's letter, there are people who Wanakuni wants to resist Kaido and Kurozumai Orakai, and among them there is a predecessor of Jado who used to be on the ship, Kojiki Odin. If you unite with the Kojiki clan, it will be easier to suppress Kaido and Kurozumai. Is that guy Yu in trouble? If that's the case, do it with the ultimate. No matter who the enemy is, I will crush it with ultimate power. Naker held his own tightly. Fist, his expression also became serious. He and Yu are old friends now. Now that the old friend is in trouble, why should he not help? However, his ultimate aura just burned. He was directly put out by Jado. This time you still need to be responsible for protecting Seiken Island. It is enough to leave the battle on Wanakuni's side to us. If we all mobilize, who I don't know if that guy Big Mom will suddenly make a move. The base camp must be guarded by people with sufficient strength, and now the most suitable person is Naker, and only he has sufficient deterrent against big pirates like Big Mom. Naker felt that life was not good anymore, and he finally recovered that kind of fighting heart in this world, and the strong in this world can also withstand his punches. However, it seems that from before to now, except for the time he went to Cake Island, he has always been responsible for guarding the base camp, which is not enough. There is no way. After all, the strongest person in the family is Naker besides Jado. If two people go out at the same time, it is equivalent to losing the barrier to the family. Reborn comforted Naker a bit. If it weren't for this reason, in fact, Jado would take Naker to Wanakuni with him. After all, the guy named Kaido is quite powerful. Not only Naker, Fran and Reborn also need to stay. This time the only people who went to Wanakuni were me, Belphegor, Luslia, Enel and Crowley. After a brief pause, Jado continued, although it is going to fight Kaido and Kurozumai Orakai, it does not mean that all of them need to be dispatched. Wanakuni itself has the power to resist Kaido. Therefore, this trip does not require much. People, 5 of us are enough. 5 people are indeed enough. On Wanakuni's side, Chao Liu has the top combat power. After he handed over the vongola ring to Chao Liu, his strength will naturally be stronger. Another thing, Asari Yu is now in Wanakuni, and maybe he has learned the armed color and the seeing and hearing color haki. Grandmaster 2 color haki, a great swordsman who can still use the flames of death, standing out is definitely quite tyrannical. And now Jado himself is by no means a weak one. Maramara fruit has been in control for several years, and has made obvious gains in temperature development. Even if he doesn't use the deadly fire, he can still be regarded as a strong man in the sea just by relying on the ability of Maramara fruit. He is not in vain for more than a year. Such an arrangement is feasible. Reborn nodded, agreeing with Jado's thoughts. After the meeting was over, everyone went down to make arrangements. Only Jado remained in the meeting room. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but his eyes became fiercer, and a terrible aura was brewing in him. Wanakuni, there is a dilapidated shrine outside the Flower City. Normally, no one notices this place at all. At this moment, a burly man with fiery hair and goatee was covered in blood and fell in front of the shrine. He was panting, his little orange glasses were broken, and he didn't even crawl at this moment. Strengthened. No one could have imagined that this Wanakuni, the flower capital gang leader in Wanakuni, who is admired by the people and also takes care of the people, would end up like this. And behind him, there are still people who are chasing him. A very serious injury, replaced by an average person, would have died a long time ago. To be able to carry it to the present is simply not just a tyrannical body that can do it. It takes a tough will to support oneself. The last flame of life. The sound like a stream of water sounded at this moment, and a man dressed in a white hunting suit and holding a flute in his hand walked out of the shrine and stood in front of Hanano Himgaro. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough, blood spurted directly from Hano Garo's mouth, and there were even some damaged internal organs. But even with such a serious injury, when he understood the man in front of him, the first thing he thought of the other party's safety. Run, run, where can I go? You still have a breath when being beaten like this by the boss of Kaido. You old fellow are really tough enough. Before the man could say anything, a dozen pirates with sharp weapons in their hands immediately surrounded him. They glanced at the man contemptuously, and then directly fixed their gazes on Hanano Garo's body. If it weren't for the guy in front of him that had been hit hard by Kaido, they wouldn't even dare to get close. After all, the guy's strength is not bad, at least much stronger than them. But now, it's just a half-dead rubbish, which can be easily solved by anyone who comes here. This gang boss who is paralyzed on the ground. Please wait a moment. At this moment, the man in hunting clothes suddenly took a few steps forward, and stood between Hanano Goro and the pirates. He calmly looked at the dozen people in front of him, and then said, I can't just watch. His Excellency Hyogoro, respected by the people, is facing a desperate situation, and you cannot be allowed to break the peace of the shrine. Ha! What kind of thing are you? Are you tired of keeping our beasts pirates from doing things? A pirate said. He didn't pay attention to the man in the clothes hunter on the opposite side. The weak-looking guy dared to stand in front of their beasts pirates, and he didn't know who gave him the courage. I haven't lived enough in Xia, so there is no saying that you are tired of living. As for what is in Xia, When the man was talking, he put away his flute, and then drew out a long knife. A sharp breath burst out at this moment. In the next day, Liuyu, temporarily regarded as the person in charge of the shrine, so I cannot allow you guys who break the peace of the shrine and defile the shrine. When the voice fell, the terrifying swordsmanship edge swept out at any time. Just feeling the breath that radiated when he was holding a long knife, half of the dozen pirates couldn't help shaking with Jonin. They feel that what they are facing is not a human being, but more like a sword out of its sheath. Those calm eyes are even more icy. Just looking at the other person's eyes, there is a feeling of being in an ice cave. Aren't you going to leave? Or do you have to play your sword? With a wave of Chao Liuyu, a sword aura came out in scarlet color, and he directly cut a stone not far away from it. The incision was extremely brilliant, showing how sharp his sword aura was. You are offending to save that person. Boss Kaido, you will die miserably. As soon as the voice of a pirate fell, the blue sword energy directly struck his neck. I don't know when, Chao Liuyu had already swung this slash that took his life. I don't like killing, and I have to do it at this moment. Can you leave now for the rest? After being in a coma for several days, Leopard Garo woke up. He looked at Asari Yuyu who was cooking medicine in this shrine, and immediately remembered what happened before he went into a coma. You shouldn't let those bastards go. Letting them live will only cause you more trouble. Leopard Garo sat up slowly, and said with a serious face, those guys will bring the beast Kaido to this place. The look you are in is no longer safe. You should leave quickly and let the old man wait here. Just stay with that monster. His goal is me. As long as you leave, nothing will happen. He knows exactly how strong Kaido is, and his strength is not weak in Wanakuni, but when facing Kaido, he doesn't have much room for resistance. He was easily beaten and seriously injured by the opponent. If he hadn't reacted in time, and his loyal subordinates had taken away his seriously injured himself, he would not even have the chance to come to this shrine. It's just that his family, his subordinates, all have been given by Kaido and the damn chaos under Orakai. Don't worry, they won't bring Kaido, because they don't want to die, so they won't tell Kaido what happened that night. Chao Liuyu said, at that time, their choice was actually very simple. Only by leaving and telling Kaido and Kurozumai that you are dead, will they have a chance to live. After all, if they tell the truth, they will kill by Kaido. If such a decision can be made, they will not run away that night. At least, dying under the sword is more honorable than being killed by your own captain, isn't it? So, guys like them who are greedy and afraid of death will not let go of any hope of survival, even if the lies will sooner or later be killed. Expose it, but they will never let it go if they can live an extra day. Extremely simple analysis, but also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Chao Liuyu used the shortest time to see through the nature of those people, so he let them go. Of course, there was another reason why he would do this because of what he said before. He doesn't like killing. Haha, is that so? It's really impossible to refute. Leopard Garo thought for a while, and knew that Asari Uzuki's judgment was correct, but if it weren't for such a desperate situation and came to the shrine by accident, I didn't even know that a man like you existed in Wanakuni. The huge Wanakuni, in my eyes, is the only fellow Odin who can compare with you. When Odin was mentioned subconsciously, Leopard Garo's eyes dimmed for an instant. Indeed, Odin is an extraordinary man, but now Odin, just a clown called by the people of the whole country as your Royal Highness a fool. His Royal Highness Kojiki Odin? I have heard of his name, but I haven't seen it. After all, I have always been in this shrine. I haven't seen the scenery of other places in Wanakuni, but it will be different in some time. Putting the boiled medicinal soup in front of Leopard Garo, Chao Liuyu turned her head to look outside. His eyes seemed to see the distant place. Recover your wounds, Lord Leopard Garo. This country still needs yours power. It won't take long for the cloud of this country to be dispelled, because there is a man worthy of entrusting his life to come. Hearing that, Leopard Garo's expression was also condensed. He could see that Chao Liuyu was definitely an extraordinary person, and he was definitely a powerful fellow who was worthy of entrusting his life. A man who can make you value so much is definitely an extraordinary guy. It's a blessing for a lifetime to know such a person. Ha ha ha. Leopard Garo laughed twice, and then his face changed in an instant. It was obvious that his exaggerated movements were involved in the wound, and the severe pain made him a little bit overwhelmed. But just now you said he was coming. Where did he come from? What? Julai, Zaimei, Tuwen, Linghao, or Beiwu? He thought that the person mentioned by Chao Liuyu was also a member of Wanakuni. After all, Wanakuni had been shut in the country for a long time, and few outsiders would come to this country. The only outsiders they have seen in recent years are Beast's pirates and Moria, who had been scrapped by Kaido before. I'll know at that time. It should surprise you. Chao Liuyu smiled, and didn't talk too much about Jado. Wanakuni, Julai. On the luxurious carriage, sat a burly man with a large head and mouth, as if bald, with a relatively square face, with a crown on the left side of his head and a bun on the right. His hair is purple, and most of it is on the sides and back of his head, and his beard is upturned. The two upper canine teeth are longer than his other teeth and are blunt. It is estimated that the two words ugly are not enough to describe him when he grows up like this. It can only be called a strange, and it is such a wonderful thing. Now it is the General of Wanakuni, Kurozumi Orakai. His Royal Highness has come to Julai. General Orakai is here. The announcement was spread all around, and all people need to express their respect at this moment, but this announcement is not meant to be heard by ordinary people. Kurozumi Orakai is telling the fool who lives in Guri, as General Wanakuni's own, come here. Upon hearing this sound, Odin immediately ran out to greet Kurozumi Orakai. He knelt down on his reluctance, expressing his respect to General Wanakuni. On the surface, he is so respectful, but in fact Odin can't wait to cut the ugly guy in front of him, but he knows that he can't do it because the opponent is hostage, so he can't act rashly. Goo ha 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 ha. Seeing Odin's respectful appearance, Kurozumi couldn't help laughing. He stepped directly on Odin's face, and then said, Odin, I want to build a few weapons factories here. I need your help. General, what about the ship? You and Kaido. Odin doesn't care about the weapons factory. All he cares about is the hostages in the opponent's hands. Those people are innocent, what are you talking about? The corners of Hishinazana's mouth rose, and a ray of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said to himself, I want to turn Wanakuni into a weapon-producing country. By the way, Leopard Garo, I can't control it, so I handed it to Kaido not long ago. People go to deal with it. According to my estimate, he will be killed soon, and Odin, the old lady who begged hard, has been killed by us. Or the wife of a knight. What a shame. Kurozumi Orakai sneered, and it was inserted into Kojiki Odin's heart like a sharp knife. 5 years of persistence, 5 years of humiliation, all they ask is for the other party to fulfill their promises, but now everything has come to nothing? Kojiki Odin felt that the whole person was broken. He knelt on the spot and did not notice the departure of Kurozumi Orakai. Tears kept oozing out, and a man cried bitterly, Wanakuni, Julai. Jato and his group are walking down the street. Their dress is completely different from that of Wanakuni, so the eyes of those people looking at them are full of fear. No one dares to approach Jato, because in the eyes of Wanakuni people, they are outsiders, and now the only outsiders in this country are Beast's pirates. In other words, these people regard Jato and others as a part of Beast's pirates. Those demons who kill people without blinking naturally make them fearful. So why the hell are we here, Chief I? It's not good to go directly to the guy named Kaido. As long as we fight, the Guardian of the Rain will definitely be able to find out. Belphegor felt a little bored, but I came to enjoy the killing, but along the way, I didn't encounter any battles. I won't talk about it when I was on the sea. With Verdi's optical camouflage technology, no one could see their ship, and of course there would be no fighting. But after they set foot in Wanakuni, they didn't encounter any battles. They were obviously dressed differently from the people of this country, and they walked to Julai so swaggeringly. That guy Kaido is not easy to deal with, and Wanakuni is the opponent's base camp, so I'm not quite sure about it rashly. As Jato moved forward, he said, we need the help of someone who is familiar with Wanakuni and is strong. That person used to be in the same boat as me and is considered one of my seniors. If he can shoot with us, then the certainty of solving Kaido will be much greater. The same ship? Was it once the ship of Gold Roger? I heard that those who can be on that ship are all amazing people. Since there are such people, why is this country still being Beast's pirates, and what is Kurozumi Orakai occupying it? Luslia said that he did not understand this. He clearly had a strong strength, but he watched his country be occupied by outsiders and traitors? I'm afraid that people like this are not in their heads, right? Because of some special reasons, he can't take action against Kurozumi Orakai and Kaido, but there is no doubt that his decision is stupid. Although there are certain problems with this, in most cases, he wants to save everything. People who are human are often unable to save even one person at the end. Jato sighed. He sympathized with Kojiki Odin, but it was only sympathy. In fact, Wanakuni will fall into this predicament today, and it has a lot to do with Kojiki Odin's previous decision. He wanted to rescue hundreds of people who were taken hostage by Kurozumi Orakai, but what happened? He didn't save the hundreds of people, but caught up with Wanakuni as a whole. If at the beginning, he could lead all the people of Wanakuni to resist the rule of Kurozumi the Orakai and Kaido, then although there were many sacrifices, Wanakuni would definitely be better than it is now. In Jato's view, Kojiki Odin at the beginning was capable of defeating Kaido and Kurozumi, because at that time, the people of Wanakuni trusted him and regarded him as the hope of this country. And not like this, almost all the people of Wanakuni regard him as stupid. Your Highness fool. Brother Jato, what kind of person is that senior who used to be in the same boat with you? Crowley suddenly asked at this moment. After thinking for a while, Jato gave an answer: maverick, bohemian, carefree, and very brave, confident and willful guy. As for the characteristics, it should be the hair on his head, gathered into a big one. Round the plane. I have to say that Kojiki Odin's hairstyle is really unique. Hearing this, Crowley froze for a moment, and then pointed to a man who was kneeling on the ground not far away in pain, and said, Brother Jato, the senior in your mouth, will not be the one in front who is crying bitterly. Sneaky guy, right? Looking in the direction of his fingers, Giotto saw the familiar figure on the ship. There is no doubt that the man who is suffering at this moment is the senior who was on Roger's ship before, Kojiki Odin. Seeing Odin today, Giotto couldn't help but sighed. After a while, he walked directly over and said softly, "It's been a long time, Senior Odin. To be honest, I didn't expect that after the captain disbanded the pirate group, we would meet again, and you would kneel down. Weeping on the ground, this is not like the man who used to be on the ocean." Hearing this familiar voice, the painful Kojiki Odin suddenly raised his head, just in time to meet Giotto's calm gaze. You are Giotto. Why did you come to Wanakuni? Those eyes that seem to be all-inclusive, you only need to look at it once and you won't forget it. So when he saw his eyes, Kojiki Odin recognized this companion who was on the boat. It's just that he didn't expect that he would be able to see his former juniors in Wanakuni in his lifetime, which surprised and delighted him. Hi, it's a reunion of course. Surprised, but now Wanakuni is too dangerous for Giotto. His knowledge of Giotto still stayed in the past. The trainee crew with Shanks and Buggy, although Giotto's strength is top in the trainee crew, but compared with their predecessors, it can be far behind. Come here at the invitation of a friend, against Kaido. Giotto stated his purpose directly. Hearing these words, Kojiki Odin's face changed several times in a row, and his eyes became firmer with each change. After a while, he slowly got up, his face was filled with indescribable anger, his fists were clenched subconsciously, and a terrible aura slowly filled the surroundings at this moment. You are not from Wanakuni, this matter has nothing to do with you. The crusade against Kaido, let me do it. After enduring for so many years and being teased for so many years, the anger in his heart can no longer be restrained at this moment. We have been waiting for this sentence from you. The 9 retainers of Odin looked serious at the moment, but also with some excitement. They really waited too long for this sentence. It should have been like this long ago. Only by defeating Kaido can we save this country. Only then can we save the people who are in dire straits because of the rule of the serpent. You plan to find Kaido just like this. Giotto glanced over the Kojiki family, then said quietly, what is the chance of winning? Senior Odin. It is simply brave and intrepid to attack Kaido in this way. Although Odin does have the strength to contend with Kaido, how many people are there? How many people are there in Beasts, Pirates and Kurozumai? In the original book, Odin led his retainers, 12 people against 5,000 people, although it did not fall behind, but what was the final outcome? Don't say that Kaido relied on a sneak attack to defeat Odin. There is not so much fairness and justice in this world. Only the winner is king. It's like what Doflamingo said in the future, justice will prevail. Isn't that taken for granted? Because only the winner can be called justice. In the land of Wanakuni, if Kaido becomes the final winner, then he is absolutely justice, and no one can resist his existence. And Odin and his party may be praised as heroes against tyranny, but what can be done? The world will remember you, but they also know that you have failed. Not to mention, in the group of Odin's retainers, there is also a traitor who will inform Kaido and Kurozumai Orakai, who is perfectly hidden, and has not been found until Odin's death, or it should be called, Kurozumai Kanjuro. Seeing this guy Giotto was a little uncomfortable, because he didn't know how to drink. Odin said about this. He knew very well that if he rashly revealed the identity of Kurozumai Kanjuro, Odin would definitely not believe him. The same goes for his retainers, after all, these people regard Kanjuro as their brothers. And he? Although he had stayed with Odin on a boat, it was still inferior to the relationship between each other, and he had no evidence. Before he planned to come to Odin and fight Kaido with him, because Odin is strong enough, but he ignored the point of Kurozumai Kanjuro. Now the problem is a bit troublesome. Vongola came to Wanakuni, and the news of the cooperation with Odin has been known by Kanjuro, that is to say, the guy who turns around will notify Kurozumai Orakai and Kaido. In this case, he still didn't know what to do with Kanjuro's guy. It really made him feel like he had eaten something disgusting and couldn't vomit it out. At this moment, a flying knife suddenly shot towards Kanjuro's location, and flames of death with the Lana tribute were still burning on it. Almost at the same time, Odin's body reacted instinctively, Yanemo pulled out, and a flash of his body blocked Kanjuro in front of him, and then quickly slashed the flying knife. Giotto, what do you mean? Odin's eyes instantly became dangerous. He didn't expect in any way that the juniors who used to be on the ship would actually attack his retainers. Could it be that Giotto actually wants to rule Wanakuni? So for him, is it not only Kaido that he wants to crusade, but also himself? But even so, it would be too irrational to work with yourself at this time. Is Kojiki Odin right? This is not an order from the leader of the first generation, it's just that I intend to kill the guy behind you. Belphegor took a step forward at this time, and 4 throwing knives had been taken out of his right hand, and a dangerous aura radiated from him. To be honest, it's really rare to see a stupid guy like you, don't you just look at it? If you don't come out, is there something hidden in the eyes of the guy behind you? That's right, Giotto didn't signal Belphegor's shot at Kanjuro, but he saw the hostility in that guy's eyes. Even if Kanjuro hides it very well, even Odin and others who have been with him for many years haven't found it, but they can't escape Belphegor's eyes, just. His eyes were always blocked by the hair, and Giotto sometimes wondered if Bel could see things. My family will not hide anything, but you, the fellow, will kill my family at will. Do you know what the price is? Odin's momentum is getting more and more fierce at this moment, completely unlike the Wanakuni people's eyes. The fool in here. With such a powerful momentum, even Giotto couldn't help but stare. He still knows Odin's strength very well. If nothing else, Bel Bachin will not be Odin's opponent. Fighting? Let's do it. I also feel that my hands are itchy, he. Belphegor has never been afraid of fighting. To be more precise, he himself is a person who enjoys killing, whether it is someone else. His blood is his own, and it can make him feel excited. You guy, who gave you the courage to provoke the Kojiki clan? That's right, get out of Julai immediately, otherwise Lao Zi will kill you directly. Kinemon, Cat Viper, and Tojiro instantly suppressed the anger in the heart, and they plan to have a good fight with Bel after pulling out their weapons. Seeing their reaction, Enel and Crowley also immediately took up their weapons, and the two were ready to fight at any time. Only Leslia was still too leisurely and didn't know what she was thinking about, or she didn't pay attention to these people in front of her at all. Giotto, your subordinates have taken action against my family. How should this matter be handled? You can say a word. Odin turned his gaze to Giotto's body at this moment. After all, he and Giotto are very close to each other. It's the one who is arguing like this. Giotto glanced at Belphegor and then met Kojiki Odin's gaze. Although Bel was a little impulsive in what he did just now, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Kurozumi Kanjuro himself is a traitor. No matter whether he still has a trace of loyalty to Odin in his heart, his existence is a time bomb for what will happen next. Especially for Kojiki Odin, that's even more true. Just as you believe that the people behind you are not hiding, I also believe in the judgments made by my family. Soon, Giotto gave his own answer. Senior Odin, if you still feel uncomfortable about what happened just now, then make your own decision. If you want to attack Kaido, first and we vongola have a warm-up exercise, I won't mind. When the voice fell, he directly entered the death gas mode. The large flames burning above his forehead and the display of Maramara Fruit's ability on his right hand formed a terrifying pressure that instantly fell on everyone in the Kojiki clan. Body. As the leader of the Vongola family, he will not let his family members be bullied by others, even if they make a mistake. What's more, now, Belphegor has done nothing wrong. Asterisk. Seeing Giotto with such a determined attitude, Kojiki Odin didn't know what to say for a while. When immersed in Roger's boat, the relationship between him and Giotto was okay, and of course it was just okay. After all, his character is a bit bohemian and carefree, but Giotto is calm, and stable. In addition, his contact with the trainee crew is not too much, so the relationship with Giotto is just okay. The people on the ship who had the best relationship with Giotto back then were Shanks and Buggy. Another one is probably Pluton Rayleigh. As for Bullet, although Giotto's lifeless weapons have the credit of Bullet, the relationship between the two of them is not good. Did Bullet still pit Giotto before seeing it? After a while, Kojiki Odin sighed helplessly, and then said, if this is the case, there is no way. After all, now I am the owner of the Kojiki family, and you are the leader of the Vongola family, no longer it's a companion on the ship. You have your subordinates, and I also have my retainers. Now your subordinates are attacking my retainers, no matter how I should seek justice for him? Having said this, Odin's aura continued to grow stronger, and besides Yanemo who had been out of the sheath, his other hand was also holding the handle of Tianyu Yuzhan, and he took a half step in front of his left foot, his body slightly ready for the subsequent shot. I have to say that the aura he exudes at this moment is quite arrogant. After all, he is a man recognized by both Whitebeard and Roger, especially the kind of swordsmanship that makes people feel a bit of tingling even if they have not really fought against each other. Are you planning to fight me, Senior Odin? Although the tone was calm, it was clear that Giotto had already produced a fire in his heart. The flame of death on his body burned more and more vigorously, and the flame in his hand also released a terrifying temperature. After his development this year, the temperature of the flame released by Maramara Fruit has reached 400 degrees Celsius. If such a high temperature falls on a person, it is not something ordinary people can bear. Seeing Odin's posture now, Giotto was also quite helpless. He had known Yu Yu first. If Chaoli Yu Yu is here, even if Odin intends to do it, then he can just see whether it is Odin's tyrannical swordsmanship, or the change in Chaoli Yu Yu's hands is unparalleled in the world. I have reached this point, no matter it is you or me, there is no way to stop. It happened that I haven't seen it for so many years, so let me try it. Once the most talented person on the ship, how far have you grown? As soon as the words fell, Odin rushed towards Giotto in an instant, and his tyrannical sword intent broke out wantonly at this moment. At the same time, a majestic conqueror's haki rushed out, completely pressing on Giotto's body. The faces of Jinwai-men and others also became serious when they saw the action of their owner. Although Kanjuro had the same expression as the people around him, Bell still saw the meaning from the depths of his eyes. What is this guy thanking for? Is it a battle with Jado? Since you have chosen to do it, don't talk to me in this predecessor's tone. Kojiki Odin, others call you a fool, but I didn't expect you to be a hopeless fool. As the saying goes, clay figurines still have 3 points of anger. Although Jado has a good temper, he can still tolerate everything, but this does not mean that he really needs to tolerate everything. Kojiki Odin attacked him for Kanjuro at this time. In fact, he cut off the relationship between the two of them when they were in the Roger Pirates. Even if the enemy of the Kojiki clan is Kaido and the enemy of the vongola clan is Kaido, the two of them can no longer coexist. The next moment, Jado's body disappeared directly in place. After the vongola ring was unblocked, his death was much more tyrannical than before. The speed boosted by the use of death naturally also made him move more swiftly. In just a blink of an eye, Jado directly avoided Odin's slash, and then made a sharp turn in the air, punching out behind Odin. Fire punch. Immediately afterwards, his arm turned into a huge flame arm with super high temperature, and he slammed it directly at Kojiki Odin with a fierce punch. Now that you have stood on the opposite side, there is no reason to keep your hands. Just like Kojiki Odin himself said, now neither of them are Roger's crew members, but the owner of the Kojiki family and the leader of the vongola family. It's just that Kojiki Odin is not so easy to be hit. His conqueror's haki is extremely accomplished. At the moment when he can barely react, he has already made the most appropriate response. As soon as his body turned, Yen-Emo directly cut out a sword aura, and forcibly split the fire fist from the bombardment into two. Your dead fire doesn't seem to have such a move, right? If my judgment is correct, you have eaten devil fruit. This is the ability of Maramara fruit. Odin opened the flames while also opening his mouth. Said. After all, once on a ship, he also had a certain understanding of Jado's deathly fire. At least the flame he cut now was two completely different energies from the orange deathly fire. Although he is an idiot, he has a good vision. Jado was in the air at the moment, his eyes fixed on Kojiki Odin. This guy not only has a good vision, but also has quite good strength. Just an ordinary slash, he splits his fire fist into two. I'm not an idiot. As if to mention these two words, Odin also became even more angry. He was called the Fool, His Royal Highness, for several years, only to find that everything was false and he could not protect anything. There are still people calling him an idiot. How can this make him bear it? After sipping out, armament haki was immediately wrapped around Tanya Yuzhan and Yen-Emo on Odin's hands, and then he quickly slashed in the direction where Jado was, and a huge sword energy visible to the naked eye shot directly out. Kojiki Odin is a great swordsman himself, and his armament haki matches his own swordsmanship, so a single slash is enough to cut a small mountain. In the face of such an attack, Jado's face didn't change at all, and he didn't even mean to avoid it, as if he was waiting for the sword energy to arrive. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. The moment the sword aura approached, what Jado waved was not his fist, but the cloak he had been wearing. Most people can't understand Jado's actions at this moment, just like Kinemon and others at this moment, their faces are full of puzzles. Armament haki is attached to the sword chi of the Patriarch. As we all know, armament haki can capture the entity of Logia, so in the face of such an attack, the elementalization of Jado Maramara fruit cannot be avoided at all. As for using a cloak to block sword energy, it is undoubtedly a joke. Unless Jado's armament haki is terribly powerful and then wraps it in a cloak, it will be possible to block Odin's slash. But how can Jado's armed color compare to their family, Kojiki Odin? Among all the people in the room, only Belphegor and Rusvia understood Jado's behavior at the moment, and there was no worry in their eyes, because they know very well that their leader's cloak is not as simple as it looks. In addition to its excellent material, coupled with the harmony characteristics of the dead fire of the upper air attribute, the existence of this cloak symbolizes the sky that dies everything, swallows everything, and embraces everything. It is not that simple to break Jado's defense, even if it is a great swordsman. After a few breaths, the sword energy that had originally acted on Jado's cloak turned into substantial mud, and then the mud fell directly on the ground. Has anyone seen such a scene? Sure enough, it is the leader of the first generation. The application of the attributes of the sky feels much more powerful than that of the boss. Luslia couldn't help but say at this time. The boss in his mouth does not refer to Jado, but the strongest assassination unit of the vongola family, the captain of Varian, Xanxus, that has not yet appeared in this world. It's also because Xanxus hasn't appeared yet, otherwise, if he hears this, even if he doesn't put his anger on Jado, he will definitely let Luslia know why the flowers are so red. Closer to home, the main reason why the sword chi turns into mud is due to the special characteristic of the big sky attribute reconciliation. One of Jado's ability to reconcile is to reconcile the opponent's attack with the surrounding scenery. There is more mud around here, so the sword gas is directly turned into a puddle of mud. If there are more rocks around, then Jado can naturally be petrified like Xanxus Skylanger. I have never seen this kind of ability. Although the slash just now is not my strongest slash, it is not weak, and there are definitely not many people that can block it. I still have this confidence. Kojiki Odin stared at Giotto with a strange look. He knew that he could no longer look at the young man in front of him like he used to treat juniors. It is so simple to block one's own sword aura, whether it is ability or whatever. It is enough to prove that Giotto's current strength is likely to stand at a height comparable to himself. And if this is the ability, it is even more incredible. Everyone on the sea knows that devil fruit can only eat one, and Maramara fruit is obviously not afraid of its ability to turn sword gas into mud. So there are only two possibilities: or Giotto overcame the side effects of devil fruit and consumed 2 tablets of devil fruit. Either this special ability is related to the lifeless fire he showed. The vongola family is really special. Just now, I saw the so-called dead fire on the blonde kid playing with the throwing knife, but the color was different from that of Giotto. Your confidence is used where it shouldn't be used, Senior Odin. No, Kojiki Odin, do you want to continue fighting? Giotto didn't want to have a meaningless fight with Odin here. How could it end like this? I just put aside my words just now and want to seek justice for my family. Kojiki Odin's eyes were burning at the moment, and he was not only seeking justice for Kanjuro, but also interested in Giotto's special ability. Even this kind of interest caused him to temporarily forget about the crusade against Kaido. After the voice fell, his hands waved the double swords that wrapped armament haki at high speed, and he jumped up and rushed directly to Giotto. Since the opponent can turn his sword aura into mud silently, it is unrealistic to continue using sword aura attacks, so he decides to fight in close quarters. He doesn't believe that the opponent can also slash the Tianyu and Yan Mo in his hands, also turned into mud. Not to mention the armed haki entwined on these 2 famous knives. Seeing Kojiki Odin rushing towards him, Giotto didn't dare to be careless, but this kind of battle is not dangerous to him now. The superimposed perception of seeing and hearing color and superintuition allows him to deal with most dangers. Kojiki Odin's swordsmanship is very superb, and his lethality is particularly terrifying. But if it can't hit the enemy, what effect can it play? Odin's second sword style Dogen Shirataki. It was at this moment that Kojiki Odin's slashing strike flashed out, and that sharp edge could instantly split a huge wild boar like a mountain into 2. He once slashed the so-called mountain god with this strike. In the next moment, the 2 knives cut out, directly cutting off Giotto's figure in the middle. His eyes could see such a scene, but Odin frowned, because he didn't have the feeling of cutting something. That is to say, he didn't really attack Giotto. The figure in front of him was just an afterimage. Is this guy's speed already fast enough to produce afterimages? Yan Ring Fire Pillar. The expression remained calm, and there was no fluctuation due to Kojiki Odin's attack. After avoiding the opponent's slash, Giotto immediately appeared in the air above Kojiki Odin's head. The flames on his hands burned frantically, and then through the rotation, aiming at Kojiki Odin, he shot a long burning pillar. The scorching flame at this moment arbitrarily emits high temperature, and the coverage of the pillar of fire is extremely wide. A moment's time is to turn the ground under Giotto into a hell covered by flames. Bell and others, as well as those of Odin's retainers, all retreated some distance at this moment. After all, the battle between Giotto and Odin was too much. If they continue to stay where they were just now, they will probably become unconscious targets of attacks by those 2 people. Ahem! After spinning the knife with both hands to disperse the flames around him, Odin couldn't help coughing twice. At this moment, his clothes were a little damaged and his face was dusty, which was much more embarrassing than he looked just now. The next trick: I won't keep any more hands. After taking a deep breath, Kojiki Odin raised his head, looked at Giotto with a very serious look, and said sharply, "Are you ready to be beheaded by me, Giotto?" Beheaded. Kojiki Odin could say such words. Giotto didn't expect it. He needed to do this for his subordinates to get ahead? Or is this guy already in Kurozumai Orakai and Kaido? After so many years of calculations, some psychological problems have appeared. He didn't know what the other party was thinking about and said this sentence, but it was enough for him to be clear. Go all out. Since the other party had already said so, then he could only fight with the heart to kill Kojiki Odin. Boom! At the moment when everyone was unable to react, the fist and the knife exchanged, and there was a deafening sound, and the 2 armament haki touched at close range, madly impacting each other. At the same time, Giotto's body also began to show a shocking special aura, which is completely different from his tolerance of the sky, because it embodies a domineering feeling, which is a kind of self-respect. Is this aura? Seeing this situation, Jinwei men immediately thought of something. At this moment, the sound like thunder and lightning broke out, and the collision of the breath of the 2 people directly turned into a wave of air that swept in all directions, and the people around here rolled their eyes one after another and fell unconscious. Down. This is the blast that occurs when Conqueror's haki collides. Kojiki Odin owns Conquerors. As everyone knows, when did Giotto also own Conqueror's haki? There is no doubt that Giotto has the qualifications of a king. As an all-inclusive sky, how can there be no Conqueror's haki? It's just that his conquerors had been in an unawakened state before, but at the moment just now, when Kojiki Odin said that he was going to kill himself, Giotto's mood had some subtle changes. And it was this change that stimulated the awakening of Conqueror's haki in his body. Why should someone who has the qualifications of a king give others much face? Kojiki Odin can do this for his retainers, so as the leader of the vongola family, he can't lose face. Everyone in my own family is family, and the vongola family will never be weaker than the Kojiki family. Therefore, as the leader of vongola, how can I lose to Kojiki Odin? At this point, the power on Jato's fist became more and more tyrannical, and his other hand was aimed at his back, erupting a deadly fire, with the help of propulsion to increase his positive power. Under such circumstances, Kojiki Odin turned out to be forced to retreat by Jato. He gripped the hands of Tianyu Yuzhan and Yen Mo and felt tremendous pressure. It's hard to imagine, in this kind of battle, are you still growing? Kojiki Odin also felt a dangerous aura at this moment. From the beginning of the fight to the present, the opponent seems to have not exerted his full strength, and at the same time, the aura is still constantly getting stronger. Deathfire, he had asked before, what kind of power is Jato? At that time, Jato's answer to him was to fight with the faith of death whenever he wanted. Now in his eyes, Jato is fighting with the faith of death, every punch and every blow is firm to the extreme. Like Jato, he is protecting his family members, but why does he feel that Jato is more determined than him? Those eyes that have never changed, why is he looking at Jato at this moment? He has the feeling of seeing Roger after his death. This is too weird. No, it can't be dragged on like this. Otherwise, the battle here is not over. Kaido will be drawn over. If it becomes a three-way B******************, D, July will be destroyed directly. At this moment, Kojiki Odin suddenly increased. With the strength of both hands, the veins of the arms suddenly appeared, and Jato was forced back suddenly. But Jato retreated without any pause. He slammed on the ground with one foot, and several circles of huge spiral flames were released and began to spread towards the surroundings. The scene itself was already scorching like hell, and it became even more terrifying at this moment. At the same time, a more fierce flame was burning on his own body. At this moment, he is like the king in this flame. Haha, I know that Jato must be the god of fire. He can use flames like this. Only the gods have such great power. Ha ha ha, it's great, it's great. I am now a family of the gods, so in the future it will also be a god. Seeing Jato release a large amount of flames at this moment, turning this place into a sea of fire, Enel was extremely excited. His second disease was born with him, and the picture in front of him just touched his nerves. And Crowley on the side, seeing the strange expressions of Belle and Luslia, covered his face with one hand, and then said apologetically, I must teach him common sense problems when I go back. The power of devil fruit is actually regarded as a god by Enel, so how many gods are there in this sea? At this moment, all the fire fists that filled the surrounding area converged towards the place where Jato was, and gathered in his hands a fireball similar to the sun, exuding dazzling light and scorching breath. I have to say that Ace's move in the original plot is the most handsome move that Jato thinks. Unfortunately, I only used it once, and it ended in failure. You know, in the original plot, Ace used this trick, and it has the power to destroy a city, but now Jato is honestly stronger than Ace. He did the same with the development of Maramara fruit. Feeling the fireball in his hand, Jato also has a hint of thought in his heart. Perhaps in the future, the temperature of this thing can be developed to be close to the sun. If he could do this, then he would have a real sun in his hand, let alone a pirate, even the world would not be able to hold it, right? This kind of trick. Do you want to destroy July? Jato. Odin's face changed at this time. If Jato were to throw the fireball out, July would be ruined. This is his home. Can Jato dare to do this? To be honest, this is Odin's naivete. You all want to kill the opponent. Does the opponent want to estimate the surrounding buildings? Great flame ring. Jato ignored Odin, a cold voice came from his mouth, and at the same time the huge fireball spun quickly under his control, as if it was. What does a certain world rubbed ball look like after incorporating the fire attribute nature transformation? This thing, flame Raisnon? To be honest, the source of the idea to make the huge fireball spin was indeed because Jato thought of a guy who was rubbing balls. But I have to say that this method of rotation is really easy to use, and it can effectively improve the power of many moves. Let's say Raisnon. If it doesn't rotate, isn't it a ball? How powerful can that ball be? The other is the silly little dream of a certain world, who relied on spinning to pick up Leo's flying kick. It can be seen that spinning is a magical skill in many cases. Damn it, stop me Jato. If you continue to use such tricks, I will kill you. Kojiki Odin's eyes became more fierce, and armament haki became stronger again and wrapped around the double knives that he must not allow others to destroy his home, even if this person was once his companion. If you want to kill me, come on, if you can do it. Jato didn't care about Odin's threat, he just spoke flatly as always. At this time, I still want to threaten myself with a sentence or two to stop. Although I thought Kojiki Odin was a little silly before, I didn't realize that this person could be so stupid. But then again, if Kojiki Odin didn't think about being stupid, how could he be played by Kaido and Kurozumai? His stupidity was not because of his bad brain, his kindness, his character, and his greatness. Degrees are all things that caused him to become stupid. But although he is stupid, his strength should not be underestimated. Odin 2's swordsmanship. Since Giotto was unwilling to stop, he could only kill him. Although he was a companion who came out on the same boat, his position was different. What's more, until now, Kojiki Odin can't understand why Giotto's subordinate suddenly shot Kanjuro, and can only attribute it to the ambition of the vongola family. Lock Giotto with observation haki, then turn all of his armament haki into motion, entwining them on the Mamo and Tianyu Yuzhan, and make a special movement in the body. The double swords cross in front of him to form a cross. Daowen 10 punches. A low shout came from Kojiki Odin's mouth, and then he aimed at Giotto with a very fast cross-flying slash. He flew out at the same time, and immediately after the slash, rushed towards Giotto. This Daowen 10 punch can be said to be Odin's most powerful attack. In the original plot, he would use this move to leave Kaido with an indelible scar and knock Kaido flying towards the sky to the ground. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he actually used this trick to deal with Giotto. It can be seen that in his heart, in terms of strength alone, Giotto is estimated to have stood at the same height as Kaido. This blow is a must-kill sword for most people. Kaido's powerful body was severely damaged by Odin with this move, and if Giotto was struck by Daowen 10 punches, it is estimated that he would lose his life in a short moment. At the same time, the slashing speed of Daowen 10 punch is extremely fast, coupled with Odin's profound observation haki attainments, ordinary people can't dodge it at all. But Giotto is different from ordinary people. His observation haki is no better than Kojiki Odin, but he has a superintuitiveness that no one has. At the moment before Kojiki Odin took the shot, he was already in danger. The breath of death was permeating his body, coupled with the perception of observation haki. If he could not avoid the Daowen 10 punches, it would be a good idea. It's too unreasonable. At the moment Kojiki Odin flew out, Giotto moved lightly and flashed to the right. I have to say that the speed of Odin's move is really fast to ultimate. Even if he reacted at the same time, Giotto saw Odin who appeared in front of him at that moment. The pair of knives almost slashed against his body, and only a minute away, he could leave indelible scars on his body. But just because this move is too fast, there is also a fatal flaw, that is, there will be a certain degree of stiffness after the move, and there is no way to make other moves immediately. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to avoid the slash of Daowen 10 punch first, and secondly, even if it was bypassed, it would be almost impossible to seize the flaw in that moment and launch a counterattack. But Giotto can do this perfectly. From the moment he dodges, he is to seize the opponent's flaws. The superintuitiveness of the vongola family is such a buggy ability. But there are only a handful of people in the vongola family who have superintuition. After this blow, it should be over. The calm voice rang in Odin's ears, and at that moment, Giotto slammed the fast-rotating great fireball in his hand and slammed it toward Odin's side, and at the same time, a violent drink resounded through the clouds at this moment. Emperor Yan. Boom! With a deafening sound, the Emperor Yan swallowed Kojiki Odin completely in an instant, and the huge fireball radiated its own power at this moment. Except for the unbearable burning sensation, the whole earth trembled because of the impact of this blow. Stand up. The ground closer to the ground showed a crack like a spider web. After a successful blow, Giotto did not take it lightly, and he even had no plans to stop. After smashing the Emperor Yan out, before the giant great fireball disappeared, he flew directly into the air, condescending, one hand aimed at the sky, exuding soft flames, and the other hand aimed at. Just now he used Yandy to hit Odin's position, and Gang Zion began to condense crazily. He. When did the leader of the first generation become so fierce? However, it has to be this way. This is the leader of our vongola. Belphegor became more excited when he saw such a battle, and was talking at the same time. He couldn't help but turn his attention to you, Wanhao, Tian's retainer. I thought in my heart, after my leader solves the battle, the rest of these guys, I have to let myself solve them one by one, right? Master Odin. Unlike Belphegor's calmness, Jin Wyman and others are already extremely anxious at this moment. They want to rush forward, but they are very clear that the strength of themselves and others will also cause trouble for their own proprietors. Therefore, they are caught in a dilemma, letting them not know what to do at the moment. You are not a man who can knock down with just one move. Giotto knows very well how strong Odin's will and body are. In the pan, he is holding a guy who can't stand up to his servants. One move Yandy can't solve him, but he bears the next blow head-on, even Odin. I can't hold it, right? Spurnarer. Kojiki Odin said that he was really going to throw up. Originally, his idea was to teach Giotto a little bit. After all, Kanjuro was his retainer, he was bullied in front of him, and he had to get justice back, and Giotto was a companion on the ship, and as a senior, he taught him what happened. Who knows to hit him and discover that Giotto is no longer the trainee crew member on the ship, and his strength is not below him, so he can only get serious, and even kill him. But he didn't expect that even slashing like Daowen 10 punch would be avoided, and he would be suppressed in turn. The great fireball Yandy didn't have much, although he suppressed himself in place, but after covering his body with armed color, he didn't suffer much damage. But it was different from the impact of the flames falling from the sky. That powerful impact turned out to penetrate directly through his armament haki, madly destroying his body. He even felt that his internal organs were damaged under the impact. He just coughed twice, which was full of blood. Ah, am I defeated? Before I could defeat Kaido, I was defeated by the younger generation. As expected, he was a worthless man. Kojiki Oden half-kneeled on the ground. His body was already 650 times unable to support his thoughts of standing. Even if he was half-kneeling, he still relied on Tianyu to reluctantly do so, otherwise he would have been lying flat on the ground. Seeing that their lord became like this, Jin Gongweimen and others couldn't care about anything and immediately rushed forward and guarded Kojiki Oden behind them. Take it lightly. But Belphegor and the others, looking up at the empty sky at this time, didn't know what they were doing. Senior Bell, did you say that big brother Giotto has gone back to the god realm? Enel looked at the sky with a look of admiration, still with dismay in his eyes. Well, who knows this situation? He. Belphegor was also looking for the position of his own leader, but he looked up like this for a long time, and he didn't find out where Giotto had gone. Brother Giotto, shouldn't he go to Kaido alone? After all, dealing with Kojiki Oden is not our purpose here. After defeating Kojiki Oden, he might just go to Kaido directly. Crowley carefully analyzed the current situation and came to the most probable judgment in his eyes. Otherwise, how do you explain that after a spurner defeated Kojiki Oden, a person who was alive in the sky disappeared like this? It's not impossible, but is the leader of the first generation so anxious? Luslia felt that Crowley's judgment was still correct, but he also felt that Giotto's prudent character should not be single-handedly attacked. The enemy boss is right. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, it is a fact that Giotto is missing now. So, what should we do? After a few people looked at each other, they continued to look up at the sky, as if in a daze, and continued to work hard, using their own eyes to find where Giotto was. 9 miles high in the sky, above the clouds. Giotto himself doesn't know how to describe this situation, but it seems relatively good. At least he didn't bump into anything because of the reaction force of Spurnert. It was just a few moments before he brought himself here. The empty sky. It is estimated that it will take a while for you to fly, and you have to lose the fact that Pirate's World does not have a plane. Otherwise, if you crash into one, you will have to lose a lot of money if you don't say whether you will be injured. That's right, I lost it to the plane. Giotto was at a high altitude at this time, and he couldn't hear the exchanges of Enel just now, otherwise he would have to turn to Byakugan and faint. After all, in their thinking, they are either going to single out the Kaido group, or they are returning to the gods, referred to as Shengxian for short. But it's good to use Spurner like this. At least there is nothing to hit at high altitude, but after each use, you have to fly, for a while before you can go down. Giotto felt that he had discovered a good way to use it, and then he was silent for a long time, and suddenly shouted again. Why didn't Genji and Verdi make me a prop to control Spurner before I came out? What Spainer can make, the two of them should be able to make it too, right? After careful response, I found that my ability to indulge in the development of Maramara fruit during this period of time cannot be extricated, but this has only developed to a temperature of 400 degrees. Although the range is wide, the temperature is still too low. After going back this time, they must let them make the props for me, and then raise the temperature of the Maramara fruit flame to more than 600 degrees Celsius. Giotto set himself a goal, and then started to move towards flying from below. I don't know if I'm directly above, but even if it's a little bit off, it won't be too far away from where I was just now. Forget it, there will definitely be no problems with the first generation leader. Since you can't find it, you don't need to look for it for the time being. Belphegor lowered his head, and his breath was to lock the Kojiki family members. The priority to solve the enemy is what should be done now, right? Especially the guy who doesn't know what conspiracy is hidden in his eyes, just looks at me. It will feel very uncomfortable. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Bell's body, Jin Wyman and others also changed their faces. Now their master's state is very bad, and the fighting is obviously detrimental to his side. Although Giotto doesn't know where his body is now, it is possible to come back at any time. People who can defeat their lord are not what they can deal with. So, Kanjuro, Reizu, you are responsible for protecting Oden-sama. At this moment, Jin Wyman is holding his long sword in both hands, and a cold light flashes in his eyes. Leave it to us to solve the enemy's business, but you too must remember clearly. As long as you can find the gap, take it immediately. Master Oden, leave here. The safety of Kojiki Oden must be guaranteed. This is the highest priority. He. Who will go first in the next battle? Belphegor directly took out a small square box this time, and at the same time, the Varian's ring he was carrying on his left hand was already burning with the deadly fire of the Lan attribute at this moment. The next moment, he pointed the ring at the depression of the box, gently put it down, and opened the box. The box opened, and a mink burning with the deadly flames of the Lan attribute ran out of it. This is Belphegor's box weapon, Lan Miao. Because the nature of the flame of Arashi is decomposing, as long as it touches the fur of the sable, it will be decomposed due to the attribute of the flame of Arashi, and it has a very strong lethality. In the previous variant offensive and defensive battles, Bell once relied on land mink to occupy an absolute advantage. However, these retainers of Kojiki Oden are not miscellaneous soldiers, they also have good strengths, such as Ashura Boy and Denjiro, are among the best. Although Belphegor's strength is good, if he wants to deal with them all by himself, the chance of winning is not high. It can only be seen if his fighting talent can give him enough help. Of course, Bell may not be easy to win, but he definitely can't lose. After all, Luslia is still standing behind him. As Varian's guardian of the sun, how could he watch his companion be defeated? There is indeed no intention to make a move, but it does not mean that he will still be in place after a while standing and watching the show. Are you not planning to do it first? But if I do it, I'm not sure if you have a chance, he. As soon as the voice fell, Bell threw out his own throwing knife, and the Lan Mino on his body also rushed out quickly, carrying the deadly fire of Lan attribute only to Jinwaimen and the others. Flying Knife and Lan Mink, there is a great threat on either side, but I have a special advantage on my side, that is, there are many people. Except for Kanjuro and the internal organs who are responsible for protecting Kojiki Oden, the number of people on his side is still twice that of the opponent. Even let 1 or 2 people empty, forming a 3-on-1, 4-on-1 situation. If they can't beat each other in this way, they will kill themselves. After a few people looked at each other, they all understood their own thoughts. The 3 of Kinemon, Denjiro, and Kakunoho directly rushed towards Belphegor, brandishing their weapons. Ashura informed him that he rushed towards Luslia with Kawamatsu, while Inuarashi and Catviper approached Enel and Crowley respectively. Seeing the other party's actions, Luslia said helplessly, "Really, it is clear that people have no plans to do it. Why do you idiots have to come over and provoke them? Or, in your eyes, is that bully better than Bell?" When the voice fell, Luslia quickly met Ashura Boy and Kawamatsu. As a Muay Thai master, only close combat can give full play to his advantage. Moreover, he is the guardian of the Sunny attribute. Its characteristic is activity, which produces new cells at an unstoppable speed. In other words, it strengthens itself and possesses high-speed self-healing ability. Therefore, almost all the people who possess the Sunny attribute and the Flame of Death are outstanding in close combat. Don't look at Luslia's speech and behavior, but he won't be any weak when he fights with people. Hey, they are at least 2 opponents, why is there only 1 to me? Are you 2 absent? I put it in my eyes. Enel is very dissatisfied with Inuarashi alone coming to him. In his mind, he is the family of the god of fire Jado, so he is a young god. As long as he grows up, he can become a god as great as his brother Jado. Therefore, oneself is equal to God. These guys, only let one person know, this is not a person, but a dog to deal with himself, it is simply regretting and insulting himself. Thinking of this, Enel's expression instantly became hideous. He didn't hesitate to take out the death pill and swallow it in one mouthful. Then the sound of thunder spread slowly, and the flame of thunder attribute was directly burned up. The green thunder hovered around his body, and the long stick in his hand became entwined with armament haki. Inu Lan, who was approaching him, was stunned. To be honest, when Inu Lan found out that his opponent was a child, he did have the mentality of despising him. After all, what strength can a child have? Even if he is a genius, it is not there yet. Really grow up. But now his thoughts have changed. To be able to use armament haki for so many years, and the thunder surrounding his body, should it be Devil Fruit's ability? Anyway, this kid is definitely not easy. At the same time, Crowley, who was confronting the cat viper, also took out the death pill and took it, and the flame of death of the Lan attribute burned up. He did not have the idea of Enel's second hand. The reason why he would directly take the death pill was because he felt the strength of the big cat in front of him was very strong. If he did not enter the death chi mode, he should not be his opponent. 4 flowers, but in the lifeless mode, that's another matter. The battle was on the verge of breaking out, that is, when everyone was fighting, Reizo and Kanjuro hurriedly carried Kojiki Oden on their backs and began to flee towards the distance. It is necessary to find a quiet and safe place for Kojiki Oden to recover from his injuries. After all, they firmly believe that their own master is the only hope of this country. Stop Reizo, Kanjuro. In the woods 9 miles away, Kojiki Oden suddenly said, "There is no need to take risks for me anymore. Put me here, and then the 2 of you will leave quickly." "What are you talking about, Lord Oden? How could you abandon you and leave by yourself?" Lei Zhang wondered why his master would suddenly say such words, but he knew he would never do that, nor would do that. "Yes, we will never leave you alone." Kanjuro also agreed at the moment. Hearing the answers of the 2 of them, Kojiki Oden smiled with relief, then shook his head, with some helplessness in his eyes. "I was wrong this time. I shouldn't fight with Jado at this time, but I don't regret it. My family must not be bullied by anyone." Having said that, his eyes became firm again. Although he thought he was wrong in the fight with Jado, he would never regret it. He. I didn't expect you to be defeated by that unknown kid. I really thank him for saving me a lot of trouble. Speaking of which, have you ever thought of it? Your reputation is well known all over the world. The future of Kojiki Odin, it turns out to be in such a small forest, waiting for death. Hearing this voice, both Lizang and Kanjuro's expressions became tense. It is Kojiki Odin. He is not surprised, because just now, his observation haki has already noticed the people ambushing around him. Come out, big snake, at this time, what else can you hide? You! A series of footsteps sounded, and it didn't take long before the guy who disgusted Kojiki Odin appeared in front of him, with a group of ninja troops and evil warriors. Besides the current general of Wanakuni, the Kurozumai Orokai who wants to turn this country into a weapon production place. Who else? It's just that Kojiki Odin doesn't understand, why does Kurozumai Orokai appear here so soon? Although the battle between him and Jado was very dynamic, it took some time to reach the Orokai, and after receiving the news, according to the character of Orokai, it was impossible to immediately set off and rush to Guri again. There must be something in this that I don't know, so the big snake appeared here so quickly, and set an ambush for himself. Wait a minute, ambush? Kojiki Odin turned his head abruptly and looked at the retainer who trusted him so much in disbelief. His eyes were trembling, and he stared at the nervous expression as he was doing the sudden gesture of guarding his own posture. You Kenjiro. Why did the people of Jado suddenly shoot at him, saying that there is something hidden in his eyes? If this inference is made, then everything becomes reasonable. Even if Kojiki Odin is unwilling to believe or doubt, he has to admit that only such an inference can explain what is happening now. The reason why Jado's subordinate Belfiguri took action against Kanjuro, according to his statement, was that he found something hidden in his eyes. Therefore, at the time, Belfagor was suggesting that his retainer, Yu Kanjuro, was a betrayer. Then when he and Jado fought, Kanjuro notified Kurozumai Orokai in some way, so before the battle between him and Jado was over, Kurozumai Orokai had already brought people to Guri again, and set an ambush 9 miles away, waiting for his arrest. So, why can Kurozumai Orokai ambush itself in an accurate location? This is due to the person who led the way just now. It's him, Kanjuro. To be honest, Odin wanted to convince himself that all of this was just a coincidence, or that Jado's side and Kurozumai Orokai and Gaikaido joined forces, so the situation at this moment happened. But unfortunately, he can't even convince himself, because there are not so many coincidences in this world, and at the same time he knows that Jado's pride will not do this. It's coming. It's really ridiculous. Is the person who he trusts so much, even the person who stood on the opposite side for him and his previous companions on the ship, turned out to be a traitor who wants his own life? Kojiki Odin, sure enough you still look like this wolf fox, the most flattering, ha he 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 he. Kurozumai Orokai laughed. He had been looking forward to the arrival of this day a long time ago, and he could wipe Kojiki Odin completely from the world. What are you standing there for? Don't forget yourself. The last name of yours. Now your mission is only the last step, kill Kojiki Odin, and then change back to me to enjoy the blessing. At this point, Kojiki Odin has affirmed the speculation in his heart just now, but he does not want to believe that the retainer, who is close to him, will be Kurozumai Orokai. Moreover, Ozaka seemed to be saying just now, don't forget your surname, right? So Ujaya Kanjuro should be called Kurozumai Kanjuro, right? Don't want to instigate discord. We will never betray Master Odin. Reizang was ready to die at this moment. He took a step forward and faced Kurozumai Orokai and his ninja warriors. The loyalty of his subjects rested on him, reflected vividly. Only at this time, the other person was cowering, holding his large pen in his hand, and suddenly didn't know what to do. But this hesitation only lasted for a few breaths, and then puff, a large pen directly penetrated Kojiki Odin's chest. No one thought that the man who followed Whitebeard and Roger, and Kojiki Odin, who had been on the ocean for a while, would have died in such a stubborn way of meeting hands. This ending is far from being as heroic as in the original plot, but in any case, it is his own choice. He chose to trust his retainers and fought Jado for Kanjuro's sake, resulting in excessive exhaustion of his strength. To be honest, it's not that Kojiki Odin is not as strong as Jado. After all, he was the man who almost killed Kaido. The main reason for the defeat was that his fighting style was too restrained by Jado. Those lightning-fast and sharp sword moves would not have any effect if they could not hit the opponent. Goo ha 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 ha. Finally, you finally died in front of my eyes, Kojiki Odin. Heitien Odin seemed to have fulfilled his lifelong wish, and laughed without image. Ka ka ka. At the same time, Kurozumai Kanjuro also laughed, but his laughter was crazy, like a lunatic. With only the last breath left, Odin stretched out his hand, as if trying to catch Kanjuro. Even at the end, I still trust you, Kanjuro. Reizang, live and tell Jato, liberate this country. The voice fell, and the hand that was still going to reach out fell weakly. This man named Kojiki Odin had come to an end. How can this be? Lei Zhang turned his head and saw a scene he didn't want to see in his entire life. Kanjuro. The anger has filled his heart, and when he took up the weapon, he rushed towards his former companion. Unfortunately, the situation he is now in is not as good as he imagined. Suddenly, he was surrounded by the people of Kurozumai Orakai. Even if compared to these miscellaneous soldiers, Lei Zhang's strength was better, but he couldn't stand the crowd. He actually didn't want to kill anyone, or take revenge. This ninja named Reizang just wanted to return to his master and protect his master's body, nothing more. Hey, the position is a bit biased, but I seem to see a very interesting picture. At this moment, Jado suddenly fell from the 2.4 air. Although he still maintained the death breath mode, it was obvious that the death breath on his forehead was much weaker than before, and the battle with Kojiki Odin made him consume a lot. Fortunately, he can now use not only Death Spirit, but also Maramara Fruit's abilities. Looking at Kojiki Odin, who had lost all signs of his life, Jado also sighed. He didn't expect that his appearance would bring such a huge change to Wanakuni's affairs. Maramara Fruit is the lower fruit of the lava fruit. It is okay to be burned out by Akainu's lava instantly? The magma temperature is 900-1400, the highest is 1400, which means that the temperature of Maramara Fruit is not high. It is no different from the temperature of an ordinary flame. Focusing on development also takes your time. Your Excellency Jado. Lord Odin, he has one last request. Seeing Jado's appearance, Lei Zhang did not hesitate to kneel on one knee, with regrets on his face. Please, Lord Jado, liberate this country. Kaido and Kurozumai cannot be defeated by our strength alone. Yes, now Lord Odin has passed away, and only Lord Jado can you bring hope to this country. He kept in mind Odin's last request, even if he was standing on the opposite side of Jado just now, even if his companion was still fighting the vongola family, he still made such a request. Compared with the stability of this country, the contradiction between the Kojiki family and the vongola family is nothing at all. He believes that Odin is also holding this idea and will say that word before passing away. I will definitely crusade Kaido, but I have nothing to do with Odin. You should know it very well. After the battle just now, the relationship between me and him on the same boat has been cut off. This is the case. Originally, he came to Julai to join forces with Odin. After all, he thought that both of them were once members of Roger's ship, and they still have a certain affection. In a sense, they are companions. But no one thought that by 07, things would develop to where they are now. After being perfectly hit and suppressed by the enhanced version of Yandi, he completely withstood the power of Spurner, causing Odin to be injured and weak, and finally killed in the hands of Kurozumai Kanjuro. Is this a punishment for believing in this traitor? It's okay, only His Excellency Jado can defeat Kaido and liberate Wanakuni. Lei Zhang is willing to dedicate this head for the previous offense. At this moment, Reza put his life and death aside, and after standing up, he fixed his gaze on Kurozumai Kanjuro. But before that, I would like to ask His Excellency Jado to agree and let the traitor be dealt with by himself first. He doesn't hate Jado for hurting Odin, and he doesn't even hate the disgusting and ugly Kurozumai Orakai now, because all the hatred in his heart has been placed on Kanjuro. There is nothing more shameful than betrayal. A samurai and a retainer, betraying their lord, is simply unforgivable. In the next moment, Reza rushed directly towards Kanjuro. The two people fought together, but the people under Kurozumai Orakai did not immediately help Kanjuro, but every one of them was extremely vigilant. Jado. Through the news passed by Kanjuro, they clearly knew that the leader of the vongola family in front of them was definitely not inferior to Kojiki Odin. You are the leader of the vongola family, right? Kojiki Odin is dead. Why don't we cooperate? You add Kaido, plus me, this Wanakuni will completely surrender to our feet. Kurozumai looked at Jado and began to seduce him. After all, the vongola family has strong strength, and it is better to draw the opponent into an ally instead of being an enemy. He himself has already formed an alliance with Kaido, and if the vongola family becomes an ally, then his general position will be as stable as that of a mountain. Do you think Kaido will agree to stand Vongola's family crest next to the banner of the beasts? Jado did not directly refuse, but spoke with interest. I will persuade him. After all, this is my Wanakuni. Only my Kurozumai Orakai is the general of this Wanakuni. Kurozumai Orakai does not know where the honey came from. I am confident that he and Kaido are equal, and even think that Kaido is subordinate to himself. He hadn't seen it at all. Kaido had always used him as a puppet for Master Wanakuni, and now he still has a role, so he can sit firmly in the position of general. Whenever Kaido doesn't need this puppet one day, he can kill this foolish snake at any time. To be honest, Jado has always looked down on Kurozumai Orakai, not because he is evil, but because this guy has been unable to recognize the situation and his status. Obviously there is a rare Eudemon species devil fruit in the form of the Yachi Orakai, but it is too weak. If this fruit is developed well enough, I believe the strength will not be much weaker than Kaido. So Kurozumai Orakai used his own experience to prove one thing, that is, there is no strong fruit, only a strong enough ability. Forgive me, how can there be an idiot like you in this world? If I continue to talk to you, I feel that my IQ will decrease. Having said that, Jado's right fist clenched, and then the whole right arm instantly burned with fierce flames. Kaido, I will personally fight against you. As for you idiot, please be buried here. How to say Kojiki Odin I was also a companion on the boat with me. He fell down here, so I will let you bury him with him. Fire punch. There is no need to waste much effort to deal with these miscellaneous fish, a fire fist is enough. The flames that roared out instantly swallowed everything in front of them, and the grove was also directly lit. The fire soared into the sky, and the surroundings became extremely hot. However, in the front, the position in front of the Kurozumai Orakai, which was enough to burn the 5 warships, was directly blocked and scattered to the sides. Looking around, standing in front of Kurozumai Orakai, an old 650-year-old man, with his hands crossed, a translucent barrier appeared in front of him, resisting the fire fist. This person is Kurozumai Semimaru, the first warrior under the command of Kurozumai Orakai, and Kurozumai Semimaru, who is capable of shielding fruits. It is precisely because of his existence that Kojiki Oden can hardly kill Kurozumai Orakai. This guy's ability to develop the barrier fruit is very important, and he has almost reached the point of absolute defense. Not to mention Jato's Fire Fist, even Yandy and Spurner's 2 highly offensive tactics are estimated to be unable to break the defense of the barrier fruit. Please leave this place first, and I will stop this vongola eye for you. Kurozumai Semimaru watched Jato cautiously. Although he has the defensive ability of the barrier fruit, which can be called a bug, the opponent can defeat Kojiki Oden after all. The person can't help being careless. Well, you blocked him for me, never let him get close to me, understand? I'll go to Kaido, I want Kaido to kill this guy. Kurozumai Orakai was obviously frightened by Jato's attack just now. Under the leadership of the remaining guards, he quickly evacuated the place. And Jato did not choose to chase. What he has to deal with now is the ability of this barrier fruit. As for the Kurozumai grade, is it possible that he can escape Wanakuni? On the small road to 9 miles, a swordsman in a hunting suit and a strong man with small glasses walked forward. These 2 people are the reign guardian of the vongola family, Chao Liuyu, and the gang boss of the flower capital Leopard Goro. Brother Leopard Goro, I heard you talking about Kojiki Oden all the way down the road. Is this guy really that amazing? Asari Uzuki originally planned to wait for him at the shrine to find him, but he couldn't bear the nagging of Hyogoro, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. He agreed to come to Guri with Hyogoro to look for Kojiki Oden. According to Leopard Goro, Kojiki Oden is Wanakuni's only hope now. If the leader wants to find an ally to deal with Kaido, Kojiki Oden is also the best choice. Of course, the premise is that Leopard Goro did not exaggerate, that guy named Kojiki Oden is really strong enough. Don't worry, Oden is definitely strong enough, and he is also quite righteous. As the owner of the Kojiki family, it is his responsibility to overthrow Kurozumai and crusade against Kaido. Leopard Goro values Oden very much. In his heart, Oden should be the general of this country, not the ugly Kurozumai Orakai. Now he has his family destroyed, overthrowing the serpent, and crusade against Kaido is the only obsession that remains in his heart. I don't know if it was God's mercy, and by chance, he met the powerful Chao Liuyu, which saved his life. After seeing Asariyu's terrifying sword skills a few days ago, he was extremely excited, thinking that as long as Asariyuyu and Kojiki Oden joined forces, liberating the country would be an easy task. Well, I hope I can also hold this idea. Anyway, as far as I look at it, it doesn't matter whether there is Kojiki Oden or not. As long as I come to this country, I will definitely be able to defeat Orakai and Kaido. Just like Leopard Goro's trust in Oden, Asariyuyu naturally trusts his leader very much. Well, I don't know the vongola eye you mentioned anyway. After all, it's not our Wanakuni person. It's a bit strange that you don't know Oden. After all, you guys stayed in the old forest in the mountains. How long have you never seen it down the mountain? Leopard Goro is really surprised at this point. It stands to reason that there should be no one who doesn't know Kojiki Oden in Wanakuni. Step back 10,000 steps and say, even if you don't know Oden, you should know the Kojiki family. Therefore, Asariyuyu who doesn't know Kojiki is a strange flower in his eyes. In Shimokui Yamano, I didn't meet with anyone, I just often communicated with the eye, so I don't understand the surrounding affairs. Even the current changes of Wanakuni, the brutal reign of Kurozumai and Kaido, were not long ago. Only at the shrine below did he know it from his mouth. When Chao Liuyu appeared in this world, the system arranged his identity clearly. He was a hermit from Wanakuni. He had been living in the mountains and wild since he was born, and he had never been in contact with anyone. But he knew people from the vongola family, and those memories existed in his mind. Master General, Master Semimaru can definitely stop that guy, please don't worry so much. At this moment, a voice reached the ears of Chao Liuyu and Leopard Goro. Looking in the direction from which the voice came, both of them saw the Kurozumai Orakai who was protected by several guards. Why do you suddenly meet the big snake here? Isn't this guy usually hiding in his own castle? It's a little strange, Yuyu-kun. Even if the big snake is traveling, he will definitely bring a lot of guards around him, especially his guard Kurozumai Semimaru will definitely follow him, otherwise I don't know how many people can do it easily. Take off his head. Now, he only has himself and a few ordinary guards, and he looks like some wolf foxes. Look like Thinking of this, Leopard Garo's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Could it be that that guy finally made up his mind to do it? Do it when the B***************** D of the snake arrives in July, it's no better. But the timing. Thinking of this, he didn't have any hesitation anymore. The long sword rushed towards Kurozumi Orakai when the long sword was taken out, and there was an unusual excitement in his eyes. Killing the head of Kurozumi Orakai to comfort his family's spirit in the sky is the obsession in Garo's heart at this moment. And at this time, Kurozumi Orakai saw the figure of Leopard Garo rushing towards him. His face changed drastically, and he sternly said, "Leopard Garo, why is your old thing alive? Kaido guy, what the hell do you eat?" Yeah. At the same time as the roar came out of the mouth, Kurozumi Orakai also directly stimulated his fruit ability. It is not that he can't fight, but the fighting ability is not so strong. In an instant, the Kurozumi Orakai became a real Yachi Orakai. Each head has its own consciousness. The color of the 8 heads is green, and the middle head is darker, with his own appearance. He attacked Leopard Garo from various angles at different speeds and ranges. To be honest, if the person with the fruit is replaced by any large pirate, the power that Leopard Garo can exert is not something Leopard Garo can resist. But it's a pity that Kurozumi has ruined this Udemon's fruit, and in his hands, this fruit is just the same. Watching the battle between Leopard Garo and Kurozumi Orakai, Asari Yuyu did not make a move, Wang Li's, but just watched what happened in front of him. He knew that Leopard Garo's character is under such circumstances. Never want to intervene in the interests of oneself. The friend I made recently, I must hope that I can cut off the head of Kurozumi Orakai with my own hands. Even just one of them will do. Idiot Orakai, is there no way to solve such a weak enemy? It seems that you can only hide behind the general's throne. The battlefield is not suitable for an idiot like you. In the sky, a huge blue dragon with clouds and fog appeared in the eyes of everyone. Almost at the same time, Giotto and others in the forest, the vongola family in July, and Odin's retainers, all stopped the ongoing battle and raised their heads, looking at the huge body in the sky. The strong breath of this guy is enough to make everyone jealous. Beast Kaido. Seeing Kaido's appearance, Kurozumi Orakai's expression became nervous again. With Kaido's help, these guys in front of him are no longer his opponents. Kaido, you are too late, right? I have passed the news to you a long time ago, but now it's nothing. The guy Kojiki Odin has been completely taken care of. As long as the remaining miscellaneous fish are removed, Wanakuni is the world of the two of us. The big snake is serious and puts himself in the same position as Kaido. Originally, from the perspective of the identities of the two, there was nothing wrong with it. One was the captain of Beast's pirates, and the other was the general of Wanakuni. The status of Kurozumi could not be higher. But in this ocean, your status cannot guarantee your safety, unless it is celestial dragons. But celestial dragons are still being beaten and killed, let alone you have a general of Wanakuni? The biggest and most important gap between Kurozumi Orakai and Kaido is strength. Power without strong support. In many cases it is just a flower in the moon mirror in the water. Since Odin is dead, can you still not solve the remaining miscellaneous fish? Or the sentence just now, you are really a trash, Kurozumi Orakai. Kaido looked down at the 650 below in the air, and made no secret of Kurozumi's capital. Had it not been for slowly putting everything in Wanakuni into his own rule, he would have killed the idiot general long ago. What are you talking about? Nonsense. How could that fellow Odin be killed silently by you? Just relying on you two. What qualifications do you have to take Odin's life? Leopard Garo didn't believe the words Orakai said just now, even if he knew that in this situation, Orakai was unnecessary at all, and he couldn't lie to Kaido. But how could Odin's strength be killed by these two bastards in front of him? And just now, Kaido hasn't appeared here yet. Can he kill Odin only with the Kurozumi Orakai and those miscellaneous soldiers? What a joke. Just don't yell the garbage here. Kaido didn't mean to talk to Leopard Garo at all. Although this guy is the gang boss in the capital of flowers, he doesn't count as anything in his eyes. After a while, he just put his gaze on Xiao Li Yuyu. Are you also planning to be an enemy of Lao Zi? Although, Xiao Li Yuyu did not exude any aura at this moment, he was able to remain calm as water when facing himself. For this alone, Kaido knew that this person was not easy. Xia actually has no idea of being an enemy of anyone. It's just that when I was at the shrine and along the way, I heard that some people hope Xia can save the country. Xiao Li Yuyu has a faint smile on her face at this moment. Her expression is still as calm as Gangyu, without any change. So, if you are willing to leave this country, then you will not do anything next. This sentence instantly stunned everyone present. Hey, is this guy trying to convince Kaido? This is too funny. He is stupid than Kojiki Odin. This is the first time I have seen it. Kurozumi Orakai couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Is it really going to be an enemy with Lao Zi? That's not bad. Lao Zi can feel a familiar innocence from you, like Kojiki Odin, Newgate and Roger. Although they have strong strength, they don't go for that ridiculous quality. Kaido stared at Chao Li Yuyu with his eyes, and the huge dragon mouth showed a smile. Why, are you ready to do it? Chao Li Yuyu put a hand on the handle of the long knife at her waist, and the breath on her body calmly entered the water, peaceful as rain, but the murderous intent on the blade was also very clear. As long as he wanted, he could do it any time. Shot. 9 miles. The retainers of the Vongola and Kojiki clan who stopped fighting are already surrounded by thousands of pirates. These are members of Beast's pirates, and everyone's combat power is not low. It seems that the battle between us has come to an end for the time being. If you remember correctly below, your goal is to conquer Kaido, right? Kind Wyman glanced at the surrounding pirates, his expression extremely solemn. I don't have any opinion, as long as I can enjoy the killing, it doesn't matter who the enemy is, he. Belphegor was very upset with these guys who interrupted his fight, and Lan Miao was back to him at this moment. There was a cruel voice around him. Luslia immediately spoke, agreeing with Kinnaman's thoughts. If this is the case, let's get rid of these nasty guys before talking about other things. Anyway, the leader of the first generation also wanted to crusade Kaido. After a momentary pause, the group of people who were originally in the captain rushed directly towards the surrounding pirates from different directions. This scene stunned the people of Beast's pirates. Isn't this group of guys enemies? Why did they suddenly join hands? Wait slowly, why did you suddenly let this group of guys join hands? Damn it, even kids are so strong. Don't be messy, we are far more numerous than them. Can these dozen or so people surpass nearly 1,000 of us? The large number of people is indeed their advantage, but how many ants can change anything? Although the strength of the members of the Beast's pirates is indeed good, they are also relative to the ordinary members of some pirate groups, and they are facing the Cotters and alternate Cotters of the Vongola family, as well as the retainers of the Kojiki family. Belphegor's unpredictable flying knives and sables can break down the flames of flesh and blood, Luslia's strong physical fitness and healing ability to rescue teammates at any time, plus Crowley and Enel, 2 people burst out after taking death pills. The power that comes out. Under their impact, these pirates couldn't stop them at all. On the other side is the sharp blade of Jinwaimen cutting the flames, the sword aura of Chuanjiro rushing into the sky, the remnant snow of Zyuja to the depths of his soul. Ashura is like crazy bloodthirsty, Inu Lan is not afraid of the swiftness of life and death, and the cat and snake swept across. The brute force of the Kinjun and the sensitive figure of Hisong that shone on the battlefield. Everyone has exerted their power to the ultimate, like venting their anger at Beast's pirates, and also like telling the Vongola family who are fighting together that their Kojiki family has always been no weaker than others. At the same time, in the woods not far away, Jado was also besieged by hundreds of people. Looking at the enemies that suddenly appeared around, Jado didn't care much. As the saying goes, ants kill elephants to death, but if you want to deal with me, the number of you ants is still too small. Although Maramara fruit's current temperature development is far from enough, it is still very effective against this group of trash fish. The only trouble is that person with the ability to shield fruit, Kurozumai Semi-Maru. This person is no different from a tortoise with a shrunken head. He has never intended to attack, and he has been hiding behind the barrier. It is purely disgusting. As for Reizang's side, he had already ignored everyone around him. At this moment, only Kanjuro was in his eyes. He wanted to cut off the traitor's head, so it didn't matter if he lost his life. I have to meet Kaido, you guys don't get in the way. Jado took a deep breath, and then took a step towards Kaido's direction. The flame on his body was burning crazily. As long as anyone dared to approach him, he would be swallowed by the flame in the blink of an eye. I don't know if it was because of just now. The reason for the battle is that the temperature of his Maramara fruit flame has increased to 500 degrees Celsius, which is unexpected. Harvest. Don't think about it. Kurozumai Semi-Maru didn't hesitate to block Jado's direction. He couldn't let this guy pass, otherwise even if Kaido was on the other side, his general would be in danger. Are you still planning to stop me? Having entangled with me for so long, haven't you noticed one thing? Jado raised his head, looked at the determined Kurozumai Semi-Maru, and said softly, from just now to now, I have shown the strength, like a person who defeated Kojiki Oden. In an instant, Kurozumai Semi-Maru's eyes changed. It is true that the Maramara fruit used by Jado is powerful, but it is impossible to defeat Kojiki Oden with such power. In other words, hasn't this guy taken this battle seriously from just now to now? At the moment he was stunned, Jado already appeared in front of the barrier, and gently placed his left hand on the barrier. The barrier created by the barrier fruit is an absolute defense, and even the shiny fruit of Diamond Jaws can't match it as comparable. But there are weaknesses in the strong fruit, and the stronger the fruit ability, the more deadly its weakness. So, Your Excellency means, have you discovered the weakness of my barrier fruit? Forgive me for being dull, I have never found any weakness from the time I got the ability of this fruit. Kurozumai Semi-Maru doesn't quite believe what the other party said. He thinks that the other party said so, but it is just to affect his mood. If you talk about other devil fruits, even those Logia or Eudemon's devil fruits have weaknesses, he doesn't think there is anything wrong, but his barrier fruits definitely have no weaknesses. Even Kojiki Odin can't penetrate his barrier, so what if the person in front of him is better than Kojiki Odin? As long as he cuts the barrier away, he can only stand in place like Kojiki Odin. Taste. At this moment, a crisp voice reached Kurozumi Semimaru's ears. The barrier that was supposed to be indestructible was beginning to shatter at this moment, and he couldn't believe what was in front of him. What I saw was the hand that was burning with orange flames, just lightly placed it on the barrier, causing a crack in my invincible barrier, and the crack spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, the barrier shattered directly like glass, but the hardest barrier was extremely fragile at this moment. The reason why Giotto can do such a thing is entirely dependent on the properties of the big sky. He has only now discovered that the properties of reconciliation can be aimed at almost all energy and matter. As long as his strength is sufficient, he even doubts that he can reconcile the world. It's not a problem. Of course, if it is really possible to reconcile the whole world, then he will officially break away from the scope of human beings and become the god Enel yells all day long. How is this possible? Kurozumi Semimaru saw his barrier shattered, and he didn't hesitate to prepare to condense the barrier again, but this time his movements were a little slower. Before the middle and index fingers of his hands overlapped each other, Giotto had already waved his fists and moved directly towards his chest. Dead armed broken bone. Boom! With a muffled sound, Kurozumi Semimaru spouted a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned white and fainted, and then his body flew out, hitting a huge boulder not far away, and the whole person was embedded in it. 0. Look for flowers. Without Kurozumi Semimaru's blockade, Giotto also continued to move towards Kaido's location. As for the life and death battle between Reizo and Kanjuro, it has nothing to do with him. Leopard Garo and Kurozumi Orokai played against each other. With their armament haki, although they could not defeat each other for a short period of time, they would definitely not lose the wind. In the final analysis, it was because Kurozumi Orokai was too weak for real fighters. And not far from them, Kaido in the form of a dragon had already fought against Chao Li Yuyu. Compared with the battle between these two people, the sight of Hyogoro and Kurozumi is not much different from the children's playhouse. After the hand-to-hand combat, both sides pulled apart a certain distance. Kaido also saw some fear in his eyes. He knew that Chao Li Yuyu had strong strength, but after the fight, he realized that he still underestimated this wearing a hunting suit. Young people. It's a very strange weapon. It's the first time Lao Zi has seen a samurai with this kind of sword. Kaido looked at the weapon used by the other party and found it a little novel. There are people in this world who use 1-sword flow, 2-sword flow, 3-sword flow, and even 8-sword flow. But the knives they used were not as peculiar as Chao Li Yuyu. Chao Li Yuyu used a long knife and 3 small knives, and the knives were about the size of a dagger. Ha! Is it the first time you have seen a change of 4 swords? It is also right, except for underneath, few people can use such a weapon. Chao Li Yuyu's expression is as calm as always, not because of the slightest amount of facing Kaido. Nervous. The so-called change is the 4 swords. In addition to Asari Yuyu, only the 10 generations of Rain Guardians who inherited his will, Yamamoto Takeshi knows how to use such weapons. At the same time, this weapon in the vongola family is also praised as the village rain of the blessing that cleans all things. After all, as the guardian of rain, Kli Yuyu's own mission is one: the spring rain that washes everything and brings nourishment, counts the course of the battle, washes the blood that flows, like the rain of a soul relief song. After an instant, Chao Li Yuyu's change was the flame of death that burned the rain attribute above the 4 swords, but his brows were slightly frowned, and he seemed to be dissatisfied with the flames. Sure enough, when there is no ring, the quality of death fire will be reduced to a certain extent. I don't know where I am now. My ring is with him. Chao Li Yuyu expressed a bit of helplessness. This 9-mile movement has already caused such a big noise, and the first life has not yet come. Forget it, although there is no ring to have a certain impression of the strength, but against this guy in front of me, I am still more or less somewhat confident. Play against Kaido in an incomplete state, and then still have confidence. If Chao Li Yuyu's words were heard by others, it is estimated that many people would laugh at his arrogance and ignorance, because Guy 650 is mostly a well-known strong man on the sea. Basically, it can be said that he is standing in the sea. The first gear exists. But if it were Giotto, he would not doubt Chao Li Yuyu's strength at all. Why? Chao Li Yuyu himself possesses unparalleled swordsmanship in the world. In this world, he is a real swordsman, and coupled with the lifeless fire of the rain attribute, his strength is already quite terrifying. The only drawback is that Haki, who has only just been in this world for a long time, does not have the power of Master Haki. After he becomes proficient in Master Armament Haki in the future, he can only use the word horror to describe it. Just when Chao Li Yuyu raised her head to look at Kaido again, the huge dragon mouth suddenly opened, and a mouthful of heat burst out immediately. Evaporated. Yuyu-kun, be careful. Leopard Garo, who was fighting Orokai, couldn't help but reminded him at this moment, and at the same time, he was shocked by Kaido's strength in his eyes. This guy is so strong that he doesn't look like a human being. Very good attack. Since that's the case, I'm serious about it. As soon as the voice fell, the long knife held by Chao Li Yuyu's right hand was picked up in front of him, and then abruptly cut down. In an instant, the rain-attributed flame sprinkled and appeared in front of him like a waterfall. This waterfall is Chao Li Yuyu's most good barrier. Boom! Since the dragon's breath fell on the waterfall, since it was extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was impossible to break through this rain-attributed waterfall. Well, is Yu Yu-kun still a capable person? Leopard Garo was also stunned when he saw this scene. He originally thought Kli Yu was a pure top swordsman, but now it seems that he is still a capable person. He doesn't know what devil fruit has. Does this kind of rain-like ability also have it? After counteracting the heat of the opponent, Chao Li Yu jumped up and appeared in the air at a height equivalent to Kaido, then attached the rain attribute flame to the blade and quickly cut it out toward the front. Ice rain. The huge sword energy flew out along with the rain attribute flame, and in the middle of the journey, this slash turned into dozens of ice cones and fell towards Kaido. As the guardian of the rain, Chao Li Yu has a high degree of control over the flames, and this icy rain is actually a manifestation of hardening the flames of rain to the limit. It's just that Kaido's body is unusually tyrannical, and the ice cone hit his body with a sound like a metal and iron handover, and then it shattered directly. Are you tickling Lao Zi? Just such an attack, even if Lao Zi stands here and lets you fight for a day, there is no problem. Kaido laughed. What he was most proud of was never the fruit power, but his almost immortal body. The fruit power was just icing on the cake for him. Sure enough, the quality of the flame is a little worse. If there is a ring in your hand, even if the blow just didn't have much effect, it should be able to cause damage to him. Chao Li Yu has some helplessness. After all, the strength of the guardian without the ring is discounted, but this does not mean that he has no choice. For the time being, use the flame as an auxiliary means to break this guy with swordsmanship. The defense should be feasible too. At this point, he once again swung the knife towards the front, and at the same time threw out the 3 small knives in his hand, and the extremely powerful sword energy whizzed forward at this moment. The rain-type flame is still wrapped on it, but as he said just now, this time he only uses the flame as an auxiliary. The real attack is his slash with his unparalleled swordsmanship. Kaido, who was still laughing, saw the opponent's slash again. His face instantly became dignified, and he felt the threat from this slash. Without a high-level armament haki, he can even make himself feel threatened. It seems that the swordsmanship of this guy in front of him is indeed extraordinary. Roar! At this moment, Kaido spit out a lot of wind blades from his mouth, searching for those sword auras like a sickle slashing. At the same time, a ring shining with blue light suddenly flew from a distance and fell into Chao Li Yu's hands. At the moment of receiving this ring, Chao Li Yu disappeared from the same place. The wind blade faced the sword aura, and it was only a few breaths of time that it was cut away by the sword aura, and the 3 small knives flew towards Kaido Kindlong's body with the ultimate sharpness. But at this time Kaido has no sense of crisis. He spit out the wind blade itself not to crush the opponent's sword aura. At the same time, he also knew very well that such a wind blade could not block Chao Li Yu's new attack. However, being unable to block it does not mean that it cannot be weakened. After using multiple wind blades to weaken the slash, even if it falls on one's own body, it is harmless. But at this moment, 2.4 Chao Li Yu, who disappeared in place, appeared in the air. A knife with sword energy and rain attribute flame. At this moment, he was holding the long knife in both hands, and the rain ring in his hand was burning with a very solid flame, and this flame was also all over the blade. Rain Bite. The name of his sword skill is hidden in a low voice, as if a soul-suppressing song is ringing between the world and the earth. With the moment when the 3 short swords are cut on Kaido's abdomen, the sword skill that is like a heavy rain is also swung along with it. Lean landed at the position where 3 small knives slashed. For attacks fell on the same point at the same time, no matter how strong your defense is, it will be difficult to resist this one, right? Kaido. The nature of the rain attribute Deathfire is calm. It extinguishes the flame, suppresses the enemy's attack, almost stops the physical function, and even causes the opponent's consciousness to fall into a coma. The spring rain that washes everything and brings nourishment counts the battle history, washes the blood flowing, like the rain of the soul-saving song. And Chao Li Yu is undoubtedly its best spokesperson, changing to 4 swords attacking the same part at the same time, and at this moment, he is also trying to urge the flames of rain to erode Kaido's body. That calmness instantly made Kaido feel a sense of powerlessness, even his consciousness was affected, and he felt drowsy. Taking advantage of Kaido's trance, he reached out to Li Yu and directly grabbed his 3 small knives, and then used both hands at the same time to directly pierce the tips of the 4 knives into her abdomen, and swiped downwards fiercely. Roar! Pain completely dispelled Kaido's trance, an angry and painful roar erupted from his mouth, and the huge dragon body fell from the sky and hit the ground fiercely. 07 The surrounding ground was shaking and cracking because of Kaido falling. Such a scene made Kurozumi Orakai's face change drastically. Has he ever seen Kaido be defeated? Although this is not a real defeat, it is already unbelievable to let him fall from that high sky. This guy is really hard. Even the attack just now just injured him. Chao Li Yu fell back to the ground, looking solemnly at the falling dragon body in front, and couldn't help but speak. He knew very well how powerful his slash was just now, but for the opponent, even such a slash was only injured to the point of falling from the air. After you learn armament haki, it won't be difficult to kill him. Jado is also standing next to a Yuyu at this moment. You can suppress Kaido to this level by just relying on swordsmanship. Your strength is already quite terrifying. This is not a compliment but a fact. Li Yuyu's swordsmanship said that it is unparalleled in the world. Although it is assisted by the power of Yujian, relying on swordsmanship can break Kaido's defense and cut it from the sky. Even the Eagle Eye, who was later named the world's largest swordsman, may not be able to do so, right? Want to kill Lao Zi? Are you still awake? At this moment, the huge dragon body disappeared and turned into Kaido's original appearance, slowly standing, holding a huge mace, and the whole person is full of tyrannical aura. Vongola boy, Lao Zi has an impression of you. Do the little ghosts on Roger's ship now dare to come to Lao Zi's site to be presumptuous? He also recognized Jado at this time. One is that he had a little impression before, but more importantly, because the vongola family has risen to fame recently, even in Wano Kuni he has heard of it. Of course, Kaido didn't care when he heard about the vongola family, but he didn't expect that the other party would dare to come to Wano Kuni to make trouble for himself. Do you still have the strength to speak wildly here? It seems that the knife you cut in your abdomen just now wasn't ruthless enough. The corner of Jado's mouth rose slightly. Without the slightest fear, if I were you, I would lie on the ground obediently after falling from the sky. At least this way, I can suffer a little less sin and recognize the current situation. You think this is yours territory? Can you stop the knife from cutting your head? Kaido, Jang, arrogant, and domineering. Kaido hasn't heard anyone dare to talk to him like this for a long time. He still remembers the last Gecko Moria who stood in front of him with pride, and he was sent away by Tuanmi directly. Now, a little ghost who used to be on Roger's boat dared to talk to himself like this? But the knife just now really hurts enough. Lao Zi will never let go of you little ghosts. Both you and Wano Kuni's idiots will be killed by Lao Zi. Don't even try to escape. An angry roar came from Kaido, and the tyrannical conqueror's haki vented in all directions at this moment. Even the fighting Kurozumai Orakai and Leopard Garo were shocked by the momentum. The previous Kaido may still have contempt for Jado and others, but now he was injured by a knife, but he is already fully serious. Like a bloodthirsty beast awakened, everything in his eyes became his prey. Need help? This guy looks scary. Jado turned his head and said with a chuckle. There is no need for this for the time being. The sword below is not so weak that it can't kill a beast. Li Yuyu smiled confidently, her eyes full of confidence. At the same time, the 4 knives in his hand were once again attached to the flames of rain, and the aura of the whole person was as strong as a gang, as if the previous battle was just a warm-up for him. Remember to ask me to help if you need it. Although this guy is just a beast, his strength is quite good. Otherwise, he won't be able to defeat other pirates and rule the country. Jato nodded. Since Li Yuyu wanted to solve the battle by himself, he naturally wouldn't take it rashly. But when it comes to the critical moment, he will never just stand by. Come and try Kaido. The slash just now can be swiped at any time, but how many times can you resist it? Randomly swinging the long knife in his hand, Li Yuyu 650 rarely laughed. Lao Zi can carry it until you are hammered into meat. A roar came from his mouth, and then Kaido suddenly waved his mace, and slammed it towards Li Yuyu with precision and accuracy. With his violent wave, the mace was wrapped in thunder visible to the naked eye. Thunder 8 trig rams. One of Kaido's signatures, the power is similar to that of Big Mom. Without any hesitation, Li Yuyu threw out 3 small knives directly, and then the long knife in her hand swept forward with the flame of rain. Under the action of the flame of rain, the 3 small knives instantly turned 3 dragons with fangs and claws greeted Kaido's attack. 9-headed dragon collapses the river. According to legend, in ancient times, people called the flood that broke out as a 9-headed dragon to describe the mighty power of the flood. And Li Yuyu's move was derived from this, and it also represented the power of his slash, which was as fierce as a flood and could not be stopped. After all, how can the power of mortals contend with natural disasters? Kaido, facing this slash at this moment, also seemed to see the flooding scene, but he did not retreat. Boom! Like a thunderstorm, Kaido's mace collided with the raging dragon's head. The thunder and the blue rain flames were scattered all around. With such a huge momentum, the surrounding ground and even the mountains and rivers in the distance were all there, constantly shaking. At this moment, Li Yuyu did not stand on the spot to watch the end of the hedge between the two. He clenched the handle of the knife in both hands and waved the long knife in his hand. Rushed out. For a while, the surrounding air seemed to be stagnant, until the moment the long knife in his hand fell on the mace, the flame of rain attached to him rushed out like the waves of the sea, sweeping everything in front of him. This slash is today's tsunami, a wave that swallows everything, and no one can survive the anger of the sea. At this moment, Li Yuyu is like the water god descending from the sky, the king of the sea. The sharp blade in his hand can destroy everything, and when he waved it, it was a mirror soul song played to the enemy. Under the scouring of the rain of flames, Kaido, who originally wanted to blast away the opponent with absolute power, suddenly changed his face as he felt that the power on his arm was declining, not because he was powerless to fight, but as if his own body strength. At first he didn't listen. Damn, the blue flame, is it similar to the effect of a tranquilizer? Kaido is reckless, but he is by no means a fool. However, it was too late to react now. The flame of rain had invaded Kaido's body, flesh and blood and even bone marrow. It was obviously unrealistic to take it out in a short time. As Kaido reacted to this, Chao Liuyu also clearly felt the weakening of the opponent's attack, and after a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, she leaped for life on Kaido's mace, and then held the long knife in her hand. The tip of the knife pointed directly at the sky. The other hand took the 3 small knives back and lost them behind him. Immediately afterwards, the flames of rain burned crazily, and a blue flame like rain plunged into the sky, as if connecting the world and the earth. The clouds and mist in the sky were swept away by the flame, and it looked like a huge hole appeared in the sky. 9 Sky Galaxy. The words fell, the sword fell and the sky collapsed, endless rain of flames fell from the sky, and in a flash, Kaido's huge body was completely submerged. The so-called Fei Lu goes down 3,000 feet, and it is suspected that the Milky Way falls for 9 days. It is probably to describe the sword skill that Chao Liuyu is displaying at this moment, right? At the moment when the flame of rain hits his body, Kaido feels that his body is heavier than Kinjun, and his consciousness has become more and more blurred, as if his brain and body are about to stop functioning. Seeing Kaido's reaction at this moment is getting slower and slower, Chao Liuyu also knows that the time has come, and now is the best time to kill Kaido. The 3 small knives in his hand were thrown towards the sky, and under the attachment of the rain flame, the 3 small knives once again turned into a dragon shape, and then after reaching the highest point, they followed the rain flame of the 9-day galaxy directly downwards. The 3 small knives fell faster and faster. When they fell about half of the distance, the 3 knives seemed to merge into one. The 3 divine dragons turned into one, but they were more solid and vivid than before. The dragon's claws are clearly visible at this moment, as if to tear the Kaido below to pieces. Lifting his head laboriously, looking at the slash that was approaching him, Kaido also felt dangerous. At this moment, his body functions were gradually stopping. If he was subjected to Chao Liuyu's slash at this time, even if he did not die, he would feel that he would be killed. Hit hard. How could the people of the vongola family be so powerful? Where did the kid on Roger's ship find such a monster as a companion? In a hurry, Kaido turned his head abruptly and bit his arm. The pain made his consciousness instantly awake, that is, taking advantage of this moment of awakening, Kaido did not hesitate to do it. It turned into a blue dragon form, rushed directly out of the water of the sky, and fled towards the distance. The Kurozumai snake who was not far away was silly when he saw this scene. Kaido was beaten away? Or can it run in the form of a dragon? What are the meanings? Does the dragon form run faster? Is this going? The next slash is not as powerful as I imagined. It's okay to break his defense, but it seems to be worse to cause substantial damage, right? Looking at Kaido who fled the battlefield, Chao Liuyu was a little confused. The sword skills of 9 Sky Galaxy were mainly used to suppress the opponent, and then attacked with 3 small knives. It's just that Kaido's body is extremely strong. After most of the power is used to suppress him, the sharpness of the 3 small knives is not enough to threaten him. However, Kaido seems to have left a scar on his abdomen because of the slashing of a Saryuya before, so there is some fear in his heart, and the suppression of the 9 Heavens Galaxy is too strong, so Kaido is angry and cannot resist. Thoughts, so choose to escape. If Kaido is really going to work hard, Chao Liuyu really doesn't have much confidence in winning. At best it is a 50-50 situation. After all, he currently lacks the means to effectively break the opponent's defense. After he learns armament haki, it will be much easier to deal with Kaido. No! Yu, be careful, that guy is back. Suddenly, a trace of danger rose in Jato's heart, and his super intuition sent a warning. Tornado bad wind. When Jato's reminder just exited, a dragon roar already resounded through the sky, and thunder rushed over the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Chao Liuyu was enveloped in it. Immediately afterwards, the dragon body that had just left rushed back with lightning speed, and then made a circular rotation like a top and released a large number of wind blades continuously from his mouth. Even the terrain was attacked by him at this moment. The next is cut to change. Originally thought, Wang Li's battle was over. At this moment, Kaido was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Chao Liuyu was surrounded by wind blade and thunder, but he did not panic about it, and his hands were long. The sword swept across, and the whole body was surrounded by a barrier of rain flames, which perfectly protected himself in the center. At this time, the flames of death on Jato's body burned wildly, and he could not continue to be a bystander, otherwise the outcome of the battle would be difficult to say. Even Yu thinks it is difficult to break the defense. I don't know what kind of experience will I have if my fist falls on it. While talking to himself, Jato walked towards the huge dragon body, the death flame above his right fist condensed at an ultimate speed, although Kaido fled in the form of a dragon, and then suddenly returned to beat Chao Liuyu. caught off guard. But this dragon form also made it difficult for his huge body to avoid Jato's next attack. Flames of Death, Armament Haki, and Maramara Fruits flames are all converging on Jato's right fist at this moment, the violent power even he himself feels a little hard to control. At the same time, Conqueror's Haki also erupted from his body, madly sweeping the world. Observation Haki also locked Kaido's dragon body. It can be said that at this moment, Jato has raised all his spirits to the apex, and next he will swing. Yes, it is the strongest blow that I can swing today. It looks like I can still catch up with the last scene. The full burst of the first generation leader is really looking forward to it. He. Belphegor walked out slowly. He was already covered with blood, but most of them were enemies, and it was unclear whether he even had his own blood. I felt it in Jato's body, the breath of the gods, vast and great, ha ha ha. It's so cool, I will definitely be called such a domineering god in the future. Enel's second illness completely broke out, and that crazy laugh seemed to have seen the end of the battle. In his eyes, this battle has become a script in which the evil 650 dragon provoked the majesty of the gods, and then was punished by the gods. Crowley on the side covered his face again, and made up his mind. When he went back, he must turn Enel's thoughts, otherwise, it would be too shameful to go out with him in the future to perform tasks or something. Can't you two young people slow down? The Qing Peacock is treating you. If it weren't for you are also a member of the family, it's rare for them to take care of your life and death. Luslia was very dissatisfied with the people in front of him. Belphegor didn't say anything. After all, he hardly suffered any injuries during the battle, but Enel and Crowley, if not for his Qing Peacock treatment now it is estimated that even walking is a problem. I really don't know what these stinky men are thinking in their heads. Can't you pay more attention to details and elegance at a glance? Of course, he didn't say this, otherwise he might face a gang fight from his companions. In another place, Jinwaiman took Reizu's body and walked out of the woods almost burned by flames. At this moment, his eyes are full of sorrow. Just today, the lord of his allegiance has passed away, a brother who has been with him day and night. It turned out to have always been an undercover, the traitor among them. The other brother, all his loyalty to the Kojiki clan, sacrificed his life and beheaded the person who betrayed them. That's right, Reizang tried his best to kill Kanjuro, but his own life also came to an end, forcibly supporting his remnant body, and after the arrival of Jinwaimen and others, he told everything he knew. After Jinwaimen waited, he closed his eyes. Your Excellency Jato, please fulfill Lord Odin's last wish, defeat Kaido, and liberate this country. Kinemon yelled. He knew very well why his lord would leave such pretense, because there is no one in this country who can compete with Kaido and Kurozumai Orokai, only not long ago because of Kanjuro's reasons. Vongola, regarded as their enemy, is Wanakuni's only hope today. Your Excellency Jato, we are willing to atone for all the previous sins, please fulfill Lord Odin's last wish. Your Excellency Jato, we are willing to pave the way with blood, please liberate Wanakuni. Denjiro, Ashura Boy and others also shouted one after another. They pinned all their hopes on Jato, which is the only thing they can do now. As long as Jato can liberate the country and fulfill Odin's last wish, then they are willing to pay for their offenses with their own blood. You idiots, why do you have to go against me? At this moment, the injured Kurozumai Orokai couldn't help cursing. For a Kojiki Odin, just a Kojiki Odin, is it worth it for you to do this? What a fool, but you idiots still came here, wanting to fulfill the guy Odin's last wish? He. You guys who survived so hard, didn't you go back to Kojiki's house in July to take a look? If nothing else, Mrs. Odin and your young master should have been killed by my people by now. Kill? Are Mrs. Shi and Momosuke young master? Originally, he was still watching Kinemon Gate and others on Jato's side, and immediately moved his gaze to Kurozumai Orokai. After a few breaths, Denjiro was the first to react. Damn, Kurozumai Higurashi that B***************** D is not here. Hearing this, everyone's expressions were ugly to the extreme, and of course they knew who Kurozumai Higurashi was. That B*********** D was the man behind all the difficulties that got Wanakuni into it. They had heard Kojiki Odin mentioned it before, and at the same time they immediately thought of what the words said by the snake mean. Kurozumai Higurashi is a capable person of clone fruit. If he uses the fruit to change into Odin's appearance to approach Mrs. Shi and the young master, he can easily make the Kojiki family's last bloodline cut off. No one thought that the snake had such a calculation. If Mrs. Shi and young master really had an accident, they would be the Kojiki clan's retainers. Inulan, Cat Viper, you rush back immediately, hope it's still too late. At this time, Kinemon put down Reizu's body, with bloodshot eyes, and stared at the Kurozumai Orokai with a bloodthirsty breath. We will go together, no matter what the final result is, at least the Kurozumai Orokai must be killed, otherwise if you have any face to meet Master Odin. That's right, if Mrs. Shi and young master really have any accidents, after killing the snake, I will follow Master Shi Odin. Without hesitation, Denjiro drew his sword and rushed out. Even though he has little physical strength now, his will is enough to support him in the fight to the last moment. In any case, as long as the Kurozumi snake is not beheaded, they will never fall. Although it is different from the original plot, at this moment, the Chiseo 9 Heroes is also portraying the greatness that belongs to him in this world in another way. At the same time, Jato's momentum has also been upgraded to ultimate, where he stands less than 10 meters away from Kaido's huge dragon body. Kaido, I will crush your proud body at this moment. All the power had hit one point, and a special brilliance flashed in Jato's eyes, and then he punched it out. The sky is shining. With the full punch of the flames of death, coupled with the entanglement of armament haki and the flame of Maramara fruit, all his powers are integrated into this punch. This is the strongest Jato now except for the explosion of Spurner. Big attack. Moreover, this punch he named the Sky Shining is even more terrifying than Spurner. Even a mountain can be smashed with a punch. Before Jato thought of strengthening his punch like this, he also specifically consulted Naker about punching. After pointing it out, Naker was also the first person to see the blow of the sky's brilliance. Jato, who had only performed this trick for the first time at that time, directly forced Naker to explode Luminous Fist. It can be seen that the power of Jato's attack is already quite terrifying, and the more important thing is that his attack still has a lot of room to grow. Whether it is armament haki or the development of the fruit ability, it can make the sky shine even more. Added brilliance. Boom! With an unbiased punch, it burst out with an unparalleled light. After covering everything in front, it directly bombarded Kaido's dragon body. In an instant, the three fusion forces erupted, and a flame storm was directly set off around it. The terrible thing about this flame storm is not the temperature. After all, Jato's development of Maramara fruit's temperature is far from enough. What is really terrifying is the deadly fire contained in it. The powerful impact is like thousands of heavy punches, falling on Kaido one after another in just a few breaths. Not to mention people, even the mountains will turn into child fans under such an attack. Terrible power raged everything, even Jato's own right arm's clothes shattered under the impact, his arm couldn't bear this kind of force, and blood spurted out after the flesh exploded. As for Kaido who was attacked, there were depressions on the huge dragon body. For the first time, he felt that the huge body was a defect, because his dragon body perfectly withstood Jato's punch. Roar! The severe pain made him scream, and it was the first time that he suffered such an attack and felt such pain since he truly became famous in this sea. The damage that Jato's punch caused him was far more fierce than Chao Li Yuyu's previous slash. If Chao Li Yuyu's slash was a monstrous flood, then Jato's punch at the moment was the thunder falling from the sky, and one after another. It's like what Enel, who is in the second disease, said, this punch is like a divine punishment. Kaido's tornado bad wind cut the terrain here, and at this moment Jato's sky shines even better, directly smashing the ground in front of him and the attack coverage, just like a huge deep crater after a meteorite falls. At this point, and this deep pit is still being continuously destroyed by that violent force. I don't know how long it has passed before the dazzling light and the flames that swept across the world gradually ceased. Kaido's huge dragon body seemed to disappear, leaving only the body lying in the deep pit, hurting heavily. It's a terrible attack. Even if you are afraid of it, it is difficult to resist this punch. I don't know if Naker's full exploding situation can beat this blow of the first life. The barrier of the flames of rain had also disappeared at this moment. Chao Li Yuyu looked at the mess around her, her heart was shocked, and she couldn't help but sigh. But at this moment he also noticed that although Kaido fell down with bruises all over his body, the signs of life were still very obvious. After taking the ultimate punch of Jato with that huge dragon body, he could still hold such a life. Is this guy immortal? It's too tenacious. Even the first time you punch this punch is already close to the limit. You guy can still live and retain such vitality. Is it a real monster? It is the first time that Chao Li Yuyu has seen a guy like Kaido. It is estimated that only Naker can compare with you, and it is not clear whether it is better. But since Sei Xia hasn't fallen yet, naturally it won't let you have the opportunity to continue to live. Although shooting against someone who is no longer able to fight is not in line with the behavior, but a guy like you, if you let go it's a huge threat to vongola. Then, stop here. Just when he was about to swing the knife and kill Kaido, who fell on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, and his body instantly recovered his strength, but he did not choose to continue fighting at this moment, but used his fastest speed, directly fleeing towards the distance. Zero, look for flowers. He is very clear about his current situation, his vitality is stubborn, but his body is no longer able to support the fight, not to mention that if he continues to fight, the opponent he will face is still a great swordsman like Chao Li Yuyu. Only idiots will continue to work hard at this time. If he can go to the present level, he will naturally not be an idiot. As for the injuries and humiliation brought to him by the vongola family today, I will save them for later settlement. Seeing Kaido leave, Chao Li Yuyu didn't catch up, just as the opponent was running away, making it clear that he couldn't catch up. Even if it catches up, in the opponent's powerful life, it is not so easy to kill it while still remaining consciousness. Another, Kaido's escape direction is not the capital of flowers or other places, but the nearest coast. In other words, this guy intends to use his ability to fly and escape directly from Wano Kuni. It seems that the future family will have one more big trouble, but since it is already the defeat of the first generation, then the future can never be our opponent. Chao Li Yuyu does not care so much about Kaido, and the vongola family today is not afraid. Kaido and Beast's pirates, let alone the future? You know, as time goes by, vongola will only get stronger and stronger. No problem, Chao Li Yuyu turned his head and looked at Jado, who was breathing heavily at this moment, and said with concern, "Don't worry, I'm the one who beat people. The guy who was beaten can still run away desperately. What can I do?" When talking, it seemed that he had a wound. Jado took a breath, and then smiled bitterly. "It seems that in the future, in addition to developing the fruit ability, I will have to strengthen my body more." Sure enough, the body is the capital of the revolution. The blow of the sky shining is so powerful, but my body is a bit unable to support it. In this way, he fell down first. If such a situation really happened, I guess I could die of embarrassment directly. After Kaido fled, Wanakuni had no other troubles. As for Kurozumai Orakai, under the siege of Kinemon and others, all 8 heads were cut off. The reign of the Heita Orakai and Kaido over Wanakuni naturally ended with this battle. However, the Kojiki family also perished because of these things. Kurozumai Higurashi used his clone fruit ability to turn into Kojiki Oden. When he approached, his wife and Momonosuke directly killed the two. The reason he originally did this was that after Kaido and Orakai had solved the others, they would not leave any troubles to their rule. But he didn't expect that Kaido would be defeated in that big battle. Vongola, who came to this country, suddenly became the ultimate winner. As for him, he was also beheaded after Cat Viper and Inuyaland came back. 650. Those remaining forces of Kurozumai and Kaido were uprooted by Leopard Goro and Wanakuni's samurai in just a few days. Of course, none of them lacked Vongola's help. With the help of Slia, Ally Road, and Crowley, it is not too easy to solve the defeated soldiers. Capital of Flowers, General Mansion. During this time, Jado and Chao Li Yuyu both lived here, and no one dared to trouble both of them. After all, even Kaido was defeated by their hands. Where else is there someone who provokes the two tops unconsciously? The strong? The development of the family sounds pretty good. After the matter here is completely resolved, I have to go to Seekin Island to soak in the hot springs, and I haven't seen Naker for a long time. After listening to Jado's account, Chao Li Yuyu also nodded, and said with a relaxed expression, "But speaking of the first life, are the guardians only in Xia and Naker? Like G, Sapphire and Arnold are all there now." "Where?" "In fact, there is another guardian, but Chao Li Yuyu deliberately did not mention that person's name, because that guy is the only traitor among the guardians of Vongola I." Although Jado did not blame him, there are several other guardians, but had great opinions on that guy. Guardian of the Fog, Damon Spadu. Should it be here in a while? Of course, except for Arnold. Jado thought for a while, and said somewhat perfunctorily. After all, he wouldn't just say directly, "It depends on when the system will unlock other guardians, right?" As for why Arnold is excluded, it is not because Jado hates him, but Arnold, who is the guardian of the cloud, even if he is unlocked, it is very likely that he will not stay in the family. The lonely floating clouds of the family. Arnold was like that. Anyway, when the family encounters difficulties, he will definitely appear immediately. Chao Li Yuyu nodded and smiled. At this moment, a burly man with fire-like hair and a goatee walked in slowly with a few people who were equally majestic. When they were about 10 meters away from Jado, they stopped. Stepped in his own footsteps. It is not someone else who is headed, naturally Leopard Goro. There are only 2 other people Jado knows. Those 2 are Kojiki's retainer, Jinwaimen, and the white Mai who served the Kojiki family, Shimatsuki Yesui. From these few people, it can be seen that the assassins standing in front of him are undoubtedly high-ranking existences in Wanakuni. "What's the matter? Your Lord Leopard Goro." Chao Li Yuyu stepped in and stood directly in front of Jado's left, watching the people who suddenly entered with a cautious expression. Although in his heart he didn't think that these guys would be enemies with Vongola, if the other party wanted to do something that shouldn't be done, he would definitely kill these people with a knife without mercy. "This is the swordsman who slashed Kaido from the sky in a torrential rain, Lord Chao Li Yuyu, right?" Before Leopard Goro could speak, Shimatsuki Yesui on the side said directly, "Please don't be nervous, we are here without any malice, just to continue Odin's last wish, and at the same time seek a little asylum for this suffering country. Odin's last wish is to liberate Wanakuni. Now that Kurozumai is beheaded and Kaido fled, it can be said that it has been completed. How can we continue?" Jado frowned slightly and looked at the people in front of him with some confusion. "Just tell me if you have anything." After Leopard Goro and several other people looked at each other, they were in a dominant position and said, "We hope that the Vongola family can shelter this country." Of course, Wanakuni is also willing to hang on Vongola's family splendor. The decision of Leopard Goro and others, although it caused Jado to have some accidents, but it is also reasonable. Although Wanakuni is already liberated, Wanakuni, who has lost Kojiki Oden, the top powerhouse, can hardly bear the dangers that may arise in the future with only the remaining samurai. You know, Kaido was just defeated and fled, who knows when he will come back with a large group of pirates? At that time, Wanakuni did not have enough strength to compete with Kaido. Therefore, they need a shelter that can withstand Kaido. There are such forces in the sea, but few can be recognized by them. After several discussions, Leopard Garo and others feel that the best choice is to help them liberate vongola of this country. What's more, at the last moment of his life, Odin chose to entrust the desire to liberate this country to vongola I, which also shows that he also trusts vongola. Although Kurozumi Kanjuro had trouble with vongola before, he still made this choice. People who can be trusted by Odin, Shimatsuki Yasui feels that he can also be trusted. As for Leopard Garo, he believes in his savior, which is Vongola's rain guardian Isari Yuyu. All the reasons add up, and they are here. Vongola I Pavilion 2.4 times. At this moment, Jinwaiman suddenly kneeled to Jado on one knee, and said solemnly Wanakuni will follow Master Odin's will to establish the country, and after the founding of the country is likely to face more dangers. Only you can take shelter. Our country. I ask you to engrave Vongola's family splendor on the land of Wanakuni. There is a grudge in the middle, so I am willing to atone for his sins with blood. Jado didn't speak, he was silent for a long time, thinking. Accepting Wanakuni's surrender is a good thing for the current Vongola. It can speed up the development of the family, and Wanakuni is rich in resources and can also support the family finances. The only trouble is the rough and thick Kaido, so be it, Vongola's GOI will shine in Wanakuni in the future. Accepted the request of Haguro and others, of course. Jado himself has the same idea, so he can't say that he came to Wanakuni all the way, and there is no benefit after a battle with Kaido? That is, at the moment he agreed, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Complete the task, Chaoli Yuyu's help letter. Reward the 0-point breakthrough change skill optimization. After optimization, the 0-point breakthrough change can absorb Haki and some devil fruit ability attacks and turn them into their own deadly power. This reward made Jado stunned for a while. In the world of homeschooling, the 0-point breakthrough change, even if it is a relatively buggy move, he still feels that there is no way to use this trick in the pirate world. After all, this world those who use lifeless spirits are all their own. I didn't expect that the task of Chaoli Yuyu's letter of help turned out to be to allow the system to directly optimize this move, which can absorb the abilities of Haki and part of Devil Fruit. It is simply invincible. But it seems that some of the so-called Devil Fruit abilities are just energy attack abilities, such as Kizaru's Sparkling Fruit ability, Kaido's Dragon Breath, and his own Maramara Fruit ability series. 07 if you insist. This defect is still quite big, but it can also improve Jado's actual combat ability. Task progress update: create the Vongola family and increase the completion rate by 10%. Undoubtedly, this is because Wanakuni has been included under the rule of the Vongola family. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to increase the completion of such a big new world country by 10%. After hearing this improvement, Jado also immediately opened his system panel to view it. The strongest Mafia system host, Vongola Jado personal abilities: Flame of Defticon, Soft Flame, Flame of Defticon, Fire, Super Intuitive, Intermediate, Armament Haki, Intermediate, Observation Haki, Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki, Elementary, Personal Equipment, Vongola Ring Osaka, Original, Vongola World Gloves First Family, Vongola Family, 40% Unlock, Family Members, Reborn, 7 Rainbow Sons of Sunny, Fran, Guardian of Varian Mist, Naker, Guardian of Sunny, Belphegor, Guardian of Varian Land, Mechanic Johnny 2, Technical Department Consultant Masaichi Airi, the 7 Rainbows of Thunder, Verdi, the Guardian of Varian, Luslia, the Guardian of Rain, Kaeliuyu, the Guardian of Rain, and the Guardian of Varian Sky XANXUS, appears in March. Rainbow 7 Coke Nilo, appears in March. Vongola Exclusive Mechanic, Spainer, Main Task: gather the 6 Guardians to complete 33%. The establishment of the Vongola family is 45% complete. Luochi unlocked 3 members, and 2 of them have considerable combat effectiveness, and the other is a genius in weapons. In addition to his own good combat effectiveness, Coke Nilo, the 7 Rainbow of Rain, has also educated thousands of students. He is an excellent tutor as well as Reborn, and his military style is very suitable for teaching a large number of ordinary members. If Reborn's education is the cultivation of elites, people who have certain talents can grow up quickly, and even have strength that exceeds their own talents. Then Nero's education is to allow all people with insufficient talents to make up for the gap between them and genius through their own efforts. For the Vongola family, which is in a period of rapid development, Ilohu is a very good helper. And the other member, Xanxus, is the owner of Azura's Death Chi like Jado, but his Death Chi is different from ordinary Azura, and its nature is the same as Vongola II's Wrath Flame. At the same time, the weapon he used was the same firearm as Vongola 7. It can be said that his existence can be regarded as a combination of Vongola 2 and 7. And the character and style of Xanxus are very suitable for the development of the Vongola family in the Dark World. When he arrives on Saiken Island, Jado intends to give him the Varian who was originally under his command, and let them Varian. The troops officially became famous in the Dark World. To be honest, the position of the Emperor in the Dark World is quite interesting. the last person is the mechanic Spainer. I have to say that his talent is terrifying. Within joining the technical department of vongola, it is considered to be the same, whether it is the current Verdian Iri Masaichi, or is about to win Spaina. Giotto think that their genius is not weaker than that of the native scientist Vegapunk in Pirate World. What? You said there is another Johnny? Well, although Johnny too is also a top mechanic, but compared with the three above, there is a gap. It's just that Spainer's appearance also means another problem. The family's financial crisis is estimated to be in front of Giotto again. Now the family unlock rate has reached 40%, that is to say, if you increase the unlock rate by 10%, he can unlock the next family system. In the world of family education, there are many powerful mafia families, but there are not many that can be as famous as vongola. Don't know what the next family will be? The best is the Myrafior family 650 led by Bylan, and the Simon family led by Guri Jansen. Both families are very good. Of course, it is not easy to increase the remaining 10% of the unlock, so now Giotto can only yell at a better future. After a few days of rest in Wanakuni, Giotto just set off to return to Saiken Island. As for this place, he is going to hand it over to Xanxus and Kolonelo, who will appear soon, with the presence of the two of them and the Varian troops, even if it is Kaido reappeared, and he also had the power to fight. And Cola Nero can also train new members for the family here, and it is also a good choice to use this as a talent training ground for the family in the future. On an unknown island not far from Wanakuni, Kaido lay flat on the ground and breathed slowly. He came to this island after retreating before. Not because he wanted to come here, but because he really didn't have the strength to leave further. From the time he went to sea until now, he has hardly suffered such severe injuries. The members of the vongola family really gave him a big surprise. At this moment, a voice suddenly preached Kaido's ears, and at the same time, a person slowly fell on the island. Jahahaha. Kaido, this wolf fox doesn't look like you. Ha! Are you old lion running to see Lao Zi's joke? But speaking of it, you who have finally escaped from Impel Down, shouldn't you find a place to hide and spend your old age? This sea belongs to you. The times have passed. Kaido looked at the old acquaintance who had descended on the island, snorted and mocked. Golden Lion, Shiki. Not long ago, he was the top pirate in the sea. In the era of the three great pirates before Roger was executed, this lion was a powerful man with the same fame as Whitebeard and Roger. It's just that now his powerful flying pirate group has fallen, and he himself is just an old man maimed by naval headquarters. Maybe the average people on the ocean would be afraid of this guy, but Kaido would not feel that way. The era of Lao Zi has passed? What a joke, Kaido. Golden Lion furrowed his brows and his face was full of madness. Even if he was defeated at naval headquarters, he still remained unchanged. He was still the proud lion. The age of Lao Zi has never passed, it is just for bigger. The ambition of Lao Zi is temporarily hidden. When Lao Zi needs what is done, the name of the era can only be called Golden Lion. Haha, let's talk about it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Lao Zi 650. Kaido rarely argued with this lion, and directly changed the subject. So, what did you want to do when you suddenly came to find Lao Zi? Although Lao Zi is injured now, but with your old lion, you can't take Lao Zi's life. This is not nonsense, he is indeed seriously injured right now, but if he is really desperate, he can still fight the Golden Lion. His physical function is extremely powerful, and his recovery speed is also terrifying. At least in the ocean right now, Kaido doesn't think anyone can really kill him, even the old man Whitebeard can't do it. Jahahahaha. Your Wanakuni was taken away, right, Kaido? That kid on Roger's boat has grown into the top powerhouse in the sea. If you want revenge, you alone are not enough. Do you want to cooperate with Lao Zi? Golden Lion throws an olive branch to Kaido. In his opinion, Kaido, who has just lost his turf in the battle, is likely to choose to cooperate with him. Only in this way can he quickly regain his power and then take revenge on the vongola family that defeated him. Cooperation? What does your old lion want to do? Kaido frowned slightly. He didn't immediately agree or refuse. He intuitively told him that Golden Lion wanted to do something special. Of course it is to lend you some worthy power, but in exchange, Lao Zi has to take away some of your cells. Golden Lion directly stated his purpose. You don't need to give the answer now. If you have the strength, you might as well have a good look with Lao Zi. Anyway, it will be loaned to you later so that you can continue the power on the sea. After saying this, Golden Lion flew directly towards the high altitude, and did not estimate whether Kaido still has the strength. After thinking about it for a while, Kaido stood up on the ground, and then directly transformed into a dragon form, following the departing Golden Lion. He also wanted to see what kind of power it was that allowed Golden Lion to speak with confidence, such words as being vertical and horizontal on the sea. Somewhere in the sea, New World, the Moby D***K, father, Odin is gone, but Kaido is also defeated. Marco looked at the latest newspaper and said to his father who was drinking, Kojiki Odin was once the captain of the 2nd division of their Whitebeard pirates, and they had a deep affection for each other, and his passing made everyone in the Whitebeard pirates feel sad. This is the man's choice, to sacrifice his life for his country, at least in the final moments when he defeated Kaido. It can be regarded as all his thoughts. Whitebeard's eyes flashed a sadness, but it is clear that this is Kojiki Oden's choice after all. Since the other party made such a choice, he has no right to interfere. Papa, it is not Oden who defeated Kaido. Marco had a strange expression on his face. If he only looked at the final outcome, even he would think that it was Oden who gave his life to defeat Kaido, but after reading the news, he knew that this was not the case. Is there anyone else in Wano Kuni who has the ability to play against Kaido? Whitebeard raised his brow slightly. In his impression, Kojiki Oden only had that ability in Wano Kuni. It's not from Wano Kuni, but Johto. Oden died because of his retainer's betrayal, and didn't fight Kaido at all. The person who really defeated Kaido was Johto, who led the vongola family to Wano Kuni. When Marco said the news, his eyes were shocked. In addition to reporting what happened in Wano Kuni, this time the news also announced the rewards of the main members of the vongola family, including Johto. Goo la 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 la. The vongola kid on Roger's boat, how long has it been? Has it grown to such a level? Can defeat Kaido's strength. I am afraid that you are not his opponents. It is really good, but a pity. It's a shame that guy doesn't want to be Lao Zi's son. At this time, Whitebeard was still thinking about asking Johto to be his son. He didn't know how his habit came about. Although he said he wanted to start his own family, he would recognize his son when he met people. Father, the sea is not what it used to be. I always have a feeling that in the future we will also officially fight against the vongola family, if. Before Marco finished speaking, Whitebeard interrupted him directly. Marco, what are you worried about? No matter how the guys on the sea change, there is one thing that Lao Zi will never change, but Whitebeard. No matter what the other person is. Who, as long as you dare to stand in front of us, you can crush him directly. Yes, Dad is the strongest. What the vongola family, if they are enemies with us, they can only regret it. We are the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing this, the other members of the Whitebeard pirate group shouted, as long as their father is there, they will be full of confidence no matter what kind of enemy they face. Seeing such a scene, Marco smiled and did not speak, because he thought so too. Although the vongola family has grown very rapidly, their Whitebeard pirate group is invincible. Seekin Island, Vongola Chief's office. Johto looked at the reward order placed in front of him. He was also a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, after all, he defeated Kaido in Wano Kuni. It is not surprising that there is such a reward change, and because of the previous battles, their title of Guardian of the Vongola family can be considered to have started in this world. First of all, the first reward is for himself, Vongola I, with a reward of 1.83 billion Baileys. As the leader of the vongola family, Johto also has a powerful force, attacking the G5 branch under construction by Marine, and blocking Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Sakazuki and Polo Salino with his own power. Then when Douglas Bullet evacuated, he had a brief head-on fight with Marshal Sengoku, which was no longer what ordinary pirates could do. Secondly, there was the head-on confrontation between Cake Island and Big Mom. The last thing was to repel Kaido in Wano Kuni some time ago. There is no doubt that he is now a huge threat in the eyes of Naval Headquarters. The bounty is second only to Johto, Vongola Rain Guardian Isariuyu, with an amount of 1.35 billion Baileys, which penetrates Kaido's defenses frontally and suppresses Kaido for a long time. Coupled with his status as a great swordsman, his reward has directly entered the ranks of more than 1 billion. The third reward order is for Naker, the Guardian of Vongola, offering a reward of 760 million Baileys. Although Wano Kuni did not show up in the first battle, his previous head-to-head fight with Big Mom on Cake Island was also impressive. His bounty increased with the Vongola family. However, the amount of 760 million is still underestimating Naker. As the Guardian of Qing, his strength is not weaker than Chao Li Yuyu. Then there was Fran's 420 million Pele, named Frog's Head, which made Fran feel very upset. In addition to the performance of the previous G5 branch, the main reason for his boost in bounty was that King Tideo and Belphegor solved hundreds of pirates together. Among the remaining members, Prince the Ripper Belphegor is offering a bounty of 390 million Pele, Sunny Peacock Luslia is offering a bounty of 310 million Pele, and Baby in a Suit Reborn is offering a bounty of 140 million Baileys. Yankin Crowley is offering a reward of 83 million Baileys, and Thunderstick Enel is offering a reward of 77 million Baileys. To be honest, Marine has given the Vongola family the title. Except for a few guardians, everyone basically hates Naval Headquarters. Especially Reborn, who is called a suit baby, the world's #1 killer, has such a title, and it sounds pretty cute. With this renewal of the bounty, the total bounty of the core members of the Vongola family has exceeded 5 billion Baileys, which is definitely the top rank in the ocean. And because of this super high reward amount, the Vongola family now has a special title in the eyes of many people, the world's #1 mafia. That's right, it's not a pirate but a mafia. In this era of pirates, the Vongola family is a special case. Johto didn't know at this time, because of the name of the Vongola family, West Blue, a young man in the mafia, had already targeted him. It's also time to start improving the internal composition of the family. According to the tasks of the system, after the internal composition is improved, it should be possible to improve a certain degree of completion, right? After Giotto put all the reward orders in the drawer, he sat down and thought about it. The main components of the family now have guards, technical departments, and independent special assassination units varying. The only thing missing is the door. External consultant. The outside consultant is not only a member of vongola, but also not a member of the vongola family. They are usually irrelevant people, but when the family encounters an extraordinary period, they can exercise the authority second only to the leader. Therefore, in order to form an outside consultant, it is best not to select from the existing members of the family, and at the same time they must be trustworthy. Such a person is very difficult to choose. Let Reborn collect some information before considering it in detail. After all, outside consultants are still a very important department. Giotto shook his head. He didn't want to kill his brain cells for these things anymore. If it doesn't work, let the Rainbow Sevens form an outside consultant. The leader of Reborn can definitely be trusted. Still working on files? I-0, look for flowers. At this moment, Reborn walked in from outside the door. There is something for you to decide here, because Verdi is already quite depressed. If he doesn't solve it anymore, it is estimated that he will have to run out and make trouble by himself. Is there anyone who can get angry with that fellow Verdi? Giotto said he couldn't understand. Is someone questioning his scientific research ability? In addition to this, I really can't think of any way to provoke Verdi. After all, he is a lunatic scientist and doesn't care about anything other than his own research. From the time he came to Psychon Island, the time he left the laboratory can be counted by hand, and as long as it involves scientific research, who is not worthy of Verdi, who can provoke him arrive? It's about the dark world. Do you remember the business cooperation with Umut, the shipping king? Reborn said. Well, I remember, it was the business that we discussed with him in Dressrosa. This business is also an important source of funds for our family. If I remember correctly, for more than a year, the family's operations have basically relied on every time Umut sent us the funds. Giotto nodded. He was still very impressed with this incident. After all, it was about money. The current vongola family does not lack people or strong people. The only thing lacking is Bailey. Without enough Bailey, the research of Verdi and others will be difficult to carry out. Yes, it was originally agreed that Umut should send us a sum of money on the 13th of this month, but by the 20th, there was still no news. When you hadn't come back a few days ago, I asked Umut to negotiate, but he refused to pay. Reborn frowned, and his face was a little gloomy. If nothing else, Umut thought that we were not Kaido's opponents at the time, so he unilaterally terminated the business, and those Baileys are estimated to have fallen into it. His pocket. In short, that guy has breached the contract, right? Giotto folded his hands, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then what the price is for him? The price is for sure. No one can owe them money from the vongola family. Umut, that idiot, don't you know how short of money vongola is now? Dare to hold vongola's money without giving it. This nature is even worse than if you suddenly ran into the family's turf to make trouble. In this case, I suggest that this matter can be handled by Xanxus. At noon today, Xanxus has arrived in the family and is preparing to go to Wanakuni to station. Reborn nodded. He also felt that Umut must pay the price, otherwise these Dark World guys would not know what vongola's majesty was. Has Xanxus arrived? Giotto was a little surprised, because the system showed that it appeared within 3 months. In many cases, 650 would arrive in the family on the last day. I didn't expect Xanxus to come so fast. It has arrived on Psychon Island in the past few days, but this came in time. He himself planned to hand over the Dark World to Varia. Now Umut has done such a thing, and it is definitely the best choice to hand it over to Xanxus. And maybe he would have to thank Umut. After all, it is not easy to be famous in the Dark World, but this situation is an excellent opportunity. As long as Xanxus leads Varian's troops to get the money back, it is basically equivalent to stepping on one of the emperors in the Dark World, and you can have a lot of reputation in the Dark World in an instant. And for Xanxus, Giotto is not worried at all, not to mention that he now has 3 generals, Belphegor, Lucilia, and Fran. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, Giotto believes in Vari, and has the power to fight. Then leave this to Xanxus to do, and tell him that he can take this opportunity to officially set foot in the Dark World, to sound a wake-up call to the emperors of the Dark World. A smile appeared on the corner of Giotto's mouth, and then he whispered, "Let them all know that the King Slayer has come, and put yourself in place, because as long as one is not careful, it will fall from the clouds to the bottom." I don't know if it's because of the awakening of Conqueror's haki. Giotto has an extraordinary haki in his words and deeds at this moment. He used to be kind, but now he is more like a dominator. The Kun King. Perhaps vongola 2 of the original world, and Damon Spadu they want. Is this vongola Giotto Bar? I know, I will communicate this to Xanxus immediately. Reborn nodded, and then continued, there is one more thing. I don't know if it's because our family power is getting stronger. People from the world government once again want to infiltrate our territory. On Kingi Island and on Beishi Island, world government secret agents have been found. If nothing else, they should be CP people. After all, our total reward now exceeds 5 billion Baileys. There are only a handful of such forces in the entire sea, and they will naturally attract their attention. Giotto thought for a moment. Don't worry about them. As long as those guys don't do anything extraordinary, they will still be exploring on the island. But the technical department must pay attention to not let anyone other than the core members of the family. When a person approaches, after all, there is technology that transcends this world. The importance of the technical department is undoubtedly important, especially now that Irie Masayaki's ongoing research allows people who have awakened to control the ring of death in their bodies. If this thing goes to the outside world, it might make many people come into contact with or even awaken the force of death, which is not a good thing for the vongola family. There are also various weapons that Spener is preparing to research and develop, and Verdi's development of the Guardian's exclusive box weapon. Anyone is enough to shake the world. There is no need to worry about the technical department. After all, the Guardian of the Rain has set up his residence nearby. With him, no one can approach quietly. When Cola comes, I will also go to the technical part and teach the core members, so that double insurance should be foolproof. Reborn immediately gave an answer. Charlie Yu's strength is so powerful that ordinary people can't get close at all, but they are afraid that some guys with special abilities sneak into Zero. But if you add Reborn's own words, you don't need to worry about this. If someone can sneak into the technical department under the nose of the world's #1 killer, then Giotto can only admit it. However, there are probably not many people like that in the world, and it is not certain whether there is even one. That's it, but you will have to work harder. Giotto nodded, thinking that this method is feasible. It's not so hard. After all, there are not many core members of the family, and even fewer of them need to be taught by me. Only Crowley, Enel, and Cyrus, who arrived yesterday, are counted. That's it. Reborn is now ready to hand over all the training of ordinary members to Cola, so the only people who really need him to teach are those who are more talented. Cyrus has come? Giotto smiled slightly. Didn't that guy stay in Dressrosa as his army commander or something? He did agree, but it is said that he himself thinks that he is far from competent, so he first came to the family and wanted to receive a period of training before returning. Reborn continued. His talent is pretty good. It deserves to be a 2.4 sword fighter who won 3,000 consecutive victories in the arena without formal training, but it is also because he has no formal training. It's too rough to use, and I don't know how to use haki. During this time, I was teaching him some swordsmanship and two-color haki, and at the end, I helped him awaken his death. Even the training is complete. If nothing else, after mastering the several abilities and skills I just mentioned, Cyrus should not be weaker than Varian's Cotters. Varian's Cotters are Belphegor and others. If Cyrus grows as Reborn expected, he can really reach that point, maybe even stronger. A strong enough Cyrus, plus the vongola family behind him. I don't know why, Giotto is a little looking forward to Doflamingo's time to go to Dressrosa, and I don't know how the clown will be in the mood. What? The black-haired man hit Hatch, as if he was not awake. He sat on the bow like this, looking bored forward. Is the Emperor of the Dark World? I hope he can make me find it interesting later. Well, if he is interesting enough, the task of letting me enter the Dark World in the first life can slowly play with the slow ants in the gutter, but if it is boring, if what kind of Emperors of the Dark World, will all be killed soon? Anyway, our vongola family is the strongest existence. There is no doubt that this black-haired man is Xanxus, who has just appeared, the commander of Varian's troops. Although he had received a mission from the first life and was told to be more careful, he didn't seem to put Umut in his eyes at all. The king of the Dark World, the king of the sea, is just a joke in his eyes. His confidence and pride tell him that as long as he wants to do this, he can solve the idiots in the Dark World at any time. Especially this profiteer named Umut, who dared to withhold family funds 07 not to give. He. Although the boss looks boring, he is actually very interested in the Dark World, Belphegor said with a chuckle, standing on the deck. Because they wanted to call Giotto the leader of the first generation, they also changed their name to Xanxus and called them the boss directly, instead of using boss or leader as before. After all, everyone knows that the vongola family can only have one leader, and that is Giotto. Well, I didn't think it was any different. Although I haven't seen you for a while, the boss has always been like this? Luslia didn't care. Anyway, he is a cotter. What does the boss say and do? That's it. Just as they were chatting, 7 battleships rushed out from the island in front, directly blocking the route of Varian and others. Listen, everyone, there is an island in front of you that you can't set foot on. Immediately turn the bow and leave, otherwise we will open fire. When it came, Xanxus had no idea of hiding its whereabouts, and it was understandable to be discovered. The reason why he would act like this is because he has absolute confidence in his own strength. The 7 battleships are just a toy that he can easily solve. The 7 battleships that the opponent came out also made Varian and the others a little excited, which at least proved that they did not find the wrong place, the unnamed island in front, and these battleships that are different from the pirate ship and the marine warship. 8 achievements belong to the dark world. In other words, the guy named Umut is very likely to be on the island ahead. Hey, are there so many idiots in this sea? Are they completely incomprehensible about the difference in strength, or are they born with no brains? Xanxus turned his head and looked at the Belphegors. His tone has become a bit low. Obviously, the moment they saw the vongola badge, they should have escaped as far as possible. What's more, there is Varian next to him. Don't they know what will happen if you yell in front of me? If they are afraid of the family crest, they won't deduct our funds, boss. Fran said with a blank face. Moreover, we didn't seem to carry the banner of the troops in our recent actions, so compared to the family's GOI, they should not know the banner next to them. But even if they do, they will probably pretend to be. Do you not see it at all? Anyway, if I owe money, I must not know the creditor. Don't know the creditor when you owe money. It was so righteous and awe-inspiring. In an instant, several people around had already made a decision in their hearts. If Fran wants to borrow money in the future, he can't lend him anything. The story about how to repay the money borrowed by the ability to prevent it from appearing later. The person in front, this is the last warning. If you don't leave, you should be buried in the sea. Hearing the other party's voice again, Xanxus became impatient in an instant. He stretched out a hand, a ball of dazzling light, and the extremely condensed death flame appeared in his hand. Not so much a kind of flame, it is better to say that this is a real light. To deal with these miscellaneous fish, there is no need for weapons at all. Just the flame of anger is enough to destroy the opponent. Ignore Vongola's majesty, ignore Varian's banner. Just these 2 points make you destined to be here, torn to pieces. The moment the voice fell, the flames of anger rushed out of Xanxus's mouth, and instantly swept the sea ahead. The terrifying impact instantly smashed a battleship to pieces, and then shattered it. A warship that had been good, but now it keeps disappearing, and even the people on it have disappeared. Damn, I dare to do such a thing, so people are attacking me. Kill these guys, don't let them get close to the island. For a while, the remaining warships fired at Xanxus, but if these shells were really effective, the strong would be too worthless. Seeing those flying cannonballs, by 650 Urfagor gave out a cold smile, and then threw the flying knife in his hand. The deadly fire of the Lana tribute accompanied the flying knife and the emotional line, forming a special line directly around the ship. In the direction, all shells were stopped directly, and then decomposed. Xanxus simply looked at the miscellaneous fish, and then made the same action as before. Every time the flame of anger in his hand broke out, it would directly smash a battleship on the opposite side. After only a short while, the sound of firing guns disappeared, because all the battleship's firing guns had been shattered by Xanxus. Let's pass the boat test. The other party must know that we are here too. I hope that they will not be too boring if they are ready. Not long after the voice fell, Varian's ship docked directly, and no one came out to stop them in the process. However, when a few of them disembarked, a man wearing black and red clothing from the family came out slowly. He gave a standard noble ceremony to Xanxus and others, and then said, "Several lords of the vongola family, Master Umut has been waiting for a long time. If a few are here for business, please come with me in the depths of the island. A heavily guarded base stands. This is just one of Umut's strongholds. As the Emperor of the Dark World, he understands very well what is called the 3 Caves of Cunning. Originally, he planned to go to another stronghold during this period of time to compare the edge of the vongola family for the time being. At the beginning, he didn't give the remaining funds to the vongola family, mainly because he believed that the vongola family was not Kaido's opponent. Who would have thought that vongola would suddenly emerge a top swordsman and directly defeat Kaido? Things were troublesome now. After Wano Kuni was founded, Umut was going to avoid it a bit after the news came out, but he didn't expect Vongola's people to come so quickly. And in this group of people, there is still a new face, a guy who is not on the reward order, but it seems that the status of that guy is one level higher than that of Belphegor and others. You know, Belphegor, Luslia, and Fran are all guys who offer hundreds of millions of rewards. This unknown man with scars on his face ranks higher than the other 3. Could it be that this person is also the guardian of the vongola family? From the news now received, the leader of the vongola family is naturally the leader vongola Jado, and second only to Jado are the guardian and the suit baby Reborn. And it can be seen from the several incidents that have happened before, that the guardians of the vongola family have extremely powerful strength. Naker, the guardian of the sun, was undefeated in the Cake Island and Big Mom, and the guardian of the rain cut the dragon-shaped Kaido from the sky. If the person in front of him is also a guardian, it means that he is likely to have the strength equivalent to Naker and Chao Liuyu. Several people from vongola would come to me, but I was a little surprised. Umut said special official words. After all, he has no plans to tear his face with the vongola family now. Just now, the development of the vongola family in New World can be said to be in full swing. It is not allowed that the 2 parties will have business cooperation in the future. In his opinion, it will not be good for anyone. Accident? Why can't I see it at all? Belphegor sneered, whispering to himself. The reason why he was talking to himself is because he knew that he was not in his turn to speak first in this scene. 2 things. Xanxus stretched out 2 fingers at Omid and said indifferently, first, return all the Bailey that we owed to our family. Second, make compensation accordingly. According to my ideas, I will follow you. It would have been as long as Bailey should have been given to us. The same amount means doubled. Knowing that he didn't give Bailey to the vongola family a lot, it was very painful to double it. Although he could afford the money as the Emperor of the Dark World, he didn't want to pay it. Anyhow, he is also the Emperor of the Dark World. If he pays this compensation, I don't know how many people in the Dark World will laugh at him. Especially those people who are equal to their own status will definitely laugh at themselves crazily. We can discuss this matter in detail, but it seems that I have never seen your excellency. I don't know who you are in the vongola family? Omid turned the topic off and asked about the identity of Xanxus. Vongola Family Independent Special Assassination Unit, Varian's Commander Xanxus. Xanxus said straightforwardly, in my opinion, there is no need to discuss this matter slowly. If you agree to 2 things, you can agree. If you disagree, we will naturally take corresponding measures. Now give me an answer, yes or no, refuse? He has never had the habit of whistling around with people, and talking about business has nothing to do with him. The conversation with Omid was also very simple. Xanxus just told the other party about his decision, and then let Dafa agree to his decision. Don't worry, business itself needs to sit down and talk slowly. In the future, there may be more cooperation between the vongola family and me, so it is more important for everyone to be friendly than anything. And Omid hasn't finished speaking yet. Xanxus just said with an impatient look, too much nonsense, I have heard enough of your annoying voice. Looking at this, you should not agree with what I told you just now. 2 things, if that's the case, just disappear for me. As soon as he said this, Omid's face instantly became difficult to look at, and there was also a chill in his eyes. As the Emperor of the Dark World, when was he so despised? And the other party actually showed killing intent to himself. If it is the leader of vongola or the Guardian, then he can still bear it. After all, the combat power of those people has stood at the top of New World. But what is this guy in front of me? The Commander-in-Chief of the Independent Special Assassination Unit? I have never heard of this name. At most, it is Belphegor's staff, and the bounty of these few is about 300 million. There are many such pirates in New World. A person in command of them, even if he is powerful, how powerful can he stand? Besides, if this guy called Xanxus is really amazing, he won't be the commander of the troops who hasn't heard of it, but the guardian of the vongola family. Friends of vongola, don't speak so eloquently. No matter how hard I am also the Emperor of the Dark World. No matter my status, I am not weaker than the first leader of your vongola family. What's more, your family has already made a lot of enemies now and fled. Kaido, and Big Mom of the Cake. In such a situation, if you hate me again, I'm afraid to merge not appropriate? Omid calmly analyzed the situation for Wang Zhao, Xanxus, but he couldn't think that such words would have no effect on the man in front of him. It has nothing to do with you if it is appropriate or inappropriate. The decision of the first life is that I can make my own decision on all matters related to the Dark World. In my opinion, cooperation with you is unnecessary. With that said, Xanxus's hands once again condensed the flames of anger, and the tyrannical aura directly swept in all directions. At the same time, Conqueror's haki broke out. The enemies hidden around instantly turned their eyes under this aura, fell to the ground. That's right. Xanxus also has the qualifications of the king. In fact, in the vongola family, most of the large sky attributes can awaken Conqueror's haki, but it is estimated that Giotto did not expect that Xanxus's conquerors would awaken so quickly. Master Omid. Just when Xanxus's horrible aura was wantonly vented, the person wearing aristocratic costumes directly stood in front of Omid. Please step back a bit. This person's strength is extraordinary, but I am here, can definitely guarantee the safety of Omid-sama. Then leave it to you, Ahan. UMI nodded characteristically, and stepped back a little. He doesn't have much fighting strength himself, but as the Emperor of the Dark World, how can he have no strong under his command? If he doesn't even have this power, how can he sit firmly in the position of the Emperor of the Dark World? I know that the competition in the Dark World is fierce, but it will definitely not be easier than the battle on the sea. It's not bad, it's not trash fish anyhow, but how can you be better than those trash fish? There was a sneer on Xanxus's face. He could feel that the man named Ahan in front of him had a certain strength, but he wanted to stand in front of him, but it was not enough. The flame of anger in your own hands, even if you encounter it for the first time, you must be careful. Just relying on this mouse hiding in the dark gutter, also wants to contend with the flames of his own anger? But 667 don't make people laugh out of their teeth. How much better you can be, you will be very clear in a while. Although I think I can't match your leaders and guardians of the vongola family, dealing with you is a matter of hand. While talking, Ahan also clenched his fists, and then armament haki instantly wrapped his whole body, turning his body into a black skin posture. After all, before entering the Dark World, I was offered a reward of 400 million. Thousands of Bailey's big pirates. Odds. As soon as the voice fell, Ahan rushed out in an instant. His speed was extremely fast and even made a sound of breaking through the air. After his whole body was hardened by armament haki, his physical defense and attack power would be greatly improved, and the power of a punch, it's horrible. However, in the face of such a situation, Xanxus didn't even mean to dodge when standing still. With his pride, it would be unacceptable for him to dodge because of the guy he regarded as a mouse in front of him. The moment Ahan approached him, Xanxus sent out a spherical flame of anger with his bare hands. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the audience, and in an instant it swallowed Ahan's sturdy body of 2 meters and 5 meters, and Xanxus, who made such an attack, did not even belittle his eyelids, as if such an attack was for him. It's as simple as drinking water and eating. And the facts are exactly the same. He didn't even use weapons, just using the power of the flame of anger with his bare hands, so he was not in a fighting state at all. How could it be so strong? Obviously, he was close to the opponent, but he was directly repelled by the flame. He had already covered armament haki, but still felt the pain, the terrible impact, as if he was going to penetrate his body. Ahan retreated more than 10 meters away. His shirt was completely burned by the flames of anger, and scars appeared on his black skin, making him look unusually embarrassed. He looked at Xanxus carefully, and then he said, "Ha ha ha, I see, you guy just lied, right?" This protruding sentence made Belphegor fall into reluctance, and Luslia followed it. Only Fran looked at her boss and asked with a strange expression, "Boss, when did you lie? Isn't you actually our boss, but the master turned into an illusion?" I don't know why, but Belle and Luslia on the side think that Fran's complaint is quite reasonable. If it is really his master, he and others can't distinguish the appearance of Xanxus. But what a joke! I can't tell the others, so why, us, can the big black guy on the other side see it? It shows that it is Fran who is talking nonsense. What? Xanxus was also taken aback at this time. Did your head be broken just now? Where did I lie? That's right, even Xanxus doesn't know where he lied. To have such strength, you must be one of the guardians of the vongola family. What is the wrong, commander? Is it interesting? Ahan feels that he has seen through everything at this moment, and he has the strength of more than 400 million rewards, and in Varian's army, people like Belphegor and others are about 300 million. Can a leader be so powerful? He doesn't believe it. The scarred man in front of him must be one of the guardians. It's really noisy. This is the end of the boring farce. Xanxus burst into flames of anger again, swallowing the dark Ahan, and then he placed his gaze on Umat's body, and said coldly, "Hand over the money. As you said, there will be cooperation in the future, but this time you still have to pay the price you should pay. Can you understand me? Ocean King, Umat. Killing Umat directly now is an unnamed choice. After all, this guy is an important source of funds for their family, and it may indeed be used in the future. But what Chien said must be compensated to their family, not only because of the funding and technical department needs, but also because before coming out, I promised him to extract part of the development funds for the Varian army." So you said why Xanxus is so expensive in one breath? Of course, it is to be able to have a little more capital for its own troops, so that it can develop and operate better in the future, right? Looking at Xanxus in front of him, and then at his fallen subordinate, Umat's face changed several times. Finally, he nodded, and said with a gloomy face, "Just follow the price you just said, I promised. Just now is different from now. You have to add another 200 million berry to the lottery. At any rate, I wasted a lot of effort to solve your subordinate." Xanxus raised the price again. Umat was already scolding his mother in his heart. What does it mean that you wasted a lot of energy? Obviously, none of your subordinates touched you, so they just fell straight down. But now the situation is better than others. Umat can only nod and promise, "Okay, I'll add another 200 million baileys to you. I hope we can work together, work, enjoy, and hurry." The last few words are almost spoken by gritted teeth, but Xanxus is not interested in Umat's current inner fluctuations, because no matter how angry this guy is, he is not qualified to challenge vongola. After Umat delivered Bailey to Xanxus, he was trying to conceal this matter, but there is no impermeable wall in this world, especially when he did not notice that Xanxus and others landed on the island, and Albatross appeared in the sky. There is no doubt that the Albatross belongs to another emperor in the Dark World, Big News Morgans. Therefore, the fact that Umat was forced to repay the debt by the vongola family quickly spread throughout the New World. Of course, outside of New World, there are not many people who can relate to the Dark World, and even fewer people know the Sea King Umat. The only thing that can make Umat a little more comfortable is that another thing has covered his 5 scandals, that is, the Fishmen Island has raised the flag of Whitebeard, and now the strongest pirate group in the sea announced shelter the Fishmen Island. This makes many people, especially those human traffickers in the Dark World, feel that their interests have been hit. But what about? Even the emperors of the Dark World dare not provoke Whitebeard, let alone other little people. At the same time, the territory of Tato Land has expanded a lot. In addition to Kaido disappearing, all the big pirates in New World are developing their own forces. As for Jado, he has much less business with funds. Although he and Chao Liyuya defeated Kaido, one of the top powers in the sea, when he was in Wanakuni before, he did not slack off because of this. Every day, While performing his own exercises, both haki and fruit abilities are improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vongola family also carried out an expansion. Except for the Wanakuni base camp, Saikan Island, the original vongola family's territory was Kingi Island and the cool territory of Shiraishi Island. After this expansion, Dressrosa also joined the scope of the vongola family asylum, and then occupied the two islands of Chawiang Island and Kingyu Island, which are relatively close to Saikan Island. However, this time the territory has expanded and the completion of the mission has not improved, and it has also made Jado depressed for a long time. Look at this, unless the territory and power have a large-scale increase, it is almost impossible to improve the completion of the mission from this aspect. NS. But it's not a problem to count, after all, Wanakuni was included in the family's territory before, and there are some small islands, and indeed it should not be improved. So in addition to practicing to enhance his own strength, Jado put his sights on the establishment of the Department of Outside Consultants. The sea has been stable for a while recently, and 2 years have passed unconsciously, and Sea Circle Calendar officially entered the year 1504. The vongola base camp is much more luxurious than before. Many of the necessary facilities have been fully established, such as the high-temperature training room belonging to Jado. After 2 years, the temperature of the Maramara fruit flame has increased to 1300 Celsius is relatively good. After all, Jado's development of fruit abilities is all on his own. Unlike Deathfire and Haki, the system can improve him with a single reward. It's a really hot room, if it's not necessary, I really don't want to come here to find you, At this moment, Reborn stood not far away, holding a document in his hand, and said slowly, based on the investigation and research during this period, combined with your previous suggestions, we have sorted out a suitable composition door. The staff of the External Consulting Department, would you like to take a look? Activation task, recruit local world powers and form outside consultants, 0/5. Jado didn't expect this to activate the system task. It seems that the formation of an outside consultant can improve the completion of the family, but I don't know how much it has improved. And the local world powerhouse that this task refers to, it is estimated that when recruiting, it is necessary to recruit some people who are famous in this world. You can't just find some guys who haven't appeared in the original plot. It's just that in this world, there don't seem to be many people suitable for recruitment. Just tell me directly, Reborn. Jado tidied his clothes and said directly. Well, after summarizing, we think that the people who are qualified to join the family and form outside consultants, in addition to those you mentioned before, there is also the swordsman Myhawk, who has recently become famous in the sea. Pluton Rayleigh, deputy captain of Roger Pirates Reborn, said a lot of people's names in a row. I have to say that these people have good abilities, or have strong talents, but it is not easy to invite them. 0. Look for flowers. Take his former deputy captain for most of it. He lives in Sabayati as a pensioner. Even if Jado is exhausted, it is estimated that he will not be able to help him out. As for Hawkeye my Hawk, that guy has always been alone and arrogant. It is extremely difficult for him to join the vongola family as a member of the external advisory organization. It's better to pay more attention to those people you have thought about before, such as Jinbei, Tizalo, Nico Robin, and Hancock. Although, some of these people are still young lowly, but there will always be a day when they grow up, right? What's more, the local world powerhouse the system said must be in terms of combat power. Robin is well versed in history, so in this respect, she can be considered a powerhouse too. I see. With that said, Jado took the list of Reborn's injuries. Wanakuni Leopard Garo will ask Kola Nero to ask about it. There is no need to force it. As for the others, I will go there in person. Since I want to invite these guys, must show enough sincerity? In fact, it was a bit boring after sitting on Saikan Island for 2 years, but Jado would definitely not say this, and Reborn may not have any problems hearing it, but if such leisurely words are passed to Irie's ears inside, it's not that simple. Irie Masaichi, who is very serious about doing things, will definitely feel like a sick person. Tenten will remind him how the identity of the leader should be. Well, if we decide to dispatch ourselves, we don't need to worry about extra matters. Reborn seemed to have expected such a development a long time ago, but in the first life, if you want to go out in person, do you need me to notify the Guardian to go with you? Even if Naker is responsible for guarding the base camp, you can bring Yu with you. It's not necessary, and it's not going to go to war. Why do you bring the Guardian? But you can inform Yu and let him prepare. Maybe in the near future, there will be a very powerful swordsman to challenge him. Yu. After he was ready, Jado went out to sea directly in a boat that he could propel with flames. Originally, it was just an idea to set up an outside consultant, but now that the system has released tasks, he naturally has to be more attentive. After all, the degree of completion and unlocking of the family is directly related to the strength of himself and the family. And the first target he chose was Jinbei of the Fishmen Island. Jinbei is only in his 20s, and he is still a gangster in Fishmen Street. In fact, there is another option besides Jinbei, that is the adventurer Fisher Tiger, but now no one knows where the adventurer has gone. And as far as the future is concerned, Giotto thinks Jinbei will be better. A man who can be called a seaman is very suitable for the position of outside advisor to the family. Another reason is that many of the people he was looking for this time were in the paradise, and some were even in the four seas. Therefore, after searching for Jinbei in the Fishmen Island, he could directly enter the paradise. Although Giotto himself thinks it is impossible, but with the idea of giving it a try, I should go to Sabaody Archipelago to meet his former deputy captain. If Uncle Rayleigh agrees, the family's strength will be there again. A substantial increase. Of course, that's all for the rest, and now I will focus on Jinbei's body. The Fishmen Island, the junction point between New World and the park, unless you can sail in the calm belt or pass through the red line with the consent of the world government, otherwise you must pass the fish if you want to communicate with the park in New World Men Island this way. It is precisely because of this that countless pirates pass by the Fishmen Island. When there was no shelter from Whitebeard before, the Fishmen Island was troubled. Because the price of mermaids has always been very impressive in the slave market, the Fishmen Island is a good place to make a fortune for those who do everything in themselves. Is this the Fishmen Island? Sitting on his own coated boat, Giotto looked at the huge double-layer semicircular bubble film shield surrounding the island, and couldn't help but let out a surprise. Sure enough, seeing such a landscape with my own eyes is really shocking. The Fishmen Island is very beautiful, even if it is located under the deep sea. There are sky and clouds. The reason for such a spectacle is that the giant tree Suneve that grows near the Fishmen Island can transmit sunlight from the ground to the Fishmen Island, so the Fishmen Island in the deep sea will have sunlight with the change of day and night. Local residents even describe this phenomenon as the blessing of the sun. At this moment, Giotto frowned slightly, and then suddenly turned his head to look around. At that moment, his super intuition noticed some special movements, which were movements that even observation Hacky did not react at all. Is there something wrong with my super intuition? After subconsciously muttering to himself, Giotto shook his head again. Impossible. It should be a reaction to the Sea Kings in the deep sea. Unfortunately, I don't have Captain Roger's ability to listen to everything. Otherwise, I can interact with these Sea Kings. Kings talk about it. He knew very well that there were huge Sea Kings in the deep ocean, much larger than those that could be seen outside. The bodies of these Sea Kings are even more terrifying than some islands. But they will not leave the deep sea, and no one dares to provoke them in the deep sea. After all, this is their domain. It didn't take long for Giotto's boat to enter the Fishmen Island. When he went out, he did not hang the flag with the vongola family crest, which did not attract many people's attention. Even to hide his identity a bit, he put away his iconic cloak. Now he is just an ordinary person wearing a good suit. Once you set foot on the Fishmen Island, you can see the flag of the Whitebeard pirate group in the distance. With the protection of this flag, the Fishmen Island is much more stable than in previous years. After all, those pirates who want to enter the New World dare not provoke Whitebeard, who is the most popular in the sea, because of one or two merfolk. It's really a beautiful island. I wanted to see it. The Fishmen Island has become a family territory, but now it has been sheltered by Whitebeard, so let's forget it. Giotto smiled. He really likes the beautiful scenery of the Fishmen Island, but for such an island, it is irrational to think about it with the Whitebeard pirate group from any angle. For the mere mermaid, no, it's for the Fishmen Island, and it's not enough to have S*X with Whitebeard and the others at this time. Then, let's see if the Murloc Street should be in this direction. Anyway, just ask for directions while walking, and I'm very confident of my intuition. With fascinating self-confidence, Giotto stepped onto the road to Murloc Street and then got lost. Murlocs and mermaids still have considerable prejudice against humans, so he can't ask for directions at all, and can only go blind by himself. Just when Giotto stood there in a daze, thinking about whether he should choose to go left or right next, a clear voice sounded, and he himself felt as if something hit him. Looking down, he found a little lowly mermaid. What's interesting is that this little lowly mermaid still holds a crystal ball in his hand. Wait a moment. Crystal ball, shark mermaid, little lowly. This guy won't be the Mrs. Sharley who can predict the future, right? When he was 4 years old, he predicted the coming of the great pirate era. But looking at what she looks like now, she should not be called Mrs. Sharley, but should be called Little Sister Sharley. Are you okay? Giotto smiled slightly and asked softly, looking at the little sister Sharley who was covering her head with one hand because she hit her. But at this moment, Sharley raised her head suddenly and looked at Giotto in front of her. There seemed to be a strange scene in her eyes. After a long silence, she said, "Big brother, you might die." Really? But why maybe? Giotto's eyes changed slightly, but the smile on his face did not change. There was a trace of pain on Sharley's face, and then shook her head vigorously. I don't know, I can't see clearly. 2.4 I only saw the flames of war, blood and the corpse, and the eldest brother was still standing in the middle, with blood all over his body. But there are still others standing. They are going to kill you, and then I don't know, and I can't see anything. Flames of war, blood, and corpses? Standing in it and being besieged? This is not impossible. After all, the vongola family is standing on the sea. Maybe one day in the future, the family will be besieged by the enemy. But what about it? It's just a prophecy. Also, Charlie didn't see the final outcome? Maybe it's because she is not the soul of this world, so even Charlie can't accurately predict her future. What she saw was very tragic, and she estimated that she was also in a crisis of life and death, but who knows what will happen next? In the picture Charlie saw, he had not fallen yet, and he was still standing facing all the enemies, which was enough for Giotto. Since you can't see it, then who knows what will happen in the next moment? Maybe he killed the quartet. If you don't see it, don't watch it. You don't like to foresee those unfortunate futures, right? Giotto patted Charlie's head and said with a faint smile, also, I am not going to die. Your prediction is not as accurate as expected. Anyway, do you know where Murlock Street is? I'll go there. Find someone and you must talk to him face to face about certain things. 07 Little Charlie raised her head and looked at Giotto strangely. It was the first time she heard someone tell him not to predict. Although not many, since someone knows that he can foresee the future, those people want to see for themselves, hoping that they can see as clearly as possible. Those people have never cared about whether they want to see those unfortunate things, and the handsome human in front of them is the first to tell themselves not to look at those nasty and unfortunate futures. And he also said that he will not die. Will there really be anyone in this world who will not die? Hey, girl, don't you and I don't know where Murlock Street is? Seeing that Charlie didn't answer, Giotto had won subconsciously, and the other party didn't know the direction of Murlock Street. How could it be? Murlock Street is over there. Charlie was taken aback for a moment, and then pointed in a direction with a dissatisfaction. She is a local mermaid, how can she not even know where the Murlock Street is? This human being is really too small. Thanks, in the end, the future is not static, maybe others can't change it, but I am not the other person. Waved his hand, Giotto walked directly in the direction of Murlock Street. Seeing this human being left, Charlie stayed where she was and couldn't help muttering to herself, isn't the future immutable? Can someone change the future? If so, why is everything I see? Has it come true? Wait a moment. Suddenly, Charlie was shocked, and when he was about to stop Giotto, he found that the other person's figure had disappeared from his field of vision, and then his face instantly became difficult to look. That's it. I forgot to tell him that humans can't go to Murlocs. It's on the street, the Murlocs there are quite abomination of humans. Murlocs themselves hate humans, and the Murlocs on Murlock Street take this to the ultimate. In fact, the Fisherman Street at this stage should be a large-scale place for orphans, but because of the incompetence of the management, the Fisherman Street began to gradually evolve into a place where lawless groups gather. But one thing I have to say is that the guys who can get the name of the Fishmen Island basically walked out of the Fishmen Street, such as Fisher, Tiger, Jinbei, Arlong, and Hody Jones, who became stronger after taking drugs. The moment he stepped into Murlock Street, Giotto felt a sense of chaos. Here in the streets outside were completely two worlds. The overall feeling of the Fishmen Island is beautiful and prosperous, as are the streets outside, especially after being sheltered by the Whitebeard pirates. The lives of those mermaids are much more stable. But Fishmen Street is different, dirty and cold. Even the local residents of the Fishmen Island don't want to come to this place. At this moment, Giotto also feels that he has a lot of eyes on him. Those who are on Murlock Street are probably very repulsive of himself as a human being in their territory, right? Go one step further, and you will die here. A cold voice sounded, and bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Giotto at this moment. Get out of humanity, we have just eaten now, and there is no idea of adding meals. Get out. One after another voice sounded, some of which were even vulgar, but Giotto didn't care. After all, these Murlocs are too weak in his eyes, and this Murlock Street is too weak. If he has such an idea, then it only takes a short time before he can turn this Murlock Street into ashes. Can you find Jinbei for me? Giotto ignored the voices of the Murlocs, turned his head to the Murloc closest to him, and said softly, I said you are not welcome here, get out. If you don't go out anymore, it will really kill you, human. Scared, ha ha ha. What are you all talking nonsense? Wouldn't it be okay to kill such a guy directly? At this moment, a jagged shark Murloc with a long sharp nose walked over slowly, with a murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. And when he saw this guy, Giotto also knew his identity. That there is no second Murloc with this unlucky appearance than the idiot in front of him who is crying to slap himself. 667 is Erlong. It's really troublesome. I just came to look for Jinbei. I was going to be friendly, so I have to be arrogant? Just calm me down. With a low sip, Conqueror's haki swept all around in an instant. Many of the Murlocs who were still shouting turned white and instantly fainted to the ground. Arlong is slightly better. Under this momentum, although he directly kneels on the ground, at least he did not faint directly. It can be said that his willpower is not bad. But at the same time, he also understood one thing, that the human being in front of him is a strong one, an existence that can't be offended. This kind of terrifying aura is also present on the old Whitebeard who sheltered the Fishmen Island not long ago. Your Excellency, please be merciful. Soon, a whale shark man with gusty eyebrows and temple horns rushed over. He was still thinking about who had such a tyrannical conqueror's haki when he rushed over, but he saw Giotto. Everything will be understood when the time comes. Compared with the other Murlocs on Murloc Street, he clearly knows a lot more about the outside world, and the man in front of him, he has seen the photo on the reward order. Bounty of 1.83 billion Baileys, vongola I. This is no joke. Jinbei couldn't imagine that a New World big man like vongola I would appear on Murloc Street, but the opponent contended with Big Mom one after another, and then defeated the strong Kaido. It's not an exaggeration to say that if anyone on your side provokes the other party, it is not impossible for the other party to destroy Murloc Street directly. Maybe the other party will be a little jealous because of Whitebeard, but that's just a little jealous. After all, in the news he knew, vongola I had directly confronted the Whitebeard pirates because of one of his subordinates, and had a brief confrontation with Whitebeard directly. Looking at the Murlocs around him, Jinbei was also a little depressed. Do these idiots usually don't know to read the news of New World? A big man like vongola I is right in front of him, provoking each other? How many lives are there? I don't know why Your Excellency vongola I came to Murloc Street. In my opinion, there shouldn't be any people or things that interest you in Murloc Street, right? Jinbei cautiously said that he is not the future seaman who dares to attack Big Mom, and he does not have the strength and status to communicate with vongola I on an equal footing. At the same time, he was also very puzzled, because he really couldn't figure out the purpose of the other party's visit to Fishman Street. Just like what he said just now, the whole Fishman Street should not be found, and it is the right thing to make the other party thank you for interesting things. After all, this is just a place to adopt orphans, there is no wealth, and there are no strong people worthy of attention. Seeing Jinbei appear, Giotto also suppressed his terrifying aura, and then sat on the wooden box at will. The pressure on himself finally disappeared, and Arlong collapsed to the ground at this moment. He had always believed that Murlocs were a better race than humans, and that was indeed the case from ordinary people. But why? Why are there always strong people beyond common sense among human beings? The big pirates before were like this, and now this is what vongola I is like. And the embarrassing appearance of myself now, doesn't it mean that I can't even compare these despicable humans? Although there was infinite resentment and anger in his heart, Arlong did not dare to show the slightest, because he knew very well that for the human being in front of him, he was really just an ant. Actually, this place really has the East guy that interests me, and it is for him that I came here from New World specially. Giotto looked at Jinbei with a smile, and said softly, Jinbei, do you know who the person I am talking about is? A Murloc who can make me take this seriously. Murloc can also make big people like vongola I pay great attention to it? Combining these 2 points together, Jinbei already had the answer in his mind, but he did not answer immediately, but cautiously asked then, I probably know who the Murloc is that Lord vongola I is looking for. However, can you allow me to ask first, what is the purpose of your search for him? If the other party wanted Hua who was disadvantageous to that person, even if he and the entire Murloc Street had sacrificed their lives, Jinbei would never tell the news about that person. Of course it was to make that Murloc a member of the vongola family. Is there any other reason besides that? Is it possible that you are worried that I am here to seek revenge? Giotto had no intention of concealing it at all, he directly said what he thought in his heart, and the facts were also true, he was here to invite the family's future consultants. Hearing this answer, Jinbei also took a sigh of relief that he believed that the big man in front of him did not need to deceive himself. After all, for vongola I, he added the entire Murloc Street and even the entire the Fishmen Island. To be tied together is nothing more than to be destroyed later. Since the opponent is not hostile, then he is relieved. The release of Conqueror's haki in the meantime seems to be the provocation of these ignorant gangsters, which made the other party a little angry. After being silent for a while, Jinbei respectfully said to Giotto, it's a pity, Lord vongola I, Big Brother Tiger is not on Murloc Street now. He never came back after going out on an adventure before, even I don't know anything about it. His news. So, you probably ran away in vain. Of course, if you still want to visit the Fishmen Island, if so, I can be your tour guide then. Hearing this, Giotto instantly reacted. It turned out that Jinbei thought he was looking for Fisher Tiger, but this is understandable. After all, their serious tiger is the one who deserves to be taken. The Murloc that big shots fancy. Immediately afterwards, Giotto smiled playfully, and then slowly said, when did I say that I was looking for the person Tiger? For Jinbei was stunned, thinking about it carefully. It seems that the other party did not say that he was looking for Big Brother Tiger, but if it hadn't been for Big Brother Tiger, who else would be favored by a character like vongola I? Seeing Jinbei, the blue fat guy, Giotto couldn't help but laugh, and randomly pointed to Jinbei and said, ha ha ha, the person I am looking for is you, Murloc Jinbei. As the leader of the vongola family, I think in the name of vongola I invite you to be my family, Jinbei. For some reason, Giotto always feels that he is more and more like the old man Whitebeard. The old man saw the person he admired, so he directly stretched out his hand to let others be his son, and now he finds these people who are worthy of his fancy, he stretches out his hand to make the other person his family. Except for the different generations when inviting others, it seems that there is not much difference between myself and the old man Whitebeard. Hearing that, Jinbei went from being stunned by himself, Wang Wang Zhao, to being stupid. Who is the person vongola I will invite? But I'm just a gangster in Murloc Street, and I don't have the slightest reputation in the sea. The other party can recognize a Murloc named Jinbei, and he has made myself a little flattered, and even invited myself to join the vongola family? That is the famous force of New World. Although it is not a pirate but a mafia, this does not prevent everyone from knowing and fearing the vongola family. Family leader vongola I, guardian of rain, guardian of sunny, which one is not the top powerhouse in the world? What do you count yourself as? That, Lord vongola I. There is no need to speak too much, and there is no need to have any doubts about myself. There is no falsehood in what I just said. From the beginning, the person I saw was not Tiger but you, Jinbei. Join vongola? To be honest, this is a very good choice, and Jinbei also has some heartbeats. Why do you say that this choice is good? In addition to the benefits to yourself, there is the entire the Fishmen Island. Although the Fishmen Island is now sheltered by Whitebeard, there are still some people who take the risk. After all, the profit of catching mermaids to sell is very high. But if I become a member of the vongola family, even though vongola will not explicitly announce the shelter of the Fishmen Island, because that would be provoking the Whitebeard pirates. However, everyone will know that Jinbei, the fishman of the Fishmen Island, is a member of vongola. Those who plan to take risks with chains have to think more about it. The attack on the Fishmen Island on the surface is to provoke Whitebeard, and secretly, even if there is no evidence, he can also ask the family to take action to solve the messy criminals. After all, I heard that the vongola family also has a lot of power in the dark world. In the past few years, the Independent Special Assassination Unit has become famous in the dark world. In other words, joining vongola by oneself is considered as the second layer of 667 protection for the Fishmen Island. Under the premise of being sheltered by the Whitebeard pirate group, plus this new world's most powerful mafia, with the existence of these two, how many people dare to take action on the Fishmen Island? But there is a question: the other party is a human, and the vongola family is also a mafia formed by humans. Is it really good to join as a Murloc? What are you worried about, Jinbei? There is no racial prejudice in vongola. After hearing Jinbei clearly, if you decide to become a member of my family, please remember and respect this creed. Jado suddenly thought of a sentence, which can be used to persuade the fat man Jinbei, and this sentence is in a game. After he took a deep breath, he went on to say the following words: race does not represent honor. I know many Murlocs, they are as respectable as the noblest knights. I also know some humans, they like the most cruel chopsticks are so evil. In my eyes, race and birth do not represent anything. What is respectable can only be what you do in the future, right? In fact, Jado originally wanted to say that some humans, us, are like disgusting celestial dragons, but it feels that it is not appropriate to say it in this place. God knows if his words will spread, and it will make the world government all the time. He is probably annoying to come to vongola for trouble. Jinbei, who heard this sentence, even Arlong, who fell on the ground, and the little Charlie, who just ran over and planned to save Jado, have stayed in place at this moment. They don't know what to do, what kind of reaction. I don't know what kind of words should be used to reply to Jado. This sentence hit them directly. Yes, many Murlocs and mermaids are very kind and bright. They live in the deep sea, the Fishmen Island, live and work in peace and contentment. Sometimes when they go out to meet those who have suffered shipwreck, they will also lend a helping hand. There are actually a lot of kind people on the human side, such as the Whitebeard pirates, who are willing to shelter them on the Fishmen Island. Although they are pirates, they are worth his life to respect. It's just those villains who destroy the relationship between humans and Murlocs, and those human nobles, especially those damn celestial dragons. It is precisely because of their existence that this world has become like this. Your Excellency vongola, I thank you for what you said just now. If all people in this world can feel this, then I think many things will change. Jinbei bowed deeply to Jado, and then said with a serious face, one thing I am very surprised. Why do you want me to join the vongola family? To be honest, I don't really understand, because I'm just one didn't get out of the fisherman's street. To put it badly, it's called a gangster. Compared with Big Brother Tiger, in this sea no one knows my name, so what is your excellency? He really didn't understand that he was a nameless rat to the sea, without any reputation or strength. Why would he be valued by the other party? Then I ask you, Jinbei. Jado had already figured out the way to answer, still with a faint smile on his face. Have you heard of the names of Naker and Chaoli Yuyu before? Suddenly asked. Jinbei shook his head. It is true that Chaoli Yuyu and Naker did not exist in the sea before. They are such powerful guys, but they don't have any names. It was not until they appeared as the guardians of the vongola family that they became famous in the sea. But what does this have to do with me? I don't have the strength of the guardians of the vongola family. I see people's eyes are very accurate. Although you are currently unfamiliar in the sea, and even your strength is much worse, I believe that your future achievements will never be worse than Fisher Tiger, or even will be stronger. Giotto watched Fat Blue get ignored. No, he was almost persuaded. He also stood up slowly and extended his hand to Jinbei. So now back to the original topic. Are you willing to join the vongola family? Are you willing to be our family? Give me one. The answer is Jinbei. You don't need to care about everything, and you don't need to care about anything about race. It's just you whether you are willing. Make the decision in your heart according to your own will. Hearing such words, Jinbei couldn't help but show a smile on his face. This feeling of being recognized is very good. It is not about race or strength. Does it just care about himself? Vongola I is really a good leader. If you are willing to accept, then I am willing to become a member of the vongola family. At this moment, Jinbei knelt on one knee to Giotto, his face full of respect. But my joining may cause vongola a lot of trouble, because in any case, I can't give up the compatriots of the Fishmen Island. If you abandon your compatriots, then I should look down on you instead, Jinbei. Giotto grabbed Jinbei's hand and pulled it up. Although this island is sheltered by Whitebeard, it is also your homeland. Do you know why Vongola's base camp is on Seacon Island? Just because it is there. My home does not want the chaos of the Great Pirate Era to have any impact on it, so I established Vongola to guard Seacon Island. People. And since you have become our family, your compatriots will also be guarded by Vongola. If there is any trouble, let them taste Vongola's anger. Hearing the other party's heartfelt words, Jinbei's face also showed a smile. He recognized the man in front of him not because of his strength, but because of his character. Although this was the first time they met, he felt that he knew each other very clearly and was able to say that race does not represent honor, is definitely a person worthy of respect. Task: recruit local world powers and form outside consultants, 1/5. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Giotto was also sure. People like Jinbei who have enough achievements in the future are also in line with the word strong mentioned in the system. In this case, it is easy to say. Many people who have not yet developed are much easier to attract than those who have already made a name in the sea. Thank you, but I can't leave the Fishmen Island yet. Big Brother Tiger will leave this place to me. He has to protect this place. Jinbei was also a little embarrassed at this time. He had decided to become a member of Vongola, but can't leave. It's okay, no matter where you are, it will not change the fact that you are now a member of our Vongola. If you need help, please use this phone bug to contact Reborn. With that said, Giotto handed a phone worm that had been prepared a long time ago to Jinbei, and then continued, but I suggest you go to Seacon Island earlier. After all, you must have enough strength to protect your home. Bar? Indeed, everything in this ocean talks about strength, as long as you have enough strength, no matter where you want a shelter place. Yes, I know. When Big Brother Tiger returns, I will go to Seacon Island immediately. Before that, please allow me to contribute to the homeland. Jinbei nodded. He also wanted to improve. He has heard of his own strength and the teaching level of suit babies, but now that Fisher Tiger is not in the Fishmen Island, it is not easy to leave. As for the guards who believe in the Dragon Miyagi, forget it. If the guards of Dragon Palace are really worthy of care, then this island doesn't need Whitebeard's protection. After a brief exchange with Jinbei, Giotto turned around and left. See you Jinbei next time, I have other things to deal with. As for you, remember what I just said, no matter what you are facing, such difficulties, or what a formidable enemy, the Vongola family will always be behind you. Not only for Jinbei, but for anyone in the family. Looking at the figure of Giotto leaving, Jinbei still maintained the respect in his eyes, just watching him disappear from his field of vision little by little. Brother Arlong, where is that damn human? At this moment, a group of Murlocs also rushed over, looking at the fallen compatriots. Their faces were also full of anger. Only at this time, Arlong gave them an unexpected look, and then said in a cold voice, humans are all damn bugs. I have never changed this idea. But Jinbei, the guy just now is really different. Place, even I have to agree with his words and manners. Arlong, do you guys identify with humans? Jinbei looked at Arlong a little strangely. It hasn't been a day or two since he and the other party have known each other. He never thought that there would be humans that Arlong could identify with. This is really an unexpected gain. Don't get me wrong Jinbei, I only agree with what he said about the noble Murloc, everything else is bullshit. After dropping this sentence, Arlong turned and left. But I don't know if it was an illusion. Jinbei always felt that when Arlong left, there seemed to be a trace of beauty in his eyes. The Vongola family is really a special existence. Can I suggest that Arlong join in? If you can change Arlong's thinking in this way, it would be really good. However, it seems to be difficult, and Master, I would not agree with Arlong, right? Forget it, these things will be taken one step at a time. If there is such a chance, it might not be impossible for Arlong to work hard. After leaving the Fishmen Street, Giotto did not stay too much on this island. After all, at this time period, there are not many people who can interest Giotto on the Fishmen Island, except for Jinbei and Fisher who has not returned. Outside of Tiger, there is only one Princess Otohim who hopes to live peacefully with mankind. 4 flowers. But I don't want Giotto to go to King Neptune and tell him directly, I am here for your wife, right? Regardless of the reason, this is not always appropriate. Although she is a great woman, she is not suitable for being a member of the vongola family. Soon after leaving the Fishmen Island, Giotto set foot on Sabayati Archipelago again. This island has not changed from when he came a few years ago, but there will be no changes in itself. What I have to say is that there are more pirates on this island than in previous years. Those who go to sea because of the opening of the era of pirates are increasing with the passage of time. Among them, the capable people naturally want to enter the new world, so it is natural to come to the Sabayati Archipelago and prepare to continue their voyage through the route of the Fishmen Island. I don't know what is the attraction of Roger's treasure, or what these people want as the title of One Piece. It's been a long time, Senior Shucky. If you can, just give me a glass of the cheapest wine here. Since I came to Sabayati, the only place that suits me is this small tavern. Although Senior Shucky will continue to tap his bamboo poles 120%, staying here is much more comfortable than being outside. Especially now that I run outside, I will be recognized if I am not sure, and then troubles will follow one after another. There is another reason why Giotto doesn't want to take it outside. Sabayati Archipelago often has celestial dragons. Those disgusting guys who want to hammer directly at the first glance, Giotto can't guarantee that they can hold back. And once you do it, Marine Admiral has to find his own troubles, and the troubles will get more and more, which is not what Giotto wants to happen. It turned out to be little Giotto. Why did he come to me again? Or is there any news to buy? But even this is not going to let the famous vongola I go there in person, right? Shucky smiled when he saw Giotto, and immediately said, "So, you are here to find the old man Rayleigh? In a sense, it's true, but I didn't have any expectations. I think I know the Rayleigh tree well." After sitting down, Giotto said casually, "To come to Rayleigh is basically the same as meeting and saying hello. There are no extra thoughts, and it is entirely with the mentality of giving it a try. Then you probably have to wait for a while, otherwise, go to the auction house to find him." This is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. Shucky's eyes blanked, as if he was rather dissatisfied with Rayleigh. But the imagination is too, who can be satisfied with a person who sells himself if he has something to do? Giotto didn't even think that Uncle Rayleigh had already started to dabble in this unprofitable business so early. After thinking about it carefully, he might be quite profitable, so he sold himself 467 and then escaped. I don't understand at all. What kind of brain circuit can I think of this way of making money? I can't wait that long. I'll just go to the auction house to find him. Anyway, it's just a sentence. After I'm done, I should go to the next place. Goodbye, Senior Shucky. Giotto stood up and walked straight away. At the moment he was about to walk out of this tavern, Shucky naturally put away the empty glass, and then said flatly, "Shengui 10 million Bailey, I will directly ask the Reborn kid for this money." The sudden demand for debt caused Giotto to be stunned for a moment. He even stopped in the air. After a while, he continued to walk. His face was full of helplessness. Sure enough, coming to Senior Shucky's bar, it is not normal if you are not ripped off. After leaving the bar, Giotto went directly to the island where the auction place was. While looking for Uncle Rayleigh, he might also be able to see if there was anything good at the auction place. Of course, he also didn't hold much hope for this. After all, the owner of the auction house is not Doflamingo, nor does he belong to a certain emperor in the dark world. As for the auction houses hosted by other little people, there are not many ways to get good things, and the occasional ones are also due to luck. Soon he walked into the auction house, found a place to sit down, and then leaned his head with one hand, waiting for the start of the auction with a bored expression on his face. To be honest, he was quite interested in the slave Rayleigh. At this time, an idea suddenly came to him in his mind. In ancient times, Zhuge Kongming captured Meng Huo 7 times, so now I want to buy Rayleigh in a wave of 7? Pluton, is it really bought into your own family? And the price of buying Rayleigh is not expensive, because no one knows that this person is Pluton who used to cross the sea. Isn't this Zogshan? How come you suddenly come to our store, and no one has notified the villain in advance? If Zogsang sat with you and these civilians, how could the villain bear this guilt? The owner of the auction ran over immediately, showing his loyalty by the celestial dragons like a dog. It is already a habit for them to please celestial dragons. When doing this type of business in Sabayati, 80% of them will be related to celestial dragons. If they don't learn to please these descendants of the creator, then their business will not be impossible. Go down. It won't be long before the civilians are driven away directly. It's just that the 2 rows are driven away. It is an honor for them to be able to give way to the saint. Celestial Dragon stretched out his hand and pointed to 2 rows of positions, and then said in a tone of voice, he has never regarded these untouchables as human beings, or that he regarded the untouchables as human beings and regarded himself as God. After hearing the instructions of celestial dragons, the auction house owner immediately ran to the 2 rows that Zog pointed out, and then looked condescending and shouted, "You guys get out of the way. It doesn't need to be what the situation is now." Lao Zi has said more, if anyone is slow, don't blame Lao Zi for being polite. He also saw some little nobles in these 2 rows. If it is normal, he would be kind to them, but now there are world noble celestial dragons. The nobles dared not say a word. The fact is exactly the same. Even before the boss spoke, and found that the direction celestial dragons was pointing to is the 2 rows of positions he was in, these people immediately ran away, and they did not offend the world noble celestial. Dragon's Guts 0. Hey, you guy is deaf. Can't you hear what Lao Zi said just now? The auction house owner's face instantly became ugly, because after he opened just now, there was still a person sitting in the position, and there is no intention to leave at all. Oh my god, is this man looking for death? Or do you know Celestial Dragons is here? It's finished, he's finished. At this moment, Celestial Dragons also saw the figures with their heads supported on one hand, which also made him a little irritable instantly. How come there are untouchables sitting in my position? Really a lowly B***************** D who doesn't understand etiquette, yet hurry up and let him get out of me, drag it away and kill it. At this moment, Giotto took a breath, then slowly stood up. I thought I could hold back the trouble. After all, if I get into trouble here, everything will become inconvenient. But if you want to endure a pig gong that stinks all over, you have to constantly exchange pig gongs in your ears. It really is not an easy task. That's right, the person who has been sitting in his position is Giotto. I don't know whether it is because of bad luck or that Celestial Dragons is too right. The place where I am sitting is the 2.4 position where I am sitting. Although I really don't want to cause trouble, I will come to the door if I trouble myself, and retreat because of a Celestial Dragons, that is not my own character. Ha! At this moment, the CP agent wearing a suit next to Celestial Dragons had already seen Giotto, who had stood up. His face changed a little, and there was even more panic in his eyes. Why does this person look familiar? Is it that one? But how come the big figures of New World appear here? And even that one shouldn't be against Celestial Dragons at this time. Spray, there is a good show to watch this time. Will such a coincidence happen on the same day? The arrival of Celestial Dragons without advance notice, and then add the hidden identity of the big man sitting in the auction house. Many pirates in the auction house are interested. They are the first to not expect that the big figure of New World, the leader of the vongola family, will appear here. The other one didn't even expect that this big man happened to crash into Celestial Dragons. No matter what happened afterwards, it was very interesting. If Giotto retreats, then it also means that as one of the top existences of New World, he is also afraid of the world government and has to avoid the edge of Celestial Dragons. And if he doesn't retreat, then things will be a big deal today. Celestial Dragons will never take the initiative to evade, so there will be greater conflicts between the 2 sides, and with the Celestial Dragons like this pig Luo, and the waist guards around him, they will definitely not be able to stop the strong in New World. Bye. Then, what will happen everyone knows, so all this is just to see what choice Giotto will make. You untouchable, who gave you the qualification to look directly at the saint? And who gave you the courage to talk nonsense in front of the saint? With that said, Saint Zog directly took out an extremely luxurious pistol in 07, and raised it to shoot at Giotto. Go to the saint to die, untouchable. Boom! The gunshot, the dark muzzle shot out fire, and a bullet quickly approached Giotto. It's just such an ordinary gun, without the blessing of armament Haki, how can it hurt an existence like Giotto? With a simple tilt of his head, he directly avoided the bullet coming from the whistling. The next moment Giotto appeared directly behind the Celestial Dragons, with terrifying prestige in his calm eyes. At the moment when the people around the CP were preparing to react, Conqueror's Haki whizzed out directly. In the entire auction floor, people with insufficient strength directly fainted, and some people with strength were also shocked and unable to move. After experiencing it personally, I finally understood one thing, that is why so many people can't stand Celestial Dragons. Giotto raised his hand with a punch, and instantly blasted the Celestial Dragons out. His power was so terrifying, even a casual blow was not something the weak Celestial Dragons could bear. Therefore, after the Celestial Dragons smashed through a wall, he fainted directly. It was not clear whether he was still angry. You, how dare you take action against the noble Saint Zogola, vongola. The CP organization person was also panicked at the moment. He knew exactly what this meant. In addition to representing the obvious things that Giotto provokes the world government, the more important thing is that their guards who are responsible for the safety of Saint Zog will all die. That's why I said it must be troublesome. It was obviously that he shot me first. How to listen to your tone? It seems that the fault is all on me. Giotto behaved a little helpless. To be honest, he felt that he was a little impulsive just now, but in the face of a pig Luo like Celestial Dragons, he didn't think that a few people could remain calm. Because these guys are really annoying, although they have a high status. Can they be brains when they go out? Who can provoke them, and who can't provoke them? Don't you have any idea? Well, in Celestial Dragon's mind, it is estimated that there is no one in the world who they can't afford to provoke. Even if Whitebeard is in front of him, he probably shoots the same. So why did the descendants of the kings who once created the world government become such a fool? It's time to go. This one who hits celestial dragons will draw Marine Admiral over. Tell the young ones to prepare to go to sea, stay away and continue watching this good show. I don't know if the Guardians of Vongola are in Sabayati. If they are, it would be more interesting. Compared with those who have already started to flee in a hurry, some pirate captains seem to be much more stable. After all, they are considered to have experienced strong winds and waves. Marine Admiral, they can't afford to provoke them, but the purpose of Admiral's outing this time has nothing to do with them. These people can go, but the guards of celestial dragons don't dare to go. But what can they do now? Can they attack the vongola eye in front of them? It seems to be no different from looking for death. So these CP people are all staring at Giotto, ready to fight, but none of them actually shot. It looks a little funny. At this moment, a violent conqueror's haki suddenly swept the audience, directly stunned those celestial dragons' guards, and some people who had not had time to escape were also affected. Immediately afterwards, a man walked out of the backstage of the auction house slowly, and sighed from time to time. "Oh," I said, "Giotto, I thought you were quite a steady person. Why suddenly you got into such a big trouble? Celestial is dragons so easy to play? As it is now, Admiral of Headquarters will be coming soon. It wasn't for you to come to Uncle Rayleigh. Who would have thought I would meet celestial dragons here?" Giotto looked at Rayleigh with a serious face, and then couldn't help saying, "So, Uncle Rayleigh, you have to take half the responsibility for this matter. When Marine Admiral comes over, you have to help me." Like a thunderbolt on the blue sky, Rayleigh instantly cherished the circle. What happened to him? He had to bear half of the responsibility. Then Celestial Dragons did not play 667 by himself. But then again, suddenly Giotto seemed to have thought of something, and said with a strange look, "How many more Marine Admiral are there now?" Hearing this question, Rayleigh was also taken aback, and subconsciously replied, "Half of the Marine is 3. It seems that Sengoku is the only one now." "Right, that's right. Now Admiral of Headquarters, strictly speaking, there is only Sengoku of Buddha. Zephyr, who is also Admiral of Marine, only retains the rank of Admiral and mainly serves as instructor. And the other Vice Admiral Garp refused to become Admiral, so at this time period, there is really only Sengoku and Admiral for the bigger Marine. In other words, if Celestial Dragons are beaten, Marine Admiral will be ushered in, right? It seems that it has become fixed to attract Sengoku. Let's calculate the time it takes for Sengoku to arrive from Marineford. It seems that I still have time to go to the pier and then leave Sabayati Archipelago." Rayleigh also seemed to see Giotto's thoughts, and then showed an inexplicable smile, as if to say, "Congratulations to the blind monk, you found Huadian." "Okay, but I still have to ask a question before I leave." Giotto shrugged and said calmly, "Uncle Rayleigh, do you want to join my family? Naval Headquarters, Marineford." "What did you say?" Sengoku slapped him on the table, and the whole person was hysterical. "That guy from Vongola I shot Celestial Dragons? How could he suddenly appear in Sabayati Archipelago? Why didn't he receive information about him in advance? And why will Celestial Dragons meet that guy? Are all the CP guards around you stupid?" Garp, who was eating senbei next to him, was taken aback. Hearing the tone of his old friend's speech, he felt as if his old friend had become 100,000 Y. After hearing that it was Celestial Dragons, Garp continued to eat senbei regardless of what happened. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him. It's just this time. "Garp, stop eating next to you, rush to Sabayati Archipelago to get Vongola I back." Sengoku, who was already angry, was even more angry when he heard Garp's chewing and chucking. He turned his head and yelled. Who knows that Garp just took a slice of his head and continued to eat on his own, completely deceiving what the other party had just said. "Garp!" Unbearable Sengoku let out a roar again, almost resounding through the entire headquarters building. And those Marines who heard this roar are accustomed to it. Anyway, Sengoku Admiral will make such a roar every 3 times. The Marine hero Garp Vice Admiral is out. He took out his ears, and Garp said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with me. If you want to catch a pirate, the guy from Vongola I is not a pirate. If you want to say that Celestial Dragon's idiot was beaten, I'm not Admiral, so I can't be dispatched, am I?" Hearing that, Sengoku was taken aback, and he found that his old friend seemed to be a clever ghost. "There is nothing wrong with you sitting here right now. If you didn't send it out, who would you let it out? Others are dispatched. Who can be the opponent of that Vongola I?" At this point in time, Sakazuki, Polusalino and Kuzan are all out on missions. After all, the 3 guys want to be promoted in the near future. For Admiral, it is natural to accumulate more merits. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with what Garp said. Vongola I was indeed not a pirate, and under normal circumstances it is not in Garp's control. And although Garp is Marine's top combat power and the title of Marine Hero, his position is also a Vice Admiral. Celestial Dragon should be dispatched to Admiral, so it has nothing to do with him. It turned out that when Garp refused to be promoted to Admiral, was the consideration so far-reaching? That Mr. Sengoku, I will come, that pirate group has been wiped out, and their captain has also been thrown into Impel Down. Then I should be able to take a break at this critical juncture. Kizaru came in with a lazy expression. Before he could finish his words, he saw Sengoku Admiral staring at him like a hungry wolf. It's as if you are going to strip yourself naked. What the hell is going on? It's time to come back, Polu Salino. Sengoku swears that I have never liked Kizaru so much in my life. Now you go to Sabayati Archipelago immediately. It just happens that your sparkling fruit is so fast that you can stop the guy from vongola, and I will set sail and rush over immediately. Listen well, you are not required to defeat him, but you must prevent him from leaving anyway, until the moment I arrive. Ming, is it white? Kizaru said that his brain is a little down now, as if listening to Sengoku Admiral mean, I was told to work overtime as soon as I came back? Normal overtime is fine. It seems that the opponent is still the vongola. What a weird plot. Just tell yourself immediately and throw Whitebeard into Impel Down. Anyway, the two are unacceptable tasks, and there is no big difference in essence, isn't it? Mr. Sengoku, can I ask what happened first? Kizaru asked very carefully. He has already thought about it in his heart. If it is not important, he will refuse, or ask for overtime pay. That guy, vongola, I hit celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago. You should know the seriousness of the matter, Polu Salino. Sengoku said with a serious face, his eyes filled with anger. After knowing the reason, Kizaru became clear. There was no way to refuse this matter by himself. As for overtime pay, just kidding. Do you still talk about overtime pay for celestial dragons? Do you want to mix in marine? In case you get anxious, the world government will even deduct a portion of your military expenses. See if you still want to pay for overtime work. Okay, I will go to Sabayati land immediately, but I have to say that vongola is no longer the person I met in the G5 branch before. I can't stop him with absolute certainty, so please support Mr. Sengoku quickly. Although very helpless, I couldn't say anything about this mission. I wasn't Garp Vice Admiral with the title of Marine Hero. After briefly speaking, Kizaru turned around and disappeared directly into a ray of light. He really had to rush to Sabayati as fast as he could. No matter whether he could stop the vongola in the end, he had to let the world government see Marine, indeed in action. Sabayati Archipelago. After leaving the auction house, Giotto walked all the way to the pier. He felt that the trip was very bad. Uncle Rayleigh refused as expected. Then he beat a celestial dragons himself. He is now facing Marine Admiral's chase. Although this Marine Admiral can only be Sengoku, it is also quite troublesome. Maybe the monsters and the 3 Marine Vice Admiral will also come. My current strength is not bad, but if I face the 3 monsters at the same time, +1, CC Mew Mew, Sengoku will be terrible. Isn't this vongola? It's a coincidence that I would meet here. So, where are you going to go? After hitting the celestial dragons, you don't think this has passed, right? Suddenly, a lazy and very begging voice reached Giotto's ears from the air. Under the light converging, Kizaru's figure also appeared in the mid-air not far ahead. Although he looked lazy, the aura emanating from all over his body meant that he had entered a fighting state. Now Giotto is not a nameless person, even Kizaru dare not care. Stop kidding here, Polu Salino. In an instant, Giotto went directly into the death mode. Isn't the purpose of your coming here is me? But Marine's heart is really big enough. Do they think you can catch me alone? Who knows? Since I'm here alone, there must be a reason, and everyone on the ocean looks too high at you, maybe. Kizaru didn't mean to do it right away. His current idea is to do it later if he can do it later. Anyway, his task is to delay time. It would be great if you could just drag the time until Sengoku Admiral arrives with an excellent mouth, although this is just a lofty ideal. After all, he is not a man in a certain village who relies on his mouth to confront the enemy. If he has the patience, what kind of Marine Admiral would he be? I went to the world government every minute to persuade 5 elders to pay for myself and take a long vacation. Are you looking at it? You will know soon. In fact, I also want to know. Compared with the previous time in the G5 branch, do you guys have made a little progress? The moment the voice fell, Giotto's whole person became like a phantom. As the phantom disappeared, he appeared directly behind Kizaru, and the flames all over his body burned wildly. There were deadly flames and the burning flames of Maramara fruit. Fire punch. The violent flames vented out in an instant, and the coverage of 667 was even more vast, but Kizaru was not a weak one, and his most proud convenience was his speed. The body quickly turned into light particles, and then it moved a long distance laterally, out of the attack range of the fire fist. But this is also a weakness of his sparkling fruit, because it only moves in a straight line. If he owns the thunder fruit, he can move behind Giotto to launch a counterattack just now. Bakekshin Guyu. After avoiding the attack of the fire fist, Kizaru no longer hesitated, crossed his hands and fired countless dazzling light bullets at Giotto. He would not estimate what Sabayati Archipelago would become in such a battle at the moment. Because he is very clear, facing the man in front of him, if he is careless, he is seeking his own death. A wide range of light bombs? It just happens to use you to try new tricks. Thinking of this, Giotto's hands made a strange movement, and the flames on his forehead began to flicker. In the next moment, the unexpected scene of Kizaru appeared in his eyes. The light bullet he emitted seemed to melt at the moment he was about to touch Jado, without causing any harm to him at all. Laser. Seeing such an Kizaru, who doesn't believe in evil, pointed at Jado, and the laser beam shot out immediately, but the ending was exactly the same as the previous Hachisha Kyangu Wanjio. The beam disappeared when it touched Jado. And that feeling is not simply disappearing, it is more like being absorbed by the other party. Absorbing attacks from your own devil fruit ability, is there still such an ability? It's also thanks to him that he doesn't know dark fruit now, otherwise he might mistakenly think that Jado ate the thing. Boom! At the moment Kizaru thought about it, the deadly fire on Jado's body burned more violently than before, and the tyrannical aura directly swept all directions. He clenched his fist. This feeling of being full of strength all over his body was very good, but it was a pity that the 0-point breakthrough change was not a permanent improvement, but to strengthen himself during this period of time. With this in mind, should I bring a power bank with me in the future? There is also a thunder fruit stored in the family, which can be eaten by someone at that time, and then I can use it as a power bank, right? But this is all for the rest. Now the key is in less than a blink of an eye. Jado appeared in front of Kizaru, and at the same time the fist he shook fell immediately, without giving Kizaru any time to dodge. Deadly armed, broken bones, Sky Kong Yunjian. Almost instinctively, Kizaru's photon was injured and formed a lightsaber, but this time he did not have extra time to do the action of condensing the lightsaber. At the same time, the lightsaber formed, directly facing the flame-filled black fist. Boom. Suddenly, the air was full of energy, and the surrounding air was trembling violently. Kizaru even felt that he almost couldn't hold the Sky Cloud sword. The power of Jado and the time in the G5 branch before could not be the same. Want to stick to Sengoku to support? But what if he sees your corpse when he comes? The corner of Jado's mouth raised, and the aura on his body rose again, and Conqueror's haki swept all around him. No matter when Sengoku came, he had to get rid of Kizaru first. It's not that I have any opinions on Kizaru, mainly because this guy is really fast enough. If you don't destroy him, then you will be very troublesome along the way. Who would want to have a fly that flies fast? From time to time bring your companions around? It's not that easy to see my corpse. Kizaru's face has been dignified to the extreme. He can now be sure that the strength of this guy in front of him is already in the first echelon, and it is simply impossible to deal with him by himself. Of course, there is another reason for this idea, that is, Kizaru's strength has not grown to its peak. In a few years, he, Akainu and Aokiji are all called Admiral for a period of time before their strength really enter the peak period. Operation X. Jado suddenly spoke at this time. In the past 2 years, his strength has been greatly improved. In addition to his own fruit ability and other improvements, another key point is that Spainer made for him to assist in the release of Spurner. Props. The connection with the 10th shows that there is a slight difference. Contact lenses are necessary, but there are not so obvious earphones. Just put a small thing in your ear to convey instructions. With this thing, he finally didn't have to worry. When using Spurner, the powerful impact blasted himself away. Received instruction, boss. The Spurner launch system has started. A simple beep sounded in Jado's ears, and he immediately sprayed the soft flames with one hand facing the back. The other hand began to quickly gather the gang flame, and the fierce flame pressure began to rise rapidly. Is this the way in the intelligence to repel Big Mom on Cake Island? But such a move seems to require a high degree of accuracy. Do you think you can hit me who has the speed of light? Kizaru smiled confidently. He could feel the powerful force gathered by the other party at the moment, and he knew the threat of this force, but he was a sparkling fruit-capable person. If he was hit by such an obvious trick in such a simple way, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? NS. Indeed, the preparation time before Spurner is released is very long, let alone the ability to deal with sparkling fruit like Kizaru. Even if it is dealing with other opponents of this level, it is impossible to hit the opponent casually. However, this world local product can overcome this shortcoming. Then observation haki. Just lock the opponent with observation haki. As long as your observation haki is strong enough, even Kizaru's terrifying movement speed, it is difficult to escape on attack. Although the intermediate observation haki is not that powerful, it is barely enough. And now, Kizaru is actually in a very embarrassing situation. He saw that the other party was accumulating, and he also wanted to take this opportunity to attack and interrupt Jado. However, if you rush directly to the frontal attack, it will be troublesome if the opponent seizes this opportunity to counterattack. His melee combat is not that powerful, but if he uses the fruit ability to attack remotely, he is not allowed to be absorbed by the opponent like just now, so he really doesn't know what to do now. Since you want to fight hard, let's try it. I don't know why. Kizaru, who has always been lazy, also feels more energy at this moment, as if he must be separated from Jado. Both hands made a special posture in front of him, countless light particles began to converge between his hands, and the tyrannical energy fluctuations also spread at this moment, like ripples, spreading layer by layer in all directions. Both of them are accumulating energy, and the moment when it really breaks out will inevitably be a shocking scene. The target is locked, the inflammation pressure on the right side rises. Will you choose to fight me head on? It's not like a yellow monkey at all. The corner of Giotto's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled, but it's just what I want. If you want to go head to head, let you see the power of Spurner. My lifeless flame, not everyone can resist it. At this point, Giotto has once again increased the output of the Flame of Death, and the flame pressure broke through the 300,000 level in an instant. His Flame of Death is quite terrifying, and the flame pressure of more than 300,000, the power is also no small thing. You know, according to estimates, he used Spurner when he played against Big Mom on Cake Island a few years ago. The inflammation pressure was at most about 200,000, which means that the power at this moment is stronger than when he repelled Big Mom. Top 50%. But this is not the final improvement, and if there is only such a little flame pressure, how can you compete with the big pirates in the pirate world? 350,000, 400,000, inflammation pressure continues to rise. The power that is 50% stronger than before cannot satisfy the current Giotto. He is still constantly increasing his inflammation pressure. That amazing breath makes Kizaru's forehead sweaty. Now Kizaru has some regrets making the choice to fight the opponent, but now he has gathered a lot of strength, and it will obviously be more disadvantageous to withdraw, and it is too late to see the current situation. Because at this moment Giotto has stretched out his other hand, this is a precursor to an attack that is about to explode. The meter is completely symmetrical, ready to launch. Grit your teeth, Polusalino, this blow is not so easy to resist. Spurner armed. In an instant, the violent Flame of Death came in and out, and the power of the mountain whistling tsunami was vented at this moment, and in the Flame of Death, there was still black aura flowing. This is what Giotto specially used to deal with Logia. Spurner further developed the moves. Those with Logia ability can evade all physical attacks. Only Armament Haki can capture their body. In this case, simply releasing Spurner will not have any effect at all. Logia's abilities only need to perform elemental words to evade the flames of death, but after being integrated into Armament Haki, it is completely different. The Armament Haki incorporated into Spurner can directly capture the body of the Logia-capable person, allowing it to fully withstand the powerful power of Spurner. How can it be defeated by you in such a simple way, a super laser? Kizaru was not to be outdone at this moment, and released all the abilities he had gathered just now, and directly hit the roaring Spurner. Boom! 0AA look for flower saw a huge sound came in, and the vigor and energy spread towards the surroundings. Not only the surrounding air, but the sky and the earth were trembling under this violent collision. Even the high-altitude clouds were washed away by the aftermath of the powerful forces of the two at this moment. Kizaru has tried his best, but he can only watch the deathfire of the opponent gradually suppress, and even swallow the laser released by him. In that instant, the laser was completely swallowed by the deadly fire, and then Kizaru's whole person was drowned by the deadly fire. The Yellow Monkey in Marine Vice Admiral is much better. Of course, the Yellow Monkey didn't know what his brain cramps, and he would choose to fight with himself at this critical time, otherwise he wouldn't lose so fast. The power of Sparkling Fruit is never aggression, but its terrifying speed, even if it can only move in a straight line, but that speed can definitely give him a sufficient advantage in most battles. On the sea not far from Sabayati, a Vice Admiral-class warship is sailing at full speed. On the deck of this warship, there is a tall, curly man wearing a white suit vest, dark blue shirt, and a marine coat. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Kuzan. It is the last of the three monsters in Marine Vice Admiral, and will become Marine Admirals Aokiji in the future. He looked up at the terrifying impact in the direction of Sabayati Archipelago, and the collision of flame and light visible to the naked eye. His face became extremely dignified. I am speeding up the speed of sailing. Kuzan Vice Admiral, the sailing speed is already at the limit, there is no way to continue to speed up, a Marine Major replied from the side. You have to speed up anyway. You must know that this time the opponent is Vongola I. That man is definitely not easy to deal with. Polusalino can't last too long. Aokiji is very cautious. He has met Giotto. Before he has grown up, he felt that the other party was unusual. After all, he is the person on Roger's ship, so he can imagine what a strong man who is the leader of the Vongola family will be now. Really, why do you need my old bones to help with such strength? Has grown into a strong person who can be alone, Giotto. Not far from Giotto and Kizaru's match, behind a big tree, Rayleigh could not help but sigh after watching the match between the two. He originally planned to help his descendants at a critical time. After all, one of the three monsters in Marine Vice Admiral, he has also heard about it. The powerful Logia ability is not so easy to deal with. But judging from the current situation, the younger generation in my own family does not need my own help at all. The explosive attack just now was terrifying. Even if he faced it, he was a little bit choking. Although the Kizaru was good at strength, it was obvious that his physical fitness was not tyrannical. Faced with that kind of attack, now or not, you have to call 667. More importantly, in Rayleigh's view, Giotto has not exerted his full strength. Although the attack is strong enough, it can be seen from the eyes that his juniors still have more power. I really don't know what Giotto has experienced in the past few years. Although he was a very talented young man when he was on the ship, his growth rate was not so terrible. Giotto slowly fell back to the ground at this time, because his fight with Kizaru just now was in the air, so the island did not suffer much damage. Well, if the cracks on the floor are not counted, you should be able to say so. Is the armed color almost consumed? It seems that more exercise is needed. But then again, the power of Spurner Armed has exceeded my previous expectations, and it can continue to improve. After examining himself, Giotto moved his gaze to a short distance ahead, the figure lying on the ground embarrassed. Who else is Kizaru? At this moment, Kizaru is really embarrassed to the extreme that he is lying on the ground and panting heavily. I don't know how many wounds there are on his body. The blood burns the rest of the ground on his body. What is more serious is that his left arm has been completely dead. The fire of chi is extinguished. Who could have imagined that the future Marine Admiral Kizaru would actually become Daxia Yang before the future four emperors red-haired Shanks? If you don't choose to fight me head-on, you won't end up like this. Although you are not my opponent anyway, it is not a problem to escape with your speed. Giotto walked up to Kizaru, looked at the guy who couldn't even move and flicked, and said slowly, Sengoku can't make it at this time, so everything you did is in vain. So, goodbye, Baru. Sala no. Having said that, his right fist was clenched, and the blazing flames burned. At this moment, his remaining armament haki was enough. After all, Kizaru didn't even have the elemental strength at all. The moment he was preparing to end Kizaru, Giotto frowned slightly, then immediately jumped back and dodged. Freezing time capsule. The sound from a distance, accompanied by the impact of the cold air, was frozen in an instant, and then when it arrived in front of Kizaru, the cold air rapidly intensified, directly forming an ice wall to protect it. Live. Seeing this ability, Giotto immediately knew that another monster in Marine Vice Admiral was coming. Logia frozen fruit capable person, Aokiji Kyuzen. It seems that Kizaru's life should not be broken. Although Admiral Sengoku has not been able to arrive, Aokiji is here. I don't know if the big world will save the yellow monkey. After all, after killing him, Logia 3 Admiral is one less NS. Ah la la la. Should I say that I haven't seen each other for a long time, or should I meet for the first time? Vongola I. Aokiji walked toward this place step by step. Although his tone was relaxed, his face was extremely solemn. I saw you on that boat when I was following Mr. Garp before, on that Rogers boat. I just don't know. At that time, as a trainee pirate, did you have any influence on the ordinary marine on board my Mr. Garp? In the early years, Aokiji followed the marine hero Garp, and at that time Garp was specifically responsible for chasing the Roger pirates, so they did deal with him at the beginning, but he didn't expect that this guy would have an influence on one of his trainee crew members. Shouldn't you pay attention to the big people on the ship? Like Rayleigh and Jabba. It really doesn't work. You also pay attention to the red-haired Shanks. It's okay to remember what you mean by remembering yourself? Even if you don't remember it now, you can think back. The three monsters in Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, even in New World, are also very famous names. Zero Giotto smiled, his expression as flat as ever, without the slightest panic. Although I just had a battle with Kizaru, I also had a certain amount of consumption, but facing Aokiji is not a problem. But the trouble is that if you continue to fight with Aokiji at this time, it won't be long before that Admiral, Sengoku of Buddha will appear here. This is really absurd. How can our name compare to you as the leader of vongola? Aokiji looked like he was chatting with an old friend at the moment, but he himself knew very well that all the nerves in his body were tight now, so that the other party had a slight change and could react as quickly as possible. Since I don't know it, do you have to stand in front of me? If I were you, I will give priority to the rescue of that yellow monkey now. His physical condition can't last long. Giotto smiled, and then stepped straight towards his boat, seemingly not worried about Aokiji's sudden attack. Looking at Giotto's unscrupulous look, Aokiji 2.4 really wanted to shoot immediately, but he knew that the other party had made no mistake. He could indeed stop Giotto, but if he did, then Kizaru would be very dangerous. He can stop Giotto until Sengoku Admiral arrives, but can Kizaru survive the end of this battle? Ugh. After a long sigh, Aokiji's nerves were no longer as tight as before. He ignored Giotto, who was walking towards the boat, turned around and walked towards Kizaru. If Sakazuki arrived here, he would definitely ignore Kizaru's injury and choose to do his best to stop Giotto. But Aokiji can't be so unrelenting. The so-called absolute justice is not suitable for him. In his eyes, Kizaru's life safety priority will be higher. He can't watch his colleagues pass away for an enemy. After a while, Sengoku Admiral's warship arrived at Sabayati Archipelago. What he saw was a mess, and a group of military doctors were treating the seriously injured Kizaru. At this moment Kizaru had lost consciousness. To be precise, after confirming that Giotto had left, Kizaru's tense spirit relaxed and fainted. Kyuzen, where is vongola I? After Sengoku looked around for 4 weeks, he asked Aokiji not far away. It's already far, he is stronger than we thought, and he also has the ability to fly fast. It is not so easy to stop him. Aokiji shook his head at this time, obviously a little helpless. Afterwards, Aokiji also told Sengoku what had just happened. He made no secret that he was watching Jado leave. After all, he did not fight Jado because he wanted to treat Kizaru as soon as possible. Sengoku didn't blame him for this, and if he were himself, he would definitely make the same decision. Kizaru's talent is obvious to all. In time, Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru will surely become the top combat power of naval headquarters, that is, set foot in the position of admiral. It is true that vongola I now has a great threat of 07, but if in order to capture him, part of Marine's future must be discarded, which is uneconomical in Sengoku's view. Although Kizaru lost this battle, Sengoku believes that in the future, Kizaru will definitely be a strong player comparable to vongola I. But in this case, celestial dragons is not easy to explain. After all, this incident was caused by celestial dragons. Regardless of the specific situation, the guy from vongola I shot celestial dragons. This is impossible. Tolerant. Sengoku clutched his head. He had already imagined how the nobles of the world would trouble him, take Polo Salino back for treatment first. This time the battle will hit him hard. As for celestial dragons, we Marine has made the most timely response and paid a sufficient price. I think even the world government should understand this defeat. Aokiji is rare to have such a serious expression. I have to say that everything he said at the moment is the truth. What does the world government hope they can do with Marine? First of all, the Zog Saint appeared in the auction that Sabayati couldn't bring without notice, and then it was vongola I that he provoked on his own initiative, which led to the subsequent occurrence. And their Marine has dispatched the combat power as quickly as possible. Although Marine Admiral did not rush to the scene, Kizaru has already confronted vongola I and lost his arm even though he was seriously injured. Isn't this enough to explain celestial dragons? I don't know if Ida S because of following Garp in his early years. The nobles of the world would not accept such an explanation. They would not care at all about our Marine reaction and the price paid. All they want to hear is that vongola I was rectified by us on the spot. This is just one news. Compared with Aokiji, Sengoku knows the nobles of the world better. Those guys, they never know what it means to be considerate. When Marine was distressed, Jado had long been ignorant of how long he had been away from Sabayati. Although his own boat was not big, his power system had been upgraded several times by his own scientists, and it was called a flying one. As for the next destination, he was going to East Blue, where there was a reclusive guy who met the criteria of becoming an outside consultant for the vongola family. Although this kind of person who is a strong person is not so easy to invite, if you don't even try to do it, there is really no hope. Saiken Island, the home base of the vongola family. How can such a thing be done? Looking at the news in his hand, Iryu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he just collapsed on the chair. Did something big happen, Genji? Reborn still knows Iri Shoiki well. Seeing such a scene, he knew very well that the other party must have discovered a big thing on the news, and it was related to their family. That's why Iri Masaichi was so nervous that he was guilty of old problems. He also had some curiosity. What kind of news made Iryu become so nervous? You must know that with the current strength of the vongola family, there are few things that can make Iryu so nervous. Mr. Reborn. He beat celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago in the first life. That is celestial dragons, the world nobles. It is said that as long as something happens, it will lead to important figures of Marine Admiral. Now he is beaten by the Eye. At this moment, Iryu's complexion was so ugly that he couldn't think that his leader went out to recruit outside consultants, and he would directly beat the nobles of the world. And more importantly, it is still unclear what was written in the newspaper, which means that celestial dragons is likely to die. Even the world government concealed the fact that celestial dragons had died for the sake of its own reputation. No matter which type of 667 it is, it means that the world government has a great possibility to do something against their vongola family. Genji. Seeing the flustered look of Iri Masaichi, Reborn directly uttered a low drink. There is no need to worry about it. Our family is in New World. Here, the world government does not have much influence. It's an easy thing. But then again, all family members outside during this time really need to be doubled down, so as not to be targeted. Reborn quickly gave the direction to respond, and then continued, other places are just fine as usual. There is no need to guard against this matter specially, and based on the judgment of the world government's behavior, their goal should be Ida S, not our family. Ida S, the one who recruited outside consultants from outside A. In that case, doesn't it mean that the first life is very dangerous now? As soon as I heard this analysis, Iryu was obviously more nervous. After all, the person in danger is the leader of their family. If something happens to the leader, can the family stay out of it? The prerequisite for danger is that they can deal with it for a lifetime. What's more, I think some people have already started to act now. East Blue, Shimatsuki Village. After a long voyage, Giotto went straight through the paradise and came to East Blue again. I have to say that he and East Blue seem to have a good relationship. In the past few years, he has come to this place 3 times. The first time Captain Roger was executed, he witnessed the beginning of the great pirate era in Logue Town. The second time was when I came to East Blue to find Maramara fruit. The third time is now, and his goal when he appears here is very clear. At this time, Zoro is still a 3-year-old kid, and he may start practicing swordsmanship or not. Taking a step back and saying that he has already started to practice, can Giotto invite a 3-year-old child as an outside consultant? The other party probably didn't know what the outside consultant meant. Therefore, his goal is naturally the master of Zoro, the master of his hind dojo in Shimatsuki Village, Koshiro. Although this person has never had a record of confronting someone head-on, even Giotto did not dare to underestimate his strength. After all, when Koshiro taught Zoro, he once demonstrated the power described by Leopard Goro. If you don't want to cut it, you can't even cut the paper. I don't know how Koshiro's kendo compares with the well-known eagle-eyed Mihawk on the sea today, and how does it compare with the rain guardian of the vongola family, Asari. It is estimated that the answer will only be known after a real battle. It's a peaceful village, but after all, Koshiro is there. It's no use for ordinary pirates and bandits to make trouble. Giotto looked at the very ordinary village in front of him, and his mood became a lot more comfortable. This kind of farming life between mountains and rivers is sometimes desirable, but it does not belong to him. Listening to the sound made by the child during the training, he quickly walked to the door of his hind dojo and looked up at the words on it. Giotto's eyes became serious. It's really sharp, even if I'm not a sword scholars, but you can also feel the piercing edge in it. I would have brought you together. Guest, do you have anything to do? At this moment, a voice rang behind Giotto. When you turn your head, you can see a gentleman, with a pair of glasses and a smile on his face. At the same time, the logo of Wanakuni Shimatsuki's house can also be found on his clothes. There was a 5-year-old girl beside him, but the girl's expression emphasized determination, and her eyes were full of confidence. It seems that Kuona, who is only 5 years old, has already determined to become the world's largest swordsman. There is no doubt that this man holding a basket of fruits and vegetables is the owner of this his hind dojo, Shimatsuki Koshiro. In fact, from the first moment he saw this person, Giotto knew that Kaohiro was definitely not annoying. Why did he say that? Because in most of the world, there is an iron law, that is squinting eyes are all monsters. Wearing glasses will add a black belly attribute. I came here to visit Mr. Koshiro, Giotto said very politely now. Looking up and down the man in a suit in front of him for a while, Koshiro smiled slightly. Then please come in and talk, Lord vongola. Obviously, the moment he saw Giotto, Koshiro had already recognized the identity of the other party. In a small place like East Blue, there should not be many people who knew about the existence of the vongola family. But Koshiro is different. Although he lives in seclusion here, he has always paid much attention to news on the sea. However, he did not expect that a big man with a reward of 1.83 billion would come to him. Nodded, Giotto followed Koshiro into the dojo. There are many children in this dojo who are learning swordsmanship, but it seems that they don't have much talents. Perhaps the swordsmanship he learned is more used to keep fit and protect yourself in special situations. After finding a room with no one to make tea, Koshiro just sat down and said, "Then, is there something to come here specially? You don't seem to be surprised at all that I will be here, Mr. Koshiro." Giotto tasted the ordinary tea in the cup. Although it was ordinary, it had a fragrance unique to the mountains. "Since I have come here, what's so strange? Although I really don't know where your excellency I learned from, but you must also know a lot of things, so." Koshiro bowed to Giotto very solemnly and said solemnly, "Thank you, your excellency for liberating that country. People who want to come to live in that country now have happiness on their faces. Mr. Koshiro, if you continue to praise like this, I won't be able to make business." Giotto smiled, and then immediately became serious. "I came here this time mainly to invite Mr. Koshiro to join vongola, but it is not that Mr. Koshiro and family members need to act together or say other things, but hope the husband can become a member of the family as an outside consultant." Outside consultant? Koshiro didn't immediately refuse or agree, but asked slowly. After nodding, Giotto continued, "The outside consultant is not only a member of the vongola family, but also not a member of the vongola family. They are usually unrelated people, but when the family encounters extraordinary times, they can exercise second only to the leader. Permission to live. Is it really okay to have such a big right in my hand?" Koshiro was a little surprised. He thought that the outside consultant was just a small role in the family, but he didn't expect such a big authority. "I see people's eyes are very accurate, and I believe that the addition of Mr. Koshiro will make vongola better." That's right, Giotto's eyes are very accurate when watching people, Wang Zhao, especially when watching anime. "I don't seem to have a reason to refuse." Seeing the slight change in Jato's expression, Koshiro also knew that the other party was a little surprised, and he would be so simple to agree. Thank you for everything you have done for Wanakuni, and according to the words of the first, he became an outside consultant. I don't need to leave here, so why not do it? Thank you very much. Jato nodded. He himself didn't expect this trip to be so simple and successful. Excuse me, is the master of the dojo here? At this moment, a voice rang outside the dojo. I came here to visit the master. Hearing this voice, Jato and Koshiro looked at each other, and the two stood up together and walked outside. A man in a dark green coat gradually appeared in their field of vision. Dark green coat, red square tattoos on the left face, black short hair combed behind, vicious expression, and no eyebrows. Leaving aside the other places for the time being, it was the tattoo on his face that seemed to be photographed by slippers, so that Jato had already known the identity of the visitor. Marine hero Garp's son is also the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but he doesn't know if he has established a Revolutionary Army now. However, even if it has been established, the Revolutionary Army should still be in its infancy, and it has not been taken seriously by the world government. The Revolutionary Army and Koshiro also have a certain intersection. It seems that it started from this time period, but Doreg never expected that he would find Koshiro in his hind dojo before him. Seeing the two voices coming out together, Doreg's face changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. Although he was surprised to see the big man who should have been in New World here, it is not true after thinking about it carefully. What an incomprehensible thing. Vongola, I liberated Wanakuni. It is naturally possible to learn some special information from Shimatsuki's house in Wanakuni. Coupled with the independent special assassination unit of the vongola family now, it is not unusual for Shimatsuki Koshiro to find Shimatsuki Koshiro who lives in East Blue in the Dark World. And 667 and I am not disgusted with vongola. Although the other party is a mafia family, but Durag understands what he does, and he is considered a more decent organization. I didn't expect the master of the dojo to be with vongola but I was a little bit abrupt. Having said that, Durag didn't really mind Jato's presence. He looked at the smiling Koshiro, and then said, Mr. Koshiro, Shimatsuki village has a lot of food production. I came here officially. I am here. I hope that we can reach a cooperation with Mr. Koshiro. It will be much more convenient to collect food based on Mr. Koshiro's reputation in the surrounding area. Of course, we will also give a suitable price. I don't know what your husband likes. If it was before, he would first invite Koshiro to join his revolutionary cause, but now there is no need for this. He can see that the leader of vongola has already made the first move. Of course, he does not need to do something uninteresting. If you don't mind, we can discuss it in detail after we come in, Koshiro said softly, and then took Doreg to the room where he and Jato had tea just now. But this time it was not the two of him and Doreg who were there, Jato was also present. After all, now Koshiro has agreed to be an outside consultant for the vongola family, so naturally there is no need to avoid talking with others. The food issue is not a big deal. After a simple conversation, the two parties have settled it down. Jato has no other ideas about this matter. After all, what the outside consultant is going to do does not even need to report to him as the leader. Just as the conversation between Koshiro and Durag was about to end, Jato was looking at Durag, and an idea came to his mind, and then suddenly he said, Mr. Durag, I don't know that it is in your cognition. What do you think of the revolution? Hearing this, Durag was shocked. No one should know about his formation of the Revolutionary Army, and now all members of the Revolutionary Army are acting in secret, and there is not much news about them in the whole world. Why would vongola know? Fortunately, he is not an ordinary person. Even if he was told his own thoughts, he still remained calm. I don't know which countries vongola has been to, Onsno, Kunamai, or there is not much distance from here. Goya Kingdom? I know that your excellency liberated Wanakuni, so you should be able to see something from that country? The current world has deprived too many people of their freedom. In this world of survival of the fittest, happiness will never stop. I want to change the world, so I chose a special path. Now that the other party already knows about the revolution, there is no need to hide these superficial things. At the same time, Durag also has an idea in his heart. Little help. After all, the vongola family today is enough to deter one party's powerful forces in New World. I have not been to the countries you mentioned. The situation in Wanakuni is obviously different from the countries you have seen. However, I have some understanding of what you think. Afterwards, Jato talked out some special things, such as Marxism and some thoughts. At this moment, Durag, like a good student, sat down on his knees and listened quietly to Jato's account. Even Koshiro opened his squinted eyes, with a strange light shining in his eyes. When Jato's last words fell, Doriad stood up abruptly, looked at Jato with a serious face, then bowed deeply, and said with unparalleled respect, Your Excellency vongola Monkey D. Dora Ge, I would like to express my gratitude to you with the utmost respect. Everything you just said is just a rudimentary form in my mind. The idea, the real perfection, gives this idea the possibility of success. At the same time, on behalf of all the Revolutionary Army and the suffering people, I hereby extend an invitation to you. I hope you can be a member of the Revolutionary Army. If you agree, I can even hand over the position of the leader of the Revolutionary Army to you hands. Durag's eyes are shining, and he seems to have become Jato's little brother at this time, mainly because everything that Jato said just now is really shocking. Those thoughts and concepts have completely exceeded this era. Jato was taken aback by the opponent's sudden reaction. He knew these things would affect Durag, so he spoke, but he didn't expect the opponent to react so much. As for joining the Revolutionary Army, that's impossible. He just wants to run his family well. The reason for saying what he said just now is that he only wants the Revolutionary Army to make more trouble for the world government. After all, he killed the celestial dragons not long ago. The world government will definitely find its own trouble. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is the friend. I'm just the leader of the vongola family. You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I only hope that the conversation just now can help you. Jato also stood up at this moment and walked in front of Durag. It is not easy to change the world. Work hard, Durag. At this time, Jato couldn't think of it anyway. Durag would list him as the spiritual leader of the Revolutionary Army in the future. It didn't take long for Durag to leave. Now his Revolutionary Army has just started. There are many things that need to be handled by him personally. He feels a bit regretful that Jato has not been invited to join, but the thoughts in Jato's mouth are enough. He has been digesting for a long time. Then, it's almost time for me to leave. Jato will not stay in one place for too long. On the one hand, he needs to recruit 3 more outside consultants. On the other hand, if he stays in one place for too long, he may be discovered by people from the world government. If there is a chance, I will go to New World. Koshiro nodded, and didn't do any extra retention. He saw many things very clearly, and since he was clear, he didn't need to say some polite words. Ha ha. Just when Jato was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard shouts from outside. This was different from the children in the dojo who were receiving training. This shout was made by the little girl. Although the voice is weak, anyone can hear the tenacity inside. After pushing the door open, she saw Kuona, who was only 5 years old, holding a wooden sword, standing in the shadow of the trees and constantly slashing. It was obviously a time to enjoy her childhood, but she had already sweated like rain. If you work so hard at a young age, your future achievements will certainly not be low. Seeing Kuona training hard, Jato couldn't help but let out a sigh. You know, in the original book, Kuona died because of some unreasonable little things. In fact, with her talent, if she can grow up, at least she will be a swordsman. No matter what others think, it is in Jato's eyes. Yes, but it's a pity. Kuona is a girl after all, and there is no way for a girl to go far on this road. Koshiro can also see that Kuona trains very hard, and he can see the persistence in his daughter's eyes. It is because of this that he directly said such words, so that Kuona can hear it. He didn't want his daughter to make countless efforts, but finally ushered in disappointment. Kuona, who was swinging the sword, had a pause for the little figure, and her determined eyes became a little loose. She gritted her teeth and did not say a word. Just like a robot, she continued to swing the wooden sword in her hand. This is not necessarily true, Mr. Koshiro. Jato smiled, and then whispered, it seems to me that girls can also step into the distance in kendo, even if it is a great swordsman. Her tenacity and will become the most advantageous for sailing on this sea. As long as she is not defeated, no one can defeat her determination. Your Excellency, I shouldn't you? Koshiro was stunned for a moment. He wanted to tell the world that Kuona should not be given such hope, because the greater the hope will only create the greater the despair in the end. But for such remarks, Jato didn't care at all. After he smiled slightly, he walked towards Kuona, placed a hand on Kuona's shoulder and stopped him to continue swinging the sword. At this moment, he could feel Kuona's small body trembling. After a moment's pause, Jato smiled and said, do you want to be my family? As an outside consultant of the vongola family, I don't care about anyone's words. I firmly hold the long sword in my hand and become a great swordsman that everyone in the world can look up to. Can it really be? Your Excellency, Kuona had crystal clear eyes, and there was a voice that Koshiro wanted to stop, and there was no change in Jato's expression. Of course you can, but it requires very strict training to do it. If you want to do this, I will find you a world's top swordsman as your instructor. The top swordsman in Jato's mouth is undoubtedly the family's rain guardian Chao Liuyu, the genius of swordsmanship unparalleled in the world, should be able to teach Kuona very well. As for your Excellency Koshiro, women can also sail on the road of kendo. For example, Momuzagi from Naval Headquarters is an example. Although there has not been a female world's largest swordsman in the past, if we have never appeared before, I just believe that the future will never appear. Is it for people who have dreams, like Kuona? Is it too much? 0AA look for flower saw a Jato smiled and turned his head. Those calm eyes looked at Koshiro in this way, as if there was a unique appeal. People in the past thought that Rolando found the Golden Country to be a lie. For hundreds of years, he was treated as a liar. Laughing, but Golden Town, I found it. Golden Town, found it? Koshiro stayed in place that he knew that the other party was not trying to show off the gold, but wanted to tell himself through this, maybe in the future, women can also stand in the position of the world's most powerful swordsman. Even if the hope is slim, there is still a possibility. Koshiro sighed, spit out all the extra distracting thoughts in his heart, and then said, I understand. Should I say that it is you? Your lord, now I finally understand why in such a short time, you can let the vongola family becoming such a powerful force today may be precisely because of your state of mind that surpasses ordinary people. Call, A1-, my lord I want to become the world's #1 swordsman, as an outside consultant of the vongola family. Kuina followed her father's appearance and stood up straight and bowed to Giotto. She would not give up her dream, especially after hearing Giotto's words just now. She had to stick to the path she chose. Task: recruit local world powerhouses and form outside consultants, 3/5. Giotto himself is stupid. The outside consultants he now recruits, namely Jinbei and Koshiro, are just three. Looking at the little girl in front of me is Kuina, also a strong local world. Host changes Kuina's destiny, and rewards you Kanji and Lu Yamamoto Wu edition, Kuina exclusive. Hearing this second tone, Giotto was relieved. The point of the original system is here. Kuina's kendo talent is very strong. If he can continue to grow, there is indeed hope to become a strong man on the sea, and now he adds Yamamoto Wu version of Shiyu Kanji and Lu, that is to say as long as it doesn't turn out, Kuina will definitely become a great swordsman. Even becoming the #1 swordsman in the pirate world is not impossible. Shiyu Kanji and flows. Known as the perfect, strongest and invincible kendo genre. Both offensive and defensive moves, each style of sword skill is created from actual combat. In order to deal with different opponents, different timings, and different users, corresponding sword moves are developed. But how should this reward be given to Kuina? Answer: the reward will be taught by Chao Li Yu, the Guardian of Rain. The system's grasp of hosts' inner fluctuations is a good one. Giotto just thought of this question and immediately gave an answer. Seeing this, when he came out, he not only found an outside consultant, but also found a disciple with good talent for Chao Li Yu. At the same time, an interesting idea appeared in his heart. Take Kuina back and study for 2 years at Chao Li Yu, and at the same time awaken the dead spirit. Then every year when she goes home to visit relatives, she can educate her for a long meal. Alas, Suoda in the future seems to live in the shadow of Kuina, but now Giotto still needs to recruit the remaining 2 outside consultants, plus Marine and world government may be staring at him now, so it is not suitable to bring Kuina together. After discussing with Koshiro, the final decision was to let Koshiro take Kuina to Seiken Island after a while, and Koshiro also readily agreed to this decision, and Giotto also found some fighting spirit in his eyes. I don't know if the previous words also aroused the flames in Koshiro's heart, or if I want to test the quality of my daughter's future master. Anyway, as it is now, Koshiro is already planning to ask Asari Ozuki for advice when he goes to Seiken Island. But that's all for later. After leaving Shimatsuki village, Giotto didn't stay in East Blue too much, and went straight to West Blue. At this time period, the future King Luffy has only been born for 1 year, and then Dora Grid is out of control? So this situation may soon mean that the marine hero will be okay and run to East Blue? Staying here for a long time, I don't know when I will meet the old guy Garp. Just thinking about this, Giotto looked up and saw a marine warship, and couldn't help but twitch twice. It shouldn't be so unlucky, right? On the deck of a warship, Colonel Bogart. A small boat was found ahead, sailing very fast. A marine soldier reported to a man in a marine uniform and a bowler hat. This man is Garp's deputy Bogart, the current colonel in marine. After hearing the report from his subordinates, he immediately walked to the edge of the deck and looked up. His face changed as soon as he saw the boat. Garp, Vice Admiral. I found the figure of vongola. May I ask you to arrest him immediately? The ordinary marine doesn't know him, but he knows the leader of the vongola family quite well. In addition to intelligence, he has also seen this young man named vongola Giotto in the years he has followed Garp to chase Roger pirates. The look of changelessness and extraordinary demeanor made him the first. The first time I saw the reward order, I was very impressed with this young man, so just a glance, he recognized the other party. However, he is a little strange. This is now a big figure in New World. Even if he appeared in Sabayati Archipelago before, why does he still appear in East Blue now? There should be nothing worthy of interest in the East Blue Sea area, right? Are you talking about that vongola kid? What is he doing here? Garp said indifferently while digging his nostrils. I don't know, but it seems that there is only one person on the other side, and no other members of the vongola family were found. Compared with Garp's randomness, Bogart seems to be more cautious, and his face is also full of seriousness. Before the headquarters had a transmission order: if you encounter vongola, if conditions permit, immediately reported and arrested. So what should we do now? The so-called conditions allow, in fact, in the case of sufficient strength, this is mainly dominated by those strong in naval headquarters, such as Sakazuki who is on the mission, and Garp, who takes leave to go home and take care of his grandson. As for the other ordinary marine generals, if they encounter Giotto, they only need to report the news. After all, let them take the initiative to arrest Giotto. It is not much different from looking for death. It doesn't matter if you catch something, the old man is on vacation now, why are you going to catch such a troublesome guy? Garp took off his doghead hat and walked towards the edge of the deck step by step. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, but it's okay to try this kid's strength. It won't affect the old man going home to see his grandson. Under the premise. When he reached the edge of the deck, Garp grabbed a cannonball with his hand and slammed his right hand. Fist bone meteorite. Don't look at this old guy who is throwing cannonballs with his hands, but the speed and power of the cannonballs are even stronger than the main guns of the warship, and this is just a casual attack. Giotto, who was about to accelerate away from the opponent's line of sight, also reacted at this moment. The familiar shell made a wry smile on his face. When he was on Roger's ship before, such an attack was not uncommon for him, and the cannonball thrown by Garp at that time was even more terrifying than the current one, whether it was speed or power. That's why I said it would be very troublesome to meet this old guy. Fire fist. Speaking of trouble, the movements on his hands are not slow at all, and a fire fist is immediately aimed at the front. Boom! When the flames touched the artillery shells, both of them exploded violently, with a deafening roar resounding everywhere, and the sea also made waves. The waves on the sea also pushed Giotto's boat away from the Goya kingdom at this moment, as if the cannonballs that Garp recognized just now, and the impact of the fire fist contact and eruption, he did it deliberately. Can't let you, the stinky boy on Roger's boat, meet the old man's precious grandson. The thought flashed in Garp's mind that he must not let Giotto see 2.4 to Ace. Although Roger did not tell the crew about his offspring, who knows whether these people on Roger's boat will meet Ace at the moment. Recognize it? It is with this idea that Garp launched an attack on Giotto, otherwise he would not bother to appear in East Blue's Giotto because of his personality during vacation. Isn't it just a celestial dragons? That has nothing to do with me. Try this old man's strike, armed. Extra big iron ball. Don't know where it came from. Garp directly took out a shell the size of a marine warship, then wrapped it in an armed color, and smashed it at Giotto. Seeing the iron ball fall, Giotto's heart is full of alpacas and starts to run. How did this weapon come out? Obviously the warship is just so big, you always get your feelings out of your crotch? Regardless of where Garp came from, he took out such a big iron ball. Anyway, the power of this blow cannot be underestimated. In the original book, the King Luffy and others were able to escape from Garp's trick, purely because Garp, the old man, released the water. No, it should be released to the sea. Have you never seen that when you were on Roger's boat before, the people in the boat sometimes had to be supported by this extra large iron ball? It was said that if Wong Luffy was not the grandson of this old man, he wouldn't be able to give him a wing on the boat. It must be able to run away. Back then, Captain Roger, Uncle Rayleigh, Uncle Jabba and others were in front. Giotto still didn't have a particularly obvious sense of this trick. Now he is facing Garp's trick on the boat alone, and the whole person is not at the same moment. All right. How can you open up as soon as you meet? Great flame ring. The other party has already made such a move, so I must have no way to escape directly. At this point, Giotto also mobilized all the strength of his body, and layers of flames rose directly above the sea, which quickly converged in his hands. A fireball like the sun. At the same time, the dead fire broke out frantically, causing the fireball to spin quickly. Don't say it, the more you use it, the more fragrant you are. After 07, you can develop a way to gather the dead fire in your hands and flow in irregular directions, and compress the attack method. I just don't know if someone from Yuccan next door will come to me and ask for copyright fees. Emperor Yan. Giotto raised the giant great fireball in his hand, and blasted it at the black iron ball that covered the sky. At the moment when the pitch black iron ball and the fiery fireball were handed over, the whole world seemed to become quiet, and no sound was heard. Boom! Not to mention the sea, even the sky seemed to tremble at this moment. The flames scattered towards the surrounding like waves, and the huge iron ball was sinking a little bit against the impact of the flames. Garp's armament haki strengthened the iron ball, coupled with his terrifying power beyond ordinary people. Even the current Giotto has to be shocked. It is indeed the old guy who was able to chase the Roger pirates around in the first place. Powerful people of this level often go back to East Blue to see their grandson. People have a dream of going out to sea. They thought it was a routine of playing boss after the upgrade of fighting mobs, but it turned out that there was a super big boss Garp blocking the door. At this moment, Giotto directly gave up his control of Yandy. After throwing the great fireball out, one hand directly grabbed the strongest position of his boat, and then the other hand gathered the flames. The power of the boat was right quickly, but if he wanted to quickly get out of Garp's attack range, it was a little bit worse just by relying on the power of his own boat, so he decided to use Spurner as the power directly, and say goodbye to Garp. Ha! Did this kid give up resistance? Garp looked at Giotto's strange posture, and was a little stunned. It's not possible, such a powerful energy fluctuation, it must be a fight against the old man. The kid on Roger's boat is never that simple. Thinking of this, he felt that Giotto must have something more powerful, and immediately increased his strength. Armament Haki also rushed out, following the iron chain to continue to strengthen the power of the huge iron ball. Boom! With a muffled sound, the huge iron ball directly smashed the Yan Emperor, and then with an unstoppable momentum, it fell towards Giotto at an astonishing speed. If it is hit by this one, let's not say whether Giotto can hold it, his boat will definitely be scrapped. Without the boat, would it be possible to fly over the mountains and seas with lifeless fire afterwards? Can't continue to accumulate energy. This old guy doesn't know what he is making, and he is playing more and more vigorously. Who wants to fight with you here? Spurner. First there was a curse, and then Giotto uttered a low sip. The flames of G***************** G burst out in an instant, and the powerful impact made him fly directly out of the way, and the speed was just a blink of an eye. Seeing Giotto, who disappeared in his vision instantly, Garp stayed in place. So why didn't he play the cards according to the routine? The look of gathering energy. Didn't you say you want to compete with the old man? If Garp's thoughts let Giotto know, and he will definitely point his nose to swear, who loves to compare with you old guy. Even if it is considered from the practical point of view, it is definitely not the time to fight against a strong player like Garp. After all, it is meaningless to fight here. He appeared in East Blue and made it clear that he was going home to see his grandson. Attention everyone, the tsunami is coming. Bogart obviously had a lot more thoughts than Garp. Seeing the huge iron ball still falling after Giotto escaped, he immediately reacted. If such a large iron ball, with Garp's power, hit the sea directly, it will definitely cause a tsunami. The people on this ship are also quite quick to move. Obviously, they don't know how many times they have experienced this kind of thing, and they have reached the point where practice makes perfect. Regarding the rapid response of his group of men, Garp scratched his head in embarrassment, but embarrassment is a momentary thing. Next time, it will be like this next time. After getting out of Garp's attack range, Giotto also breathed a sigh of relief. It's too bad luck. It just happened that I encountered Garp just after leaving Shimatsuki village. I didn't provoke him, so I took a ball out without saying anything. You deserve to be fooled by Shanks in the future. Thanks to Shanks, after flicking Luffy, he set sail for New World, and Garp hadn't noticed the change of his grandson along the way. Otherwise, it would be a big question mark to guess whether Shanks can reach New World safely. The guy in Garp didn't know if it was Lien. The older the others, the weaker he would be. He would be better. He didn't know whether his strength would rise or fall. Anyway, it gave people a feeling of being more energetic as they were older. When I met Garp, although he would not specifically come to chase me, the news about me in East Blue is expected to reach naval headquarters soon, and everything I have to do in East Blue has been done, and it is almost time to go. One place. Giotto left behind the bad luck of encountering Garp, and his gaze was also in the direction of West Blue. The next person he was recruiting was in that sea area. East Blue is the weakest sea in the eyes of the world, and West Blue, at least in Giotto's eyes, it is not impossible to call this sea the strongest sea. Why do you say that? This requires an overall look at the powerful people who have come out of the four big oceans. Since Roger was executed, there are not many powerful people who can see the past in East Blue. In addition, Garp always goes home to visit relatives, which indirectly leads to in the future, a Creek who offers a bounty of 17 million Baileys can be called the overlord of East Blue, and a Murloc Arlong can dominate. It's terrible. Then there is the South Blue Waters. Although there are almost no legends, the strength of the people is relatively average. There is no reward close to 100 million, and I am embarrassed to call myself the overlord of South Blue. In the future, Eustace Kid, the highest reward among the Supernova 11, is also the pirate who came out of South Blue. As for North Blue, the situation is similar to that of South Blue, but North Blue now has the two most powerful forces, namely the Kingdom of Germa and the Don Quixote family. These two forces are enough to raise the average level of North Blue by a big one, and apart from these two forces, other ordinary pirates offer a good reward. Among the 11 supernovas in the future, there are 3. All are from North Blue. Finally, Giotto personally considers the strongest West Blue. When it comes to this sea area, you only need to focus on the 3 conveniences. The first is the country of flowers, a country with a powerful navy. Aokiji, the pillar of the 8 treasure navy, is a great pirate offering a reward of 500 million. It's a pity that this human head iron is really a head iron. You have to hit someone with your head Garp's iron fist, and then his proud pointed head was squashed. The second power is the 5 major families in the West. In fact, they are the 5 major mafia groups that rule the West Blue Underground Society. Caponebig relies on its own strength to unify the West Blue Underground Society, and has a sense of boredom on the land. Only then decided to set up the Flame Tank Pirate Group to pursue the disputes in the sea. And he went to sea and became one of the 11 supernovas in the future. But now if you talk about the mafia, many people no longer care about the so-called 5 major families in the West, but will pay attention to the vongola family standing in the New World. As for the third-party power, it has something to do with Giotto's old acquaintances. Now this party may not even be considered a rudimentary force, but in the future, its statement will inevitably resound throughout the world. After all, the leader of this power in the future is named the red-haired Shanks, Kun, one of the 4 emperors facing the sea. Of course, because of the appearance of Giotto and vongola, it is uncertain whether there will be 4 emperors in the future. But whether there is 4 emperors or not, Shanks is by no means a guy willing to be plain. West Blue, the country of flowers. In a bistro, Giotto was quietly enjoying afternoon tea by the window while waiting. It didn't take long for a man in a Varian uniform to walk into the tavern quickly. He stood at the table and leaned slightly towards Giotto and did not sit down. Giotto knew that such a well-behaved trust was not Xanxus. It was tuned by Cola Nilo. Afterwards, the man put a piece of information in front of Giotto, and then said, "Boss, this is information about knowledge. We have been paying attention since the previous mission, but her situation is not good now. If nothing else, the gang organization that took him in is ready to exchange the bounty. Knowledge is actually information about Nicole Robin. The reason why she was given such a code name is because her hometown, O'Hara, once had the world's most scholars and the library with the most books, the Tree of Omniscience. Robin took the doctoral examination at the age of 8 and became an archaeologist with full marks. Now that O'Hara has long been sunk in the depths of the sea in the flames of Buster Call, Robin is the inheritor of his knowledge." "The gang? Is it one of the 5 largest families in the West?" Giotto asked while looking at the intelligence in his hand. "No, it's just a small family with no known names. She doesn't dare to go to the 5 major Western families to survive." The Varian members immediately replied, "There is no problem even for the 5 major families in the West. For Giotto, it is just a little troublesome. West Blue's mafia is completely incomparable with their vongola family. By the way, does Varian have news about Dracul Myhawk now? That guy is also one of my goals this time. Of course, it's best to have news from him, and don't care if you don't." Giotto folded the information about Robin and received it in his pocket. "Also, by the way, if Myhawk can also become an outside consultant, then this trip can really be regarded as a big gain, and regardless of the strength of Myhawk as the world's largest swordsman in the future, his strength is not weak in the sea now. Ah, this happens to have news about him." The members of Varian immediately replied, "Because he is quite famous in the sea, and because he happened to appear in West Blue recently, we also have some concerns about him. If nothing else, he should now be in the southwest. There was a duel with a red-haired man on the island. The 2 of them have fought against each other several times." While talking, he also placed a West Blue chart in front of Giotto, and at the same time marked the locations of Robin and Myhawk. After all, he was doing things for his own boss, so being rigorous is definitely right. In case, if you are valued by your own boss, you will be promoted and raise your salary in the future, marrying by Fume or something, is not Jian, Wang Zhao, simple? Red hair. When he heard these 3 words, Giotto was already aware of the specific situation. With the red hair who can fight Hawkeye, there is only his old acquaintance, Shanks, in the entire sea, right? Robin and Myhawk are not far apart, and now Giotto is thinking about which side to go first. It's better to rescue Robin first. The other side does not need to be called. Anyway, with Shanks's character, the 2 of them have to have a banquet for a while after they have discussed each other, and then they have to rest for a few days when they are drunk. It is impossible to leave that island. For Shanks's character, Giotto also don't know too much. But, there is no need to worry about Robin's side. After all, that little girl is shrewd. The gangster family wanted to exchange her for bounty. It should have been discovered long ago. West Blue, inside the casino on Tier's Island. Giotto, who had just changed his chips, walked to a little girl with short black hair. And he looked at the little girl who was always vigilant in his eyes, and asked in a soft tone, "Little girl, I am not very familiar with this place, can I give some guidance? For example, now I want to know, where is the place to play the dice?" "What?" The little girl was taken aback by Giotto, but she immediately recovered her composure. She looked at Giotto's eyes with alertness. "Well, please come with me, the dice is here." With that, Robin turned around and walked towards a table not far away with Giotto. Looking in this direction, Giotto's eyes also changed slightly. The other side was indeed the place to play the dice, but beside the table, he saw a special guy. He has short black hair, a beard around his mouth, and an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, which extends to his eyes. Wearing a lavender kimono, tied with a black and purple belt, a purple collar around his neck, white handguards, bandages on his arms, and wooden shoes on his feet. Compared with the person in Giotto's impression, it's just a coat of Marine Admiral. I didn't expect to meet him in this place, but then again, meeting this guy in the casino does not seem to be a strange thing for Eugean, right? 667? Blind swordsman, smile. Is this good luck? Come to Robin, there will be this unexpected gain? As he thought about it, Giotto sat down at the dice table. As soon as he sat down, the little girl dragged a plate with a glass of red wine in her hand and prepared to leave, but before she had time to take 2 steps, Giotto reached out and took the glass of red wine directly, and said softly, "Stay here. Watch me play too. If your boss comes to trouble, I will help solve it, just like Saul." The little girl who was planning to continue to leave was instantly stupid when she heard the last name. Saul, I haven't heard this name for a long time, and in this world, the people who will mention this name in front of her should be only those Marine who want to capture her. But for the man in front of her, she can be sure that the other person is not Marine, because Marine will take action the moment he sees him. But if it wasn't for Marine, why would you know your relationship with Saul? Bewildered, she was so stupid in place, looked at Giotto from time to time, and said nothing, just stood quietly like this. At this moment, the croupier was already shaking the dice cup in his hand, and at the same time he smiled nervously. Please place a bet. Around the table, everyone except Giotto and Robin smiled tightly. Obviously, betting with this blind man before has allowed them to win a lot of Pele. Just when his ears moved slightly with a smile, Giotto directly took up all the chips in front of him, and said with a smile, I'll buy a big one. The one who was about to place the bet smiled and was stunned. He turned his head as if looking at Giotto, and then put all his chips in the same position as Giotto. I also buy big. Seeing him betting, the other people all followed to buy big. After all, they have already won 7 in a row with a smile. They have already won a lot of losses before, but now it is a great opportunity to make money. Only the croupier's forehead is full of cold sweat. He knows exactly who the boss behind this casino is. If you let this group of people continue to win, you will not be unemployed. So simple. If the boss behind becomes angry, he will have his own family. I'm afraid that everyone will lose their lives. Next is the moment to witness the miracle. The dice cup opens, and the dice on the inside, us, are really big when added together. Those who followed Giotto and smiled to bet all cheered. This is a big profit for them. I don't know how long I have played in this casino. Only today is the win so much fun. Aha, I really didn't expect to meet a big man like Your Excellency in such a small place. Is it an honor to be said? With a smile, he naturally took back the chips he should win, and at the same time opened his mouth flat, and said slowly to Giotto beside him, You can meet a strong person like you in a small place. I should be surprised, right? There is no name for you in the sea. I don't know if I can know it. Giotto's eyes stayed on the chips at this time, without any extra moves. I'm just an unknown person. How can you be known by Your Excellency? But if you want to say a bad name, everyone can tell. Your Excellency can call me a smile. It is indeed an unknown person, and now there is no name in the sea. It's just that his strength is not simple. Judging from Giotto's perception, the current laugh strength is by no means weaker than the 3 monsters in Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. No wonder you can come and go freely in various casinos. With his terrifying strength, no casino in the world can keep him. It can even be said that those casinos that want to keep him, as long as he wants, none of them can see the sun the next day. It's temporarily closed today. Everyone should change their chips into cash and go home. Don't blame the master for not admitting it if you go slow. At this moment, a group of mafia members dressed in gray suits and armed with guns rushed directly into the casino. The middle-aged man headed in, his eyes locked on the little girl as soon as he came in, and his purpose should not be too obvious. The reason why it is so generous today is also calculated after calculation. How much profit can the casino make? Even if you lose money, you can't lose much. After all, they are just a small place here. And that little girl can represent 79 million Baileys. This is a big number for their family. The little girl, Robin, shuddered when she saw this group of people suddenly appear, and she wanted to escape subconsciously. She had indeed noticed it a long time ago, but she didn't expect to come so soon. At this moment, a reassuring big hand slowly landed on her little head, and at the same time Giotto's voice also sounded, Don't be afraid, those people can't hurt you. This one next to me but a blind swordsman who is a hero and righteous. With him, even if the frozen guy comes, he will definitely not be able to hurt you. Hey, I said Lord vongola, why does this matter involve the lower body? Obviously those who come are regarded as your counterparts. No matter how you should clean up the door yourself, right? With a smile, I felt like I was lying down with a gun and came to the casino to relax and earn some living expenses. Even if I met a big man like vongola, I was dragged into the pit by the other party. Although it is easy to deal with this group of mafia, which is no better than ordinary people, but no one wants to cause trouble, right? And the frozen guy mentioned by the other party just now, shouldn't it be Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Aokiji? Could it be that the other party has caused more trouble? However, his observation Haki did not seem to feel that in addition to this vongola, there are other strong people appearing nearby. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral is indeed powerful, but it is not enough to avoid your self-perception. You know, after you don't look at things, you rely solely on observation Haki to perceive. Compared to strength, Yuxiao believes in what you see and hear. Isn't protecting the weak and the weak one of your life creeds? And there was a sentence you said wrong just now, and you have to treat me to dinner to make amends. Giotto put the chips he was playing directly on the table, then slowly stood up. His voice gradually became cold. These guys are not my peers. The main purpose of the vongola family is to guard, although it is also a mafia, but in the beginning, it was established to protect Saiken Island. Guy, it's totally different. The vongola family is indeed completely different from these mafia who have played with children. Whether it is from the perspective of strength or philosophy, there are huge differences between the two. Comparing this small gangster family with vongola is simply an insult to vongola. A blind man and an idiot? What are you talking about nonsense? The mafia boss headed by him looked at Giotto with a look of idiots. What do you say about the vongola family here? Do you really think you can bluff me with a banner? Do you want me to tell you, vongola the family is in New World? Do you know where New World is? It's far to the horizon. It looks like you don't have a card face, and even your colleagues don't know you, vongola. With a smile, he stood up with a knife in his hand, with a strange smile on his face. His smile touched the scars on his face, and his expression was very kind, but he looked a bit hideous. I don't want to be known by these guys either. That will make me feel even more out of the cards. I just said that, these guys will be settled by you. Giotto took a step diagonally forward and shielded Robin behind him. He didn't even notice it. At this time Robin subconsciously grabbed the corner of his clothes, and the feeling of being protected hadn't appeared in this little girl's heart for several years. Since O'Hara was destroyed and Saul died before and after his eyes, everyone who appeared in his eyes seemed to exchange her for the 79 million Pele. No one can rely on, no one can believe that she can only protect herself by tattooing her brain. After a few years, she has not known how many times she has walked on the edge of death. If there is not a thought in her heart that needs to be persisted, it would be better to just die like this. It's just that when the person in front of her stood in front of her, there seemed to be something more in her heart. The feeling of being guarded ahem. Since I misunderstood vongola just now, let me take half of the responsibility, but you have to hand the rest to you. After all, I am just a blind man. To deal with so many enemies, I will be somewhat powerless. A feeling of. He sighed with a smile, as if he couldn't deal with too many people. Only Giotto glanced at him contemptuously, probably meaning that you blind man is a good hand even in New World, can't deal with these punks? I'm afraid it's okay to sweep West Blue. It seems wrong to say that, after all, Shanks and Mihawk are still fencing friendship on an island not far away. It's really a dishonest person. Don't you just want to see how my strength is? Just say it clearly, I don't want to show it to you, as for such a roundabout? Speaking of this, Giotto's raised right hand is already burning with hot flames, and dealing with these miscellaneous fish will not make him enter the death mode. At the moment, his hand is also on the handle of the stick knife, but he is not trying to slash. Just like Giotto can't use lifelessness against these trash fish, he doesn't need to let his blade completely out of the sheath when dealing with these guys. Look for flowers. What a crooked, a group of idiots who have no eyesight, shoot them directly. Anyway, the dead can also exchange bounty, and then I will reward everyone with 100,000 Baileys. Bang, bang, bang. As the voice fell, successive gunfire sounded. Robin also closed his eyes tightly at this moment. The mafia boss felt that he was already in his hands, and he even felt that 79 million Baileys would have gotten him. It is also not clear what he would think if he knew that in addition to a Pele of 79 million, there was also a Pele of 1.83 billion. Will you feel that you have made a fortune? Will you worry about eating and drinking for the rest of your life? And now it is not clear whether he will get rich or not, but he will definitely not worry about food and clothing in the second half of his life. After all, the dead don't need to waste those resources. Mirror flames. Hell Brigade. The former is a sea of fire, the latter is gravity, and two tyrannical forces erupt in an instant. Not to mention this group of miscellaneous fish, even the elite soldiers of Marine, facing the joint attack of Giotto and Yuxiao, there is bound to be a dead end. In an instant, the front of the two turned into a sea of fire, and at the same time a bottomless pothole appeared on the ground. In such a short period of time, all dozens of mafia members were wiped out, but they didn't understand what kind of monster they had gotten into. And at the last moment of the life of the mafia boss, it is estimated that he is still thinking about how to consume and enjoy after he has got 79 million. Sitting on the ruins of this casino, Giotto held little Robin, and smiled slowly and said, "Smile, do you want to come to my family?" Excuse me. Before he finished speaking, Giotto interrupted, "Do you want to join Marine to change the world and realize the justice in your heart? It's just that Marine justice really matches everything you think in your heart? Robin and O'Hara, all victims under the banner of Marine justice, and what you want, is it to protect the people, or to speak two words? Your Excellency vongola, if I take the liberty, in your eyes, will a mafia family be more capable of performing justice than Marine? It is a reassuring word to say, but how is it actually? Giotto admitted that there are people in Marine who really stand by justice, but how many people are there? He admits that Marine protects many things in this world, whether it is Zephyr, Garp, or Smoker, etc. can interpret the two words that he carries behind his back. Without the efforts of Marine, there is no doubt that many greedy pirates will kill more people. After all, most pirates are villains, like those who are kind and pursue ideals, but only a few of them. But in some cases, the justice that Marine insists on will also deteriorate. In those cases, what they execute is the justice that the world government wants. Like O'Hara, those historians are searching for the correctness of the history of 8, 6, 6, and 7 100 years ago. Giotto does not comment, but at least ordinary people on the island are innocent. In order to conceal the history, the world government directly launched Buster Call and destroyed the entire island. Sakazuki did not even let the people on the refuge ship. Can such an act be called justice? Perhaps the true meaning of the word justice is as Doflamingo said. The so-called justice must win because only the winner is justice, whether it is past history or what is happening now. Therefore, for Yuxiao's question, Giotto chose the most practical answer. I don't think vongola is righteous, but at least my family will not harm innocent civilians. Instead, we will protect those who are worthy of our protection. I don't know this. Does it fit your understanding of justice? Giotto thinks he is not a savior, nor is he a merciful Saint Buddha. He can't save everyone, but at least he will protect the people related to him, and he will also protect the people who can be protected within his power. Just as when the era of the great pirates began, he chose to return to Sikon Island to protect his hometown. Isn't this more reassuring than the justice that many talk about all day long? Seeing a smile and some hesitation, Giotto also went on to say, if you can't make a decision now, you might as well go to New World with me to take a look, whether it's Sikon Island, Kingdee Island, or White Rock Island in Wanakuni. As long as it is the territory of the vongola family, I believe you can see people smile from the heart. For this, Giotto is still very confident. In the territory of vongola, people can't say how rich they are, but at least they can be regarded as living and working in peace and contentment. I understand. If this is the case, then I will go to New World with you to watch. If your words are true, then I am willing to become a member of vongola and serve as the outside consultant mentioned by the Honorable Congo, right? After thinking about it for a long time, then he smiled and nodded his head to make a decision. He really wanted to see the scene that Giotto said just now. Do people smile from the heart? I'm really looking forward to it. Little Robin also go to New World with me. After persuading a smile, Giotto set his sights on Robin. Anyone born in this world will never be alone. Saul said that, right? Vongola's members are all my family members, and everyone will be lonely. Guard you to pursue your dreams, whether it is history or other things. Robin didn't speak, but nodded vigorously. She didn't know why, but there was a voice in her heart that told her that the person in front of her could be trusted and she would not be alone anymore. Even the simplest words and deeds have extraordinary appeal in you. I now understand why the vongola family can gather so many powerful people in just a few years, and become famous. All of this is inseparable from your leader. Seeing this scene in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh with a smile. Mission completed. Recruit local world powerhouses and form outside consultants. 5/5 reward mission to unlock vongola first generation cloud guardian Arnold. In fact, the smile at this time has agreed to become a member of the family. After all, he knows very well that Giotto can't deceive him on this kind of thing, and if deceived, it is impossible to invite him to New World to see what happened. Therefore, even if he has not gone to New World at this time, the system determines that the task has been completed. As for this reward, it can be said to be expected. After all, the task itself is to form an outside consultant, and Arnold, the guardian of the vongola first generation cloud, is the founder of vongola outside consultant. In addition, Arnold is also the strongest guardian in the world. His attacks are completely merciless, and he is like a ghost and fights alone. Illustration. After all, Arnold's melee combat talent can be described by the word pervert. His appearance time is not fixed, which means that in the time when he does not appear, he also has the opportunity to learn armed forces in the world of pirates, haki of color and seeing and hearing color, and all other physical skills. The so-called guardian of the cloud is a lonely floating cloud that protects the family alone without any restriction. Although the task is now complete, if you can fool Hawkeye also persuade, that is naturally better. When I want to come to Arnold, I will surprise everyone and shock the whole world at the same time. So even on his system panel, behind Arnold did not display the words appearing within 3 months, but turned into 3 big question marks. Therefore, it is definitely unrealistic to expect Arnold to stay in the family at any time, or to be responsible for guarding a certain place. Even Giotto can't control his appearance. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Just the strongest word means that his strength is still above the Naker and Kliuu that have already appeared. It seems that the ring will only be given to him when he appears, but then again, even if Arnold doesn't have the ring, the fighting power is absolutely terrifying, right? Giotto said inwardly. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Giotto stood up. He had been out for a while, sailing all the way from New World to East Blue and then to West Blue. To be honest, he was a bit homesick. Hurry up and find Hawkeye, and then you can start your return journey. He is strong enough in itself, coupled with Haki's assistance, his strength is simply unimaginable. Let's go, let's meet 2 people next, and then it's almost time to return to New World. But this guy, what should I say? What is certain is that when the family is in danger, he will inevitably come forward. This is beyond doubt. After Giotto left, a group of mafia in suits, led by a man with a cigar, came to the casino that had become ruins. "Boss, I found a living one here." Soon, the man's little brother brought a mafia covered in wounds over. This man suffered fractures in many parts of his body. It was obvious that he suffered a gravimetric attack, but his luck was slightly better, and he still kept it. In a sigh of relief. After seeing the man with the cigar in his mouth, the seriously injured mafia's eyes widened suddenly, and said weakly, You are Capone Big. The eyesight is pretty good, you can recognize me. If that's the case, then you must still remember who beat you like this. Capone Big's eyelids picked up, and then he continued, Your boss, who has been burned out of shape, just said that you want to submit to Lao Zi. This happened. Isn't it because you are planning to cause Lao Zi to cause some serious trouble? Now he is holding back his stomach. Although this mafia family is very small, but as the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. He just decided to surrender himself, and he was suddenly smashed by someone. It's not a big deal, even the boss of this family has directly lost his life, and spreading it out will damage his own face. However, looking at the situation here, so many mafia almost lacked the ability to resist, they were directly solved, and the bottomless pit could not be caused by ordinary people's power. So he was even more worried about whether this damn mafia family decided to submit to himself because he provoked some amazing people. If the other party is seeking revenge or something, isn't it likely that he will follow this hapless family and find his own head next? No, it's not that we just came here to catch someone, but we didn't expect that the people around her are too strong, and we are not opponents at all, the mafia member said honestly. This last breath was cut off. Then you should make it clear, who is the person you want to arrest and who is next to her? If there is half a lie, Lao Zi will not only kill you, but even your family will not let it go, understand? Big is not a good man, even when he should be cruel to his men, he will never show mercy, not to mention this guy in front of him is not his own. As for not harming his family, he won't abide by this ridiculous rule. It's the daughter of the devil, Nicole Robin. By his side, there is a blind swordsman, and another young man, as if the swordsman called him vongola. Wow. As soon as the voice fell, a gunshot sounded, and Big didn't hesitate to send away the guy who was still breathing. At the same time, his face was so gloomy that he seemed to be dripping water. Boss, what should we do now? A mafia who followed Big carefully asked. What the hell can you do? Rule all the members at once. Recently, all of them have been given to Lao Zi to hide in the house. No one can go out and make trouble. If you provoke someone who shouldn't be offended, let Lao Zi dictate himself, who if you dare to involve other people, Lao Zi will send all his family away. Big is almost mad at this time that he can accept that this damn little family has caused some trouble for himself, but he will never accept that the other party has caused him vongola. The whole West Blue, all the mafia, who doesn't know what vongola stands for? That is the world's #1 mafia family. Even if it is West Blue's 5 famous Western families, in front of vongola, there are 5 stinky mice, and you can get rid of the rubbish with a wave of your hand. Boss, do you think someone will pretend to be vongola's name? Mafia members put forward an idea of their own. After all, the vongola family is far away in New World, how could it suddenly appear in West Blue? And the person who appeared was the famous vongola, the head of a family. Have you been kicked in the brain by the donkey too? Stupid. How can anyone in West Blue dare to pretend to be vongola? How terrible the pretenders who appeared before have died, can't you not see it with your eyes? Big really felt that his younger brother's IQ was worrying, and he scolded angrily. West Blue has people from vongola, and it's the Independent Special Assassination Unit variant, who is rumored to be here. With them here, what do you think the person pretending to be vongola would be? The end? Before we get here, that person should be dealt with, but you have someone from Kendo variant along the way action? So, the one who turned this place into ruins is likely to be the real vongola leader, the world-renowned vongola. Big felt more and more that his judgment was correct, because vongola had appeared in Sabayati before, which means that he is probably not in New World now. Since it is not in New World, no matter where it appears in any sea area, it is not a strange thing. On the other hand, this damn little family, the goal itself is to catch Nicole Robin, that devil's daughter has O'Hara's secret, which many people 667 know. It is also because of this that Big thinks that the person who appeared here is completely understandable, and it is O'Hara's secret to point out that the goal of others? Then we are now, after listening to the analysis of my boss, the mafia around me also trembled. As a member of the mafia, how could I not know how powerful that one is? Find out all the remnants of this little family to solve it, and at the same time inform Varian in the dark world. It is some of our dedication to that person. Speaking of which, this damned family is also a bit useful. Lao Zi caught vongola's eyes, and they were dead right now. Big feels less depressed when he thinks of this here. He has gradually become bored with the underground forces of West Blue. If he can join the vongola family and go to the New World to gallop, then he can be excited. Just when Big was crazy about his brains, Giotto and others were already on the island not far away. It seems that there are 2 strong people here. If you want to come, that is your goal, right? As soon as he landed, he had noticed the existence of two people with a smile, and the aura of the two people was not weak, even he had to deal with it carefully. Follow the smell of barbecue and walk towards the depths of the island. It didn't take long before I saw a drunk red-haired man, and a gentleman sitting elegantly on the side, tasting a glass of fine wine. Needless to say, these two people are Redhead Shanks and Hawkeye my hawk. Compared with Shanks's uninhibited, my hawk will obviously pay more attention to his words and deeds, but I don't know how his wine glasses and chairs are carried with him. Are they installed in his coffin that only accommodates him? On board? Forget it, it's the same as Garp didn't know if he pulled out a big iron ball from his crotch. He didn't understand it at all. Ha! Isn't this Giotto? Seeing Giotto appear in his field of vision, Shanks suddenly became energetic, as if his alcoholic energy disappeared in an instant. I haven't seen you for several years. You haven't changed much from before. No, that's not right. Now you are already a big figure in New World, although not as a pirate. This makes me feel quite a pity. In Shanks's eyes, he thinks Giotto is very suitable to be a powerful pirate. If the vongola family is replaced by the vongola pirate group, it will be quite good. The mafia or something. Compared to the pirate Erlang who sails freely in the sea, it is a grade. Of course, he would not say this in front of Giotto, otherwise he would not be beaten by an old friend. It's nothing to be a pity. No matter which direction we choose, we are all moving towards our future. Speaking of which, I have seen Buggy before. He seems to have to work harder than you. After all, I have found my companion, Giotto said with a light smile, and also deliberately mentioned Buggy. He didn't talk nonsense anyway. Buggy did have his own partners, even though they were all trash fish. Sure enough, Shank's eyes changed slightly when he heard the news of Buggy. He liked to compete with Buggy when he was on the boat, but it still looks like this now. After a moment of silence, Shank stretched his waist and then smiled. Really? Is that guy Buggy also working towards the future? It seems that I have to hurry up and find a group of the best companions. Hello, my hawk, do you want to get on my boat? Since there is grass on the side of the nest, why look for it all over the mountains? Even if you want to go out and look for it, you must first try to nibble. If you can get my hawk into the group, then you have a perfect start, isn't it? Your boat? Even if you paddle with your own hands, do you still have to squeeze to sit on a two-person boat? I have no special interest in men, so I chose to refuse. Hawkeye glanced at Shanks, and he was not. I haven't seen each other's boat. To be honest, being able to sail on the sea in such a small boat for several years, at this point, he thinks Shanks is a man who can do great things. But if you want to get on the boat too, don't it? After being rejected by Hawkeye, Shanks subconsciously shifted his gaze to Giotto. Why are you looking at me? Is it possible that you still plan to take the vongola family on your boat? You can't fit the boat. Giotto looked speechless, that is, Shanks, and dared to hit his mind on himself. N.S. Hey, it doesn't mean that you want to bring your family with you. I think it is enough for you to bring a few guardians. Shanks scratched his head, as if he didn't feel anything wrong with what he was saying. He didn't even notice the twitch at the corner of Giotto's mouth. Just bring a few guardians? How about I go back and simply change the name of the vongola family to Red Hair Pirates? See if you are always satisfied. Come on, you'd better go find your own companions, don't think about these. With that, Giotto turned his head to look at Hawkeye, and said directly, my hawk, do you want to come to my family? No need, I'm used to it alone, and I don't plan to join any party. But then again, I heard that the guardian of the rain in your family is a top swordsman, and originally planned to go to New after this period of time. World has a try with him. Now that I meet you, I can just ask about his situation. That man named Kliuu, Jian, is the technique really so exaggerated in the rumors? Hawkeye also refused directly, and at the same time asked what he was interested in. In this world, he was only interested in swordsmen with good swordsmanship. Since the War of Wanakuni, a Sari-Yuyu statement can be said to have spread all over the world. Hawkeye has also had the idea of challenging him. Whether he wins or loses, he mainly wants to hone his swordsmanship so that he can walk in the kendo to a higher level. Giotto knew that Hawkeye would ask this question for a long time, so he was also ready to answer. Are Yuyu's swordsmanship? If I said unparalleled in the world, would you believe it? That's right, it's unparalleled in the world. Chao Li Yuyu's kendo talent is extremely terrifying, and the tricks used in battle can even be created temporarily, and the tricks created temporarily are all exquisite and exquisite without exception. With such a terrifying talent for swordsmanship, what's weird about his swordsmanship reaching the world's unparalleled level? Unparalleled in the world? I understand. I will go to New World soon, hoping to learn about the unparalleled swordsmanship in your mouth. Hawkeye nodded, his eyes like hawks and falcons ignited a strong warfare, and even the corners of his mouth smiled inexplicably. What is more exciting than knowing the existence of a top swordsman? Wang Wang Zhao, more importantly, that swordsmen can still be found at any time, in the territory of the New World vongola family, as long as the other party really deserves the words unparalleled in the world. In this way, the journey of pursuing the ultimate kendo in the future will not be lonely. Forget it, since everything that should be done has been done, then I won't disturb the two-person world of the two of you. Giotto looked at Shanks and Mihawk, then turned around, and walked away. See you at New World in the future. When you get there, don't forget to come to Seekin Island and find me a drink. Of course, I will definitely go to New World. After finding a companion that belongs to me, Shanks nodded vigorously, and subconsciously placed his hand on the straw hat beside him. He did not forget the meaning of this straw hat. Forever will never forget. New World, it won't take long, and I will definitely be famous there. Live. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. A crowd of senior Naval Headquarters generals have gathered in the conference room. Except for Garp, who went home to visit relatives, only Sakazuki was no longer here. The person responsible for presiding over this meeting is now Admiral Sengoku, the only real power of Naval Headquarters. From the fact that Marshal Kong did not appear, everyone can see that Marshal Sora is actually transferring power. It is estimated that in a few years, Naval Headquarters will have one less Sengoku Admiral and one more Sengoku Marshal. The generals sitting below basically represent Marine's future. Compared to you, everyone knows exactly what it is for this time to hold such a meeting. Sengoku glanced across everyone, and then he said in a deep voice, "The Celestial Dragons has put pressure on more than one occasion, asking us to arrest King vongola I before returning to New World, and then sentence him to death. Why is there such a request? I think everyone should be very clear. vongola I shot Celestial Dragons. This is a felony that the world government cannot tolerate. Secondly, if he returns to New World, we will lose the opportunity to capture him to a large extent. That's right, if Giotto enters the New World, then 667 Marine will not dare to continue to attack him. The reason for this is also because in the past few years, Marine has made a choice, which is to pacify the four seas in the first half of the Grand Line, and put most of the waters under Marine's control. Therefore, except for a G5 branch that was considered symbolic to be established in New World, they almost gave up New World. After all, if you want to fight for the dominance of New World, you need to face the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, vongola family, etc., which are far stronger than the Four Seas. In the eyes of Marine's senior management, such an approach obviously outweighs the gains. When confronted with these forces, Marine will be greatly injured even if it wins. It is better to settle the easy-to-solve Four Seas and the first half of the route before considering New World. At the same time, they also hope that when they put their forces on the Paradise and the Four Seas, the major forces of the New World will kill each other and consume each other, which is also conducive to future advances in the New World. If you want to start before the opponent enters New World, then I think the best place to deploy troops is in Sabayati Archipelago, where us is actually the only way for him to return to New World. Crane Vice Admiral thought about it, is to give an answer. In her opinion, Sabayati Archipelago is undoubtedly the best place to ambush, but there are also some disadvantages to ambush here, that is, the other party will definitely think of this and be prepared. No, the world government has banned us from using the surrounding area of Sabayati as a battlefield, because celestial dragons will also appear in the Sabayati Archipelago from time to time. Sengoku shook his head and rejected Crane Vice Admiral's proposal. And hearing these words, many Marines' faces were sideways, and some even clenched their fists subconsciously. Those stupid celestial dragons again. When is this? Because celestial dragons are going to Sabayati to play, and Marine is prohibited from deploying troops to capture vongola I? What a bunch of idiots who succeeded less than failed. In this case, we can only find a way to encircle vongola I, but he is only a small boat sailing alone, so it is difficult to control his whereabouts, and I want to set up an encirclement under such circumstances. Before the words of Tsuru Vice Admiral were finished, a Marine officer quickly walked and said to Sengoku Admiral, Sakazuki Vice Admiral called just now, saying that he has discovered the whereabouts of King vongola I. He has launched a pursuit, and the location is near Ball Island. Sakazuki Vice Admiral said that he will arrive at Ball Island in 3 days, and he hopes to face Penger there. Column I for encirclement and suppression. Hearing this, Sengoku didn't hesitate to look at the chart, frowning. Is Uenkaio Island closer to the Seven Waters capital? Very good, tell Sakazuki immediately, we're on Uenkaio Island. The arrest of vongola I. I remember that it was an arrest. The request of the world government is to publicly execute vongola I in order to make the world deeply impressed. Understand, celestial dragons can't offend. The moment Sengoku saw the location of the island, Sengoku's eyes immediately lit up, and he didn't expect Sakazuki to bring such good news to himself. The geographical location of Uenkaio Island itself is not good, but for now, it is definitely the most suitable place to encircle vongola I. Why? It's because you are very close to the Seven Waters, and the Seven Waters is not far from an ice lobby. As long as you go to an ice lobby through the Gate of Justice, the Marine fleet can reach the vicinity of Orb Island as quickly as possible. Need extra arrangement, can directly encircle vongola I. It can be said that this is an excellent fighter opportunity given to them by heaven. Then who decides to attack next, this time encircle vongola I? For special reasons, the scale of the attack is equivalent to Buster Call. Equivalent to the scale of Buster Call, that means there will be 5 Vice Admiral headquartered, leading 10 battleships and Marines' elite combat power. There are about 1,000 Marine soldiers on the battleship, which means more than 5,000 troops. With such a force, few people on the sea could resist. Even a powerful lunatic like Douglas Bullet fell under the artillery fire of Buster Call. In fact, even if Marine wants to encircle vongola, it is far more than using Buster Call, but this time it will act like this, and all Marines will know it well. Celestial Dragons. This time the old man of fighting spirit will personally lead a battleship to attack, and the remaining candidates are Kuzan, Polusalino, Momuzagi, and Yumo. As soon as these words came out, everyone opened their eyes subconsciously, and it was hard to conceal the color of surprise. Where is the Buster Call specification? Obviously it has exceeded the Buster Call specification, plus Sakazuki Vice Admiral who discovered the whereabouts of vongola. The number of Vice Admiral in this attack has already met the 5-person requirement. It is in this case, Sengoku Admiral will also attack himself. And the 5 Vice Admiral are still the top combat power in the active Vice Admiral, especially Kuzan, Polusalino, Sakazuki, and Momuzagi. They are all future Admiral candidates. Although they have not yet reached the peak of their strength, that is, they do not have the strength of the Admiral level, they are definitely quite powerful monster-level combat power. In the final analysis, it is because of the nobles of the world that Marine has such a terrifying combat power at this time. But since their Marines are all out for such a battle, even if the opponent is the famous vongola in just a few years, this time I am afraid that it will be at the end of the road. My lord, do we keep the tail behind like this? Yuxiao had already spotted the warship that had been following them all along. There is an uncomfortable guy on it. Even if it is on the bottom, there is no guarantee of victory. Moreover, there is a feeling underneath that if he is allowed to follow along like this, there will be no guarantees. Good things happen. Bad things have happened long ago. The red dog behind followed us just to prevent us from getting out of his sight. Marine is either on the way to come, or he has deployed his troops at Sabayati Archipelago and waits for us to go. Cast yourself into the net. How can Giotto not know the other party's thoughts? The problem is that he has no good way to deal with it now. There are 3 people in this small boat. Point. After this power system, Verdi and the others have to improve it. How can they take a few people and stop cooking? Brother Giotto, did I cause the trouble? As soon as he heard Marine, Robin felt that he was a survivor of O'Hara and led those people over. She didn't know where to put her little hands at the moment, she kept kneading the corners of her clothes, and her eyes were a little lonely. How is it possible? Little Robin won't bother me. As he said, Giotto turned his head and glanced at him with a smile, and then joked, it must be because a smile is too fat, and he can't even be dragged by a boat. I don't usually know what to lose weight. Also gravity. At this point, Giotto himself was stupid. He looked at him with a gloomy smile, making every smile feel a bit cold on his back. That, Lord, I smiled and didn't realize what was going on at this time, so I could only subconsciously ask. Laugh. You are the fruit of gravity. You don't know how to make some of us lighter, so that I can drive the boat and leave soon? So, why on earth should we let the red dog follow us? In a few days, Giotto also reacted at this time. Tomorrow morning, he could borrow the gravity fruit to leave. As a result, none of them reacted, so the red dog was allowed to follow behind for such a long time. So, sometimes silly is a group of people stupid together. Anyway, in the past few days, no one thought of this. He smiled and scratched his head, and said with a little embarrassment, actually, I thought about this before I went down, but at the time I thought about whether your excellency I intended to fight Marine or something, so there was no opening, ha 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 ha. I don't know why, Giotto always feels that a crow flies through the air with an embarrassing laugh at this moment. But now there is no way. After a few days, Marine is almost ready to take action. Activation mission, defeat Marine Buster Call. Yes, the subtask is now activated. Even if he can leave, he doesn't plan to escape directly like this. Since the opponent wants to start a war, Giotto doesn't mind playing against them head-on. Prepare to land on the island. Since you have already reached this point, you may be despised if you leave. But you have to take Robin to a safe place first. Nothing is more important than the safety of your family. Another point is that if you leave now, it is estimated that Marine will announce the whole world, saying that the Marine Justice Division defeated vongola, but at the end the opponent fled the trial in a hurry and failed to be arrested. If that were the case, the vongola family would be discredited, right? At the same time, Giotto also discovered the circular island not far ahead. He knew very well that this should be the place where Marine had prepared his burial place. It's just that he is still uncertain whether this island can be buried. Well, that's okay. But your excellency, if you leave with the little Robin girl, you can't be sure how long you will be able to rush back. Do you have no problem facing Marine alone? A smile was also a little worried, and then he said, it's just the part that follows, so I don't need to worry, but what I don't know now is how many troops Marine has prepared against you. That's right, there is really no need to worry about Akainu, who is just behind. Jato's current strength is definitely above Akainu. After all, even Kizaru was interrupted by a hand. What really needs attention is Marine, who hasn't appeared yet. He doesn't believe that Marine will only let one Akainu deal with him. There is no need to worry about it. Even if there are a few more warships, it will not be so easy to deal with me. Moreover, it is not far from the Seven Waters. You can put the little Robin in Master Tom's place. Safety is not a problem. Then, if you are willing to take action, come back to help, and you can protect Robin there together if you don't want to take action. 0. Look for flowers. Jato smiled. Just follow your own thoughts and justice, just smile. Hearing this, a smile also fell into silence. Can I just follow my heart? Such words were unexpected with a smile. In his opinion, he should be an indispensable combat force for Jato today. After that, what Jato will face is bound to be Marine's elite combat power, and even Admiral of Naval Headquarters will appear among them. After all, it is to shoot against the now famous vongola. Marine will not be careless. Xia understands, and please hold on for a while, and I will rush back as quickly as possible. With a smile, he stood up, and then he held little Robin with one hand, his body slowly floating in the air under the effect of the fruit's ability. Don't forget, you can go to New World next, and see what you said in your mouth. The people's smile from the heart. Brother Jato. Robin was a little bit reluctant to leave, her brows frowned, because she always felt that the scene at the moment was very much like when Saul tried her best to get her to escape at the end of O'Hara. Don't worry, we will meet in the city of Seven Waters sometime later. Marine can't stop me. Jato showed a gentle smile. I have to say that his words and deeds contain a kind of power to make people believe. Even the smile on the side is a lot of peace of mind at this moment. Perhaps it is this kind of power that makes people believe that the vongola family can stand on the sea of New World. The next moment, with a smile, Robin left first, and Jato also boarded the ball-like island. As he had thought before, this place is the best cemetery chosen by Naval Headquarters for him. It looks like, is it already ready? I don't know if it was Charlie who was prophesying and saw the moment I died. It didn't take long for 10 Marine warships to directly encircle the ball island. The area of the island is not large, so there is no fear that the troops will be scattered. I really didn't expect that you would deploy so much combat power. Even Sengoku Admiral left Marine Ford? Look at this, today you are determined to keep me forever. Jato sat on a small hill not far from the shore, looked at the most obvious figures on the warships ahead, and said with a chuckle. At this time, there were 6 well-known Marine generals in his field of vision, and all of them were the real high-end combat power of Naval Headquarters. Even Jato was taken aback by this kind of mastery. He knew that Marine was going to encircle himself, but he didn't expect the opponent to use this level of combat power all at once. For Marine, who is now struggling to rectify the Paradise and the 4667 seas, so much combat power is bound to cause uncontrollable situations in some other places. But they still did this. In other words, their importance was even faintly higher than the importance they attached to Paradise and the 4 seas during this time. Sure enough, is it because of celestial dragons? Ice Age. At this moment, Kuzan did not hesitate to take a shot and directly froze all the sea around Ball Island. Their Marine dispatched more than 5,000 people this time, and they needed enough battlefields to support their performance. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku, who was standing on the center of the battleship, said with a gloomy expression, "Fight with your hands, vongola I. Even Douglas Bullet can't withstand such a force. The old man admits that you are good, but this once, you have absolutely no chance of escape. Indeed, it is not easy to escape in this situation, because the guy Kizaru is among them." Although his arm was scrapped by himself, Juan Kizaru's strength lies in sparkling fruit rather than physical skills. His strength has not been fatally impressed. There is no problem in trying to prevent him from leaving in the air. It is even possible that this guy has arrived very early, but he did not stop Yuxiao and Robin from leaving, because Marine's goal this time is only himself. There is no need to make extravagant branches for the sake of other people. In case something accident happens, it's not good. Of course, the bigger reason is that the smile is strong. I don't like to hear this anymore. It feels like you are saying that my strength is no better than that of Bullet. I admit that he is very strong, but I am now. Jato stood up slowly, and Conqueror's Haki instantly moved forward and swept directly around. It's stronger than him. Entering the Death Aura mode, the aura of the whole person began to climb wildly, and the sweeping Conqueror's Haki also played a certain role, but under this aura, the number of Marines who fainted was not many. After all, this time Marine was dispatched by elites, and his junior Conqueror's Haki was indeed a little worse. If he could be promoted to the intermediate level, the situation would be completely different. Guilty Mafia, your existence is as disgusting as those pirates. Sakazuki jumped directly off the warship and stood on top of the ice, with his eyes fixed on Jato, who exploded arbitrarily ahead in the magma. Confess your sins, Dark Hound. The magma came out of his right arm, and he immediately attacked Jato with a punch. This is his expert attack, which is not only fast, but also very powerful. In the original work, Akainu and Admiral's period used this trick to hit the elderly Whitebeard. What is the effect of this ordinary attack? If your strength is only that, then I advise you not to step into the new world in your life, because the current new world will make you lose your dog's life. As Giotto said, his left hand was tightly clenched and placed directly in front of him, and the first life sign on the back of his hand was pointed to the front. Darkhound just came in front of him and was petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, Giotto blasted a punch, and the petrified Darkhound was directly shattered, and pieces of rubble fell on the ground and made a dull sound. All players attack. Don't leave him any buffer time. Vongola I is not an ordinary enemy, therefore, the key button is allowed to be directly killed at all times. Sengoku yelled, and the marine soldiers and generals on the 10 warships rushed out together and went straight to Giotto on the Ball Island. Although the request of the world government is to arrest vongola she and then execute it publicly. However, Sengoku knew the opponent's strength and tyranny. If he fights with the idea that he can't be killed, Marine will suffer a huge loss, and it may even give the opponent a chance at the end, so he directly issued the order that he can be killed. Lest Giotto, like a certain general, kills 7 in and 7 out and finally leaves, then Marine's face can be thrown directly into the trash can. With the order of Sengoku Admiral, the flying squirrel was the first to rush to Giotto with a shaved head. I don't know what this guy is doing so desperately. Does he also have a heart to compete for the position of Admiral? Although your strength is not strong, but since it is delivered to the door, then I will laugh at it. Giotto did not evade the attack of the Whisper Mouse. He moved slightly and directly blocked the flying squirrel from attaching Armament Haki's sword with a strange gesture. 0-point breakthrough change to empty-handed. The tricks vongola X created when he fought with the Phantom Knights were quite useful. Boom! After absorbing the opponent's haki wrapped around the sword for an instant, the deathfire on Giotto's forehead burned more violently, and immediately after he punched it directly on the body of the Speech Mouse, knocking the Vice Admiral into the air. Go out! Ice Cube, Pheasant Mouth, in 2.4, he has been paying attention to Giotto's Aokiji. The first time he saw the mouse being knocked into the air, he gathered the air conditioning on his right arm and released an ice bird to go straight to Giotto. When launching an attack at this time, the first is to be unexpected, and the second is to prevent the other party from continuing to attack Vice Admiral Laser. At the same time, Kizaru in the air did not hesitate to shoot, and a laser beam immediately shot towards Giotto. After these two powerful attacks, Giotto's expression has not changed at all. His superintuitiveness is not a joke. The danger brought to him by these two men has already been perceived by him. For an instant, he crossed his hands in front of him, just like when he was dealing with Darkhound. The dead fire spread again, and the flying ice birds and beams were all turned into stones in a blink of an eye. It has to be said that when dealing with these Logia ability players, the harmony of the big sky attributes is really easy to use. The energy attack is given to petrochemical, which directly makes the opponent lose temper. But this kind of approach also consumes a certain amount of deathfire. That if you don't need it, try not to use it. After all, he is not facing two opponents, but the strength of the Buster Call specification. It's been a long time for you to use this trick, vongola. At this moment, Momuzagi appeared behind Giotto with a shave. She has been waiting for Giotto to use the petrification trick, because at this time, the other party will show very obvious flaws. The Jin Kunluo in his hand was unsheathed in an instant, and the blade rushed towards Giotto's abdomen. In this state, it was impossible for ordinary people to respond appropriately. Even if she can react, she can't keep up with her swing of the knife. But Giotto has never been an ordinary person. His superintuitiveness allows him to make the most appropriate response in any situation. When Momuzagi caught his flaw 07, he also felt the danger. Almost without thinking, the body has already begun to respond. With the hands folded in front of him, one of the wrists turned slightly, spraying deadly fire directly toward the side. With the help of the propelling force of the deadly fire, his body quickly spins in the air. At the same time, the other hand wrapped Armament Haki, aimed at the long knife that was slashing towards him, and immediately blasted out a punch. Dead armed broken bone, boom. The moment the slash and the fist exchanged, a loud noise erupted, and the hillside below all collapsed directly at this moment. After this blow, Giotto did not continue to stay where he was. His hands went in and let out a deadly fire, and he immediately retreated several tens of meters, and distanced himself from the surrounding Marines. Although on this small island, it is inevitable to fall into a heavy siege, but it is possible to be late, and if there are too many people attacking at the same time, even if you want to react, it will be very difficult. Those Marine soldiers are not miscellaneous soldiers in a pure sense. As elite Marines, they still have a certain fighting ability. If they fight normally in peacetime, they won't have any effect, but in the case of melee, no one can say for sure. What's more, besides Sengoku, the other Marine generals are all staring at him, showing a little flaw. They will be immediately caught by the other party, just like Momuzagi's sudden shot just now. You have to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers first. When fighting these guys, I don't have time to take care of the surrounding Marine soldiers. At this point, Jato's right arm was directly turned into a hot flame, and then a fire fist blasted out, and the mountain whispering and tsunami came from the hordes of marine soldiers. If they were hit by this blow, what these soldiers said would have suffered heavy losses. Ice Age. In the face of such a situation, Aokiji did not hesitate to choose to expand his abilities. The cold air was released from his whole body, and he directly rushed into the huge fire fist. The ice and the flame collided, and there was no way for the two to be evenly matched. Overwhelmed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Akainu, Kizaru, and Momuzagi appeared in different directions, and each broke out a powerful attack, and went straight to Jato Laser. Dogbot Ingilian. The speed of light of sparkling fruit, the shape of the dog's head and the elongated lava, and the extremely sharp slashes. These three attacks can be said to directly block all Jato's evasion routes, plus the coverage of the three people's attacks is extremely high. Guang directly cut off the possibility of Jato's active elementalization to avoid injury. At the critical moment, a ray of light flashed in Jato's eyes, and he directly gave up the air conditioning against Kingwei, and took the initiative to rush towards Tao Mianzan's sword energy. His purpose at the moment is very clear. Only by smashing this sword chi first can he use the time difference formed by rushing to the sword chi to deal with several other attacks. The development of the matter was as expected by Jato. First, the sword aura was shaken with a punch of death energy and armament haki, and then turned around with the help of death energy jets, and the flames burst out from both hands here, and in a flash, it was facing the face. The incoming lava and mist beams are petrified. With such a quick response and a good response, the few people who had just launched the attack couldn't help but frown. But after all, it was a little worse. The difference is not Jato's reaction, perception, or strength. The difference is the number of people. No matter how powerful, Jato is only one person after all. Just when he blocked a few people from attacking, a figure had been waiting in that position for a long time. Yumo swung a long knife and cut it out without hesitation, his expression calmed down to ultimate. But this time, he also seized this opportunity, and the blade swung directly at Jato's neck. In that instant reaction, Jato once again used his own deadly fire to push forward, forcibly avoiding his neck from the slash of the flying squirrel, but only his neck was avoided. What? The light of the knife passed, and blood appeared at this moment. A visible wound was cut on Jato's right arm, and the blood dripped down the arm to the ground. It's a bit careless. At this moment, his expression is a lot more dignified than before. He didn't expect that these Marine Vice Admiral could still cooperate with such a tacit understanding, but it is a pity that you guys, such a good opportunity, just left me this. It's just a small injury. If you miss this opportunity to kill me, you won't have it again. While talking, his left hand turned into flames, directly burning the wound on his right arm 680 to stop the bleeding. The intense pain made his brows frown slightly, and at the same time he let out a cold snort. It's just a sinner. If it wasn't for the world government to want to execute you publicly, you have already died several times just now, and now you still dare to speak wild words? Sakazuki walked towards Jato step by step, and the lava dripped to the ground. With his rigid face, he looked quite hacky. Boom! At this moment, the light of a flame suddenly hit Sakazuki, causing a violent explosion. However, this blow did not cause Akainu to suffer any damage. At a critical time, he directly elementalized to avoid damage, so he just became a little embarrassed. At the next moment, a man with scarlet eyes and scars on his face, wearing a Varian uniform, slowly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Behind him was followed by 3 Varian members who were offered a reward: Belphegor, Lucilia, and Fran. And beyond, nearly 100 younger brothers who also wore Varian costumes. Really, who gave you the courage to talk nonsense in front of our leader? There was a sneer on Xanxus's face, and the killing intent flashed in his eyes. Is there no one to tell you? Unprovoked provocation of the vongola family, but a death penalty. Seeing the appearance of Xanxus and others, Sengoku's face was ugly to the extreme in an instant. He didn't realize how these people suddenly appeared on Orb Island. The appearance of this group of people represented that the Libra of victory in this battle was impacted to a certain extent. The vongola family, Independent Special Assassination Unit, Varian. This name is almost equal to those of the emperors in the Dark World. In a sense, Varian's reputation will catch up with the guardians of the vongola family. As for the leader, the Xanxus, Marine had also collected information about him before, but found that there was no way to know the information about his battle. In the past few years, Xanxus has hardly moved any hands, or, in other words, he has buried all the people who have seen him take actions in person. Therefore, the strength of Xanxus can be said to be a mystery, but since he can be the commander of Varian, his strength will never be too weak. What Sengoku is even more worried about is that now Vongola's Independent Special Assassination Unit has appeared on Orb Island, which means that the vongola family has responded. In this case, will the Guardian also appear here? Toriyu, the Guardian of Rain, and Naker, the Guardian of Sunshine. No matter which one of these two guys appear, Marine's odds of winning will be greatly reduced. Sengoku Admiral, the news from the world government said that the guardians of Vongola can be sure that they are still in New World, and the world government has also dispatched the corresponding combat power. It will not take long to reach Uenkaio Island, Vongola I, to facilitate public execution. Sengoku still thought it was pretty good when I heard the previous part, but when he heard the last part, he wanted to call 5 elders directly to curse. When is this? Still thinking of public execution? Was it that easy to capture Vongola I? However, the world government actually sent a battle force to Haihu, which was unexpected by Sengoku, but if you think about it carefully, it should be Celestial Dragon's hand. After all, Celestial Dragons hates Vongola I, Ball Island on the battlefield. Xanxus and Akainu confront each other, and both of them exude an unusually tyrannical aura. The ordinary marine soldiers dare not approach at all. The main reason is that Akainu is different from other marine vice admiral. His combat lethality is too great, and the flowing lava it's too easy to accidentally injure friendly forces. If they swarmed up, there would be more people who fell in the hands of their vice admiral than they would be solved by the other party. Can Vongola define a capital crime? You are simply trampling on justice. I must not allow a villain like you to survive, die. Vongola's sinner, Great Eruption. Akainu is not a person who can sit down and talk slowly with others. He did not hesitate to vent the magma towards Xanxus. The terrible attack, even the surrounding marines couldn't help but look all over when they saw it. I have to say that Akainu's ability is absolutely natural disaster level, and the destructiveness of magma is also quite powerful. Only at this time, Xanxus smiled, and simply took out a small box, and then the injured ring ignited the flames of death, directly inserted into the groove of the box. Afterwards, he pointed the box at the front and let out a sneer. Let them see what Vongola is, Besta. A white lion burning with a large flame in the box appeared directly in front of Xanxus, but it did not stay in this form for long, because at this moment, there was a lot of anger in Xanxus's heart. The red dog on the opposite side slandered the Vongola family, which he could not tolerate anyway. In an instant, the dark lines appeared on Besta's body, which directly turned into the state of a white liger. Roar! With a roar, the two powers of Dekong and Lan whizzed out at the same time. The magma that was originally aggressive was petrified in the blink of an eye, and then decomposed and dissipated. I actually broke the lava of Sakazuki Vice Admiral with a roar? What kind of monster is that? Hey, there are so many scars on that person's face. The surrounding marine soldiers were also stunned at the moment. They did not expect that their vice admiral's attack like a natural disaster would be defeated so easily by the opponent. And the changes in Xanxus's face are also an eradication treatment. It's just that they don't know that this change means that Xanxus's anger has reached its peak. Only at this time will the old wounds that Vongola 9 left on him appear on his face. Weird abilities and weird beasts? That kind of B******************, D, is it a lion or a tiger? Kizaru saw the change in the sky and couldn't help but speak. Perhaps because of the loss of an arm, his character has become much calmer. Besta is neither a lion nor a tiger, but you don't need to know these. The only thing you need to understand is that Besta and I have the ability to destroy you guys. The word hybrid in Kizaru's mouth touched Xanxus's anger, and the killing intent in his eyes became more vigorous at the moment. That's right, his box weapon Besta is neither a lion nor a tiger. I don't care what kind of B***************** D it is. The only thing I have to do now is to burn all of you Vongola fools to ashes. Akainu is not a vegetarian either. Although his heart has fluctuated a little bit because of the appearance of Besta, he can quickly adjust it. He understands that this is a battlefield, and facing the enemy, the only choice is you. Since a more scattered attack like Great Eruption can't deal with Xanxus, then let the power be more concentrated. Dogbut Ingilian. He tried his best, and even used the armed haki at this moment. He didn't believe it. I didn't know if it was a tiger or a lion D, and he could really block all his attacks. But this time, Xanxus didn't mean to let Besta take the shot. Pull the trigger. Boom! The fire of anger erupted in a very condensed attitude at this moment. It was such a breathing time. Rout. Valley. The power of the fire of Xanxus is extremely terrifying. The Vongola 2 of that year was able to suppress all the mafia with the fire of anger and unmatched strength. And Xanxus is not only using the same angry fire as Vongola 2, but also using Vongola 7's pistol to reconsolidate the extremely powerful angry fire. In terms of destructive power alone, in the Vongola family, Xanxus is definitely the first step of existence. Akainu, whose strength has not yet grown to its peak, will not be his opponent even if he tries his best. Seeing such a situation, Momuzagi also appeared next to Akainu, and said in a deep voice, "Is it all right, Sakazuki? How could something happen? But it's just a heinous B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** right arm. After all, his attack just now was to extend the lavaged arm. Unexpectedly, the flame impact fired by the opponent's gun would still entangle the armed hacky. This guy is not easy to deal with, we have to work together. Momuzagi stared at Xanxus closely, and his face stood out solemnly. If it is normal, Akainu will definitely refuse, but at this moment he is very clear about the situation. 680 must solve this variant's commander, otherwise they will not be able to free up. You know, variant has other members, and the biggest guy, vongola I, is not easy to deal with. Are the two people going to be together? That's fine, it won't be as boring as just now, but I have to say in front, even if you two are together, I want to kill you as just a breeze. Even in the face of Akainu and Momuzagi, Xanxus's expression did not change at all. In his eyes, there was no difference between dealing with one person and two people, because he has absolute confidence in his own strength. It's really troublesome, uncle with one hair, why do you have to pester me? Go to the boss, or the trouble with B0SS? On the other side, Fran kept dodge the record of flying squirrels, and his face was full of helplessness. Sometimes when he encountered slashes that he couldn't avoid, he would open the Bell-type doll to defend. If it weren't for now, Bell is solving the marine unit, and it is estimated that he will directly give him a few throwing knives to play with. You are not a simple character. Fran, the froghead, is offering a bounty of 420 million Baileys. Killing you here is also a blow to the vongola family. Talking Mouse kept swinging his sword, but every time the frog's head could be knocked away to the advantage, it made him hold a fire in his heart and couldn't get vent. He even felt that Fran was not fighting with himself at all, but playing with himself. So, why are you so serious, uncle? You will force me like this, and I have to deal with you hard. At this moment, Fran stopped dodge, he just stood in place. The Varian ring in his hand was also violently burning with indigo flames, and the surrounding environment changed rapidly at this moment. What's the matter? The flying squirrel who was about to continue rushing towards Fran stagnated. He suddenly realized that he was in a swamp. There were many vines on his feet, and he couldn't move for a while. The intelligence is not about this guy. Is the ability hallucinatory? How does it feel like Logia Marsh Fruit's ability? The abilities of this group of people in the vongola family were too weird. The vongola I was obviously a Maramara fruit-capable person, but he displayed the ability of petrification. Now this froghead has restricted his movement with swamps and vines. What is going on with these guys? Marine didn't understand the flame of death, so he couldn't understand the current situation. The flame nature of the fog attribute is construction, which can be created out of nothing, constructing something with a sense of reality to make it confuse the other party. In other words, it is not Marsh Fruit's ability that restricts the actions of Speech Mouse now, but the real illusion created by Fran. In such an illusion, Fran is the absolute master. The strength of the mouse is not weak, but it is impossible to kill Fran. Then, uncle, please indulge in it. After you die, don't turn to a ghost or come to me. After all, this is all the boss's order. If you have any grievances, just go to him. Having said that, Fran increased the shaping of the illusion, and the pulling force of the swamp became more and more astonishing. But it didn't take long for the flying squirrel to sink all the lower body into the swamp. Boom! At this critical moment, a laser beam fell from the sky, directly penetrated Fran's body, and then exploded. However, with the appearance of this explosion, Fran's body gradually disappeared. What disappeared together was the swamp environment that almost swallowed the flying squirrel. You know, the environment created by Fran is real, that is to say, if the flying squirrel is completely swallowed, then this naval headquarters vice admiral will usher in the end of life. Don't be careless, the other party is also the coder of the vongola Independent Special Assassination Unit, and when this froghead was in the G5 branch before, Sakazuki and I suffered a loss. Even Sengoku Admiral was also affected by the opponent's abilities at the time. NS. The rays of light gathered around Yumo and turned into Kizaru's figure. Don't think that we have a chance to win if we dispatch a force that exceeds the Buster Call this time. The vongola family is not so easy to deal with. If you care about it, you will lose it. Life-threatening. He himself lost an arm because of the battle with vongola I. Now facing the people of the vongola family, apart from the unarousable hatred in his heart, he is cautious. Never underestimate anyone in the vongola family. Thank you, I will never let him seize the opportunity again. At this moment, Yumo sighed, holding the handle of the knife in his hands. He could smell the breath of death just now. If he didn't try his best, he would be too stupid. Let's go together, vongola I can only be handed over to Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru didn't dare to put the flying squirrel's belly against Fran at this time. On the other hand, Sengoku Admiral has already set foot on this battlefield, so there is no need for them to worry about vongola I. That's why it's really troublesome. Two uncles. This time I have to ask the old Yamato BOSS to give me a bonus when I go back and say anything. A breeze blew by, and Fran's figure immediately appeared dozens of meters behind Kizaru and Yumo. Although he was still as out of touch as Gang AA, anyone who knew him could tell from his eyes. He is a little angry. Sengoku walked towards Jato's position step by step, and his every step was very heavy. Before he was dispatched, although he had expected this battle to be extraordinary, he did not expect it to be so difficult. You know, this time they have deployed Buster Call specific troops. If they add their own admiral, they will have surpassed Buster Call. In the past, Marine Buster Call was always unfavorable and daunting. Even a lunatic like Douglas Bullet fell under the cannon fodder of Buster Call and was imprisoned and impelled down. But now, this vongola eye and the variant under his demon are not right. There is actually a look that is evenly matched with Marine Buster Call, and even under certain circumstances, the side that can be counted as Marine is suppressed. How can this make him accept? I knew that this time I should call that guy Garp back. Anyway, he is a Vice Admiral. As he stepped forward, Sengoku thought in his heart, but he can only think about this kind of thing, because he knows very well that the guy Garp has his grandson in his mind, and now he wants to call him back to work. Reality. Don't talk about yourself, even Kongshui can't call that old stubborn. Vongola eye. How much sacrifice are you going to make? Sengoku suddenly stopped moving forward. He looked at Jado, who was not far away, and shouted directly, "It is not just my Marine soldiers who fell here, but also members of your vongola family, aren't they? With so many sacrifices, you will also be arrested in the end. Does the current battle really make sense? Significance? We don't care so much," and I looked at it and it was you Marine who fell down. "It seems that there is no one from my family," Jado said with a smile. He glanced just now. Variana's troops were indeed injured, but there was no victim. The reason for this situation is that Luslia, who did not participate in the frontal battle, took his Qing Peacock with him, and served as a battlefield doctor. However, those who have been treated by him need to have haircuts, beards and manicures after they go back. After all, everyone has become a hairy monster now. "You are too mad, vongola eye." As the roar came out of his mouth, Sengoku's body began to grow bigger, and finally turned into a golden Buddha standing in the eyes of everyone. "Let the old man come to end your sinful life." In need of time, Sengoku drew directly into the distance between himself and Jado. He raised his golden palm and slapped Jado on top of the mountain. At the same time, Aokiji on the side was not idle either. The ice skate appeared in his hand under the surging of the cold air, and then wrapped around the armed haki, and with a strong wind, he slashed at Jado's previously injured arm. The cooperation between the two is tight, and there is hardly any flaws. Yan-ji, Yan-zu. Seeing this, Jado immediately raised a pillar of fire around his body, trying to block Sengoku's haul and Aokiji's slash. But the ice skate in Aokiji's hand suddenly accelerated. When it touched the flame, the air conditioning whizzed out along the ice skate like a violent wind, forcibly extinguishing the rising pillar of fire. Sengoku's golden palm is also constantly zooming in Jado's field of vision, and then an unbiased palm landed on Jado's chest, and a powerful armament haki burst out wildly, which directly knocked Jado a dozen meters away. If it weren't for Jado to use the deadly fire as a propulsion and stop his body in the process of flying backwards, he would probably fly farther. Ahem! A palm hit his chest and Jado couldn't help but cough up blood. He didn't expect that he would suffer a loss just after the fight, especially the impact of armament haki at the end, which made him extremely uncomfortable. It deserves to be the Admiral of Naval Headquarters with the highest combat power, and you can't look at it with the same eyes as those Vice Admiral. But you are such a huge body, and your actions are so agile. It's a bit too much, Sengoku, but since you just gave it, I slapped me, then now you can also pick me up. Operation X. Received the instruction, boss. The Spurner launch system has started. The moment the retreating body stabilized in the air, Jado had already pointed a hand behind him, and the soft flame was released on a large scale, and the intensity of the pressure was adjusted according to the sound in his ears. The other hand is clenched into a fist and placed in front of him, and Gangxian gathers faster than before every time. Jado knows what kind of opponent he is facing now, and Sengoku will never give it. He has too much time to accumulate energy, so even if it may cause the inflammation on both sides to be unstable, he has to seize every minute and every second. 4 flowers. Stop him, Mr. Sengoku. That move is so powerful that I couldn't resist it with all my strength before. Originally, Kizuru was fighting Fran, but the corner of his vision just saw the massive release of the soft flames. Just that little vision made him understand Jado's thoughts. Even now, he has lingering fears about Spurner. Kyuzan. Sengoku also felt the energy contained in the opponent's moves, and immediately shouted, and at the same time, his golden Buddha's palm held high again. 0 If it is a normal Spurner, then Sengoku and Aokiji have enough time to react, but this time, Jado did not intend to give everyone any reaction time, even himself. It's too late, Sengoku Admiral. Spurner rare. As Jado's voice fell, the hand clenched into a fist opened quickly and stretched out to the front. The flames of gang that had gathered before tilted out at this moment, and the flames of the sky covered everything in Jado's vision in a flash, even the front. The space seemed to tremble under this force, and this force swept towards Sengoku and Aokiji at an extremely swift speed. What is this trick? Aokiji was stunned at this moment. He had seen Kizuru's laser, but the impact of the dead fire at this moment was obviously stronger than Kizuru's laser. Breath. He now finally knows why Kizuru was defeated so thoroughly in that battle at Sabayati Archipelago, and even paid the price of an arm. He thought he was hit by this move head-on. Don't be in a daze, Kuzan, try your best to block this blow. The impact of the Buddha. After a big drink, a white halo appeared on Sengoku's raised golden palm, and then he shot the shock wave forward. And Aokiji, who reacted, did not hesitate to use his skill, Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's Mouth. Then boom! A loud noise that shook the world erupted, and the entire Ball Island was trembling violently, and even the surrounding sea that was frozen by Aokiji dimension began to show traces of cracks at this moment. The strong energy swept all around, not knowing how many pieces of ice broke, and some marine soldiers on it fell directly into the sea. The sea a little farther away was even more turbulent. Sengoku, who has become a golden Buddha, can see the blue veins on his forehead violently. Now he can really feel the power of Jato's move. The power of the people kept backing down. There are 2 deep marks on the ground under the feet. Stop it for the old man. Seeing that Aokiji by his side was already somewhat unstoppable, Sengoku's eyes suddenly widened, and with a roar, he forcibly exploded with a more terrifying force of 6 or 8-0, which turned out to be a direct blow to the ex-burner in front of him. At the same time, a wave of air swept around, sending countless marine soldiers flying away. In this area, only himself and Aokiji remained standing. After taking a breath, Sengoku looked up and was stunned, because Jato, who broke out such a fierce attack just now, disappeared without a trace. Is it possible to escape? He was stunned for a while, only to find that Jato had rushed out of a big dirt pit, which also made Sengoku a little puzzled that it was obviously an attack that made him resist with difficulty. Regarding this, Jato didn't want to say anything more. In order to speed up the release of Spurner, the inflammation pressure on both sides was not unified, and in order to increase the power of the attack, the inflammation pressure on the Gang Zion side exceeded the soft pressure. The auxiliary inflammation pressure of the inflammation, and then just like when I didn't have contact lenses before, I was blown away by my own tricks, so I became embarrassed. Sure enough, Admiral is not so easy to deal with. It just blocked my Spurner like this abruptly. This kind of situation is very rare. Jato knew that it was impossible for Spurner to defeat Sengoku, but he directly blasted his Spurner apart. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. However, this battle won't end here. After all, in a head-to-head fight, it is difficult for him to use Spurner's maximum power. It takes a long time to prepare, but other moves do not have this limitation. Sengoku also knows this very well, so even if the opponent's attack is dispersed, he still won't be careless. In Marine's information about vongola I, although the opponent's move was so powerful, it was the most important thing for him, but it was the punch that Jato defeated Kaido during the Wanakuni battle a few years ago. Just how terrifying Kaido's physical quality is, he knows very well. Even that terrible body will be defeated by Jato with a punch, which shows how powerful it can be. Sorry Sengoku Admiral, I caused you trouble just now. Aokiji also stood up straight again at this time, but his face was not pretty. No need to care, what we have to do now is to execute this heinous guy on the spot. Sengoku's gaze has been fixed on Jato's body, and he knows better than anyone who has experienced life and death in an instant. The carelessness will also cause irreparable consequences. So what he said directly was to execute it on the spot. As for the requirements of the world's nobles, all were forgotten. If this time is still holding the idea of capturing Jato alive, it must be their marine that suffers in the end. Super flame ring. At this moment, Jato whispered softly, and then circle after circle of flames directly covered the earth in a radius of tens of meters. The hot breath instantly filled the air, making people feel depressed in breathing. At this moment, Jato almost urged the Maramara fruit's ability to ultimate. The flames began to burn frantically, and then rose into the sky, as if the sky was burning red. Then these flames surrounded themselves in an extremely fast manner, forming an extremely terrifying flame giant, just like Enel's strongest Thor in the original plot, standing between the world and the earth. Super Yen G, Yen God. Although the temperature development is still a bit worse, Jato has already reached a very high level for the development of the flame range. This huge flame god is directly condensed by the flame of Maramara fruit. As for the source of inspiration for the development of this trick, it really has nothing to do with the guy Enel. The main reason is that after developing the game Flame Raisnon before, Jato thought of the Pink Eye family in the world next door. So how can the things of the Traversers be called stealing? This is called borrowing. However, Jato did not have the second grade to condense this Flame Eye giant into his own appearance. The flame god he condensed is full of majesty, and it really feels like a god descended into the world. Seeing the flame giant in front of him, Sengoku felt that the whole person was not good. It is said that the front is tough. Your kid actually opened up? You made a sneak attack. You can't afford it. You little rubbish, you have no strength. Why did you open up the Gundam? Start the next round, Sengoku Admiral. At the moment when the words fell, Jato directly spurred the Yen God, a punch made entirely of flames, and fell towards Sengoku as if covering the sky. In front of this huge incomparable eyes, the Sengoku Buddha looked much petite. At the same time, on the sea not far from Uinkayo Island, a small boat with the flag of the world government is sailing fast, the purpose of which is the fierce battle on Uinkayo Island. On this island, in addition to those responsible for sailing, there are 3 people wearing pure white suits and special masks. One of them was wearing a white windbreaker outside his suit. Among the 3 people, only this man wearing a white windbreaker was of normal height, and the other 2 were about 3 meters tall. One is burly, the other is thin as a telegraph pole. All 3 of them are members of CP0, the world's top 2.4 powerhouses known as the Celestial Dragon's strongest shield. If it were not for the requirements of the world's nobles, they would not appear here. Wow, this is the first time I have met such a tall flame giant. It seems that the battle on Ball Island is very fierce. I feel a little itchy in my heart after being so far away, and I almost can't help directly using moonwalk. Past. The tall and thin masked man made a gaze and said with a slight surprise, but the tone of his speech was contrived. It's just garbage on the sea. It hasn't been solved for so long. I don't think the Marine Admiral of Sengoku was very good. The burly masked man snorted coldly, expressing his contempt for the Marine faction. Only the masked man of normal height did not say a word, but slowly put his hands on the handcuffs hung around his waist. The huge flame gods arrogantly crisscrossed the Ordo Island, making both Sengoku and Aokiji a little depressed. The main reason is that the attack range of this thing is too large. While responding to Jato's attack, the 2 had to pay attention to the surrounding Marine soldiers to prevent the soldiers from causing excessive casualties due to the fighting here. Therefore, during this period of battle, Sengoku and Aokiji were more passively defensive, and the opportunity to directly attack Jato was very rare. At this time, I have to mention that Uinkayo Island is really strong enough. Such a group of people fought hard on it, and they are still alive today. Mr. Sengoku, if we continue like this, he will continue to attack. Even if our combat effectiveness is not a problem, sooner or later we will have physical problems. Aokiji formed a wall of ice, and after blocking the flames that overflowed everywhere, he couldn't help but speak. Moreover, in this situation, Sakazuki and others have not been able to gain an advantage. We must suppress vongola, I hear. No. It is said that we can defeat him directly, but at least one of us must be able to pull out to help, before we can let the victorious Libra go to lean on our side. 07 Sengoku is also very clear that what Aokiji said is completely correct, but now it is difficult to get out and help. He definitely couldn't get out of it himself. The strength that vongola showed was beyond his previous estimates. On the entire battlefield, the only person who was truly qualified to contain this guy was himself as Admiral. But want to make Aokiji pump, you must first solve the opponent's damn Gundam form. Otherwise, without Aokiji Frozen Fruit's ability to help, it is difficult for yourself to fight the opponent while protecting the surrounding Marine soldiers. We have to persist for a while. Our physical strength is very exhausting, yes, but vongola who displays this ability will definitely consume more physical strength than us. As long as he persists until his form is over, I can suppress it alone. Then you can go to help Sakazuki and the others fight. Sengoku also has no better way. He can only choose to spend time with Jato. He still doesn't believe in how long the opponent can hold on to such a large-scale fruit ability. In fact, Sengoku's idea is correct. Jato's current physical strength is indeed rapidly draining, but at the same time he is also doing things that the other party hasn't seen. Hidden in the flames of the flame god, he almost always maintained the 0-point breakthrough change posture. In other words, during this period of time, the attacks of Sengoku and Aokiji, as long as they can be absorbed, were absorbed by Jato and turned into his own deadly fire. When the flame god dissipated, it was not a Jato who had greatly consumed his physical strength that would appear in front of the battle result, but a deadly fire burning vigorously, even more violent than vongola just now. Shockwave. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly seized the opportunity of Jato's shot, and the shockwave hit it directly, and this time he aimed at the center of Yinchentown, and this time he directly chose his full strength. The purpose of the shot was to defeat the flame god with one blow. Boom! The collision of the shock wave and the flame erupted with a deafening sound, and then the flame god dissipated directly between the heaven and the earth, and Jato's figure resurfaced. This Sengoku looked at Jato, who reappeared, and his face changed greatly. How is it possible? Why do I feel that the breath of this kid is stronger than before? He couldn't understand the situation a bit. After using such a large-scale ability, his aura increased instead of decreasing? Is this a bit too much? It's pretty good, Sengoku Admiral. My 2 consecutive tricks of pressing the bottom of the box have been perfectly blocked by you. It seems that I will have to be more careful when facing Marine Admiral in the future. The corners of Jato's mouth rose slightly, and he said softly, he has long known that the flame god cannot cause any harm to Sengoku. Mara fruit's temperature is developed to more than 3000 degrees Celsius, then this trick has 10 the threat of the foot. However, this time the purpose of using the flame god has been achieved, breaking through with a 0-point changing to absorb the attacks of Sengoku and Aokiji, and restore the flame of his death to the full state, even beyond the full state. Aokiji. Leave it to the old man here, do what you should do. Sengoku took a deep breath and stared at Jado intently. There is one thing that the old man can't understand. What kind of method was used to make you perform that physical consuming move, and the aura on your body becomes more than that? Was it better just now? Maramara fruit doesn't have this ability, that is to say, is it the kind of lifelessness you have? This can only be explained, relying on the mysterious death, making Jado suddenly stronger at this moment. I don't know how to answer you, but if it is such a battle, even if I fight you for 10.5 months, I will definitely be full of energy, and you. Jado's face suddenly became cold, and then he mocked, you are old Sengoku. You guy, 680. Wow, ha ha ha. Hey, Sengoku Admiral, there are people in this ocean who dare to say that you are old? This is really interesting. Would you like me to help you see if your big Buddha is out of paint? Before Sengoku's angry words could be fully spoken, the sharp laughter sounded at this moment, and 3 figures instantly appeared here. And the one who made the sharp sound was the tall, thin man with a purple-black mask. Even Sengoku, who was Admiral of Headquarters, dared to tease. This is not only to have enough status, but also to have a strong strength to support it. CP0, are you finally here? In that case, let's catch vongola I with the old man. There is no need to delay the battle here. Sengoku just glanced at it and said in a deep voice. The relationship between Marine and the CP organization has never been very good. Although they work for the world government, he does not intend to give these people a good face. Really boring old people. Then the thin and tall CP0 turned his head and turned his gaze to Jado. Are you vongola I? To be honest, I admire your courage, and dare to shoot against the nobles of the world. Ha ha ha. Think about how to die. You be asterisk 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 D. The asterisk 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 D? Jado frowned. It was the first time he heard someone say that about himself, but it would be the Xanxus who was not talking about it, otherwise his anger would be overwhelming. Leaving aside these verbal things, the aura emanating from these 3 CP0s is indeed extraordinary. The tall and thin one with a sharp voice should be the weakest among a few people, but even so, he is afraid that he may not have any problems. It is weaker than the current strength of Aokiji and others, that is to say, it is equivalent to a top naval headquarters vice admiral. And the burly man is the one with the most stable and strong breath. Although he hasn't taken a shot yet, he can feel the oppression that is emitted from him all the time. In addition, Jado noticed that Sengoku took a special look at this person just now, that is to say, this burly man is an existence that even Sengoku needs to pay attention to. Then it is very likely that his strength will be equal to Admiral of Headquarters. Should CP0 be worthy of being the strongest shield of celestial dragons? Each of the 3 people who are dispatched are not trivial. As for the last man in a windbreaker who looks more ordinary strong, even stronger than the burly man, but Jado doesn't need to worry about him. Hey, I'm talking, the asterisk 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 D. Shouldn't you be scared to pee your pants? Wow, ha ha ha. The thin and tall CP0 was a mockery at Jado, and the words were extremely ugly. From this point, it can be seen that his strength is strong. After all, this way of speaking, if there is no strength, he would have been beaten to death. Being able to live till now is enough to prove that the strength of this product is quite powerful. A 14AA14B asterisk 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 D. No matter how good my temper is, I can't help but smash your head. The moment the words were uttered, Jado's figure disappeared directly in place, and then appeared in the midair beside CP0. The dead spirit above the left fist and armament haki appeared at the same time, and the heavy blow was straight away. It was smashed towards its head. However, the thin and tall CP0 who sensed this blow did not choose to dodge. He just stood on the spot and let out a low drink in his mouth. Iron body. Wow. There was a dull sound, but Jado's blow did not hit the thin and tall CP0 head, but was blocked by the palm of the burly man who appeared here with a shave. Regarding such a situation, Jado did not have the slightest surprise. Since the blow did not work, he also retreated immediately and directly distanced himself from the opponent. Instead, the lanky CP0's eyes changed slightly, which was full of puzzles. Obviously he has already used the iron body, and there is no problem blocking the opponent's attack. Eamon, don't underestimate this guy. His fist is just your iron body, which can't be stopped. If you were hit by his punch just now, you will be hit hard. The burly man's low voice slowly sounded. If it is other parts of the body, you use iron body to resist his attack. I will never intervene, but your head is not hard enough to ignore the opponent's attack. Ha! Do you think I am not the opponent of this B asterisk 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 D? Al. Eamon was obviously dissatisfied, and immediately turned his head and screamed at his companion. But when the burly man called El turned his head, and his bloodthirsty eyes fell on him like a beast, he immediately closed his annoying mouth, swallowed hard, and did not dare to say more. Half a word of nonsense. That kind of pure wildness, although it is not Conqueror's haki, but also possesses deterrence, especially the kind that this person possesses, and it is already powerful to an unspeakable level. Even Jado, who was standing in the distance, was slightly shocked. It seems that what is in his vision is not a burly man, but a pure and powerful beast. Eamon, Arnold, your two districts cooperated with Sengoku Admiral to capture the vongola I don't want to waste too much time in this kind of place, so I only give you half an hour. If there is not within half an hour if we solve the enemy, then I will do it myself, but at that time, I will teach you a lesson. Al, embracing his arms, standing still, closed his eyes, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, or in his mind, Giotto was not qualified to let him take action. Regardless of the strength of this person, he is full of pressure anyway. Okay, it's up to you, you have the final say. Who told you to be better than me? Eamon spread his hands. This is the case in CP0. Whoever is stronger is the one who has the final say. Then Arnold, is it you or me to solve the B*****************? D? At this moment, Arnold slowly took off his mask, revealing that cold face, and at the same time walked step by step to Eamon's side, took off the handcuffs with his right hand, and slowly said, "Who allowed you to call my name directly? And to be honest, your voice is really disgusting." Crack. At the moment when the voice fell, Arnold directly cast Eamon's hand with his hand, and at the same time a special smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Hey, Arnold, you idiot, believe it or not I will screw your head off?" Eamon was stunned for a moment, and then he said viciously, "You dare to cast the handcuffs on my hands? It's been too long to sail, has it caused your head to go wrong? Don't hurry up and untie it." At this moment, Giotto took out a ring from his pocket and threw it directly towards Arnold. And Arnold also quickly caught the ring, and then put it on his hand, and a cold voice came from his mouth. "First of all, you don't have the ability to screw my head off. Second, you are not qualified. Without that strength, give orders to me. In the end, what is the illusion that makes you think we are companions?" The purple cloud attribute death flames burned violently at this moment, and the handcuffs of the king's money, handcuffed to Amon's hands, immediately changed after being injected with the cloud attribute flames. One changed into two changing four, in less than a breath. The handcuffs just put Eamon's whole body in his bag, leaving only a head. Damn! Arnold, what do you do you want to do? Eamon struggled frantically and screamed at the same time. Fear appeared in his eyes, because at this moment, he had already felt that death was moving towards. Get closer by yourself. It's really rare to be stupid to this point. Didn't you see that Aldo has given up on you? He is much smarter than you, at least he knows that there is no way to stop me even if he shoots now. When the voice fell, Arnold pulled the handcuffs abruptly, and Eamon beside him separated his body from his head. With his wide horrified eyes, he didn't even react to his death. Why Arnold, who was also CP0, would attack him? With such unwillingness and doubts, the head rolls on the ground. To be honest, when he saw Arnold appearing as CP0, Giotto himself was stunned. He knew that the system would implant a special identity for Arnold in all likelihood. A great swordsman who lives in seclusion in an uninhabited shrine. But he did not expect that the system would directly make Arnold a member of CP0, the top agent of the world government, known as one of the strongest shields of celestial dragons. And by coincidence, the world government sent CP0 to help Marine capture him. Arnold happened to be one of the CP0 sent out. Sure enough, this is the destiny that the protagonist can have? After getting rid of the guy named Eamon, Arnold's handcuffs were restored to their original state, and the headless body fell on the ground. Everything that happened suddenly made Sengoku as the resourceful general stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. First, the people from CP0 appeared, and he felt that with the help of these three people, the arrest of vongola had been stabilized. Who knows that the first of them, Al, has no plans to shoot at all? You said you don't plan to come out. Why are you here? Are you coming for tourism or visiting? That's fine, there are two other people to help, although the trouble will be a little troublesome, but in Sengoku's opinion, it is not a problem to beat vongola in 680. Just when he was preparing to join forces with CP0 to deal with Giotto, the man named Eamon was killed by his own companion directly. During this process, Peng Ying July I also threw a ring to Arnold. Wait, ring? Arnold, I don't mind if you kill the guy Eamon, but I want you to explain the current situation. As a member of CP0, what is the relationship between you and the vongola family? Allah's face did not change from just now, as if Imona's death, he didn't care at all. I hope you can answer honestly. In this case, it is convenient to report to it after I solve you, which can reduce a lot of my work. Quantity. His eyes already saw Arnold as a dead person. Although he didn't mind the killing of Eamon, as a CP0 agent, what Arnold had done was to let go of an unforgivable crime. As for whether you can kill Arnold, this is not within his consideration, because he has absolute confidence in his strength, let alone Arnold. Even Sengoku Admiral he thinks he can kill it. I have no need to explain to you. Just as you look at my eyes, you don't have any difference in my eyes. In the end, it's just to see who can change what you see in my eyes. It's just facts. Arnold acted very coldly, or it could be said to be composed and calm. Nothing can make his expression fluctuate. There is no need to explain, right? In the vongola family, there is only one kind of person who can have the strength like you and can wear that kind of special shaped ring. Sengoku has seen through everything at this moment, the guardians of the vongola family, second only to the leader vongola I. Although I don't know how you became CP0, or you were recruited by vongola for some special reasons after becoming CP0, but at this moment there is no doubt that you are the third guardian of the vongola family. Based on the information about the vongola family, a reasonable guess was made, and Sengoku was sure that there was nothing wrong with his guess. Although many people in the vongola family wear special rings, according to intelligence, they have only appeared on the guardians of the vongola family. Giotto will give the ring to Arnold just now, which also proves that Arnold's identity is the guardian of vongola. Very smart, I am indeed the cloud of one of the guardians of vongola. Now you know who I am, and then? Does this help the next battle? Arnold didn't care about the exposure of his identity. For him, exposing this identity meant losing a job that was well paid. It doesn't help the battle, but then I'll have a good relationship. After I kill you. Having got the answer he wanted, L immediately deceived him and attacked Arnold, finger pistol. At the same time, Sengoku also immediately launched an attack on Giotto, but at this time he was a little depressed. After tossing back and forth for a long time, in the end he was fighting against Giotto alone. The arrival of CP0 did not provide him with anything. Help, even he suspected that CP0 would be a trouble. That Arnold, as the guardian of vongola, is absolutely extremely powerful. That what was revealed by the instant killing of Eamon just now is probably only the tip of the iceberg. I have to say that Sengoku's suspicion is correct. Arnold is the strongest guardian of vongola I, and his strength is much stronger than the part he just showed. Dead armed earthquake. In the face of Sengoku's attack, Giotto directly greeted him directly. Although he has consumed a lot of physical strength now, the dead fire is burning much more vigorously than before, which means that his combat power as a whole is not decrease but increase. In the confrontation between him and Sengoku, every blow is heavy, and every collision between the two will erupt with deafening noises, forming a wave of air that sweeps in all directions, and the ground underneath has begun to withstand them. Power has a tendency to collapse completely. The confrontation between pure power, one relying on the shock wave of the form of its own Big Buddha, and the other is the use of both the flame of death and armament haki to ultimate. On the other side, the scene of the battle is completely different. The fighting speed between Arnold and L is extremely fast, it is difficult for the naked eye to catch their attack speed, and the reflexes and fighting talents of the two are extremely terrifying, and they constantly dodge when attacking, without leaving any flaws on the other side. Both people know that if anyone reveals a flaw at this time, it will attract the other party's violent storm, and it may fall into the abyss with a wrong step. Therefore, the nerves of the two of them are tight to the extreme, and neither dare to relax at all. But even so, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Arnold is gaining the upper hand, his attacks are getting faster, and his dodge seems more comfortable. And the corners of his mouth that gradually rises, it also means that he is controlling this seemingly evenly matched battle. Sengoku restrained Giotto alone and asked Aokiji to go to other places to help, but there was one thing that Sengoku did not expect. That when Aokiji was preparing to help Kizaru and the flying squirrel against Fran, Luslia, who had been in charge of treating his companions, was also joined the battle. I thought this was just a logistics staff, but when they really met, Aokiji realized that this looked like Luslia, who is just a girl, is not weak at all. Armament haki and the use of deadly fire, coupled with superb Muay Thai fighting skills, make Aokiji a little uncomfortable. It can only be said that none of the guys who can be called a variant Cotter are simple characters. It is also because Luslia participated in the frontal battle, so the situation on the two sides has not changed. Akainu and Momuzagi are still suppressed by Xanxus. In fact, the strength of these two people is still very strong, but they are restrained by Xanxus. Yes, one's strength can't be displayed much at all. As long as Akainu's ability is close to Xanxus, it will be petrified and decomposed by Besta. Although Momuzagi relies on her own swordsmanship to fight, the problem is that Xanxus does not give her a chance to get close at all. The flames of anger are matched with the long-range fire suppression of guns, and it is simply as difficult to get close to it. On the other side, the battle between Fran, Kizaru, and Rust Rat is too simple. After using Varian's ring, his illusion is no longer something ordinary people can resist. It is easier than Kizaru when dealing with illusion. After all, Yumo's accomplishments on observation haki are not bad. Kizaru focuses on the development of his own fruit abilities, so his haki and physical skills are only the average level of Vice Admiral. When he was still a student under Zephyr, he always believed that physical skills and haki were not important. After all, his sparkling fruit is one of the most powerful fruit abilities, enough to grow into Admiral-level powerhouse. Just face illusion. It's also thanks to Fran that he is encountering now. If it is Six Paths or Damon Spadu, he is probably going to be killed directly by illusion. It's not that Fran's illusion skills are poor, but because Fran doesn't have any passion for fighting. He hasn't taken it seriously until now, otherwise he wouldn't be using Varian's ring. In his hand, there is a ring of Hell, the emblem of Satan. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, even I didn't expect this kind of strength, Al said in a deep voice while coping with the opponent's attack. He had always thought that although Arnold was strong, he was only stronger than a guy at the level of Eamon. He didn't expect to have the strength to suppress himself. You didn't expect many things, but these are not important. The important thing is at this moment, Arnold flashed a cold light in his eyes, using the handcuffs as a finger tiger and waving his fists directly towards the opponent's face. If you don't give your full strength, I can kill you soon. In an instant, although Al's had escaped Arnold's punch, it was swept across by the strong wind, leaving a straight blood mark on his face. Immediately he flashed away, and then backed up a few steps, slightly separating from Arnold. You really can't underestimate you, but the next story has been arranged. Within 10 minutes after I use my real strength, you will be beaten into meat sauce by me. With that said, Al's body began to change. Two irregularly shaped crowns similar to tomahawks grew on his head, small and sharp teeth like awls appeared in his mouth, his limbs became thicker, and his legs became stronger. It is obviously much stronger than the hands. He is not an ordinary user of physical skills, and he is also a Zoan fruit-capable person, and as the strongest shield of celestial dragons, he enjoys the most top treatment in the world. Taking devil fruit is naturally to choose one of the strong and suitable for himself. Of taking Zoan, dragon fruit ancient species double-crested dragon form. Entering this semi-beastization is when he is truly the strongest. Whether it is strength, agility, or vitality, there is a significant improvement. It is precisely because of this ancient species of devil fruit that El can truly have a comparable to Marine Admiral level of combat power, truly deserves the honor of Celestial Dragon's strongest shield. That's interesting, otherwise it would seem boring even if it defeats you. 0AA Look for Flower Saw A. There was a strong fighting spirit in Arnold's eyes. Armament Haki was wrapped around the handcuffs and fists in an instant. His armament Haki was extremely accomplished. Even if he didn't have any fruiting ability, he was not afraid of anyone in front of him. At the same time, the flame of death of the cloud is also entangled on the handcuffs, but from the front of the battle, the flame of death of the cloud is estimated to be no better than armament Haki. Break me? Stop talking about such big talk. You know, I won't laugh because of your arrogance. Finger pistol crack. Al has always maintained his calm no matter whether he is attacking or defending. He is indeed a professional agent. Especially while maintaining this calmness, his killing intent did not diminish in the slightest. After transforming into the form of human beings and beasts, that killing intent and bloody air became more and more intense. The sharp fingers, already beastly, wrapped around armament Haki at this moment, and went straight to Arnold. Iron body, collapse fist. The other party uses the 6 style attack, so he responds with the 6 style. From appearing in this world to this moment, Arnold has learned Haki and the 6 style in CP0. It shouldn't even be described by learning, it should be regarded as a grandmaster. Boom! At the moment when the fist and the fingers were exchanged, the armament Haki of the two also had a violent confrontation. Of the pit. This is a confrontation between physiques. Whether it is Arnold or this CP0L, they are experts in physique, and the reaction nerves are very good. If there are no mistakes or careless situations, the two of them anyway, it will be indistinguishable for a while. After all, the physical fitness of the people in Pirate World is very good, like the future Aokiji and Akina fights, and even directly fought for 10 days and 10 nights. However, wasting time has never been Arnold's habit, and he does not have the idea of speeding up against the opponent. The purpose of fighting is only taste. Lock the handcuffs on this guy's wrist, by the way. Seeing the other party handcuffing his wrists, Al didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled and looked at Arnold. Do you want to deal with me the same way you dealt with Eamon? I have to say that this is very stupid behavior, but I also suggest that you try it. After all, this way, you will know how unbreakable my body is. Armament Haki covered his whole body in the blink of an eye. He was not afraid of Arnold's handcuffs at all. If the other party wanted to act like before, it would only be self-inflicted. With the ability of ancient species, coupled with the pure armament Haki, he even thinks that his body is not weaker than the amazing Big Mom that was uploaded in the sea. If Jado knew his thoughts, he might be able to laugh so much that Sengoku caught the flaw. He does not deny that the strength of CP0 is quite powerful, 680, but it is far worse than the steel balloon of Big Mom, especially when the body of Big Mom is natural, and there is no need to entangle armament Haki, or with the help of Zoan fruit ability. If a CP0 comes out randomly, it can surpass the ant in physical strength, then why can the ant become one of the 4 emperors of Kunlun New World? Indeed, the ancient species abilities are quite powerful, and your development is also very good, which makes your body stronger than ordinary people. If I force handcuffs to attack you like just now, then my handcuffs will definitely be your body covering armament Haki is shattered. It's just. Arnold's expression is still calm. Since he chose to attack like this, he must have his reason. I know your abilities and strengths well, but how much do you know about me? As a beast, how can you know? What kind of power can the cloud that is high in the sky have? The moment the voice fell, Vongola's cloud ring directly burned into flames, and the purple flames looked strange and dazzling at this moment. With the appearance of cloud attribute flames, the handcuffs that locked Al's wrists also began to rapidly multiply, like a bondage. Just like the clothes, wrap it up completely. Hey, even if you know what will happen, do you still want to do such useless things? There was a sneer at the corner of Al's mouth. Even if he was tightly bound by the other party at this moment, he still didn't care at all. He knows that his weapons will be shattered, but he still does this. I haven't found it before. You are like this. A stupid person. Or, after knowing that you are definitely not my opponent, you started to give up on yourself. Destroy yourself? Even if people all over the world give up on themselves, Arnold will never have such emotions, and as said before, everything he does definitely has its own meaning in it. Treasure your last time. Now you can still move your lips. After a while, I will completely crush your body, and you will not be able to say this kind of words. At that time, the only sound you can make is scream. Arnold pulled the handcuffs abruptly, and the handcuffs that made the opponent completely comfortable began to shrink quickly. There really was a meaning of crushing the opponent. But this time, boom. With a crisp sound, the shrunken handcuffs were unable to affect Al's hard body and were directly broken. Hee, you can't even tickle me, and you want to make me scream? You are really naive, Arnold. How could it be possible? Before the mocking words were finished, Al's face changed. After one of the handcuffs was broken, another handcuff appeared on his body immediately, continuing to shrink and crush his body. After covering his whole body with armed color, his body is indeed tyrannical, but if he keeps letting the opponent attack, wait until the moment when the armed color is exhausted, can you still withstand the opponent's strength with your body? As soon as I thought of this, Al began to explode his power frantically. He wanted to break away from this comfort, and wanted to break all the handcuffs on his body forcibly. But this is obviously why he thinks too much. The speed at which he breaks the handcuffs is far less than the speed of the multiplication of the cloud attributes, so no matter how hard he struggles, it is impossible to escape the shackles of Arnold. It seems that you are feeling very bad now, but it is. There are many people who are fearless when facing death, but if they know the time of death, then they can't do anything. They can only wait for the countdown almost. Everyone is afraid, and its ultimate fear zero. Arnold has already established the victory at this moment that he constantly injects the deadly fire of the cloud into the handcuffs, while slowly speaking, but then, if it weren't because you were too confident in your haki and your body, I wouldn't be so. Simply win. It's just that no matter what Arnold says at the moment, Al won't care anymore. He is now anxious to get rid of the handcuffs, but it is a pity that no matter what he does, it is useless. Now he is like what Arnold said. People waiting to die. As long as armament haki is exhausted, he will have no other result except a dead end. At this time, Arnold didn't even pay attention to him anymore. He slowly turned his head and turned his gaze to the side of the First Life and Sengoku. At the same time, he thought in his heart whether he should take the opponent of the First Life after he solved Al. It seems that the Golden Buddha is better than the CP0 he has solved now. He himself is eager to fight with the strong. Although Al is good at strength, he is too complacent, which makes him feel that this battle is a bit boring. If I knew it, I would continue to fight against the opponent, and I wouldn't let the battle enter the ending line so soon. Point 2.4. Vongola. How many people do you want to sacrifice for this? Can't you be arrested honestly? Sengoku slammed down with a palm, and at the same time let out a violent shout. It's just you listening? What he's talking about is human. You found a large number of people to arrest me, and even if you sacrificed it, you can blame me, but you still want me to be arrested honestly? How about you simply send a letter to the vongola family, and then I tie my hands and feet so that people can throw it at naval headquarters? Sengoku, how old are you, and you still say these unrealistic words? And you should take a good look at the current situation. Your defeat is only a matter of time, unless you can beat me before the other people's battle is over. It is not that Sengoku did not find the situation in other places. He knew very well that his side was completely at a disadvantage now. In fact, he had already had this sign before. It's just that he was waiting for the arrival of CP0, thinking that the emergence of CP0 can change the situation of the battle. In fact, his idea is correct. CP0 has strong men like Al and Eamon. If the two of them join the battle, they indeed have the opportunity to change the situation. Ability. But Sengoku counts thousands of things, and it is impossible to count that in CP0, which was ordered by the world government to arrest Jado, there will be a cloud guardian belonging to Vongola, and the strength of this guardian is quite strong. If it hadn't been for Arnold to kill Eamon instantly, and now he put Al to death, then there is indeed a great possibility that Marine will win the battle. It's a pity that there is no if in this world. Vongola, at least one thing, the old man has to admit that you are right. At this moment, Sengoku's eyes flashed with a special meaning, and then his arms and forehead were all blue veins, and a large amount of golden light began to gather on the palm of his right hand. The whole momentum also climbed to the extreme at this moment. Conqueror's haki swept out without hesitation, directly covering the surrounding area. Seeing this scene, Jado naturally did not dare to underestimate his heart. His right fist suddenly clenched, and all the flames of death, armament haki, and abilities began to converge on it. As long as the old man can solve you here, then Marine will not fail. Yes, Sengoku thinks that in what Giotto said just now, at least this is completely correct. As long as he can defeat the vongola eye in front of him, then Marine can still win this battle. Because Giotto is the leader of the vongola family, once he is defeated and falls into his own hands, no matter how big the other people get, it will not help. But then again, there is actually a loophole in this approach, and that loophole is Arnold. As the guardian of the cloud, what should I say? If Giotto is really defeated and caught by Sengoku, then Arnold is not thinking about how to save his own leader, but forcibly regaining his life from Sengoku's hands. So in fact, in the words that Giotto said just now, the really correct point is that Marine's defeat is a foregone conclusion. At this moment, whether it is Giotto or Sengoku, they are frantically increasing their momentum, and the two conquerors' haki are colliding frantically, sweeping in all directions. In terms of the strength of this conquerors, Giotto is indeed slightly inferior to Sengoku, but the power and momentum gathered in him is not weaker than the Buddha in front of him. This guy in the first life seems to have become much more interesting than before. This is not just Asura's strength, but does it integrate armament haki and fruit abilities? Gods are all elevated to the apex. It seems that the power of this trick is not low. At this moment, Arnold also had some surprises in his eyes, completely ignoring Al, who was struggling around him and shouting at the same time, watching the battle between Giotto and Sengoku intently. Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku was also well-deserved. This palm. The power of is absolutely powerful and unusual. This sea is still very interesting. There are such strong people. How much I won't be bored anymore. I heard that there is a guy named Garp in Marine who is very good. If you have a chance, you can try against him. Arnold also had a war spirit in his heart, but at this moment he bypassed the others and stared at the card. Worthy of being the strongest guardian. Garp, who was in East Blue teasing his grandson, sneezed, but he was accustomed to talking behind the scenes anyway, and he didn't realize that anyone had caught sight of him. He thought it was his old friend Sengoku who was hurting himself behind his back. Die to death, vongola. At this moment, Sengoku's momentum has risen to the apex, and if it continues, it will not increase but decrease. Vidra Buddha palm. Accompanied by a large amount of golden light and shock waves, the huge Buddha palm that was enough to smash the mountain covered the sky and fell towards Giotto. The dazzling golden light directly enveloped this place, and the majestic power broke out at this moment, whizzing the world. As naval headquarters, Sengoku hits hard. No one on the sea can be small. Even if people give him the nickname the resourceful general, it means that he mainly relies on his own strategy, but in terms of its strength, Sengoku is not weaker than any admiral-level existence. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Let me try to see if your majestic Buddha can penetrate the sky. The corner of Giotto's mouth raised. He was also extremely confident at the moment, confident in his own strength. The sky is shining. Taking the opportunity to defeat Kaido with a punch, it is once again in front of everyone at this moment. As Giotto waved, the incomparable light bloomed, covering everything in front, the orange sky flame light and golden Buddha light, almost dividing the world into two parts. And beyond this light, there was a terrible storm of fire. The temperature of this flame storm is much stronger than when it was in Wanakuni, plus the deadly fire contained in it, like thousands of heavy punches, in just a few breaths, from all angles bombarded towards Sengoku's huge Buddha body. On the front, it is Giotto's own fist colliding with Sengoku's horrible Buddha palm. Boom. As if the sky thunder came to the world, this huge sound erupted out of the mighty sky. None of the two ultimate powers could tolerate anyone, and no one would succumb to each other. Under the action of this kind of force, the earth completely shattered 680, and the entire island began to collapse, and even this terrible fluctuation caused the other people to stop fighting together. Everyone is watching the bright light, and everyone wants to know what is going on in this light. Who wins and who loses? This answer is very important to anyone present. What? Suddenly, a sturdy body with a shirtless upper body flew upside down and slammed into the incomplete ice in the distance. The body was covered with blood, and everywhere was marked by heavy punches. Retreat. At this moment, Aokiji threw away Luslia, appeared beside Akainu, and said solemnly, "Do you want to surrender to the villain?" Hearing this, Akainu instantly exposed that although he is now suppressed by the opponent, he will never succumb to the opponent. Continuing will only make us more casualties. We have already lost this war, don't you understand? Aokiji pointed to the figure that had just flown upside down, and roared at Akainu. It was easier for him to see the current situation than the angry red dog. If he continued to fight, it is estimated that Marine will be wiped out on this island. Because the figure flying upside down is Naval Headquarters is the highest combat power, Admiral Sengoku. That's right, Sengoku lost in the end, and Giotto's palm with his best effort was defeated by Giotto. At this moment, after the light dissipated, it was vongola standing in place, but his condition did not look much better than Sengoku. His right arm was drooping, the previous wound had collapsed, and the blood flowed and dripped with the arm. On the ground. At this moment, his entire right arm has lost consciousness, and his body strength is still too low. The blow of the sky shining is a great burden on the body. In addition, the body is directly beyond the palm of Sengoku's Buddha. Load. The blood at the corner of his mouth proved that his internal organs were also impacted. In the past, he attacked others with the deadly impact. Now that the impact of the Sengoku Buddha's palm is hit, he knows that this type of attack is indeed very powerful. It is difficult for people who are not physically strong enough to withstand this kind of force. But he did not fall. Even now he himself felt very tired. This battle was really exhausting for him. His physical strength was extremely exhausted when he played the Flame God before, and continued to fight by relying on the death energy from the 0-point breakthrough change absorption conversion, which was already challenging the limits of his body. Now it can be said that he can exceed the limit of his body, but it is only the limit of the body, and his will not reach the limit. Besides, in such a scene, Jado can't allow himself to fall. What plus comma equals vi%. After breathing heavily for several times, Sengoku sat up on that piece of broken ice. He looked at Jado, who was still strong, and he didn't know how to describe this guy anymore. Vongola I? It has grown to this point in just a few years. It is an enviable talent. In Marine, it is estimated that only the old guy such as Kong's Hwaiyan Garp can overwhelm him with absolute strength, right? Even if it was an enemy, Sengoku couldn't help expressing such feelings. When he was in the G5 branch a few years ago, the opponent had to do his best to face his ordinary blow, and then quickly fled. But now that he is doing his best to shoot, the other party has actually defeated himself frontally, and still can't stand it. What shocked him even more was that it was not the full combat power of the vongola family that was fighting here with the troops beyond the specifications of the Judith. There are still two powerful guardians in New World, Asari Yuyu and Naker. Although Sengoku has not seen those two people with his own eyes, it is not difficult to see from the intelligence that these two people are absolutely extremely powerful. Moreover, how can a person who can be in the same position as Arnold be a weak person? Only a few years. The vongola family has developed to such a point, which shocked him even more than Jado's improvement in personal strength. Mr. Sengoku. Sengoku Admiral. Many Marines are now approaching their admiral to prevent Vongola's people from suddenly attacking Sengoku at this time. Retreat. A resolute order came from Sengoku. Although he was injured, his brain would not be a problem. At this time, he continued to choose to fight with the vongola family, and Marine could only be defeated by the opponent. The Buster Call has been broken, and he can no longer allow Marine Elite to be buried here. He. Fight as you want, leave as you want? How can there be such a cheap thing? You Marines are too naive, right? Belphegor was able to kill at this time. Hundreds of people were killed by the Marine Elite in his hand. The blood wine of the enemy was on his body, making him look like a vicious demon now. It is not so easy to escape from his hands. Seeing those Marine soldiers who began to retreat cautiously, Bell did not hesitate to release Landmink, and at the same time threw out the throwing knife in his hand. But at this moment, an ice wall quickly rose, and instantly helped the Marine soldiers block the attack that would take their lives. Everyone retreats at the fastest speed. These enemies are up to us to resist. Aokiji gave the order without hesitation. At this moment, he is alert to all the members of the vongola family. He has the same thinking as Sengoku, and must not let Marine elites die here. Vongola, this is the end of today. Do you think Jado turned his head slowly? He was supporting his body with his will at this moment, and even his voice became extremely low. Have you eaten the fruit of the face? Marine dispatched Buster Call to Bissy me, but if he can't beat me, he thinks about it. So far? This is war. It's not a kid playing house, Marine. He is not a person who likes war and killing, but he is not even a saint. Others have provoked him, and now he can leave if he wants. Is it so easy? Damn criminals, do you still want to keep Marine? The ocean is the master. Akainu is not as sensible as Aokiji. He himself was suppressed by Xanxus full of anger, and now he is ordered to retreat. If it weren't for the vocation of the soldiers to obey the orders, he would have rushed forward desperately. Who thought that Marine wanted to evacuate, and the other party said they were playing a house? But in fact, he himself felt that Aokiji's words were too naive, and even Sengoku's order to retreat was a bit naive. Like vongola said, this is war. Xanxus. Jado didn't say much, but simply called Xanxus by name. And this is enough, just a name is enough. Haha, that's right, this is the strongest vongola boss. Xanxus grinned. Of course, he knew what his boss meant. Everyone at Varian obeys his orders and kills all these Marines. It's best not to let any of them go. With an order, everyone except Arnold became more fierce on the offensive. No, there is another person who has not changed much of the king's money just now, and still maintains the mentality of paddling. In his opinion, he has won anyway, and there is no difference between giving more and less effort. And the person with this mentality is Fran, but on the surface he still has to follow the orders of his own old Yamato BOSS, no matter how hard it makes him look like he is very hardworking. All Commodore and above try their best to stop the enemy and help the rest of Marine retreat. Sengoku is holding up his body at this moment, and if it is a critical moment, even if he is now injured, he will immediately join the battle. At this moment, a warship did not know when it appeared, and it quickly approached the orb island, and at the same time, a calm voice came from the deck. I said, Sengoku, it's too rare for you guy to make himself such a wolf fox. Fortunately, the old man recruits camp to go to training and pass by here, otherwise I won't see you like this. The man standing on the deck looked serious, but there was a smile on his lips. Just like what he said, fortunately, he took recruits to go out for practical training, otherwise his old friend would be in trouble today. I didn't expect this guy to show up, but even so, Marine's defeat is set. Seeing the appearance of this person, Jado was also a little surprised, but surprise to surprise. Now the situation cannot be changed by one person, even if this person is the same as Sengoku's naval headquarters with the highest combat power. Admiral of Headquarters, Black Arm Zephyr. Come just right, Zephyr, let the cover soldiers leave. We have already lost this war. There is no need to make greater sacrifices for an impossible victory. Sengoku looked up at his old friend, and there was some helplessness in his eyes. He didn't expect this war to end like this. He can only say that he had a wrong estimate of the strength of the vongola family, but even if he has a problem with vongola's strength estimate, how did Varian appear here? On the Sabayati archipelago side, there is no news about the vongola family troops at all. The news came from the first half of the New World entry into the Grand Line. If it were not for the sudden appearance of the Varian troops, no matter how powerful the vongola I was, the 680 was definitely not. It is the opponent of Marine Buster Call. Secondly, the appearance of Varian's troops was beyond my expectations. What I didn't expect was that there was a betrayer in CP0, and that betrayer was not simply betraying the world government, but the main reason was that guy is the guardian of the vongola family. This thing is interesting. When will the vongola family members enter the world government and get mixed to a high position like CP0? I can't believe what the vongola family has done secretly in the past few years. No, Sengoku, the old man is here to help. Do you think that the two of us can't compete with this vongola? Zephyr was taken aback at this moment. He did not expect that he would hear Sengoku's words when he came here. You know, if you count yourself, they have the combat power of 2 Marine Admiral, don't they? A defeat is a defeat. The old man will bear all the responsibilities. The most important thing now is to evacuate. Sengoku said solemnly, if he still has the strength, he would choose to continue fighting with vongola, but now in this situation, he doesn't have much physical strength to continue fighting. On the other side, there is still an Arnold who doesn't seem to consume much. That is a strong man who can easily solve CPOL. This person is not easy to deal with. On the side of Varian's troops, there is also a lively life, and it is extremely detrimental to Marine to continue fighting now. Well, since you said that. As soon as the voice fell, Zephyr rushed out like a cannonball. Armament Haki instantly turned his arms into pitch black. It is precisely because of his pure use of Armament Haki that he has the title of Black Arm. Don't look at the current Zephyr with the Admiral rank, and has retreated to the rear to become an instructor, but his strength is still at the Admiral level. Another Admiral of Headquarters? Xanxus frowned slightly. The strength of Admiral of Headquarters should not be underestimated. Besta is back. After putting away the box weapon, he walked directly towards Zephyr step by step, holding a pistol in both hands. His expression was somewhat indifferent, but there was a hint of war in his eyes. Boom! As soon as the gunshot rang, the flames of anger went straight to Zephyr. As long as he was sure that he was the enemy, he would not have any merciful thoughts of his subordinates. It can be said that Xanxus's character and way of dealing are similar to those of vongola too. However, Zephyr is not someone standing and being beaten. Observation Haki has already noticed the movement of Xanxus. At the moment when he shot, Zephyr turned around and waved his fist wrapped around the armed pretender Haki, blasted towards the flames of anger without hesitation. Boom! Boy, it's not a good habit to make a sudden attack. Isn't it good for the old man to take these little guys to evacuate safely? After all, it seems that your leader of vongola is in a relatively bad situation now. If you really want to fight, only it can be a situation where both lose and lose. I, Marine, don't want too many sacrifices. I believe you will have the same idea, right? Zephyr punched the flames of anger to disperse, and then said with a serious face, Marine is not unable to continue fighting with vongola. It's just that there is no need for it, even if it is to fight for their lives. What can they do? Kill a few cotters of the vongola family? Anyway, they want to kill or capture Jado. It's impossible, so the option of continuing to fight may be able to let them enjoy certain results, but that doesn't make any sense at all. Zephyr is more willing to hold his fist in Marine's sons than the other side, because they have a broader future. Don't kill Admiral Zephyr? How would you describe your old fellow? The Xanxus pistol pointed at Zephyr, and then a mocking sneer appeared on his face. You are not suitable for this world, and you are not suitable for this era. Indeed, the name of not killing is in the eyes of those idiots. Become very tall, but obviously a fierce wolf, but chose the sheep lifestyle. Really sad old guy. In an instant, Zephyr's face changed drastically. He never thought that someone would describe himself like this. Sad? Maybe, after all, his family was killed by the pirates, but he didn't feel regret for the way he survived in this world, and there is no need to regret it. If you even doubt your own will, that's really sad. Boy, it is not your turn to evaluate the old man's life. If you want to fight, then come, just let you see whether the old man, the sheep in your mouth, has the claws to tear you apart. Zephyr's momentum rose in an instant, and the whole person became fierce. Although he has not been on the battlefield for a long time, as Admiral of Headquarters, he has experienced countless battles, and his entire body has been carved with the traces of battle. But at this moment, Xanxus directly hit Hatch and said boredly, "Claws? Let's try it out. How many times can you block my attacks?" Outbreak of anger. The flames of anger were poured into the pistols and turned into bullets. The bullets in the two pistols would be fired continuously at super high speed, and the flames of anger flew towards Zephyr almost without analysis. Seeing such an intensive attack, Zephyr also secretly groaned in his heart. When he exploded the flame of anger just now, he already felt that the opponent's attack was like a heavy hammer, with a powerful impact. Although I blasted it with a punch just now, it didn't look so easy, and now, the opponent has completed a submachine gun with a handgun? Little guys, take the time to withdraw the warship and disperse, please feel free to hand it over to the old man. A ray of light flashed in Zephyr's eyes, and he slammed his fists, directly hitting the flames of anger that swept through. With every punch, he smashed the flames of anger, and every punch almost smashed Armament Haki. Turn to ultimate. He knows very well that he is not fighting the enemy life and death on the battlefield, he is just guarding himself now behind these young Marines. It was also during the time that Zephyr blocked the Xanxus attack, Marines successively withdrew to the warship, but the 5,000 elite Marine soldiers at the time of departure, now only half of them are left, and many of them are Belphago. Beheaded, his flying knives and Lan Diao, killing the enemy on this kind of battlefield is simply a catch. When the last Marine soldier boarded the warship, Zephyr immediately withdrew and retreated. Moonwalk, coupled with the use of Shaved, appeared on his recruited warship in an instant. There is no need to continue fighting. Giotto looked at Marine who was about to leave. He had no way at all now. The deadly fire and stamina were almost exhausted, and it was impossible to continue fighting. As for Arnold, he has his own standard for measuring justice. He doesn't know how to take action. He can only take 3 shots. One is that the opponent is strong enough to arouse his fighting spirit. Second, when the family is in danger, he will help. In the end, he will make a move when it is in line with the justice in his heart. Helping Giotto beat Marine in CP0, this is in line with the second point, that is, the family is in danger. Now the danger has been lifted. In his opinion, although Marine does not represent justice, because of their existence, many evil pirates in the first half of the 4 Seas and the Grand Line will indeed be restricted, so he will naturally not stop Marine from being powerful. And Xanxus is different, he only has the strongest vongola in his heart, so when Marine decides to withdraw, his Varian troops will continue to take action, and the other party will provoke them vongola, the lesson of the other party's blood. Of course, there are also soy sauce guys in Varian, and that's Frank. It's weird when this cargo doesn't paddle. Hey, are you leaving now? Specially brought such a large group of people to make trouble, and then just flee in such a desperate way. Xanxus looked at the retreating Zephyr and the Marine warship that was retreating in a flash, and the corners of his mouth were more ridiculous. It's so boring, but since you are leaving in such a hurry, then I will give you a farewell gift, lest you after returning to your naval headquarters. I said that the vongola family does not understand etiquette, haha. Having said that, Xanxus injected all his anger into the weapon, and the powerful aura broke out wildly, not at all weaker than Giotto when he condensed Spurner. In fact, his approach has the same meaning as Spurner. But there are also differences. Because of the use of firearms, Xanxus will have a better flame concentration and will not have as violent recoil as Spurner. Farewell blow, flame of death. When the voice fell, 2 pistols were fired at the same time, and the extremely huge spherical flames whizzed towards the Marine warship with precision and accuracy. Not immune. Seeing such an attack, Akainu clenched his fists directly, and his teeth tickled with hatred. He and Xanxus fought for so long, but the other party still has such a powerful force that has not been displayed. Is that B**************** D with a scar on his face looking down on himself? After such a long time of fighting, are you all in the play for yourself? 4 flowers. Sooner or later, Lao Zi will surely turn you into ashes by lava. If you let Xanxus know that Akainu was so hated because he couldn't bring up any fighting spirit before, then I still can't lift my spirits. If you like to bear hate, you can bear hate. Anyway, there are more people who hate him in the world, and Akainu is not bad. Moreover, he really looked down on the collaboration between Akainu and Momuzagi at the time. If he had a chair, he would probably sit on the chair and play with Akainu and Momuzagi. Damn B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** gloomy and water was about to drip out. He didn't have the strength to resist Xanxus's attack now, so he could only shout loudly. Before he could speak, Zephyr had already moved. He gathered all of his armament haki on his right fist. The muscles of his arm bulged, and his whole body was mobilized by him. Since becoming an instructor for recruits, he has not encountered such a high-intensity battle. He took recruits out for actual combat training and encountered the rubbish pirates. He can lift the hammer with one hand. I haven't used it for a long time, and I don't know if it will be unfamiliar, but since the old man is here, you don't want to hurt the young man at Marine. Armed black arm. Boom! The blow with all his strength directly topped Xanxus's farewell blow. Armament Haki and the flames of anger collided wildly. Both wanted to overwhelm the other, but neither side could do such a thing at a time. At that last moment, Zephyr's fist increased strength again, which directly changed the direction of the flame of anger and let it go straight into the sky. And Zephyr also took advantage of the impact to make his figure retreat quickly and fell back to the warship. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky. He was flying to the ball island at full speed, but at this time he stopped, seeing and hearing the color, perceiving the situation below, and then scratching his head awkwardly for a year. Is the old man coming late? Just thinking of this, the corner of his mouth twitched twice when he smiled. The rod and knife came out of its sheath, and the gravity fruit ability broke out at the same time.